Nalan Yanran declared. I am the proud daughter of the Yunlan Sect. I have come to Wutan City to annul our engagement. Wait, how is my betrothed to Do Huang? Should I still proceed with the annulment? Xiao Yan exclaimed. Nalan Yanran, I am the protagonist. I am your fiancé. Nalan Yanran replied. Xiao Yan, I do not recognize you. My fiancé is Xiao Huo. Xun'er interjected. Oh, is this passerby trying to impersonate my elder brother Xiao Huo? Xiao Huo retorted. You rogue passerby, begone. I am the true protagonist. And my lord, what brings you here? Hai Buodong was flabbergasted, his eyes filled with trepidation, bending at a 90-degree angle. Regarding Xiao Huo with reverence, his heart seized with astonishment. When did Lord Xiao Huo appear behind him? As the Ice Emperor, he had completely failed to notice. Is my presence unwelcome? Xiao Huo offered a calm smile, his gaze indifferent. It was time to restore Hai Buodong's strength to the Do Huang level, ensuring more cards to play in the impending conflict with the Yunlan Sect. I would not dare. Please, my lord, come in, Hai Buodong said. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face, nodding and bowing, completely shedding the regal demeanor of the Ice Emperor in front of Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo was capable of defeating the top 10 experts of the ancient river and the Jiamar Empire. Furthermore, he had even managed to return safely from Queen Medusa, a feat that instilled fear in Hai Buodong. His eyes brimmed with suspicion. How had Lord Xiao Huo managed to seize the Yi-O from Medusa? The Blue Lotus Heartfire was an Yi-O that Queen Medusa had only acquired after sustaining injuries. How could she possibly relinquish it so easily? How had this been achieved? Queen Medusa? Hai Buodong stood in disarray, his eyes glazed, breathing heavily. The unfolding events left him utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Hai Buodong was in a state of disbelief. Following Xiao Huo was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in a pale purple robe. Her slender waist and alluring figure radiated an enchanting charm from her ice-like pupils, exuding an ethereal presence. Not only that, but Xiao Huo was also holding Queen Medusa's delicate hand as they entered the room together. Buzz! Hai Buodong stood outside the door, completely stunned. What was happening? Lord Xiao Huo was astonishingly powerful. Not only had he obtained the Blue Lotus Heartfire, but even Queen Medusa had become his woman. This was utterly humbling. Hai Buodong was left completely bewildered. If this were to be shared, no one would ever believe it. The noble queen, with an aura as frigid as a mountain, such a stunning beauty willingly following behind Xiao Huo and holding his hand. If others were to witness this, envy would surely consume them. This was Queen Medusa, the goddess of countless hearts. Now, she had become Xiao Huo's woman. Hai Buodong held Xiao Huo in the utmost esteem. To win the affection of Medusa was a dream cherished by many. Within the room, Medusa's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot a glare at Xiao Huo. This scoundrel had summoned her without warning, taking her hand forcefully and refusing to release it. You summoned me just to take advantage? Am I to accompany you to sleep tonight? Medusa blinked, lightly squeezing Xiao Huo's hand. Still somewhat annoyed, he was flaunting their affection. This was utterly outrageous. She was a queen. Very well. Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled as he beheld the breathtaking Medusa, a beauty rendering the world around her pale in comparison. Scoundrel! If you dare, once I regain my strength, I shall be the first to slay you. Medusa replied coldly. Having consumed a pill, she could transform into a 7-colored swallowing python at will, but the sole drawback was, it would take her at least 3 months to restore her power to the Do Huang level, and 6 months more to reach the Do Zone level. Currently, Medusa was still in the early stages of evolution, her strength utterly diminished, leaving her at Xiao Huo's mercy. Unable to resist if he chose to take her down, she could only submit to this scoundrel's whims. How could this be? My Medusa is the best, Xiao Huo chuckled, his hand gently brushing through Medusa's flowing tresses. She had now transformed into her human form. Her serpentine tail vanished, a captivating beauty unmatched. With a regal aura, she donned a pristine purple robe, as if she was born to be a queen, standing proudly among all beings. Shameless, Medusa murmured, casting a rare glare at Xiao Huo, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as her delicate fist lightly struck his chest, though it lacked any real force. This scene was witnessed by Hai Buodong, who felt an overwhelming envy. Lord Xiao Huo not only had the company of Queen Medusa, but was also so intimately close to her. Hai Buodong shook his head, offering a bitter smile. The disparity between people was astonishing. Lord Xiao Huo was truly a god among men. Even Queen Medusa willingly succumbed to his embrace. I shall retire for now, Medusa said softly, casting a languid glance at Xiao Huo, stretching her lithe figure as she lay down on the bed, her beautiful eyes gently closing. I'll come and keep you company shortly, Xiao Huo replied, his smile radiant. Medusa was exceptionally beautiful. Such a woman was a rare treasure in this world. He wondered when he could truly win Medusa's heart. However, for now, he was already able to hold Medusa's delicate hand. With time, feelings could blossom, and gradually, he might even receive Medusa's first kiss. Medusa's face flushed, glaring at Xiao Huo, her red lips pursed, her pearly teeth lightly biting down. Seeing Hai Buodong behind Xiao Huo, she chose not to say anything further. She only knew this scoundrel was growing bolder. Lord Xiao Huo, I hold you in great esteem. Hai Buodong clasped his hands together, bowing before Xiao Huo, his eyes filled with awe and envy. Had he truly heard correctly? Xiao Huo was to sleep with Queen Medusa, and she had not refused. Such a privilege was one that only Xiao Huo could enjoy. Who would not desire to share a bed with Medusa? Only Xiao Huo could accomplish this. I have come to elevate your cultivation. This is the breaking through pill, which will assist you in regaining your Do Huang status, Xiao Huo stated calmly, a white jade vial appearing in Hai Buodong's hands with a slight motion. As far as I know, the breaking through pill will barely restore you to Do Huang. The pinnacle you once reached is still far off. This is the Pai Pai experience pill, aiding you in breaking through to the peak of Do Huang, Xiao Huo said with a gentle smile, placing the pills in Hai Buodong's hands. Buzz! Hai Buodong trembled as he held the pills, his body quaking with excitement. Lord Xiao Huo had treated him with such generosity. Not only the breaking through pill, but also the invaluable Pai Pai experience pill. Most importantly, the Pai Pai experience pill could allow him to directly ascend to the peak of Do Huang. This had been his dream for many years. Lord Xiao Huo, from now on, I shall be your subordinate, willing to face fire and water without hesitation. My Ice Emperor's life is yours. Hai Buodong knelt on one knee, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He had never imagined he would encounter such a prodigy as Xiao Huo. In the future, the entire Jimar Empire would undergo a profound transformation because of Xiao Huo. As the Ice Emperor, he was willing to fight for Xiao Huo across the world. Chapter 186. A reunion with the Azure Scales. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted throughout the city, a terrifying aura suddenly descending, causing countless individuals to tremble in fear. The legendary Ice Emperor, one of the top 10 experts of the Jimar Empire, had emerged. Hai Buodong, at the peak of Do Huang, possessed formidable strength. The people of the city revered him greatly. Yet, they remained unaware that Ice Emperor Hai Buodong had already joined the Holy Fire Sect, willingly ready to face fire and water for Lord Xiao Huo. Thank you, my lord. I have truly reached the peak of Do Huang. Hai Buodong felt the overwhelming power within his body, radiating a fearsome brilliance, an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from him, a powerful presence shining brilliantly. His strength expanded, propelling him directly to the peak of Do Huang. To his astonishment, the potency of the Pai Pai experience pill was indeed formidable, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of Do Huang cultivation, effortlessly overpowering countless foes, and it continued to rise unabated. With such prowess, he could traverse the empire of Jiama with ease. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Mo family, Xiao Huo stated coolly, his gaze tinged with a hint of icy indifference. The Mo family's experts dared to harbor intentions toward Qinglin. They were undoubtedly doomed. Such a clan was destined for obliteration within the empire of Jiama. The paramount objective was to ensure that Qinglin joined the Heavenly Serpent Pavilion for cultivation. Should the individuals of the Heavenly Serpent Pavilion prove unyielding, they would be exterminated without hesitation. As you command, Hai Buodong replied respectfully, clasping his fists before embarking on his own cultivation journey. Having just broken through to the peak of Do Huang, he required time to fully master his newfound abilities. Hai Buodong's eyes brimmed with fervor. At long last, he could venture forth alongside Lord Xiao Huo. For him, this was an immense fortune. He never anticipated that the Mo family in Yin City would dare to offend Lord Xiao Huo. Was this not akin to courting death? Lord Xiao Huo, after all, was accompanied by the Queen Medusa. Even within the empire of Jiama, no one dared to provoke him. My lord, who is Yin Yin to you? I have heard she has also ventured to the Tagore Desert. Hai Buodong inquired respectfully, casting a glance at Xiao Huo. The city buzzed with various rumors. It was said that Yin Yin embraced Xiao Huo in the Tagore Desert, sharing kisses. Yin Yin was the leader of the Yunlan Sect. Those enamored with her could fill the entire sect. Yet, it seemed that Yin Yin already had someone in her heart. Could it be that Lord Xiao Huo had also pursued Yin Yin? She was a beauty whom countless could scarcely glimpse. She is my fiancé, Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile, turning to depart. Buzz! Hai Buodong stood in a daze, gazing at Xiao Huo's retreating figure, unable to regain his composure for a long while. This was simply too extravagant. He knew that the paragon of the Yunlan Sect, Nalan Yanran, was Xiao Huo's fiancé. Now, even Yin was among his betrothed. She was the highest-ranking leader of the Yunlan Sect. Haibo Dong was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration. Lord Xiao Huo was truly remarkable. Nalan Yanran, Yun, even Medusa were all his women. In contrast, he was merely a solitary dog. The disparity was indeed colossal. Upon entering the room, Xiao Huo beheld the enchanting Medusa, graceful and alluring, her skin as white as snow, possessing a beauty that could captivate countless men. In the future, such a woman would also be his. A slight smile graced Xiao Huo's lips as he tenderly covered Medusa with a blanket, a warm sentiment coursing through his heart. She was currently rather weak and could not maintain her human form for long. The legendary cold and aloof Queen Medusa was willing to showcase affection with him. This transformation brought satisfaction to Xiao Huo's heart. At the very least, their relationship with Medusa was steadily progressing, and one day, he would win her heart, a day that was not far off. Shall we sleep together? Medusa suddenly opened her eyes, her lavender gaze fixed on Xiao Huo, exuding the allure of a mature woman, as if she were born to be a seductress. Really? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled. Medusa was actually inviting him to share a bed? Could it be that something might transpire tonight? Just testing you. Do you truly dare to agree? If you dare to take advantage of my weakness, I will surely kill you. Medusa spoke softly, shooting a glare at Xiao Huo, before transforming into the seven-color devouring python and snuggling into his embrace. Xiao Huo could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head. Did he really appear that wicked? Subsequently, he administered a few drops of the accompanying purple crystal essence, his eyes filled with anticipation. One day, Medusa would surely regain her strength, and at that moment, she would no longer be able to escape his grasp. In Shimo City, within the MO Thai mercenary corps, Xiao Huo unfurled his pale azure wings and descended, instantly capturing the attention of countless mercenaries. The Lord has returned. Lord Xiao Huo is here. Quickly go greet him. Who is that following behind Lord Xiao Huo? In an instant, numerous mercenaries hurried forward, kneeling to welcome Xiao Huo, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Their leader had returned. Observing this, Haibo Dong was somewhat taken aback. Lord Xiao Huo had risen to another echelon in his impression. So many mercenaries were entirely subservient to Xiao Huo. He was truly formidable. The Holy Fire sect that would be established in the future would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. However, a glimmer of hope flickered in Haibo Dong's heart, for he yearned to join the Holy Fire sect, envisioning a chance to restore the name of the Ice Emperor alongside Lord Xiao Huo in conquering the world. Witnessing the birth of yet another miracle. Upon entering the door, a melodious and delightful voice resonated, tinged with surprise. Brother Xiao Huo. Qinglin's beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she donned a light green dress, accentuating her graceful figure, her chest slightly elevated, exuding a youthful allure. In the next moment, Qinglin stepped forward, directly embracing Xiao Huo. Brother Xiao Huo, you have finally returned. I thought I would never see you again, Qinglin murmured, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, for the time apart felt like an eternity. How could that be? Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile, taking Qinglin's delicate hand. Her cheeks flushed as they made their way into the hall, exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Haibo Dong followed behind, utterly bewildered, his expression one of shock. This, Lord Xiao Huo, was truly formidable, not even sparing such a young girl. Qinglin, with her striking beauty, innocence, and sweet demeanor, possessed clear and bright eyes. Yet, she was also one of Xiao Huo's women. Their bond was even more intimate. For a moment, Haibo Dong felt that everything was too miraculous. Why was it that every beautiful woman he encountered belonged to Xiao Huo? Xiao Huo offered a gentle smile, disregarding Haibo Dong's thoughts. If Haibo Dong were to visit the Jianan Academy, he would likely faint on the spot. At Jianan Academy, Xun'er, Yu and Ling were all his women. Even the enchanting Ziyan from Jianan Academy would not escape his grasp. After exchanging pleasantries in Shimo City for a while, Xiao Huo took Qinglin's hand and headed toward the room. Shall we sleep together tonight? Xiao Huo gazed at Qinglin, who would undoubtedly grow into a goddess in due time. Brother Xiao Huo, what do you intend to do? Qinglin blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze wary as she looked at him. Before she could react, Xiao Huo swept her into the room. Ah! A scream pierced the air from within. Brother Xiao Huo, your hand. No! Ah! Qinglin shrieked, her face flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed at Xiao Huo, realizing that he had taken advantage of her inattention to remove her light green gauzy dress. The room fell into a profound silence, dimly lit, cloaked in darkness, the door firmly shut, leaving only the sound of the dress falling to the floor as Qing Lin hid beneath the covers, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm still young. Brother Xiao Huo. Wait until Qing Lin grows up, and then I will give myself to you, all right? Qing Lin's soft voice emerged, tinged with grievance, her head bowed lower. I won't do anything, Xiao Huo chuckled, ruffling Qing Lin's hair, before shedding his own clothing and joining her under the covers. Brother Xiao Huo, you mustn't come in. Qing Lin's voice was a mere whisper, not anticipating that. Brother Xiao Huo would be so decisive. She was unprepared and had no chance to react. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Xiao Huo beamed, embracing Qing Lin and feeling her cool skin against his, the softness and warmth of her body prompting him to kiss her forehead. I thought Brother Xiao Huo was going to... Qing Lin murmured, nestled against his chest, her voice low, feeling utterly defenseless. If Brother Xiao Huo wished, he could easily take her at any moment, and she would be powerless to resist. This is the last time I hold you while we sleep. Rest well, and I won't make any untoward moves, Xiao Huo said gently, soothing Qing Lin's emotions, his hands exploring the chill of her skin. Then you must retrieve my dress. Qing Lin lifted her head, gazing at Xiao Huo, her pearl-like teeth nipping at her lip, unable to continue as her light green gauzy dress lay on the floor. Is it for cultivation? Qing Lin whispered, her cheeks flushed. She knew Brother Xiao Huo had used such justifications many times to be with her during practice. You are my woman. It feels inappropriate to remain clothed. Xiao Huo chuckled. Brother Xiao Huo, you are deceiving me. The blush on Qing Lin's face spread to her alabaster neck, recalling previous events, realizing that Brother Xiao Huo had been intentional. Just so I could have you in my grasp, Xiao Huo laughed, leaning in to kiss Qing Lin's rosy lips, his hands slowly moving toward. In Shimo City, under the clear morning sky, Qing Lin's delicate hands aided Xiao Huo in adjusting his attire, her thoughtful demeanor revealing a satisfied smile. Overnight, she seemed to have matured considerably. Qing Lin is truly wonderful, Xiao Huo remarked, smiling as he took her hand. You must take responsibility for me from now on. Qing Lin pouted, her tone low, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tint of grievance, for Brother Xiao Huo had deceived her, promising her rest. Yet, she had hardly rested throughout the night. How shall I take responsibility? Xiao Huo feigned inquiry, observing the girl in his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Qing Lin before him would undoubtedly grow into a beauty capable of causing national calamity. Marry me, Qing Lin declared, raising her head with a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes. Very well, I shall marry you, Xiao Huo replied, glancing at the crimson stain on the bed before nodding at the girl before him. Today, accompany me to the Mo family. Those who have harmed you shall pay the price. Xiao Huo stated calmly, his eyes glinting with a cold, fierce light. The Mo family's experts dared to harbor intentions toward Qing Lin. She was his woman. The Mo family would face the consequences of their actions against her. Today marks the day of the Mo family's demise. Qing Lin obediently nodded, following closely behind Xiao Huo, her face alight with joy and innocence. With her elder brother, Xiao Huo, by her side, she felt the greatest happiness imaginable. Ding, congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully completing Qing Lin's optional task. You are truly remarkable, and the system rewards you with a kiss. Congratulations, esteemed host, for acquiring 120,000 experience points, 3,000 pretentiousness points, and 500 purple crystal points. Congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful promotion to the rank of 3-star Do Wong. Ding, main quest activated. Annihilate all members of the Mo family. Reward, 100,000 experience points. Allow Qing Lin to proceed to the Tianxi Mansion for training. Reward, 80,000 experience points. System notification. Nalan Yanran will also be heading to the Mo family. The system's giggles echoed. Bang! Xiao Huo stepped forward, his eyes radiating a terrifying brilliance. What had Nalan Yanran encountered at the Yunlan Sect? This time, he would venture to the Mo family to discern the truth and, in passing, meet Nalan Yanran. Who else would dare to claim her as his bride? She was destined to be his future wife, and no one else would hold such aspirations. It is time to depart. Xiao Huo unfurled his faint azure wings, cradling Qing Lin in his embrace as they headed northeast, the very direction of the Mo family and the Yunlan Sect. As you command, Hai Buodong nodded, a hint of reverence in his gaze. He too soared into the air, following Xiao Huo as they departed. The Mo family would eternally lament their offense against the esteemed Lord Xiao Huo. No, they would not even have the chance to regret. Lord Xiao Huo was a figure so formidable that even he, the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, dared not offend him. What could the people of the Mo family have done to provoke such a powerful being? Hai Buodong's eyes held an air of indifference, even feeling a twinge of pity for the Mo family. They could not afford to offend Lord Xiao Huo. Boom! Above the city, countless gazes turned toward Xiao Huo and Hai Buodong, filled with astonishment. Wings of fighting spirit. A Dowang powerhouse had emerged. My heavens, how could a Dowang powerhouse be here? I don't know. Look quickly. It seems to be Lord Xiao Huo. When did Lord Xiao Huo arrive? Countless admirers gazed skyward, their eyes filled with awe. Many were so overcome that they knelt in reverence. This was a divine being descending to their realm. In their hearts, Lord Xiao Huo had long since ascended to the status of a deity. In the Taggart Desert, innumerable strong figures bowed in submission. What were they in comparison? Yinqing, located in the eastern part of the empire, is dominated by the Mo family, the most powerful force aside from the empire itself, with the Yunlan Sect as their trump card. Among them was a striking woman clad in red, her figure exquisite, exuding an air of grace and a hint of arrogance. Dressed in a leather skirt, she patrolled the city gates. Miss Linglin, the second daughter of the Mo family. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. He flew over Yinqing with extraordinary momentum, handsomely striking. Buzz. Linglin stood agape, her eyes wide with astonishment, rubbing them in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the heights. Was this a Dowang powerhouse? A Dowang powerhouse had descended upon the Mo family? Moreover, the overwhelming aura emanating from him was utterly terrifying. Countless onlookers at the city gates trembled in fear, their expressions laden with dread. Who has arrived? How dare anyone intrude upon Yinqing? Quickly, let us investigate. We must intercept him. Linglin's eyes reflected a hint of urgency. As the second daughter of the Mo family, her noble status made it all the more shocking that the youth in the sky had chosen to disregard her. Could it be that her appearance was lacking? Such a notion was absurd. Even a Dowang powerhouse ought not to treat her with such disrespect. Chapter 188. A personal visit to the Mo family. Stop right there. Linglin's indifferent gaze pierced the sky, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. A Dowang expert. In her heart, such a figure was once an insurmountable myth. The grand elder of the Mo family, Mo Chung, had merely been a Dowang not long ago. Yet now they were unafraid, for the Mo family boasted a Dowang powerhouse in residence. With 8 formidable Dowang masters at their disposal, they were indeed fortunate to have the blessings of Lord Xiao Yan. The strength of Yin City had surged explosively. They could even rival the Yunlan Sect, their might formidable beyond measure. Xiao Huo's expression remained placid, entirely dismissive of Linglin. Hai Buodong and Xinlin were temporarily stationed outside the city. His intention was to obliterate the Mo family directly. Then he would seek out Nalan Yanran. To disregard me? How dare he ignore someone as beautiful as I am? Linglin's chest heaved slightly as she clenched her delicate hands, a terrifying aura emanating from her. She ascended into the air. She too was a Dowang expert. Behind her, golden wings unfurled, though they appeared somewhat unstable. A result of forcibly enhancing her power to Dowang first star through medicinal means. Invade Yin City and seize control. Linglin declared coldly, her hand gesturing, and instantly, 3 Dowang experts appeared behind her, their imposing presence palpable. The many disciples and guards within the city gazed up in admiration, their eyes shimmering with fervor. Long ago, they had quaked in fear at the sight of a Dowang. Such beings were beyond their reach. Yet now, someone dared to storm Yin City relying solely on Dowang's strength, unaware that the city was teeming with experts of immense power. Are you all right, second miss? A man clad in white gracefully approached Linglin's side. I'm fine. Just help me eliminate him. Linglin's enchanting gaze fell upon the white-clad man, who was none other than Mo Li, the heir of the Mo family, now also a Dowang first star. Oh, an ordinary Dowang dares to bully Linglin? Seeking death, are we? Mo Li sneered, a chilling, murderous intent emanating from his pupils as he waved his hand, his icy voice cutting through the air. Attack. As you command. The 3 Dowang experts' eyes glinted coldly as they turned their disdainful gazes toward Xiao Huo, convinced they could easily overpower him. You dare provoke our second miss? Klipava to die. Yellow rank Advanced Do Technique, Whirlwind Palm. Mystic rank Initial Do Technique, Azure Light / Mystic rank Initial Do Technique. Beiming Qian Kunvio. In an instant, the sky was suffused with a torrent of Do Qi. Countless blades of wind were unleashed, 3 brilliant lights manifesting, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring might that seemed to shake the very heavens. Boom! 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 A colossal gust of wind descended, accompanied by ferocious sword energy. 1 Dowang expert brandished a treasure, unleashing a formidable aura as it surged toward Xiao Huo. From the outset, They had resorted to their ultimate techniques. They held nothing back. To earn second Mrs. Praise was worth 1,000 deaths. Whoever could slay Xiao Huo would undoubtedly receive her reward. Do Wang? A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Huo's lips, a hint of indifference in his eyes. The Mo family's strength had indeed undergone some changes. A development he had not anticipated. Are you afraid? Kneel before me and apologize, and I may spare your life. Linglin taunted, her bright eyes gleaming with pride. Her crimson robe swirling gracefully, accentuating her captivating figure. Do you think you're worthy? Xiao Huo replied coolly, his entire being enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors as the temperature around him surged dramatically. A vibrant conflagration erupted, radiating outward. Boom! The sky was painted in 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Moreover, the green lotus earth heart fire joined the fray, surrounding the 7-color radiance with a delicate azure hue, as if the very void trembled in response. The heavens quaked. The 7-colored flames had evolved. Kill! Xiao Huo's gaze remained composed as he waved his hand gently. The 7-colored flames behind him bursting forth with an even more formidable force, akin to an avalanche, shattering all in their path. The earth trembled violently. Behind Xiao Huo, 7 hues ignited, countless flames soaring into the air, charging toward the Do Wang experts. The void seemed to scorch, the air unbearably hot. With a resounding crash, the Do techniques unleashed by the 3 Do Wang experts were obliterated. The 7-colored flames, imbued with boundless power, swept toward the trio of Do Wang masters. Every defense was shattered in an instant. With a resounding crash, the 3 Do Wang experts were hurled to the ground by the overwhelming residual energy. The surrounding city walls shattered, unable to withstand the onslaught. Their figures fell like meteors, leaving behind mere shadows, their speed too swift for the onlookers to comprehend. Thud! 3 massive craters appeared on the ground. Linglin, the second miss of the Mo family, and Mo Li, the heir, stood frozen, their hearts racing, their astonished gazes fixed upon the ground, as if they had been turned to stone. Silence. All were engulfed in chaos. How is this possible? The 3 great Do Wang masters of Yin City had been repelled in under a second. Their condition was utterly pitiful. The 3 Do Wang experts, bloodied and battered, their lips spilling forth crimson, were filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that their combined efforts would be utterly futile. No. Is this extraordinary fire? Extraordinary fire. There's actually extraordinary fire. This cannot be. The 3 Do Wang masters were filled with terror, their bodies trembling in sheer dread. Why? Why was this happening? They were Do Wang. Yet before Xiao Huo, all their defenses were rendered utterly ineffective. Despair flickered in the eyes of the 3 Do Wang experts. Before they could rise, the 7-colored flames had already enveloped their bodies. They had nowhere to flee. Please, great sir, spare my life. My body. A chilling wail pierced the air as the 3 Do Wang masters were consumed in a cacophony of screams, their forms dissipating into azure smoke. Their consciousness gradually faded into nothingness. Had they known, they would never have confronted Xiao Huo. The disparity was far too great. Xiao Huo was simply a being they could not contend with. All around, spectators gaped in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, gazing at Xiao Huo as if he were a monster. Such a formidable presence existed in the world. Crushing Do Wang. Could it be that Xiao Huo had already reached Do Wang? Extraordinary fire, Linglin murmured, her body weakening, her eyes filled with panic. Before her stood Xiao Huo, who possessed extraordinary fire. Could it be that he was the same Xiao Huo from the Taggart Desert, the one who instilled fear in Dan Wanguhi, the leader of the Holy Fire Sect, Nalan Yanran's betrothed, and the heartthrob of the Yunlan Sect, even the chief of the entire Serpent Clan? Linglin's gaze fixed upon Xiao Huo, a glimmer of despair flickering within her. How had she provoked such a being? Even the extraordinary fire bowed before Xiao Huo. Trembling in submission, how could she dare to obstruct his path? With a thud, Linglin knelt on the ground without hesitation. She understood that the figure before her was someone she could never afford to offend. This was the paragon of the Taggart Desert, feared by countless souls. The future leader of the Holy Fire Sect and the betrothed of Nalan Yanran. What kind of man could capture Nalan Yanran's undying affection? Surely, he was extraordinary. My lord, I, the foolish one, seek forgiveness for my transgressions. I implore you to spare my life. Linglin knelt, bowing her head, disregarding her image as the second miss of the Mo family. Chapter 189, The Betrothed. Linglin, do not act this way. He is merely a Do Wang. What can he truly do? We shall seek out the Grand Elder, and we can also approach Lord Xiao Yan. With their intervention, who would dare to harm you? Mo Li hastily advised, his gaze tinged with indifference. In his eyes, although Xiao Huo was formidable, he was still far inferior when compared to the Grand Elder and Lord Xiao Yan. Silence. Do you wish for death? I have no such intentions, Lin replied coolly, casting a glance at Mo Li as she continued to kneel, her body inching forward. Her delicate hand gently grasped Xiao Huo's collar, her pitiful gaze fixed upon him. She understood that Xiao Huo was no ordinary individual. Even Lord Xiao Yan might not stand a chance against him. After all, he was someone who could command the allegiance of Queen Medusa, let alone her. Lin, you. Mo Li's eyes glinted with frost as he stepped forward, ready to pull her back. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, distorting Mo Li's expression in an instant. His teeth shattered, and he was forcefully propelled several meters away, crashing heavily against a distant tree, which was even cleaved in half. Get out of my way, Xiao Huo stated nonchalantly, completely disregarding both Mo Li and Lin. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Mo Li rose, clutching his face, his eyes ablaze with rage. In his status, no one dared to lay a finger on him. Another resounding slap echoed. The sound was crisp and clear. A wretched cry erupted as Mo Li's figure was sent flying 100 feet away. The ground trembled and dust billowed around. What of it? I strike you. And so what? Xiao Huo replied coolly, his gaze locked on Mo Li. You have some nerve. Do you know we have Lord Xiao Yan backing us? He is a true Do Huang powerhouse. And do you even know my status? Mo Li stood tall, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Xiao Huo's audacity to strike him would surely have consequences. Oh, and what is your status? Xiao Huo asked with a faint smile, realizing that Lord Xiao Yan truly was a son of the realm, who rose time and again from defeat. Yet, how could the outcome ever change? He was the Fire Emperor, the master of all. No matter how Lord Xiao Yan struggled, he would ultimately become his stepping stone, forever trampled beneath his feet. One day, Xiao Huo would ascend to the level of Do Di, and at that time, it would be the end for Xiao Yan. Be silent, do not speak. Lin shouted at Mo Li, her eyes filled with shock. Mo Li was unaware of Xiao Huo's true identity, but she was acutely aware. The youth before her was Xiao Huo. In the entirety of the Jia Ma Empire, Xiao Huo was likely the foremost figure, and no one dared to provoke him. You wish for me to be silent? I shall speak even more. Makauli Snadat. I am the betrothed of Nalan Yanran. Our wedding is to be held in 3 months, as confirmed by the leader of Yunlan Sect. Ha ha ha. Even the old sect leader supports me. And Yunlan Sect is my backing. Dare to lay a hand on me? Yunlan Sect will not let you off. Mo Li's laughter echoed, filled with pride. He had attained the strength of a Do Wang, with a bright future ahead, and marrying Nalan Yanran was indeed his fortune. In this realm, who would dare to touch him? The moment his words fell, Lin collapsed to the ground, her eyes dimming as if all vitality had been stripped away. She had not anticipated Mo Li's foolishness. It is over for the Mo family. Lin shook her head, her complexion pale. Xiao Huo was indeed Nalan Yanran's betrothed. A tremendous upheaval had occurred within Yunlan Sect. The sect leader of Yinshan even punished Nalan Yanran. Such significant matters. How could Xiao Huo remain unaware? However, Yinshan had chosen to keep Mo Li's status as Nalan Yanran's betrothed under absolute confidentiality, never expecting him to blurt it out, especially in front of Xiao Huo. Well, what do you think? Mo Li mocked, confidence still lingering in his eyes. He believed he would marry Nalan Yanran. Just imagining having her beneath him was a delightful thought. Nalan Yanran is your fiancé? Xiao Huo inquired coolly, a flicker of chilling light flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated uncovering such a secret here. Even Yun was oblivious to this truth, which Mo Li had inadvertently revealed. Great desolation, prisoning heaven finger. 1 finger to imprison heaven and earth. 2 fingers. 3 fingers. 4 fingers. 5 fingers. Xiao Huo's gaze turned frigid, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him as he soared into the air, an immense force surging forth. Boom! Thunder cracked across the clear sky. An aura of desolation enveloped the air, a colossal hand materializing, exuding ancient majesty, its might unparalleled. What is this? No, you cannot kill me. Mo Li exclaimed in abject terror, turning to flee. He had never conceived that Xiao Huo would launch such an assault. This attack could very well claim his life. Boom! 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 A thunderous roar erupted as Xiao Huo shot forth, his massive finger descending. A terrifying pressure bearing down towards Mo Li. Kill! Xiao Huo's palm fell from the heavens, a multitude of scorching gales erupting, shattering numerous structures in their path. In an instant, buildings across Yinqing were uprooted, the winds howling, and several weaker disciples spat blood in response. Such overwhelming pressure felt as though divine wrath had descended. It wasn't too long before the top 10 experts of the Mo family appeared in the sky. 10 Do Wang powerhouses. Not only that, but even the Grand Elder, Mo Cheng, was startled from the main hall, sensing such a terrifying aura in Yinxing. Xiao Yan trembled all over. What is happening? This sensation feels so familiar. Could it be that Xiao Huo has arrived? This is impossible. After finally recovering from my injuries, I come to the Mo family and somehow encounter Xiao Huo. Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with dread. In his current state, he was not a match for Xiao Huo. Grand Elder, save me. Lord Xiao Yan, save me. Mo Li's desperate cries echoed, his eyes on the verge of bursting, overwhelmed by fear. He did not comprehend why Xiao Huo had suddenly turned against him, and even more so, why the first strike was so fearsome. The earth quaked and the heavens trembled, as if no one could withstand it. The 10 Do Wang powerhouses stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sight before them. They dare not move. In their eyes, only profound horror remained. What sort of Do technique is this? Earth grade? Heaven grade? We have never seen such power. The aura felt as though it could rend the very fabric of this world. A lethal killing intent surrounded them. Should they dare approach, they would likely be crushed to bits by the great desolation's prisoning heaven finger. Oh, who are you? Who are you really? Mo Li screamed in terror, fleeing for his life. Suddenly, he recalled the time he had met Nalan Yanran. Back then, she had informed him that she already had a fiancé, a beloved. From childhood, they were betrothed, with the engagement in hand. She had personally journeyed from Yunlan Sect to the Xiao family to ascertain when she would be married to Xiao Huo. She had declared that in her life. She would love only Xiao Huo. No matter who it was, regardless of circumstances, nothing could shake her heart. Mo Li remembered Nalan Yanran had explicitly stated that her fiancé was Xiao Huo. Buzz. Mo Li felt a chill permeate his entire being. He suddenly comprehended. He understood why Ling Lin had tried to stop him from speaking. Because the youth before him, who was intent on killing him, was indeed Nalan Yanran's true fiancé. Xiao Huo. Chapter 190. The Might of a Single Strike. Dong. In the heavens, an ancient bell tolled. The great desolation's prisoning heaven finger descended with devastating force. Xiao Huo appeared like a deity, looking down upon the myriad of beings. A spectrum of radiant colors enveloped him, as if he were the god of this realm, releasing an aura that crushed all beneath it. He needed no justification for his slaughter. He could kill anyone he desired. Power was everything. Moreover, the audacity of Mo Li to claim he was the betrothed of Nalan Yanran was utterly preposterous. From the moment Mo Li uttered those words, his fate was sealed. No one could save him. Not the Grand Elder of the Mo family. Certainly not Xiao Yan. In the face of Xiao Huo's overwhelming might, they could only bow their heads in submission and worship him. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous gust of wind descended, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtling straight towards Mo Li. An ancient majesty loomed, carrying an immense aura of divine power. At this moment, Xiao Huo appeared as a celestial being, ethereal and defiant. This strike would undoubtedly annihilate him. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and Mo Li's body was sent spinning through the air, performing a complete 3,600-degree flip. His body twisted uncontrollably, and his chest was pierced by the force of the palm, resulting in a gaping wound. Blood gushed forth. Ah! No! 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 Mo Li's eyes widened in terror as he trembled uncontrollably, casting a disbelieving glance at Xiao Huo. Lowering his gaze slightly, he stared at his own chest, still perforated. He was the eldest son of the Mo family. How could he be killed? This was inconceivable. He understood now. He comprehended everything. The person before him was none other than Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo was indeed Nalan Yanran's true betrothed. He could not accept it. He could not believe it. Mo Li's eyes bulged, his crimson pupils fixed on Xiao Huo. Why? The Lord of Yinshan had personally promised Nalan Yanran to him. A woman as breathtaking as Nalan Yanran would undoubtedly belong to him. It was a foregone conclusion. In merely 3 months, they would be wed. At that time, he could do anything he wished with Nalan Yanran. As long as she could be his woman, that was enough. To possess her body was all he desired. Her heart mattered little to him. Nalan Yanran was renowned for her beauty throughout the empire, a treasure that many would covet. However, Xiao Huo's arrival shattered all of Mo Li's fantasies. All of them obliterated. Unwillingness. I refuse to accept this. Mo Li glared at Xiao Huo, his eyes radiating a chilling fury, veins bulging as despair consumed him. Boom! The sky erupted in a violent explosion, flames engulfing the heavens. A colossal hand had pierced through Mo Li's chest. Bang! Mo Li's body was propelled backward, leaving gruesome, dark traces upon the ground, rolling ceaselessly until he lay before the Grand Elder, Mo Cheng. Silence. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. The Mo family of Yinqing. Numerous high-ranking nobles and prominent figures had gathered here. Countless individuals stood utterly dumbfounded. Who was this person? How could he be so audacious? The eldest son of the Mo family was killed before the eyes of everyone in Yinqing. This was an absolute slap in the face. Mo Cheng's gaze turned frigid, filled with a profound murderous intent. What face did he have left? The Mo family's heir was dead. Moreover, he had perished at his feet. By the time he arrived, it was already too late to intervene. Numerous Do Wang experts stood in a disheveled state, gasping in shock. Ah! Seize that old man. Mo Cheng bellowed hoarsely, his fury reaching a crescendo. He represented all of Yinqing, possessing immense authority in the eyes of others. Today, he was subjected to such humiliation. Who dared to insult him? Now, he had attained the cultivation of Do Huang, commanding over a dozen Do Wang experts. Formidable enough to rival Yunlan Sect. He could even surpass them. Given time, he might even overthrow Yunlan Sect. Yet today, such a person appeared and directly killed a member of his Mo family. Seize him, Mo Cheng roared, casting a fierce glare at the surrounding Do Wang experts. Regardless of who this person was, they must be killed without exception. Boom! 13 Do Wang experts surged forth, charging at Xiao Huo, nodding at one another with a glint of malice in their eyes. Xiao Huo's strength was indeed formidable, but with so many of them, even a Do Huang would struggle to intervene. The various factions in Yinqing shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Huo. How could there be such a foolish individual in this world? Today was a day of celebration for the Mo family. The Yunlan Sect had esteemed guests arriving, not only from Yunlan Sect, but also formidable beings from the 3 northeastern provinces, and even Lord Bo, the city lord of Yinqing, had come in person. Furthermore, the Mo family had formidable experts in attendance, including Lord Xiao Yan of the Yunlan Sect, a powerhouse feared by all, even by Yunlan Sect. On such a momentous day, the eldest son of the Mo family, Mo Li, was struck down before Mo Cheng's feet, convulsing and bleeding to death. Could they endure this? They cannot. Everyone had even envisioned how Xiao Huo would meet his demise. It would undoubtedly be a brutal spectacle, executed on the spot. Many women closed their eyes, unwilling to watch, for in their hearts, the 13 Do Wang experts were absolute top-tier combatants. Such experts could easily rank among the 10 greatest in the empire. Capturing Xiao Huo would surely be a trivial task. Perhaps, Xiao Huo would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. In the next moment, many gasped in disbelief, looking up in awe, their voices filled with terror. This was simply too extraordinary. All 13 Do Wang experts were defeated in an instant. They heard the sound of bones shattering, fractures occurring in an instant. They had expected Xiao Huo to be seized. Yet when they looked up, they found Xiao Huo wielding a colossal golden staff. The staff technique was boundless. The 9 strikes of Skywalk. Moreover, Xiao Huo had executed it with a single strike. With one blow, he had sent all 13 Do Wang experts crashing to the ground. 3 of them had even been turned to pulp, dying before they even realized how it had happened. The remaining 6 were instantly shattered, their limbs and organs displaced. 3 others died of sheer fright. Yes, they were scared to death. By the heavens, was this the power a human could wield? As they approached Xiao Huo, they felt an immense sense of the laws governing the universe. The space froze. The world became a prison. The 5 elements technique. Absolute suppression. They had no time to struggle or resist, nor could they mount any effective defense. They felt as if they had turned to stone, suspended in the air, awaiting Xiao Huo's impending assault. In less than a second, the golden staff appeared in Xiao Huo's hand, and with just one swing that possessed the might of heaven and earth, the golden light shone brilliantly, and as the staff fell, the world seemed to tremble. Chapter 191, Terror Strikes Fear. Boom! As Xiao Huo's staff descended, the will of heaven and earth instantaneously manifested. This strike contained the essence of the 5 elements technique. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. With each blow, it bore the augmentation of the 7-colored profound fire and the blue lotus earth heart fire. An incomparably massive pressure descended. Even though Xiao Huo was merely at the Do Wang level, he could unleash power rivaling that of a Do Huang. Moreover, within the staff technique lay a formidable force of laws. Spatial laws, great path laws, natural laws, sage laws. Xiao Huo's gaze remained calm. He had long since mastered the 9 strikes of Skywalk, possessing immense strength that was truly terrifying. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 10 of the 13 Do Wang experts fell. Their bodies exploded, blood mist filling the air, bones shattering. And all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wow. Grand Elder, quickly flee. He is not human. 3 of the Do Wang experts had their organs displaced and shattered, blood gushing forth as they collapsed, convulsing on the ground, filled with unwillingness. They are indeed the core experts of the Mo family. Their future is brimming with potential, limitless horizons await. And there even lies a chance to fulfill the dream of a harem of 3,000 beauties. United, the 13 of them could confidently face even a Do Emperor, secure in their strength. As long as their opponent was not a Medusa-level Do Emperor, no ordinary Do Emperor could withstand the combined assault of 13 Do Kings. Yet they have been defeated, utterly decimated. Boom! The bodies of 3 Do Kings exploded into fragments. They had already reached the end of their tether. With no escape in sight, their chances of survival dwindling to nothing. Xiao Huo had merely unleashed a single strike. This strike encompassed an immense force of heaven and earth. The 3 had exercised caution, yet still fell victim to the residual waves of the attack. Buzz, all the esteemed families present, along with countless citizens of Yanqing, were rendered utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon Xiao Huo, some even fainting from sheer terror, foam escaping their lips. What on earth just transpired? My heavens, this is not a jest. Even the 13 elite Do Kings, when encountering the top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire, would tread carefully. Everyone appeared petrified, their expressions a mix of incredulity and horror, filled with trepidation and trembling. Could this truly be possible? Before them stood Xiao Huo, possessing strength beyond that of a Do Emperor. They hailed from the northeastern provinces of the Jiama Empire, individuals accustomed to witnessing all manner of grand spectacles. Yet today, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. Even the city lord of Yanqing, Bo-Er, collapsed to the ground, his legs quaking as countless individuals were overcome with dread. The enchanting eyes of the second miss of the Mo family, Ling Lin, were fixed on Xiao Huo's retreating figure, captivated by his unparalleled elegance, momentarily lost in admiration. Her lower body betraying her excitement. Countless young maidens gazed skyward, their eyes reflecting adoration. What a formidable powerhouse. But that was of little consequence. All they knew was how handsome, how strong. Many of these maidens made multiple trips to the restroom, utterly astounded by Xiao Huo's dazzling display, which had surpassed all their expectations. What in the world? Our Mo family's experts have all been slain. No. Mo Cheng's anguished wails echoed as he witnessed the unfolding tragedy, his heart wrenching in pain, akin to being cleaved by a blade. His gaze toward Xiao Huo was filled solely with murderous intent. Only he understood that the once feeble Mo family could only cling to the Yunlan Sect for support. At that time, he was merely a Do spirit, while the Yunlan Sect loomed like a behemoth, perpetually suppressing them, demanding exorbitant tributes each year. Later, Mo Cheng encountered Lord Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had promised to elevate their strength, yet they had paid a steep price for such aid. With Xiao Yan's assistance, the Mo family rapidly grew in power, and he himself ascended to a 1-star Do Emperor, cultivating numerous Do Kings, thus establishing the Mo family as the undisputed sovereign of Yanqing. They could even challenge the Yunlan Sect's dominion. Even Yinshan betrothed Nalan Yanran to Mo Li, seeking to stabilize the Mo family. Mo Cheng's heart bled. To bolster the Mo family's might, he had squandered over a decade's worth of gold reserves. Over 1 million gold coins, countless rare treasures, all expended. Yet forging an alliance with Xiao Yan was worth it. Xiao Yan was on a covert mission, and should he succeed, the Yunlan Sect would emerge as the mightiest force in the Jiama Empire, trampling all in their path, and they would share in the spoils. Now, however, all his efforts lay in ruins. Why? Why must you harm my Mo family? What enmity exists between us? Mo Cheng rose, blood seeping from his lips, his heart feeling as though it had been shattered into pieces, overwhelming agony coursing through him. These are the future powerhouses. Now, with Mo dead, how could he ever marry Nalan Yanran? If only he could wed Nalan Yanran. The relationship between the Mo family and the Yunlan Sect will be further solidified. With all the Do Kings beside him annihilated, Mo Cheng no longer possessed any standing to regain the Yunlan Sect's favor. Instead, the Mo family faced impending doom. Qinglin is my woman, Xiao Huo stated coolly, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Qinglin, Mo Cheng's gaze shifted, as if deep in thought, recalling Qinglin. Not long ago, he had dispatched men to capture her, only to fail. He had intended to lead a vast entourage himself to bring Qinglin back. for she was a woman endowed with the coveted Bihua Sanhua Tong, a priceless treasure. Qing Lin possesses many treasures. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread. Hell presents no doors, yet you come here uninvited. Today, you shall find no escape. Montauk Cheng sneered, a glint of cold light in his eyes, confidence flickering within. Lord Xiao Yan, help me eliminate him. As long as we kill him, we can't. Mo Cheng's voice dwindled, glancing around with a hint of panic. For just moments ago, Lord Xiao Yan had been present. Where had he gone? Where is Lord Xiao Yan? Mo Cheng inquired, only to discover a distant figure in the sky, a fleck of black fleeing in a frantic dash. Xiao Yan was utterly terrified. He had come to the Mo family merely to swindle some gold for alchemy and cultivation, yet unexpectedly encountered Xiao Huo. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan turned and fled, discarding the gold he had obtained. The instant he laid eyes on Xiao Huo, he bolted in the opposite direction, desperate to avoid pursuit. He knew that beside Xiao Huo stood the Queen Medusa. Furthermore, they were perilously close to the Yunlan Sect, with Yunyan being Xiao Huo's woman. Who would dare provoke him? After the previous encounter, Xiao Yan had lost all courage to confront Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo was simply too fearsome. The mere mention of Xiao Huo's name sent shivers down Xiao Yan's spine. Xiao Yan, I curse your very existence. Mo Cheng roared, trembling with rage, never having anticipated that Xiao Yan would flee without a backward glance. Chapter 192. The more wives, the merrier. My lord, I was wrong. Please grant me my life. Mo Cheng's desperate cries echoed, his eyes filled with despair, unable to fathom that Xiao Yan would abandon him. How terrifying must Xiao Huo be? Mo Cheng's gaze fell upon Xiao Huo, sending chills down his spine. He dare not fight. Not a single thought of combat crossed his mind. Xiao Huo, the supreme deity, even with the prowess of a Dou emperor. He felt no desire to battle before Xiao Huo. He could only kneel in supplication, prostrating himself. Burn! Xiao Huo's calm voice resonated, and seven-colored, unusual flames ignited in his hand, instantly cascading downward. The temperature around them soared, as if it could devour all, engulfing Mo Cheng in a tempest of flames, unleashing a terrifying radiance. No. Why is this happening? Who are you, truly? Mo Cheng's anguish screams echoed through the heavens, his consciousness slowly fading, sending shivers of fear through the hearts of the onlookers. Many turned pale, seemingly hearing the very cries of Mo Cheng's soul. Xiao Huo could actually wield unusual flames. In that instant, all the citizens of Yinqing knelt in unison. My lord, I, Yinqing, pledge my loyalty to you. City Lord Boer knelt, trembling uncontrollably, hands clasped in reverence, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. They must swear fealty to Xiao Huo. Otherwise, they might be the next to perish in the flames. I too shall pledge my loyalty. Me as well. Countless individuals fell to their knees, fervently offering their allegiance to Xiao Huo, yet he paid them no heed. Not everyone is worthy of his loyalty. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Annihilate the Mo family. Reward. 80,000 experience points. The system's voice resounded. System, I have a matter of utmost gravity to discuss, Xiao Huo declared, his gaze directed towards the location of Yunlan Sect. What is it? The system pondered, a hint of concern arising within. Was the host about to embark on another significant endeavor? Today, I shall wed Nalan Yanran. 3 months is far too protracted. I desire her to be my woman by tonight, Xiao Huo asserted, a resolute glint shimmering in his eyes. If he were to leave for 3 months, what calamities might befall Yunlan Sect? He dared not contemplate, nor did he wish to. Nalan Yanran was, after all, his fiancé. Tonight, he would claim her entirely. Brother host, this is perilous. Yinshan may very well have attained the prowess of a dozone, and possibly even possesses the backing of the Soul Hall, the system cautioned, a tone of resignation in its voice. How could the host be so reckless? I have you by my side, Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile. Once he secured Nalan Yanran, the system would ascend directly to level 5, granting him an opportunity to strike once a month. This singular chance would suffice to annihilate Yinshan. Xiao Huo held unwavering confidence in his system. The system, after all, was also his woman. Moreover, he had Medusa at his disposal. In a moment of crisis, who could stand against her? At the very least, he had Xun'er. It was highly likely that Xun'er had deployed Ling Ying to safeguard him. Thus, what was Yinshan to him? Today, he would trample Yunlan Sect and obliterate that old dog. Yinshan, having multiple wives, is indeed a blessing, Xiao Huo said with a faint smile. What grievances had Nalan Yanran endured? This day, he would exact vengeance. 3 months was a wait he could not endure. Brother host, upon the system reaching level 5, I could also accompany you to warm your bed each month. Yet you would cast me aside, leaving me to confront Yunshan? Boo-hoo, the system's voice echoed, filled with a sense of grievance. Brother host is so cruel. I am quite beautiful, with legs that could rival Xiao Yu's, and a figure that is undeniably alluring. How can you not appreciate my beauty, nor desire to share a bed with me? You will eventually be mine, Xiao Huo chuckled, soaring into the air towards Yunlan Sect. I am not yours yet, the system huffed playfully, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. If only she could transform into a human. Her beauty would surely leave the host entranced. Chapter 193. Nalan Yanran's thoughts at Yunlan Sect. Atop Wanhua Mountain, Nalan Yanran stood resolutely against the wind. Clad in a pristine white dress, untainted and ethereal, her slender waist was cinched with a pale, silver ribbon, radiating an aura akin to that of a celestial being. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her enchanting eyes held a hint of fragile nobility. Xiao Huo, where are you? I miss you dearly, Nalan Yanran murmured, her delicate form trembling slightly as she gazed at the moonlight above, crystalline tears slipping down her cheeks, her eyes reflecting nothing but desolation. As Nalan Yanran, a paragon of the Yunlan Sect, she was revered by countless admirers. In the eyes of others, she was exceedingly noble, a coveted prize for innumerable men. Yet, she had been betrothed since childhood. Her fiancé was none other than Xiao Huo. No one could ever take his place. A year ago, she and Elder Guyi had ventured to the Xiao clan, marking the day of her first encounter with Xiao Huo, a moment that sparked an instant affinity. She vowed that in this lifetime, she would marry no one but Xiao Huo, no matter how many esteemed figures from Yunlan Sect pursued her. Her heart remained steadfastly devoted to Xiao Huo. Fate, however, played a cruel jest. Upon her return to the sect, she was met with scorn and derision. How could the celebrated daughter of Yunlan Sect wish to marry a mere, trifling talent? The illustrious youths of Yunlan Sect whispered amongst themselves, their intentions lecherous. Moreover, many female disciples of the sect scorned her, questioning how she could wed a disciple with such limited prowess. She had often reminisced about Xiao Huo, and half a year prior, she had defied the sect's rules, clandestinely venturing out with a cadre of powerful disciples, all in pursuit of a fleeting moment with him. That day, Xiao Huo had promised to marry her 3 months hence. She felt elated and content, nestled within his embrace, knowing that with Xiao Huo by her side, she had nothing to fear. To protect her, he had even gifted her an Earth-grade combat technique, the flowing shadow butterfly step, a martial art superior to even the renowned Lingbo Weibu. The most formidable techniques of Yunlan Sect were merely of the Xian rank. Xiao was sought to demonstrate to the eldest elder, Yunling, and the sect leader, Yunshan, that Nalan Yanran had formidable backing. Who could possess such a powerful technique? Yet to her dismay, Yunling and Yunshan dismissed Xiao Huo entirely. They confiscated the flowing shadow butterfly step from Nalan Yanran for breaching the sect's rules. Yunshan even descended from the mountain, intent on imprisoning her. Yun was enraged. It was only through her plea that Nalan Yanran escaped punishment. However, Yunshan remained furious, confining Yun to Wanhua Mountain under house arrest. For half a year, Nalan Yanran was forbidden from stepping outside. Moreover, Wanhua Mountain was heavily guarded. Numerous disciples surrounded the area, preventing Nalan Yanran from stepping out, let alone meeting Xiao Huo. In a further affront, the eldest elder, Yunling, even sought to ascertain whether Nalan Yanran remained a virgin. The sect required a pure bloodline. Should Nalan Yanran no longer be pure, having been claimed by Xiao Huo, she would face execution. Yun's pleas were in vain, for this was Yunshan's decree. The prestigious disciples of Yunlan Sect demanded a pristine lineage. Though Nalan Yanran and Xiao Huo had engaged in various intimate acts, kissing, cuddling, bathing together, they had not yet crossed the final threshold. Nalan Yanran remained innocent. At least in Xiao Huo's eyes, she was still untouched. Regardless of their shared experiences, she had successfully resisted his advances. She had planned to reserve that final moment for their wedding night. Xiao Huo had consented, yet now, Nalan Yanran sighed. Her beautiful gaze lifted to the moonlit sky. The cold moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her breathtaking visage. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have agreed to be Xiao Huo's woman from the start. Had she acquiesced then, perhaps she would already be with child. Who would dare to obstruct her in Yunlan Sect? Confined to Wanhua Mountain, Nalan Yanran found herself powerless to escape and seek Xiao Huo. Even if she wished to, it was impossible. Later, she received alarming news. The old sect leader, Yunshan, intended to betroth her to another. Panic seized her heart. Her fiancé was the greatest expert in the world. To be given to someone else would surely spell doom for Yunlan Sect. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes lifted, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Yan had informed her just yesterday that Xiao Huo would come to marry her. The Xiao Huo of today was now the leader of the Holy Fire Sect. Countless individuals bowed before him. Nalan Yanran's heart soared with joy. Her beloved had become so formidable. A Do Huang. He had risen to the rank of a sect leader. Within the depths of Nalan Yanran's enchanting gaze lingered a trace of concern. The venerable Yinshan Grandmaster was likely to possess the prowess of a Dozong. Even if Xiao Huo himself were to arrive, he might not be his match. Even more daunting was the possibility of a formidable and enigmatic force lurking behind the Yunlan Sect. Brother Xiao Huo, when will you come find me? Nalan Yanran softly lamented, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. On Mount Wangyue, she felt a profound sense of isolation, as she was utterly alone. The other disciples would not engage her in conversation. Though Yin would sometimes keep her company, she was not the one Nalan truly desired. She yearned solely for Xiao Huo. She wished to wholly dedicate herself to him. What was that so-called expert from the Mo family, Mo Li? He was of no consequence. Could he ever rival her brother Xiao Huo? Her brother was a Dohuang powerhouse and a divine alchemist. What was Mo Li but a mere Dohuang? Nalan Yanran's gaze shimmered with pride. She had already attained the cultivation of a 9-star doling. Most importantly, she was still in her teens, so very young. Mo Li had clearly consumed some elixir to elevate himself to Dohuang. But in terms of true strength, Nalan Yanran could easily defeat him. She was the true prodigy, just slightly inferior to her brother Xiao Huo. Yet, Nalan Yanran felt a pang of grievance. She longed for Xiao Huo, and if he were before her now, she would leap into his embrace, shedding all her garments, fully offering herself to him. For Xiao Huo was her man. In this world, only he was worthy of her touch. Chapter 194, Toppling Nalan Yanran. On a moonless night, the Yunlan Sect was aglow with numerous lights, and many disciples were diligently cultivating. In the boxing arena and training grounds, many were engaged in their practice. Within the sanctum of cultivation, several elders were imparting their wisdom, while others were in the library, honing their skills. Yun had entered seclusion, seemingly sensing a rising pressure. Upon returning to the sect, she devoted herself to intense training. Nalan Yanran too felt a shift. She had been diligently practicing on Mount Wangyue, preparing to break through to the Dohuang realm. However, this night, her heart was not in her training. She missed Xiao Huo terribly. How could she not? Yet, she understood that Xiao Huo could not enter the Yunlan Sect. Currently, the sect was heavily guarded by numerous experts. On Mount Wangyue, the presence of formidable masters was palpable. Even Yun would find it challenging to stealthily escort her out. If Xiao Huo were to seek her, how could he access Mount Wangyue? With so many Dohuang experts surrounding her, any conflict would surely attract the attention of the Grand Elder, and soon dozens of Dohuang masters would encircle Xiao Huo. She was deeply worried. She could endure danger, but Xiao Huo could not. It is time to return to my training. I must catch up to brother Xiao Huo. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes gleamed with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, she would strive to cultivate diligently, not wanting to hinder Xiao Huo's progress. On Mount Wangyue, Nalan Yanran glanced back, her figure graceful and ethereal. As she moved lightly, an ethereal melody seemed to echo around her. Clad in a flowing white gown, she embodied an enchanting elegance amidst the world's splendor. It seemed no one could rival her. In the north, there is a beauty unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates a city, and with another, a nation. Nalan Yanran, with every frown and smile, seemed to stir the hearts of countless souls. She was a goddess, a paragon of grace, an existence revered by many. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by. Even the slight wind was perceived by Nalan Yanran. Could it be that someone sought to harm her? Who? In an instant, Nalan Yanran's form became a blur, her sword unsheathing with a swift motion, radiating an aura of formidable power. Her sword technique was unleashed, and her figure danced in the air, exuding an enticing curve. Yet the next moment, as she turned, her sword clattered to the ground with a melodious chime. Nalan Yanran's gaze grew vacant, and gradually, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she stood frozen in place, her delicate form trembling. She rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. Standing before her was a young man, tall and poised. It was none other than the one she had longed for, Xiao Huo. Am I seeing things? Nalan Yanran spoke softly, her voice laced with a hint of grievance, remaining rooted in place, utterly captivated by Xiao Huo. She gently pinched herself. My dear, why do you stand there in a daze? It must be freezing alone on the mountain. Xiao Huo smiled, stepping closer to take her delicate hand, draping his garment over her shoulders. Yet, even then, It could not envelop her slender form. Nalan Yanran's ethereal gaze lifted slightly. Within her pupils, there was only Xiao Huo. In this expanse of existence, there was no one else. She distinctly felt the warmth emanating from him, watching as he held her hand and covered her with his cloak. Nalan Yanran's heart began to flutter, and soon, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Brother Xiao Huo. It's really you. It's really you. Nalan Yanran threw herself into Xiao Huo's embrace, her clothes slipping away unnoticed, for all she knew was that Xiao Huo had come. The one she had yearned for was right before her. It is I, Xiao Huo beamed, gently enveloping Nalan Yanran's delicate form within his embrace. Her graceful figure, her exquisite form, and the faint scent of youth remained unchanged, soft and fragrant. To his astonishment, without warning, Nalan Yanran leaned in, her lips brushing against his, and Xiao Huo, without hesitation, met her kiss, his hands exploring her waist. Nalan Yanran offered no resistance, allowing his hands to wander, moving upward, tracing her curves, yet she remained compliant. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the high skies, the moonlight shone brightly, and the stars twinkled above. On Mount Wangyue, the young couple embraced tightly, oblivious to the world around them. After a long while, Xiao Huo tenderly tousled Nalan Yanran's hair, reluctantly releasing her, yet his hands silently drew her close, cherishing every inch of her cool skin. Have you been wronged? Xiao Huo inquired with a smile. Nalan Yanran nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she nestled against his chest. Were you bullied? He gazed at her, inhaling her sweet fragrance, feeling her softness in his arms. Nalan Yanran nodded again. Did you miss me? Xiao Huo asked. Brother Xiao Huo, kiss me, Nalan Yanran replied with a sweet smile, her delicate hand lightly resting on him, her eyes brimming with affection. Fool, Xiao Huo murmured before pressing his lips against Nalan Yanran's rosy ones, gently easing her down. A gentle breeze stirred, and on Mount Wangyue, all was quiet, surrounded only by trees and moonlight, overlooking the entire Yunlan Sect, where lights twinkled like stars. Xiao Huo gazed down at the girl beneath him, saying nothing. She was his woman. The old dog of Yinshan dared to betroth her to another. Fortunately, he was here. 3 months had been far too long. Xiao Huo was unwilling to wait. He wished to enter the Yunlan Sect, where no one could impede him. Brother Xiao Huo, I need you. I wish to be your true woman, Nalan Yanran gently uttered, a hint of crimson gracing her delicate face, her breath quickening, her body becoming increasingly rigid, her legs tightly drawn together, her voice trembling slightly. Gradually, the white, gauzy skirt slipped away, revealing skin as smooth as jade, her snow-white form emanating an enchanting fragrance. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes fluttered shut, her resolve solidified, regardless of the consequences. She intended to be Xiao Huo's woman and bear his children. You're already mine, Xiao Huo declared, gazing at the girl in his arms, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Unbeknownst to him, his own garments had vanished, his eyes sparkling like the stars as he leaned in to kiss the girl as rosy lips. His hand slowly traversed to her pure, white shoulders, descending further down, and further down. Chapter 195, The Cat. In the stillness of the night, as a gentle breeze swept through atop Moonview Mountain, only the soft hum of the maiden could be heard. None were privy to the events unfolding on the mountain, where Nalan Yanran bestowed her most treasured possession upon Xiao Huo. A glimmer of determination shone in her beautiful eyes, for Xiao Huo was her betrothed. She yearned for everyone in Yunlan Sect to recognize her as Xiao Huo's woman. How could Mo even begin to compare? Half an hour later, Nalan Yanran lay in Xiao Huo's embrace, her alabaster shoulders exposed, her legs perfectly straight, draped solely in Xiao Huo's attire, accentuating her slender silhouette, accompanied by her gentle fragrance. My Yanran is exquisite, Xiao Huo remarked, savoring the softness of the girl in his embrace. Are your legs long? Nalan Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes. Her slender legs tightly closed, her face flushed with crimson, retreating into the fabric. Long, Xiao Huo chuckled, his fingers gliding over her jade-like legs, as if caressing the softest skin in existence. Oh, I believe you. Nalan Yanran smiled enchanting, her delicate hand guiding Xiao Huo's hand to her chest, closing her eyes in serene beauty, akin to a goddess of the world. Thus, Xiao Huo once again rolled with Nalan Yanran, and, after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Nalan Yanran gently gasped, collapsing into Xiao Huo's arms, her lovely eyes gazing toward the horizon. Xiao Huo, holding Nalan Yanran's delicate form, quietly admired the moonlight, as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Huo Gij, how did you manage to come here, given the many experts atop Moonview Mountain? Nalan Yanran inquired, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with joy and contentment. She understood that even Yunlan Sect's leader, Yun, might struggle to breach Moonview Mountain. Moonview Mountain was a realm of prodigious talent, guarded by 6 formidable Do Wang warriors, alongside a dozen Do Ling and over 20 Do Shi. Such a formidable assembly was nothing short of luxurious. No one could ascend Moonview Mountain unnoticed, and even a Do Huang would find it nearly impossible to vanquish 6 Do Wang. Should any disturbance arise atop Moonview Mountain, the Grand Elder of Yunlan Sect, Yunling, would promptly appear. I was knocked out. Xiao Huo beamed, unperturbed, with a hint of nonchalance in his gaze. When he exerted his strength beneath the starry sky, who could possibly impede him? Moreover, he had the system's assistance. Wow, how did you accomplish that? Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment and disbelief. She knew Xiao Huo was powerful, but she had not anticipated her man's strength to reach such heights. Your man is impressive. Xiao Huo quipped. Have you sought other women? Nalan Yanran asked, a trace of melancholy flickering in her beautiful eyes. Having remained in Yunlan Sect, she worried that if Xiao Huo succumbed to temptation and pursued another woman, what might transpire? How could that be? Am I that sort of person? Xiao Huo reassured her, patting his chest, confidence radiating from his eyes. I'm a good man. How could I betray my fiancé? Suddenly, a dazzling array of colors flickered. The 7-colored sky-devouring python, coiled around Xiao Huo, transformed into a human form, appearing behind him. Xiao Huo was taken aback. He had no control over when the python would revert to human form, and he did not expect Medusa to emerge at that moment. Heath and Nalan Yanran were not yet clothed. Oh no, would his image in Medusa's eyes be tarnished? As the light dimmed, atop Moonview Mountain stood Medusa, clad in a purple robe, striking and elegant, her skin surpassing snow in beauty, her figure exquisite and voluptuous, exuding an air of nobility. As if she were a goddess of the world, surveying all with disdain. Her aloof demeanor rendered all else dim in comparison. The starry sky and moonlight paled before Medusa's visage. Then, Medusa turned to gaze at Xiao Huo, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she clenched her silver teeth. Cat, she declared, tinged with indignation, before once again transforming into the 7-colored sky-devouring python, retreating into Xiao Huo's robe. Nalan Yanran, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in thought, was captivated by the stunning woman's noble demeanor, which left her feeling somewhat inferior. Yet, why had this woman called Xiao Huo Gijikat? Who is she? I shall ignore you, Nalan Yanran huffed, a hint of grievance in her beautiful eyes as she turned away. Wifey, I have never slept with her. Xiao Huo insisted, enveloping Nalan Yanran's delicate form entirely in his embrace, his hands roaming. Really? Nalan Yanran turned back to him. Of course, Xiao Huo replied, leaning in to kiss her soft lips, the faint fragrance enveloping him. He closed his eyes and once more overwhelmed Nalan Yanran. There was no choice. His wifey was simply too beautiful, and having just bathed, she exuded a youthful aroma, her form clad in pristine white. After a while, Nalan Yanran, with lingering affection in her beautiful eyes, nestled in Xiao Huo's embrace, feeling overwhelmed even with her strength. Xiao Huo Gij, after tonight, you must leave first. And return to find me in 3 months, Nalan Yanran murmured softly, her eyes filled with reluctance. She understood that Yunlan Sect was currently exceptionally powerful. Moreover, there was a mysterious and formidable force backing Yunlan Sect. If Xiao Huo were to confront them now, he would surely falter. Even if he did not fail, he would face dire peril. Wait until Xiao Huo Gij develops the Holy Fire Sect further, then he may come to marry me. Our engagement is set. There shall be no turning back, Nalan Yanran softly asserted, her hand gently caressing Xiao Huo's cheek, concern etched on her face. She longed to wed Xiao Huo immediately, but the time was not yet right. The mysterious power behind Yunlan Sect was far too formidable. Even her teacher, Yun, harbored some trepidation. What would she do? Xiao Huo gazed toward the distant starry sky, a flicker of pride in his eyes. As the Fire Emperor, he would surely unify the realm. Yet, he recognized that at present, he could not dismantle Yunlan Sect. As the most powerful force within the Jiama Empire, bolstered by the support of the Soul Palace, their strength was unparalleled. Alone, Xiao Huo could not contend with them. He must wait for Medusa to regain her peak cultivation. Xiao Huo's demeanor remained calm, confidence lingering in his gaze. It was time for the Holy Fire Sect to continue its development. When the time came, he would personally arrive, leading a vast army to trample Yunlan Sect. Within Jianan Academy, Xun'er and Xiao Yu awaited him, and within the Jiama Empire's royal family, Yufei had likely made significant breakthroughs as well. Once Medusa restored her cultivation and the system manifested, it would be the moment for a true showdown with Yunlan Sect. He possessed not only a mighty army, but also Xun'er's unwavering support. With her by his side, conquering Yunlan Sect would be a mere formality. Chapter 196, The Wrath of Yunlan Sect. Atop the mountain, Xiao Huo held Nalan Yanran's delicate hand, gazing down at the world below as if he could penetrate the mortal realm and discern the fates entwined within it. From their lofty perch, the Yunlan Sect sprawled beneath them, adorned with countless lanterns, the ground draped in a vibrant crimson carpet that stretched for miles. The sect itself bore red totems. While throngs of talented individuals celebrated exuberantly, their cheers resonating through the air, accompanied by the thunderous crackle of firecrackers that shook the heavens. The sky above was ablaze with resplendent fireworks, painting a kaleidoscope of colors that reflected upon Nalan Yanran's exquisite visage, making her appear as an unparalleled fairy, graceful and ethereal. A gentle fragrance wafted around her, mingling with the soft breeze. Xiao Huo, this is our first new year together, Nalan Yanran whispered, her cheeks flushed, her voice laced with tenderness. Unbeknownst to them, the year had come to a close, and the Empire of Jiama was preparing for its grand annual celebration. Much like the Yunlan Sect, which rejoiced in unison. Yet, beneath the festive atmosphere, Nalan Yanran felt an overwhelming pressure. In 3 months, how would she marry Xiao Huo? The Yunlan Sect was immensely powerful, and it seemed likely that a great battle would ensue in 3 months' time. Do not fret, I shall handle everything. Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile as he gently pressed his lips against Nalan Yanran's rosy ones. She nodded softly, her beauty transcendent. Countless fireworks erupted into the night sky, illuminating the moon-watching mountain where the young couple embraced, leaving an indelible mark on time. In the grand hall of the Yunlan Sect, a thunderous boom resounded. The wooden table shattered into splinters. What did you say? The Mo family has been annihilated? The Grand Elder, Yunling, was left dumbfounded, fury radiating from him like a tempest. The entire hall fell silent, all present rendered speechless, their eyes wide with horror. The Grand Elder was enraged. During the New Year festivities, the Yunlan Sect was expected to rejoice, but as Yunling squinted his eyes, no joy was reflected upon his countenance, only wrath. The Mo family had been obliterated, a blatant affront to the Yunlan Sect. The entire Empire of Jiama knew that the Mo family was merely a pawn of the Yunlan Sect, reliant upon its might. Each year, the Yunlan Sect reaped substantial benefits from the Mo family, yet now they had been utterly destroyed. And on the very day of their celebration, not a single soul survived. This was a provocation against the entirety of the Yunlan Sect. Who dared to commit such an act? Who had the audacity to eliminate the Mo family? Yunling's voice trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. The oppressive aura he exuded crushed all around him. The atmosphere was laden with an eerie silence, for no one had any inkling of who was responsible for the Mo family's demise. On the day of Xiao Huo's slaughter at the Mo family estate, all who had witnessed the event in Yin City had perished. Even those antagonists who had sworn fealty to Xiao Huo were eliminated. Xiao Huo left no witnesses alive. Those individuals were unworthy of loyalty to him. Send forth an investigation. Those responsible must be dealt with mercilessly. Yunling commanded coldly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yes. Numerous guards nodded in agreement and hastily departed. The Mo family was the gateway to the Yunlan Sect. Its destruction signified the immense fury of Yunling. What the sect leader? Yunling inquired. The sect leader has been in seclusion since returning from her last journey, a guard responded. Very well. I shall address this matter myself. With the Mo family eradicated, the engagement between Nalan Yanran and Mo Li is hereby annulled. The He Yuan sect's influence is growing significantly. Yunling's eyes glinted with a cold light. Any who dare stand in the way of the Yunlan sect's conquest of the Jiama Empire shall meet their demise. The He Yuan sect is no exception. Xiao Huo, I have heard he has acquired the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. Furthermore, he was seen embracing and kissing sect leader Yun Yun in the Tagore Desert. Yunling spoke icily, his gaze turning to Guyi, who stood nearby. Grand Elder, allow me to speak. Guyi stepped forward, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. What do you wish to convey? Yunling narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Xiao Huo possesses formidable strength. Moreover, he is a 6th-tier alchemist, possibly even surpassing the alchemy king Gu He. Now that he wields the Blue Lotus Earth Fire and possesses an enigmatic staff technique, he is immensely powerful, perhaps even a match for Queen Medusa. Grand Elder, if we can unite Nalan Yanran and Xiao Huo, it would undoubtedly be a great fortune for our Yunlan sect. Guyi spoke respectfully, recognizing the terror of Xiao Huo. If they could align Xiao Huo with the Yunlan sect, the entire sect would soar to unprecedented heights. The potential for greatness would be boundless. Seeing is believing. If he were to come to the Yunlan Sect, I would assess him personally, Yunling replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride emanating from his demeanor. Is that truly feasible? I find it hard to believe. Just half a year ago, Xiao Huo was merely a trifling figure at the third stage of combat, the subject of mockery by many. Yet now, he has reached the pinnacle of the combat emperor realm, and has somehow acquired the blue lotus earth fire. Furthermore, he has suddenly become a 6th-tier alchemist. I cannot believe it. He had devoted decades to his cultivation, only achieving the rank of combat king, struggling to break through. How could Xiao Huo possibly achieve such a monumental breakthrough in merely half a year? In 3 months, the Yunlan Sect will host a martial arts tournament. If he concedes victory, I shall permit this engagement, Yunling declared as he turned to leave, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. What a farce. A 6th-tier alchemist in his teens? I would not believe it, even if he were to die. In Yunling's eyes, it was conceivable that the one controlling the blue lotus earth fire was none other than the sect leader of the Yunlan Sect, Xiao Yan. Could Xiao Huo truly be that formidable? Yunling remained skeptical. Not only he, but countless high-ranking members of the Yunlan Sect shared his disbelief. If Xiao Huo truly possessed such power, what then of Yunling, the Grand Elder, apologizing to him? The Yunlan Sect would only thrive and prosper. On Moonwatching Mountain, within a chamber, Nalan Yanran had fallen into a deep slumber. After an hour-long bout, Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran had finally settled, with Yanran succumbing to sleep first. For she was his fiancé. After today, she would soon depart. The Jama Empire and the Canaan Academy awaited, as he needed to enhance his strength. 3 months hence, he would return with numerous experts from the Sacred Fire Sect to confront the Yunlan Sect. Xiao Huo's gaze hardened. A confrontation with the Yunlan Sect was inevitable. Even if he proved himself, uncertainties lingered with the likes of Yunshan and the Soul Hall. Outside the door, scoundrel. Medusa stood rooted in place, a flush gracing her fair cheeks, her eyes simmering with ire. What does this rascal want with me now? Allow me to explain. Xiao Huo stepped forward, gently taking Medusa's icy hand. Scoundrel, do not touch me, Medusa retorted, pulling away from his grasp. I was wrong. Xiao Huo leaned closer, enveloping Medusa in his arms. Xiao Huo, I don't believe we share any relationship. Medusa shot him a glare, her eyes glinting with coldness. I wish to discuss something with you. Xiao Huo beamed, a sense of delight swelling within him as he felt the chill of the girl against him, pulling her lithe waist closer. Bastard, who wants to discuss anything with you? Your hands dare roam freely. Do you think I am easy to bully? Medusa's silver teeth clenched, her cheeks tinged with crimson, her delicate hands moving with a flicker of sword energy directed at Xiao Huo's throat, her gaze piercing as she glared at him. This scoundrel had audaciously taken advantage of her moment of inattention, his hand brazenly slipping beneath her garments, moving slowly towards her chest, truly shameless beyond measure. Chapter 197, Do Not Touch. On Mount Wangyue, Nalan Yanran drifted into dreams, while at the summit, Medusa's enchanting visage flushed with embarrassment, her beautiful eyes glaring at Xiao Huo, filled with indignation. How dare this scoundrel steal a woman right before her eyes, and in such a state of undress? Seeking death. Medusa stood defiant against the wind, her anger still simmering. Xiao Huo had utterly astonished her. After all her efforts to transform into a human, this rogue had the audacity to engage in such outrageous behavior. Scum! Medusa retracted the sword in her hand, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. She had believed Xiao Huo to be hers alone, yet to her dismay, this lecher had also ensnared the renowned beauty of Yunlan Sect, and she had stumbled upon them at that very moment. Had she not reacted swiftly, would this rascal have dared to strip her as well? Though she was Medusa, she had not fully evolved and possessed meager strength, rendering her no match for Xiao Huo. Otherwise, he would have already been a corpse. How dare he lay hands on her? Obediently. What brings you out tonight? Xiao Huo beamed brilliantly, gazing at Medusa. It was rare for her to spontaneously transform from the 7-color devouring python into human form. Her doing so indicated something of significance. Yet, after witnessing the embarrassing scene, she had decisively reverted to her serpent form. I am fatigued. Please massage me. Medusa spoke nonchalantly, as if the matter were trivial, softly sitting on the ground, leaning against a rock, revealing her long, slender legs, perfectly straight and elegantly pressed together, emanating a subtle fragrance. Where to massage? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a blatant benefit. Medusa had openly revealed her snowy white legs, showing no concern for modesty, evidently trusting in his character. Do as you will, my body feels a bit weary. Medusa languidly remarked, her complexion somewhat pale, as if she were still a touch weak. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Medusa's exquisite cheeks, stunning time itself. Her beauty was enough to captivate all beings. Her legs were a sight to behold, capable of toppling nations. Having consumed Xiao Huo's elixir, she had naturally transformed into human form, exuding an air of nobility that made all beings revere her. Xiao Huo smiled radiantly and approached to massage Medusa, his heart racing with excitement. This was the Queen Medusa, the most noble and aloof of existences. Under normal circumstances, how could anyone be permitted to touch her body? Yet today, Medusa was somewhat proactive. Xiao Huo, not pondering too deeply, gently kneaded her feet and then progressed to her calves, applying pressure. More force. Medusa stated coolly, her flawless visage betraying no emotion, simply closing her beautiful eyes in tranquility. Her red lips slightly parted, as if capable of ensnaring the hearts of countless souls. So beautiful. Xiao Huo marveled inwardly, his hands gradually ascending. Savoring the soft, jade-like warmth of her skin, the coolness of her legs, smooth and delicate as water, her skin resembling fine jade. The unique fragrance of Medusa continually wafted into Xiao Huo's nostrils. A little higher. Medusa remained with her eyes closed, a faint flush on her enchanting face, her voice low. Yet she allowed Xiao Huo's hands to continue their ministrations. Xiao Huo nodded, silently parting a small section of Medusa's purple veil, his movements growing increasingly adept. Who exactly are you? A little higher. Medusa bit her lip, her tone now soft and lacking the earlier coldness, her delicate hands trembling slightly. Yet she did not stop Xiao Huo from adjusting her purple garment. I do not belong to this world. However, I am the strongest being in this realm. With me around, no one can bully you. Xiao Huo replied with a smile, his hand continuing upward, now brushing against Medusa's thigh, which, despite being a thigh, remained exquisitely slender, pure as snow, devoid of any excess flesh. Up. A bit more. Medusa's voice grew increasingly urgent, trembling slightly, under the moonlight. Her cheeks flushed deeper, the blush creeping to her neck, her legs quivering slightly, pressed tightly together, as if to conceal something. Almost there. Should I go higher? Xiao Huo hesitated. Medusa gently nodded, her eyelashes fluttering, her breath seemingly quickening. You need to part your legs a bit. Otherwise, I can't reach. Xiao Huo suggested. Medusa murmured softly, her voice delicate like a whisper, her jade-like legs gradually parting to create a small gap. As Xiao Huo prepared to continue the massage, suddenly, Medusa opened her eyes, witnessing the scene before her. Her legs swiftly closed, the purple gown enveloping her once more, her eyes blazing with anger, her voice icy. Scoundrel! How dare you touch me? I shall slay you. Medusa's tone was frigid, and a faint purple aura reemerged in her hand, charging towards Xiao Huo. Huh? Xiao Huo's gaze faltered, a bitter smile escaping him. Women are truly fickle. He engaged Medusa in battle, and after only 2 exchanges, she fell. For her incomplete evolution made her no match for him. Xiao Huo sighed. Xun'er was far better. At least he could sleep with her naked, although nothing would occur. Perhaps just a kiss or a hug. Xun'er naturally exuded a delightful fragrance, making Xiao Huo nostalgic. He wondered how Xun'er was faring at Canaan Academy. I wish to take a bath, Medusa declared, her long, flowing hair cascading down, her purple gown accentuating her alluring figure. Before Xiao Huo could react, he found himself bewildered as Medusa's purple gown and garments had somehow ended up in his hands. The sight of the girl, now only a silhouette, standing by the lake, was breathtaking. Xiao Huo felt an overwhelming urge to bleed from his nose. She was a peerless beauty, the fairest of them all, a celestial goddess. Even such words could hardly encapsulate Medusa's beauty, and in this moment, any man would surely be entranced. No way. I must remind her in the future that only I can behold her. What if others see her? Xiao Huo mused. Keep my clothes safe. No one is allowed to approach. Medusa stated calmly, as if the matter were trivial, and then she stepped into the lake. Instantly, the entire lake was infused with Medusa's fragrance, a marvel. Xiao Huo refrained from peeking, focusing instead on the rustling of the surroundings, and casually placed barriers around the lake to prevent anyone from entering. After all, Medusa was his woman. How could he allow others to see her bathing? Half an hour passed. Indeed, half an hour. Xiao Huo grew somewhat bored. The night was deep and quiet, and the distance prevented him from witnessing Medusa's bath. He found himself perplexed as to why women took so long to bathe. Such a reward for him. He had intended to ask Medusa a few questions before returning to sleep with Nalan Yanran, to start a family together. How could it be like this? Medusa. Could it be intentional? Was it pleasing? A light ethereal voice broke the silence, and Xiao Huo turned to see Medusa standing beside him, fully clothed. Xiao Huo nodded earnestly, affirming her beauty Medusa, the enchantress. Words failed to describe her magnificence. Oh, anyone who has seen my body must marry me. Your life now belongs to me, Medusa declared, her gaze unwavering. Marry? Xiao Huo was taken aback. As the Fire Emperor, how could he marry Medusa? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Medusa's beautiful eyes held a hint of confusion as she regarded Xiao Huo, seemingly questioning his dissatisfaction. I am the queen of the Tagore Desert. You must marry me. Otherwise, when I regain my strength, you shall be the first to perish, Medusa proclaimed, her tone leaving no room for argument, as if she would directly assault Xiao Huo should he refuse. Xiao Huo and Medusa stood face to face, the atmosphere tinged with discomfort. How could a man of such illustrious renown like him ever consider marrying Medusa? Surely, she ought to be the one conquered by him. He is a man of principles. Are you unwilling? Medusa's voice was a mere whisper, yet a glint of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as her sword flew forth, pressing directly against Xiao Huo's throat. Chapter 198, Confirming the Relationship with Medusa. Of course I am willing. You are mine, and I have agreed, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, stepping forward to grasp Medusa's delicate hand. As he felt the chill emanating from her, he was taken aback when her slender body trembled slightly at his touch. Could it be that she was anxious after witnessing him with Nalan Yanran? Regardless, a sense of joy blossomed within Xiao Huo. At least he could now hold Medusa's hand openly, and perhaps there would even be a chance for them to share a bed together, despite the risk of retribution. The idea of marrying Medusa was entirely dismissed from his mind. He believed that one day, he would showcase his prowess and inevitably win her over, at which point she would willingly marry him, unable to resist. No, you are the one who belongs to me, Medusa asserted, seemingly pondering whether to free herself from Xiao Huo's grip. After a brief pause, she decisively broke away, for she was the queen. It was only appropriate for her to take the initiative in holding Xiao Huo's hand, not the other way around. All right, I agree, Xiao Huo beamed, choosing to acquiesce to Medusa for the time being, believing that he could gradually dismantle her defenses over time. A slow and steady conquest. Is that all it takes for you to agree? Medusa questioned, somewhat bewildered. This was not how she had envisioned it. She had anticipated that Xiao Huo would be rejected, thus ensuring that he would no longer pursue her. After all, she had already extended an opportunity, and Xiao Huo had failed to cherish it. To her surprise, he had responded so swiftly. Where's his pride as a man? His dignity? Marrying a woman was akin to becoming a son-in-law, something to be scorned. Medusa's enchanting gaze seemed lost in thought, her delicate features like jade, rendering the world around her momentarily still. What's wrong? Xiao Huo stepped closer, his hand gently brushing against her captivating cheek. Medusa took 2 steps back, astonished by the turn of events. This was not how she had imagined things unfolding. How had he dared to touch her without her consent? Just as she prepared to draw her sword, she heard Xiao Huo's voice. Dear wife, we have confirmed our relationship now, haven't we? Is holding hands not permissible? He inquired. Oh, Medusa blinked, as if grasping the logic of it. She would be taking Xiao Huo home as her husband. Of course, hand-holding was acceptable between lovers. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had somehow been outmaneuvered. If my dear wife won't hold my hand. Xiao Huo released her hand, feigning disappointment as he gazed at the distant moonlight. All right, Medusa conceded, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she lifted her delicate hand, placing it before Xiao Huo with a pure heart, devoid of any ulterior motives. Although she was Medusa, the queen, she possessed a gentle side as well. The world knew her as cold and decisive, a figure of danger. Yet they seemed to forget that she was also a woman, innocent and rarely in contact with other men. The matter involving Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran had ignited a flicker of anxiety within her. Dear wife, this is wonderful, Xiao Huo exclaimed, intertwining his fingers with her icy hand. But remember, no mischief, he added, eliciting a nod from Medusa as she stood beside him, adorned in the white gauze dress he had provided. The ethereal fabric danced in the wind, her flowing hair billowing like a cascade, accompanied by the sounds of water and wind, and the sweet melody of her voice, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Moonlight cascaded down, shimmering upon the lake's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle. At the foot of Wangyue Mountain, where the Cloud Flame sect resided, the moonlight was hazy, casting a glow upon Medusa's flushed cheeks. A man and a woman stood hand in hand, as if their relationship had been solidified in that moment. Though simple, it surpassed all else. In Medusa's heart, Xiao Huo was hers, destined to be her husband. Meanwhile, Xiao Huo contemplated when he might share a bed with Medusa and father children. At the foot of Wangyue Mountain, Nalan Yanran's suitor, Mo Qing, was also on duty that night, tasked with patrolling to prevent any threats to Nalan Yanran's safety. Mo Qing was filled with excitement. Every day, He could catch glimpses of Nalan Yanran from a distance under the pretense of his patrol. Although he possessed the strength of a Douling, he was not weak among the elite of the Cloud Flame sect. Yet, he was acutely aware that Nalan Yanran had many admirers. He was not yet worthy of her attention. Furthermore, he had heard that Nalan Yanran had turned down the proposal of the Mo family's eldest son, Mo Li, because she was already betrothed to Xiao Huo. Mo Qing found this unacceptable. Xiao Huo is merely a waste with a third-tier Dou power. How can Miss Yanran be so devoted to him, even sneaking out to see him? What does Xiao Huo even possess that is commendable? Montauk King Mutat. A hint of arrogance gleaming in his eyes. If anyone were to win Nalan Yanran's affection, it would only be him. If that didn't pan out, he believed Mo Li was also a suitable match. He was unaware of who had annihilated the Mo family, but it seemed fortuitous now. In 3 months, there would be a martial arts competition for suitors, and Miss Yanran would undoubtedly be his. Mo Qing's eyes brightened as he continued his patrol. Not only, but many disciples of the Cloud Flame sect shared this sentiment. Upon learning of the Mo family's destruction, they were ecstatic, because they now had a chance to pursue Nalan Yanran. As for Xiao Huo, they scoffed at him, holding him in contempt. If he were truly formidable, shouldn't he have arrived at the Cloud Flame sect by now? Why avoid Nalan Yanran? Mo Qing walked along the stone platform, surrounded by an eerie silence. The ground littered with rustling sounds, and the air thick with an unsettling atmosphere, as if a battle had just transpired, leaving no survivors. Buzz. Montauk King stood agape, his expression one of horror. What had happened? The 6 powerful Dou Wang guardians stationed at Wangyue Mountain were all unconscious. The surrounding Dou Ling and the Dou Shi disciples were also in a stupor. Could it be that Miss Yanran had been abducted? Mo Qing's face turned pale as he rushed towards the mountain's peak. Who could have done this? Surely, even a Dou Huang could not achieve such a feat. The 6 Dou Wang, united, were incredibly strong. Even if they could not defeat a Dou Huang, they could still send out a signal. Yet, the top of Wangyue Mountain lay eerily still, devoid of any commotion. Dozong. Mo Qing felt dazed, shaking his head in disbelief. How could a Dozong expert possibly be here? Upon reaching the summit, he beheld 2 figures, Xiao Huo and Medusa. They both turned to look at him. Then, Mo Qing was left speechless. And then he met his end. Chapter 199, Killed by Beauty. No, it's impossible. How could there exist someone so breathtaking in this world? Blood trickled from the corner of Mo Qing's mouth as he felt an icy chill envelop him. His gaze fixated on the scene before him, filled with dread. He could not comprehend what was happening. He didn't even understand why he had perished. The moment he laid eyes on Medusa's enchanting lavender pupils, he sensed a lethal threat. Before the majestic Mount Wangyue, the young couple stood against the wind. And what left Mo Qing utterly astonished was the visage of Medusa. Beneath the moonlight, a graceful figure stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Huo. Her exquisite silhouette and slender frame, along with her breathtaking beauty, captivated the world. The instant she cast a glance back, the entire realm dimmed in comparison. And then, Mo Qing perished. He was overwhelmed by her beauty. As Queen Medusa, a mere thought from her could command death. Although Mo Qing possessed considerable strength and was among the elite of the Yunlan Sect, he was worlds apart from Medusa. Boom! Mo Qing's body fell silently to the ground. Lifeless. This was solely because he had glimpsed that which he should not have. Medusa was displeased. How dare he steal a glance while she was with Xiao Huo? Was this a provocation against her royal authority? Xiao Huo was hers. He was to be her husband. The moonlight was hazy, and the scene was enchanting. How could they allow anyone else to intrude? Is someone there? Xiao Huo inquired, holding Medusa's delicate hand, cool and smooth, imbued with a hint of fragrance. He is dead, Medusa remarked, as if nothing had transpired. How'd he die? Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile, waving his hand, and in an instant, Mo Qing's corpse transformed into green smoke, vanishing without a trace. A once great talent had turned to ash, leaving no evidence. His wife took care of the killing, and he managed the disposal. Dead by beauty, Medusa smiled sweetly, a rare hint of a gentle curve at the corners of her lips, captivating all. Oh, Xiao Huo nodded. Originally meant to showcase his prowess, yet his wife had taken on the task. Are you angry? Medusa blinked her beautiful eyes, her slender form leaning closer to Xiao Huo. She had taken it upon herself to eliminate Mo Qing without his consent. How could she dare to be upset? My wife is so enchanting. How could she be angry? Xiao Huo inhaled her alluring fragrance, smiling slightly. Scoundrel, Medusa whispered, gently biting her lip, a blush gracing her fair cheeks. I said, if you marry me, I will naturally protect you. Medusa's beautiful eyes reflected a calm gaze directed toward the starry sky, her rosy cheeks aglow, exuding a fragrant aura. Xiao Huo could even feel the warmth and heartbeat emanating from her. He leaned in, his lips softly brushing against her cheek, his heart racing. Well, Medusa is my wife. A kiss like this shouldn't anger her or provoke resistance, right? Gradually, they drew nearer, as if just a step away from kissing Medusa's exquisite face. Suddenly, Medusa turned her head, her autumn-like eyes locking onto Xiao Huo's. Their gazes met, and if he advanced one more step, he would touch her ruby lips. What do you intend to do? Medusa's red lips slightly parted, not retreating. A gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, framing her enchanting visage. Her white gown danced in the wind, pure and unblemished, while Medusa's bright eyes sparkled with clarity and perhaps a hint of anticipation. Wanwa Mountain was breathtaking, bathed in moonlight, with rare stars twinkling above and the blackbirds flying south, surrounded by verdant trees, creating a scene that seemed to be the most beautiful in the world. Yet, in Medusa's stunning eyes, there was only Xiao Huo and nothing else. The beauty of all creation paled in comparison to him, and in the vastness of the world, none held a place in her heart like Xiao Huo did. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, releasing Medusa's delicate hand, allowing his palm to glide down to her slender waist. Is it only holding hands and nothing else? He smiled, gazing at the girl before him. Medusa, hearing this, lightly rested her hand on Xiao Huo's shoulder, exuding charm. What do you wish to do next? On the summit of Wanwa Mountain, a melodious voice reached Xiao Huo's ears. Medusa's beautiful gaze met his, her delicate hand resting gently on his shoulder, overflowing with tenderness, while her unique subtle fragrance enveloped the air. Xiao Huo felt a sense of impending danger. Was Medusa testing him? I'm a good person, he thought to himself, knowing that if he nodded, Medusa might retaliate, though she had not regained her full strength. The pressure emanating from her lavender pupils was terrifying. Mo Qing's intrusion had resulted in his instantaneous obliteration. For she was Queen Medusa. She could slay whomever she desired. How could this be? I only wish to accompany you properly, Xiao Huo replied with a bright smile, gently patting the girl's fragrant shoulder as the breeze swept through, dancing her hair and revealing Medusa's snow-white legs, standing tall and straight. Do you not wish for more? Medusa blinked her captivating eyes, smiling softly, as if satisfied with Xiao Huo's answer. The entire world melted away under her smile, and the hazy moonlight paled in comparison to her every expression. I do not wish for anything more, Xiao Huo stated earnestly. Oh, I see that you are hesitant. Medusa's red lips slightly parted, her gaze drifting toward the moonlight. Xiao Huo surprised her. She had expected him to behave like other men, rushing towards her. Countless men in this world desired to conquer her, yet none had succeeded. She was Queen Medusa. How could she be overthrown? At the very least, she should be the one on top. Why would I be hesitant? Do you not believe that I can? Xiao Huo looked at Medusa, declaring with righteous fervor, astonished that she would underestimate him. I could soar and traverse the world. You may try, Medusa smiled, her beauty captivating, her eyes fixed on the horizon, her composure unwavering. The scent of her presence was intoxicating, warm, and inviting. Xiao Huo glanced at Medusa, suppressing his rising desires, taking her delicate hand once more. I'm not lecherous. I harbor no thoughts toward Medusa. At the very least, being able to hold hands is a significant advancement. Medusa is notoriously aloof. How could she be so easily won over? Being able to hold her hand is already quite commendable. The dawn is approaching, Xiao Huo remarked, continuing to hold Medusa's hand, and she did not resist, allowing him to lead her. I should return to rest, Medusa softly replied, a charming smile adorning her face as she withdrew her indifferent gaze, looking at Xiao Huo. Unbeknownst to her, it seemed that only Xiao Huo could evoke even the slightest shift in her heart. Do not let anyone bully you. Once I regain my strength, I will protect you. No one in this realm shall harm you. Those who dare to bully you shall pay dearly. Medusa spoke softly, her eyes brimming with resolve. What she committed to would undoubtedly come to fruition. Gradually, Medusa rose, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette, radiant with a myriad of colors. Her time to assume human form was limited. Most of the time, she had to transform into the seven-color devouring python to restore her strength. Yet tonight, she had made an exception, spending considerable time with Xiao Huo. To revert to her human guise would require a lengthy recovery, and when they next meet, it was uncertain when that would be. I shall take my leave, Medusa glanced back with a smile, looking at Xiao Huo, and it felt as if his heart had melted. Medusa was indeed a remarkable woman, cold and aloof to others, yet exceptionally tender towards him. What man could resist such a woman? Xiao Huo smiled faintly, swiftly stepping forward to grasp Medusa's small hand, his warm voice resonating from now on. I shall protect you. Medusa chuckled lightly, yielding to his touch, nodding gently. 3 seconds left. Medusa turned to face Xiao Huo, her white gown billowing in the breeze, her slender form standing gracefully before him. In merely 3 seconds, she would transform into a vibrant, multicolored celestial serpent. Should she wish to revert to her human form again, it would require a considerable span of time, perhaps even beyond her own comprehension as to when she might regain her human guise. Time is fleeting. With a smile, Xiao Huo extended his arms and enveloped Medusa as formed tightly in his embrace. She was soft, smooth, and exuded a fragrant aroma that warmed his heart, though that warmth dissipated almost instantly. In a mere moment, Medusa radiated a spectrum of colors, metamorphosing into the resplendent serpent and slipping into the folds of Xiao Huo's robe. 3 seconds, so brief. Next time, I desire 3 hours. Xiao Huo offered the celestial serpent a few drops of the accompanying amethyst essence. Still lingering in his hands was the scent of the girl. He had just taken the initiative to embrace Medusa, who seemingly offered no resistance. When they next meet, she would surely be even more enchanting, wouldn't she? Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining Medusa's favor. Progress 3100. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the mysterious treasure, Medusa's talisman. Should the host find themselves in peril, this talisman can be utilized, allowing Medusa to instantly restore her peak prowess to protect the host. Note, the host must continuously cultivate their relationship with Medusa. The higher the affinity, the greater the rewards. Should the affinity reach 100, the host may even have the option to join Medusa in mischief. The system's voice resonated, seemingly satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the 3-star Battle King. You have gained 2,000 prestige points and 300 amethyst points, which can be utilized to establish a sect or procure companionship for warmth. A gentle reminder, this system is on the verge of reaching level 5. After level 5, the host shall be able to see me in person, but only to behold, not to touch. Once the system assumes a human form, its sole purpose will be to captivate the host. I'm the most beautiful. At level 5, the host may choose between 2 modes each month, combat mode or warmth mode, with only one option available. In warmth mode, the system will become a real person, but the host is forbidden from engaging in mischief. I'm still young after all, Wu. The system's continuous notifications filled the air, and Xiao Huo's gaze brightened, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. His battle aura had increased by more than 3-fold. Boom! Should he utilize the Yunlan experience card, he could unleash even greater strength. However, Xiao Huo resolved not to rely on external aids. True strength must come from within to conquer any adversary. Should a foe stronger than Yunlan arise in the future, the experience card would lose its efficacy. Only by fortifying himself could he safeguard those around him. Without the 7-colored ethereal fire and the great wilderness prisoner-esque finger, Xiao Huo might have struggled to vanquish a battle emperor. His eyes sparkled with delight as he recalled the final moment of his embrace with Medusa, where he faintly discerned her voice. Sweet enough to melt one's heart. I like you. Xiao Huo gazed up at the starry sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fool, I like you too. As his figure gradually faded, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. To protect those dear to him, he must first strengthen himself. In this vast world, he would be the Fire Emperor. Even with the system as support, Xiao Huo had no intention of relying on external forces. He would toil diligently to safeguard everyone, and the system was not merely about traversing dimensions. If he could venture into other realms in the future, strength would be paramount. He aspired to be a sovereign, ruling over countless dimensions. All the worlds and their myriad subjects would bow to him. Chapter 201, Nalan Yanran's Thoughts. On Mount Wanghua. Within the chamber, Xiao Huo entered to find Nalan Yanran reclining on the bed, her beautiful eyes half closed, revealing her snow-white shoulders, a hint of modesty absent. Clearing his throat, Xiao Huo harbored no impure thoughts, for he was not that kind of person. After a minute, he could no longer contain himself and joined Nalan Yanran in her blankets, sharing warmth and joy. Half an hour later, they both drifted into slumber. Ah, the feeling of having a wife is delightful, especially since she is his fiancé. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Nalan Yanran would marry him in 3 months. Of course, he also planned to bring Yunlan home, organizing a grand 3-person celebration. It seemed he would need to make the bed larger. He mused, embracing Nalan Yanran's delicate form, his hand gently roaming as he succumbed to sleep. As dawn broke, Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran were already dressed, standing beneath the moonlight. There lingered a faint scent of femininity in the air. Nalan Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Xiao Huo, playfully scolding. What are you talking about? I just spent half an hour. Xiao Huo patted his chest. I believe you. Xiao Huo, you must never seek out unclean women in the future. Others must also be pleasing to the eye, Nalan Yanran instructed, her silver teeth clenched. Seemingly relaxing her demands a little. She was Nalan Yanran, the pride of the Yunlan Sect, and also Xiao Huo's fiancé. She was aware of her rivals. Xun'er from the Xiao family, breathtakingly beautiful and captivating, as well as her master, Yun, the exquisite and unique leader of the Yunlan Sect, and the Queen Medusa. Nalan Yanran felt a surge of pride. She initially could not accept these rivals. Yet she was gradually becoming accustomed to it, for Xiao Huo was quite the lecher. Over the course of a night, there had been more than a dozen encounters. Alone, she feared she could never satisfy Xiao Huo. She reluctantly accepted this reality. Moreover, she admired the beauty of Yun, Medusa, and Xun'er. She recalled the saying, beautiful women often appreciate one another. As dawn approached, she realized she must depart. Xiao Huo smiled at her. Are you leaving? Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of sadness, tears glistening as she said, Xiao Huo, are you really leaving like this? Yet, she felt a flicker of joy. At the year's end, the Yunlan Sect was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with the spirit of the season. She had expected to feel lonely, but was pleasantly surprised to await Xiao Huo's arrival. You are still only at the spirit battle level. Focus on your cultivation. Xiao Huo said, brushing his hand through Nalan Yanran's silky hair, smiling. Yanran will work hard on her cultivation, and I want to fall behind Xun'er. Nalan Yanran declared proudly, her well-developed chest lifted, her long legs standing tall, confidence shining in her eyes. She knew Xun'er was training at the Xiao Yan Academy. She too would not lag behind. Lately, she had neglected her training, missing Xiao Huo too much. Now that they had confirmed their relationship, it was the kind that could lead to having children. She was determined to work even harder, not to fall behind Xun'er. Xun'er is truly formidable, Xiao Huo remarked. His gaze filled with anticipation, wondering how far Xun'er had progressed given her remarkable talent. He hadn't sought her out at year-end. Would Xun'er be upset? Probably not, for she still had her bloodline and could not sleep together yet. Xiao Huo, you are biased, Nalan Yanran murmured, her hands draping over Xiao Huo's shoulders. She understood that Xiao Huo had grown up alongside Xun'er. Their bond was deep, something she could not compare to. Moreover, Xun'er, in a way, evoked a sense of wariness in her. Even the old sect master, Yin Shan, did not elicit such feelings. Such an exceptional prodigy. Her background might well be more formidable than her own. The forces backing Xun'er could very well surpass that of the Yunlan Sect. Why would that be? I will marry you first, Xiao Huo chuckled, fully aware that the title of the story was Nalan Yanran's name, devoid of any mention of him, underscoring her significance without question. No, Xiao Huo, you cannot show favoritism towards Xun'er. You must marry us both, or else I won't marry at all. Nalan Yanran pouted, asserting her stance. You wouldn't happen to think your teacher feels the same way, would you? Xiao Huo felt a flush of embarrassment. If even Yun behaved in such a manner, when would he ever behold the beauty of the system? He yearned for the system to warm his bed as well. Of course. I told you to find a woman. Xiao Huo, brother, you must marry us both. Nalan Yanran smiled sweetly, lightly leaping up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a lively glimmer. She cherished Xiao Huo, yet bore no selfish desires. How could she marry him first? At the very least, she must wait for Xun'er. Then I shall bring you both home, furnish a grand and spacious bed, Xiao Huo declared with a smile. You dare. Nalan Yanran's charming face flushed, her delicate hand gently striking Xiao Huo's chest. This scoundrel actually contemplated such lewdness. How utterly shameless. Even the seven-colored sky-devouring python nipped at Xiao Huo. It was time to depart. Xiao Huo said, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sky had brightened. Very well. I shall await you for 3 months. Nalan Yanran raised her beautiful eyes slightly, her smile enchanting. She had never confided her burdens to anyone. She understood that the impending battle in 3 months would be devastating. The Yunlan Sect had stood tall within the Jia Ma Empire for millennia. With its profound heritage and formidable strength, the old sect master of Yinshan was even more powerful, perpetually in seclusion, supported by numerous mysterious forces. The Yunlan Sect was the foremost power of the Jia Ma Empire. Brother Xiao Huo, how shall we confront the Yunlan Sect in battle? The Holy Fire Sect has only been established for less than half a year. Can it truly stand against the Yunlan Sect? Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes held a flicker of determination. Regardless of the outcome, she and Xiao Huo would face it together. If they were to live, they would live. If they would die, they would die. She feared not death. Even in death, she would never marry another but Xiao Huo. 3 months hence, I shall take you home. Sister Xun'er will also welcome you warmly. Xiao Huo smiled, entirely unperturbed. What he needed was time. Given ample time, he would stir up a tempest within the Jia Ma Empire. 3 months would suffice. He would prepare diligently within the Jia Ma Empire, strengthening the Holy Fire Sect. By then, Medusa might even achieve evolution, reaching the pinnacle of Dozong strength. Furthermore, he had Hai Bodong, Elderling, and the formidable forces of various serpent tribes at his disposal. In these 3 months, he could also teach little medical fairy alchemy, transforming her into the most renowned alchemist. The Holy Fire Sect would undoubtedly become famous throughout the world. Nalan Yanran obediently nodded, stepping forward to lean against Xiao Huo's embrace, gently rising on her toes to kiss him. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Huo soared away, vanishing without a trace. The future would inevitably witness a fierce and brutal battle. Chapter 202, Xun'er sets out. Yanran, so beautiful, Xiao Huo remarked with a smile, turning to leave, his eyes filled with reluctance. The faint scent of Yanran still lingered on him, the scent of youth that could captivate nations. Their first encounter took place in the wilds of the Xiao family. Upon transforming into a human, he had met the pride of the Yunlan Sect, Nalan Yanran. After spending a day and night together, she departed, and from that moment, he and Nalan Yanran had set a date for their marriage. Later, Nalan Yanran had secretly ventured out to meet him, once again at the Xiao family, where he personally dealt with Xiao Yan. Today, he had entered the Yunlan Sect, receiving Nalan Yanran's most treasured possession atop Wanyue Mountain. Their time together was scarce, even less than that spent with Xun'er, yet the trials ahead were exceptionally daunting. The existence of the Yunlan Sect was such that even the Jia Ma royal family held it in reverence. Should a true battle erupt, the Yunlan Sect could very well possess countless hidden trump cards, not to mention the uncertainties involving the Soul Hall, Yunshan, Xiao Yan, and others. Nearly a year had passed since the saga began with Nalan Yanran. Yet, seeing that they had spent less than 5 days together left Xiao Huo feeling quite vexed. Merely a title without substance. Not even a story would dare unfold in such a manner. In the future, when he became the Fire Emperor, he would certainly give the author a sound thrashing. Nalan Yanran was his fiancé, immensely close, and the girl he adored. Her appearances were far too few. The 3 essential elements of a transmigrator: show off, flirt, and confront the author. Xiao Huo shook his head, lamenting that he would have to part with Yanran for a long while. The next time they meet, 3 months hence, he would marry Yanran. At that time, he would conveniently marry Xun'er as well, regardless of whether the ancient elders approved. Xiao Huo declared, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He possessed the system's favor. When he made his move, even the ancient clans would tremble in fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Miss Yanran's first, second, and 18th times. Truly, the host is exceptional. Note, the host must marry Yanran to unlock system level 5. Even completing optional tasks will not suffice to unlock the system. Ding! A new main quest has arrived. Subdue the members of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, Green Man, and allow Qinglin to join the Heavenly Serpent Mansion for cultivation. In the future, Qinglin will become the master of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, assisting the host in battling the Soul Hall. The system's laughter echoed delightfully. Green Man has arrived. Please, host, conquer her with brute force. Use a small whip on her. Show her the host's might. The host must quickly seek out Qinglin, casually pushing her down to earn 4,000 show-off points, 130,000 experience points, and 200 purple crystal points. Xiao Huo was speechless. The system actually wanted him to use a small whip on Green Man. After all, she was still a girl. Was he that kind of person? He was a good man. The Canaan Academy, nestled at the juncture of the Jia Ma Empire and 2 neighboring empires, stood quietly, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. Even the 3 major empires dared not underestimate Canaan Academy. Within its hallowed halls, students hailed from all corners, boasting top-tier talents and strength, truly formidable. Only the genuine elites could stand out within Canaan Academy, which was immensely powerful, unafraid of any familial forces in the world. Such authority was firmly etched in the hearts of all academies. Few dared to challenge the dignity of Canaan Academy. Only Xiao Huo, even before entering the academy, had directly requested a leave of absence, leaving Mentor Ruolin both exasperated and longing. On a secluded mountain peak within the academy, a girl donned in a light blue dress stood gracefully against the wind, her long hair billowing gently as she exuded an ethereal elegance. A purple belt adorned her waist, accentuating her perfect silhouette, akin to a celestial being, unparalleled in beauty. The girl stood quietly at the cliff's edge, poised yet radiating an air of indifference. In her world, it seemed only the stars above mattered, nothing else. The girl had serene gaze fixed upon the sky, her pristine blue dress untouched by dust. After a long while, her melodious voice broke the silence. "Elder Ling, you have arrived." As her voice faded, a figure mysteriously emerged from the ground, bowing slightly before her. A respectful demeanor etched upon his face. "Mississippi, young Master Xiao Huo is at the Yunlan Sect." The girl slowly turned her gaze, revealing a breathtaking visage. It was Xun'er. The Yunlan Sect? Xun'er's beautiful eyes momentarily froze, regaining her composure as a gentle smile graced her lips. "Miss, there are many powerful presences at the Yunlan Sect. Some of them instill in me a sense of trepidation." "Young Master Xiao Huo may face peril," Elder Ling remarked, his expression grave. Although he was a formidable Dozong expert, he had not anticipated that the Yunlan Sect seemed to harbor even stronger entities. This aura surpassed his own by a thread. "What is Brother Xiao Huo doing at the Yunlan Sect?" Xun'er inquired, her beautiful eyes lifting slightly to gaze at Elder Ling, as if she could see through everything. "Miss, I do not know. Young Master Xiao Huo has placed restrictions. I cannot investigate." Old Ling spoke respectfully, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Despite his extraordinary skills, he was unable to discern any happenings atop Wangyue Mountain. "I understand," said Xun'er, a flicker of resignation glimmering in her bright eyes. "Brother Xiao Huo must be seeking out Nalan Yanran." Old Ling's body stiffened. Miss Xun'er was remarkably astute. She had deduced it all. In truth, Old Ling harbored his own suspicions, for young Master Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran had spent an entire night on Wangyue Mountain. Undoubtedly something significant had transpired. "I wonder when the bloodline within me will truly awaken," Xun'er sighed, a tinge of sorrow flashing through her autumn water-like eyes. She recalled the time she had slept beside Xiao Huo, knowing full well how troubled he was. Yet, she could not genuinely promise him the prospect of having children together, lest her bloodline be compromised, jeopardizing her future. "What else has Brother Xiao Huo been up to these past 6 months?" she inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. She was aware that a Do Huang-level powerhouse, the Ice Emperor Hebedong, stood beside Xiao Huo. It was astonishing that even the Ice Emperor recognized Xiao Huo as his superior, truly terrifying. "Young Master Xiao Huo has established the Sacred Fire Sect," Old Ling began, his eyes shimmering with excitement. To him, many of these feats seemed unattainable, yet Xiao Huo had accomplished them. He had even applied to become a 6th-grade alchemist, rising to the position of president of the Alchemist Guild, leaving Frank and Master Otto utterly astonished. As time flowed on, Xun'er's beautiful eyes sparkled ever more brightly, a peculiar radiance illuminating her gaze. "Brother Xiao Huo is simply remarkable. Has he also taken in Queen Medusa?" Xun'er pursed her red lips and asked, coughing. Old Ling's body trembled as he cast a bewildered glance at Xun'er. Before he could speak, she had already guessed everything. "Brother Xiao Huo, in my absence, you have become quite the philanderer." Xun'er pouted, her delicate hands clenched, her beautiful eyes tinged with a touch of grievance. It had been quite a while since she had last seen Brother Xiao Huo. She wondered if he had been thinking of her. As for those people from the Yunlan Sect, should they dare to harm Brother Xiao Huo, she would annihilate the entire sect. Chapter 203. Xiao Yu's belly has grown. At the Canaan Academy, Xun'er gazed towards the horizon, a faint chill glimmering in her beautiful eyes. She understood that the Yunlan Sect possessed formidable power. This force was so daunting that even Old Ling had to exercise caution. It was evident how dire Xiao Huo's situation was. If she intervened, who would dare to lay a hand on Brother Xiao Huo? "Miss." Old Ling shook his head with a faint smile. He understood that whatever decision the young lady made was irrevocable. He also recognized that during her time at Canaan Academy, she had made rapid progress in her cultivation. Her desire to visit the Yunlan Sect was not born from concern over Xiao Huo's romantic exploits. She had grown accustomed to it, especially since Yuer's belly had begun to show. Xun'er felt a pang of injustice. For she too was Xiao Huo's girlfriend, yet was unable to bear children. Looking at Yuer, she felt the disparity acutely. For a moment, Xun'er found herself resenting her bloodline. Had she only been able to conceive with Xiao Huo back then, perhaps their child would have already been born. On the outskirts of Mo City, Xiao Huo remained blissfully unaware of Yuer's pregnancy and had no inkling that Xun'er, wielding a 40-meter-long blade, was en route to confront him. At this very moment, he was engrossed in watching the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, within the ranks of the Heavenly Serpent Palace. Green Man was locked in combat with Hebedong. A tremendous aura erupted, waves of Do Qi radiating forth, and the onlookers in Yinxing gazed up in awe and trepidation at the clash of two Do Huang powerhouses. The oppressive atmosphere was utterly terrifying. "Hand over that girl," Green Man declared coldly, a glint of frost flashing in her eyes, her demeanor tinged with fervor. The azure-scaled Lin possessed the coveted green snake triple flower eyes, making her a rare gem within the heavenly serpent palace. She must capture her. Absolutely not. Lin is the boss's woman, Badong retorted, his withered palm emanating white mist, forming a thick layer of ice in the sky, sharp icicles densely packed. The colossal ice wall surged forth, erecting a formidable defense. Not a chance. Lin belongs to me. The azure-skinned green man shot forward like lightning, her powerful fist radiating energy, colliding violently with the white and azure forces, creating a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air. Boom! 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 I didn't expect the Ice Emperor's strength to be quite formidable. However, today, Lin shall be mine. Green Man chuckled, emitting a peculiar whistle. Instantly, a massive serpent-like magical beast appeared, dashing towards her with incredible speed. A 6th-tier magical beast, the 8-winged black serpent emperor. Capture Lin. Be careful not to harm her. Green Man instructed, her gaze fixating on the girl standing beneath the tree, clad in a green gauzy dress that accentuated her exquisite curves and ample bosom, causing Green Man to swallow hard. She seemed even more voluptuous than herself, which was rather unscientific. Indeed, is she truly a possessor of the green snake triple flower eyes? The 8-winged black serpent emperor nodded, his own eyes reflecting a hint of fervor, his voice rumbling like thunder. Of course. Do not harm her, Green Man concurred. Rest assured. A girl with green snake triple flower eyes, if nurtured within the heavenly serpent palace, will undoubtedly become a prodigy. She shall be the pride of our future. The 8-winged black serpent emperor declared, his eyes filled with respect. Given time, even he and Green Man would have to bow before Lin. Her innate talent was immeasurable. The heavenly serpent palace would surely cultivate Lin into a genius of the world. In less than 5 years, Lin will undoubtedly become the master of the heavenly serpent palace, governing all. I still miss Medusa, though it's a pity she failed to evolve. The 8-winged black serpent emperor sighed, descending swiftly. Have you forgotten how Medusa defeated you? Green Man remarked coolly. Medusa, the 8-winged black serpent emperor, chuckled bitterly, chills running down his spine. He could not fathom what kind of individual could subdue Medusa. In any case, he had no hope in this lifetime. Even combined with Green Man, they would not stand a chance against Medusa. Unbeknownst to the 8-winged black serpent emperor, the Medusa he admired had already established a relationship with Xiao Huo and had engaged in intimate acts atop Wanwen Mountain. Be careful. Badong stood vigilantly beside Lin, casting a wary glance at Green Man and the 8-winged black serpent emperor. Boss. Badong's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Xiao Huo was standing in the sky, facing the wind. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Huo appeared beside Lin, grasping the girl's delicate hand. Are you trying to take my Lin? Xiao Huo inquired with a smile, his demeanor calm. Lin is of great importance to us, Green Man asserted. Enough talk. Let's act and seize her. The 8-winged black serpent emperor sneered, his gaze brimming with arrogance. In his view, even if Xiao Huo was a Do Huang, he could easily snatch Lin away today. Among Do Huang level beings, none could match his speed. After all, he was a 6th-tier magical beast, virtually invincible within the Do Huang ranks. Boom! A powerful aura erupted forth as the 8-winged black serpent emperor stepped forward, his eyes exuding pride. Why go to such lengths? Little lion, come out and teach them a lesson, Xiao Huo said with a gentle smile, waving his hand. His current companion, the purple crystal wing lion king, was already a 7th-tier magical beast, even more formidable than the 8-winged black serpent emperor. In the realm of magical beasts, there existed an inherent advantage in levels. Not even countless 6th-tier magical beasts would dare to provoke the authority of a 7th-tier beast. Little lion? The 8-winged black serpent emperor's eyes were filled with disdain. Could there be a more formidable beast than it in the empire of augmentation? In the next moment, the 8-winged black serpent emperor was utterly stunned, completely dumbfounded. With a resounding crash, the amethyst-winged lion king descended from the heavens, its form towering several dozen feet, exuding a regal aura that was terrifyingly potent, and radiating an immense force that seemed to coalesce around it. It felt as if a mere swipe of its paw could shatter the very heavens and earth. A 7th-tier magical beast, the amethyst-winged lion king, had emerged to offend the master. Are you courting death? The amethyst-winged lion king took a step forward, looking down with an imposing gaze, causing the ground to tremble with a thunderous sound. Thud. Thud. Everyone stood in shock. Greenman fell silent, with a vacant expression. Badong was utterly astonished, completely at a loss. The boss had actually tamed the amethyst-winged Lion King. This was a 7th-tier magical beast. Even a Dozong expert had been subdued by the boss. Haiba Dong's gaze toward Xiao Huo transformed entirely. If he could tame a 7th-tier magical beast, then Xiao Huo's power must surely surpass that of a Dozong. The 8-winged black serpent emperor trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Its eyes were wide with horror, filled with an endless dread. Thud! Without any hesitation, the 8-winged black serpent emperor knelt down, prostrating itself on the ground, its body shaking uncontrollably. How could this be? It had provoked such a monstrous creature. Chapter 204. Xiao Huo's Might, the Submission of Magical Beasts. Thud! The amethyst-winged Lion King stepped forward, the ground vibrating with a deafening roar, and the 8-winged black serpent emperor quaked in fear, its eyes betraying its panic. How could this be? It recognized the amethyst-winged Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King was also a 6th-tier magical beast, dwelling within the magical beast mountains, rarely seen. Moreover, the amethyst-winged Lion King had never been this powerful. Today, it had inexplicably transformed into a 7th-tier beast. What a joke. The 8-winged black serpent emperor's gaze was filled with terror, beads of sweat forming on its forehead, its eyes reflecting only reverence and trepidation, too frightened to move. Indeed, it dared not stir. The oppressive force loomed overhead. A tremendous pressure descended, as if capable of tearing through everything, a tidal wave of might pressing down upon it, rendering it utterly motionless, too fearful to entertain any thoughts of rebellion, only daring to kneel and plead for mercy. It was merely a 6th-tier beast, while the amethyst-winged Lion King was now a 7th tier. This was a complete and utter domination. In terms of rank, size, and strength, it was all an overwhelming advantage. They were not even on the same plane. In other words, the amethyst-winged Lion King could now be considered the grandfather of the 8-winged black serpent emperor. With a mere flick of its finger, the amethyst-winged Lion King could obliterate the 8-winged black serpent emperor. In the realm of magical beasts, power reigns supreme. As long as one possesses strength, even the weakest can command countless magical beasts to bow in submission. Magical beasts acknowledge little beyond strength. Power makes one a king. All other beasts must kneel in reverence. The disparity between 7th-tier and 6th-tier magical beasts is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The 8-winged black serpent emperor was utterly baffled. What was happening? It clearly recognized the amethyst-winged Lion King. They were both 6th-tier beasts. Why the sudden animosity? How could this be? In less than half a year, the amethyst-winged Lion King, once its equal, had ascended to a 7th-tier beast. How was such a feat accomplished? Even consuming rare treasures from heaven and earth would not lead to such rapid advancement. The Empire of Augmentation possessed no means to promote a 6th-tier beast. Could it be because of Xiao Huo? Does Xiao Huo possess such capability? The 8-winged black serpent emperor's gaze turned towards Xiao Huo, eyes filled with profound shock, even tinged with a hint of fervor. If Xiao Huo truly had such power, it would not hesitate to submit at his feet. It was acutely aware that for a 6th-tier magical beast to elevate to 7th tier, an immense amount of time and rare treasures were required. Additionally, suitable opportunities were indispensable. Without all these elements, it could take centuries to bridge such a monumental divide. The amethyst-winged Lion King, on the other hand, was filled with unrestrained joy. When had she advanced to a 7th-tier beast? How could she have been unaware? All she knew was that after being taken by Xiao Huo into a mysterious space abundant with fighting spirit and spiritual energy, her strength had been growing exponentially each day. Yet she never realized that in less than half a year alongside her master, she had already become a 7th-tier beast with Dozong cultivation. She would not even fear a Dozong expert among humans. If she could advance further and consume a transformation pill, could she not transform into a human? If she could also become a beauty? Master. Thank you, Master. Without you, I could never have advanced so swiftly. The amethyst-winged Lion King knelt before Xiao Huo, her eyes filled with increasing reverence. At this point, she was already wholeheartedly devoted. Initially, she had followed Xiao Huo for the transformation pill, and because of his formidable strength, but after spending so much time by his side, she found herself developing feelings for him. Being with Xiao Huo was 1,000-fold better than her time in the magical beast mountains. There was an aura about Xiao Huo that captivated her, albeit reluctantly. Xiao Huo nodded, nonchalantly stating that with the special space created by the system, the amethyst-winged Lion King would naturally level up rapidly and would become a valuable asset against the Soul Palace in the future. Thank you, master. The amethyst-winged Lion King flashed a charming smile, glancing at the eight-winged black serpent emperor, a glint of cold light flickering in her eyes, suggesting, kill it. Xiao Huo waved his hand, and the amethyst-winged Lion King was overjoyed. She could finally showcase her strength, especially in front of her master. She was useful, and with her considerable stamina, once she transformed into a human, she could accompany her master in battle for a long time. Boom! The amethyst-winged Lion King cast a detached glance at the cringing eight-winged black serpent emperor, her eyes carrying a serene yet deadly intent. Buzz! The eight-winged black serpent emperor trembled uncontrollably, and upon hearing Xiao Huo's command for its execution, it collapsed to the ground, its lips turning pale and its body unable to muster even a shred of strength. No! How could this be? How could Xiao Huo be the master of the amethyst-winged Lion King? The eight-winged black serpent emperor quivered incessantly, its eyes filled with disbelief. It refused to accept it, could not dare to accept it. Throughout history, few magical beasts had ever submitted to humans. Yet today, it was witnessing such a phenomenon. Why? Why was this happening? Why would the amethyst-winged Lion King submit to Xiao Huo? If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. No magical beast would accept it. They were the sovereigns of the magical beast realm, kings in their own right, rarely heeding human commands. It was inconceivable for them to kneel before Xiao Huo. No, do not kill me. Great One, please spare my life. The eight-winged black serpent emperor lamented, kneeling before Xiao Huo, repeatedly bowing its head, crimson blood staining the ground, even causing the stones to crack under the pressure. It finally understood why the amethyst-winged Lion King would submit to Xiao Huo. It could only signify that Xiao Huo possessed a power even more terrifying than that of a dozone. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the heavens and earth, crushing everything in his path. Greenman from the heavenly serpent mansion stared blankly at Xiao Huo, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Was all of this real? Xiao Huo. How could he tame the amethyst-winged Lion King, a being of such strength? How terrifying must his power be? And they had dared to attempt to seize Xiao Huo's woman, Qinglin. Was this not a death wish? My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes and implore you to spare us. Greenman flew forward, also kneeling before Xiao Huo, speaking with a tone of humility, no longer displaying her former savagery, her attitude exceedingly respectful. In her eyes, Xiao Huo had become an existence far beyond her reach. Even the heavenly serpent mansion might not be able to provoke him. Xiao Huo could elevate magical beasts. He is not merely a mysterious powerhouse, given time. Xiao Huo could command countless formidable beasts. At that point, it is likely that Xiao Huo could conquer this continent, and they, the heavenly serpent mansion, would be utterly unable to resist. Their only option would be to submit to Xiao Huo if they wished to seize even a sliver of hope. My lord, whatever you desire, our heavenly serpent mansion can provide, as long as we may spare our lives. The green barbarian knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, feeling aggrieved, trembling all over, and filled with dread. She could never have imagined that the Jiama Empire would harbor such a formidable being. Even in the central state, such a presence would be exceedingly powerful. They had thought that being peak Do Huang experts was something to be proud of, believing they would encounter no adversaries within the Jiama Empire. However, upon meeting Xiao Huo, they realized just how wrong they were, tragically mistaken. Xiao Huo is a supreme deity, the celestial being capable of controlling magical beasts. Before him, they felt as insignificant as ants. Hai Buodong was utterly bewildered, gazing at Xiao Huo with astonishment, filled with admiration. The boss was simply astonishing. As the Ice Emperor, he had battled the Green Barbarian for hundreds of rounds without a victor. Yet, upon the arrival of the boss, both the Green Barbarian and the eight-winged Black Snake Emperor voluntarily surrendered, kneeling in submission. The disparity was stark, an undeniable chasm. Hai Buodong was convinced. His heart and mind were wholly surrendered. The might of the boss crushed everything. Chapter 205, The Renown of Master Xiao, resounding among the Green Barbarians. The eight-winged Black Snake Emperor stared blankly, kneeling on the ground, while the Green Barbarian also knelt, entirely devoid of her previous vigor. In her mind, she realized she had provoked someone she should never have crossed. Xiao Huo, the master of the Sacred Fire Sect, the betrothed of the talented Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan Sect, a prodigious beast tamer. Even the seventh-tier magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King, had submitted to him, and yet they dared to provoke such a genius. It was simply suicidal. Just half a minute ago, she had been flaunting her strength, battling the Ice Emperor Haibuodong. She even believed she held the upper hand. When she summoned the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor, she was certain victory was hers, that she would surely take Qinglin away. Now, she realized just how devastatingly wrong she had been. Qinglin's man was unbelievably strong. They could not even begin to fathom it. Who could have anticipated that such a prodigious youth would arise in the Jiama Empire, exuding unparalleled brilliance? Had they known, they would have humbled themselves from the outset, seeking to ingratiate themselves, never daring to resort to force. Why would they need to? This young master has traversed the 6 realms, unstoppable by anyone, and would never stoop to the level of you petty heavenly serpent mansion. Xiao Huo smiled lightly, his gaze still somewhat indifferent. Instantly, the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor and the Green Barbarian rejoiced. They were saved. Both of them felt a shock within. Young Master Xiao, he could actually traverse the 6 realms, and no one could stand against him. Such power was akin to annihilating everything in his path. The Green Barbarian had not heard about the 6 realms. She only knew that young Master Xiao was too formidable. In the 6 realms, at least hundreds of millions of beings could not impede Xiao Huo's progress. Who would dare to provoke him? Even if their entire heavenly serpent mansion mobilized, they might not even be able to shake a single finger of Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo could control 7th-tier magical beasts, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Who knew if he could control 8th-tier or 9th-tier beasts? Perhaps even divine beasts? A flicker of reverence appeared in the Green Barbarian's eyes as she gazed at Xiao Huo, as if she beheld a true, transcendent being. Only such a powerful entity could control magical beasts. In the martial realm, controlling magical beasts is exceedingly difficult, bordering on impossible. Magical beasts possess their own dignity. They would rather be trampled than humiliated into surrender, and it is unthinkable for them to follow humans into battle, lest they become a laughingstock in the beast realm. Therefore, even Do Zone masters cannot carry a host of Do Zone-level magical beasts with them. For magical beasts simply do not obey. It is even more impossible to tame them. Yet Xiao Huo could achieve this. This already proved that Xiao Huo was indeed a powerful being, as if a deity had descended. Ordinary individuals were simply no match. Even if Xiao Huo spoke of traversing the 6 realms, the Green Barbarian would harbor no doubts. Could she dare to question? No. What if Xiao Huo decided to flatten her as well? Have you heard of the ancient clan? Xiao Huo's gaze lifted slightly, casual and indifferent. Buzz. The Green Barbarian and the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor nodded, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Xiao Huo, though some doubts lingered. The ancient clan, a distant and mysterious existence. No one dared to provoke them. In the Central State, they are an exceedingly secretive and high-ranking power. There are even Doshing experts among them. Such strength, viewed across the entire world, is enough to stand above all, monopolizing supremacy. Their heavenly serpent mansion is utterly insignificant in comparison. The Ice Emperor Haibuodong also looked at Xiao Huo, excitement evident in his expression. Could it be that the boss has even visited the ancient clan? That is a mysterious place. If he truly had, then the boss is simply too powerful. The ancient clan is so enigmatic that they generally do not summon outsiders. If Xiao Huo could gain their attention, he must possess unique capabilities that command their respect. However, Ice Emperor Haibuodong still underestimated Xiao Huo. The next moment, Xiao Huo's words struck Haibuodong like thunder, causing him to collapse to the ground. Not only Haibuodong, but the Green Barbarian and the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor also fell to the ground, their bodies limp, eyes wide in shock, expressions filled with horror. The elder of the ancient clan? Last time, he knelt before me, wishing to marry Xun'er to me, even wanting me to inherit the position of the ancient clan's leader and unite the clan, Xiao Huo said, his demeanor nonchalant, as if he were discussing trivial matters. Knowing full well that the elder could not hear him, the Green Barbarian was stunned. Haibuodong was dumbfounded. The 8-winged Black Snake Emperor fainted outright. This was simply too outrageous. The mysterious and powerful ancient clan had directly submitted to Xiao Huo. They even wished to wed their precious daughter to him. They were kneeling to plead with Xiao Huo. What kind of place was the ancient clan? Distant, mysterious, powerful, an existence no one dared to provoke. How could such an ancient sect act in such a manner? Could it be that Xiao Huo's cultivation had surpassed even the Do Sheng level, able to make the ancient clan submit? However, the next statement from Xiao Huo caused Haibuodong and the Green Barbarian to faint as well. The Green Barbarian even spat blood, her face turning pale. This young master declined. In the eyes of the 6 realms, what is the ancient clan? A mere ancient clan is still too small. Back when I annihilated the stars of the world, the ancient clan might not have even been born yet. Xiao Huo shook his head, seemingly regretful. My heavens, my lord is incredible. The green barbarian's eyes glazed over, her pupils gradually dilating, completely frozen in place, turning into a stone statue. With a thud, she fainted. The information contained within was simply too vast. To think that such a powerful ancient clan was, in Xiao Huo's eyes, so insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Moreover, Xiao Huo could also annihilate stars. Was he even human? Even a god could not possibly be as strong as Xiao Huo. The eight-winged black snake emperor had long since fainted, its body still trembling. In its lifetime, it had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. To be able to extinguish stars was akin to possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Hai Buodong let out a bitter laugh, his body rigid and stiff, feeling as though he had soared into the sky. All his past experiences seemed to be nothing more than a frog in a well. The boss's experiences were what true exhilaration entailed. In the eyes of the boss, he might merely be a tiny ant. Then, Hai Buodong also fainted. The amethyst-winged Lion King, however, did not lose consciousness. She looked around at the scene, somewhat dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The amethyst-winged Lion King stared blankly at everything before her, knowing only that her master was incredibly strong, strong enough that no one could stand against him. Was everyone else fainting supposed to be the norm? The amethyst-winged Lion King, without a moment's contemplation, tilted its head and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. I had yet to unleash my ultimate move, and here it was, already fainted. Xiao Huo cast a glance, his eyes filled with a hint of helplessness, as he cradled the delicate Qinglin in his arms. With her beautiful eyes blinking, Qinglin gazed at Xiao Huo with a clear and innocent expression, utterly oblivious to the mention of the ancient clan. She was only aware that the mercenaries in Stone Desert City were formidable, yet none could rival her brother Xiao Huo. Brother Xiao Huo was invincible. Qinglin stood obediently beside Xiao Huo, her eyes sparkling with innocence, as if nothing had transpired. Gradually, she became aware that her dress had vanished. Huh? The undergarment was also gone. How could brother Xiao Huo be so swift? Blushing, Qinglin was caught unawares as Xiao Huo pulled her directly into the small grove. Time is of the essence. They had already experimented on the bed. The grove remained untested. With a smile, Xiao Huo embraced Qinglin and took flight. After today, Qinglin would undoubtedly join the Heavenly Serpent Manor, a place far more suited for her cultivation than the Holy Fire Sect. Should they miss this opportunity, who knows how long they would have to wait for another. Seize the moment, for time does not wait for anyone. Brother Xiao Huo, you are shameless. Qinglin's voice echoed in the grove, filled with indignation and embarrassment, accompanied by the rustling of branches, the sound of flying dust, and the cascade of fallen leaves, along with other unmentionable noises. Chapter 206. Truly, Lord Xiao is a divine being. Half an hour later, Green Man and the eight-winged black serpent emperor awoke, their faces ashen, struggling to regain their composure. Fear flickered in their eyes, a sense of dread enveloping them. This was utterly unexpected. Even the ancient clan, a race of immense power and mystery, was rendered insignificant before Xiao Huo. Even the clan leader, Gu Yuan, must bow in submission to Xiao Huo. Who would believe such a tale? Who could possibly believe it? The ancient clan was a colossal entity, an existence that countless individuals dared not provoke. An exalted and mysterious force that could be deemed one of the pinnacle powers in the Duki continent. They at the Heavenly Serpent Manor did not even possess the qualification to approach the ancient clan. Yet in Xiao Huo's eyes, such a behemoth was merely akin to ants. How formidable must Xiao Huo be? As Green Man contemplated the terror that loomed behind Xiao Huo, she felt her entire being weaken. Had she truly provoked such a genius? At such a young age? Possessing the ability to annihilate worlds and bring countless powerful factions to their knees. Could she dare to challenge such a Xiao Huo? Absolutely not. Even the entirety of the Heavenly Serpent Manor dared not exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect toward Xiao Huo. My lord, I have realized my errors. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life. Green Man fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably, her terrified gaze fixed on Xiao Huo, feeling as though his mere glance could dictate her fate. It could even determine the destiny of the entire Heavenly Serpent Manor. Please spare me, my lord. The eight-winged black serpent emperor implored, humbly kneeling beside Xiao Huo. They were both at the pinnacle of the Dohuang realm. Yet, compared to Xiao Huo, they were utterly insignificant. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King was superior. A seventh-tier magical beast capable of ending the lives of both the eight-winged black serpent emperor and Green Man with a single swipe. As for Xiao Huo's cultivation, it was even more terrifying, rendering them too afraid to act. They could only submit to his will. Power is everything. Haibao zong anso zigang gun sions. Inhaling sharply at the sight of the two kneeling figures. Everything felt surreal, as though he were trapped in a dream. Alone, Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor had flaunted their strength, even attempting to forcibly obtain Qinglin. As the Ice Emperor, he was no match for them. However, once his master arrived, everything changed. His master hadn't even lifted a finger, and yet Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor had surrendered outright. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? His master was simply too strong. You, people of the Heavenly Serpent Manor? Xiao Huo inquired with a calm gaze, observing Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor. Yes, I was blind and offended you, my lord, Green Man murmured, her eyes filled with increasing panic. Could her actions lead to the annihilation of the entire Heavenly Serpent Manor? She believed that Xiao Huo had the power to do so. If he wished to obliterate the Heavenly Serpent Manor, it would surely come to pass. There would be no exceptions. My lord, I was in the wrong. Please do not hold Green Man accountable, nor should you blame the Heavenly Serpent Manor. The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor expressed her regret. This young lady would never presume to compare myself to you. I have established the Holy Fire Sect in the Jiamida Empire, and in 3 months, we shall march against the Yunlan Sect, laying waste to the Jiamida Empire. Within 2 years, the Holy Fire Sect will emerge as the foremost power in the Duki continent. At that time, even the ancient clan must bow before me. Xiao Huo chuckled lightly, a hint of pride in his eyes. For the establishment of the Holy Fire Sect was already taking shape. The impending battle in 3 months would determine who would reign supreme in the Jiamida Empire. By then, the Yunlan Sect would be obliterated, and the Soul Hall would suffer a blow. The Holy Fire Sect would rise to prominence, unifying the Jiamida Empire. The Holy Fire Sect? Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor exchanged astonished glances. Lord Xiao Huo has actually founded the Holy Fire Sect? Truly a divine being. They understood, well, how challenging it was to establish a sect. High-level strength, recruiting disciples, acquiring techniques and resources, and contending against the suppression of other sects were all necessary for such an endeavor. To develop and expand was an even greater challenge. The prospect of Xiao Huo establishing the Holy Fire Sect left Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor in awe. They believed that what others deemed impossible, Xiao Huo could undoubtedly achieve. Though they had yet to hear of the Holy Fire Sect, given time, it would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the Jiamida Empire. Without hesitation, Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor made the most prudent decision. My lord, I wish to join the Holy Fire Sect and serve you faithfully. Green Man knelt, earnestly devoted, believing that following Lord Xiao Huo could elevate the Heavenly Serpent Manor to a first-class peak power. I too wish to join the Holy Fire Sect. Upon returning to the Heavenly Serpent Manor, we shall persuade the other elders to join the Holy Fire Sect. The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor exclaimed, trembling with excitement, thrilled at the chance to align herself with a divine being like Xiao Huo in her lifetime. The Holy Fire Sect shall ignite the divine flames, receiving worship for generations. The Holy Fire Sect will become the future's ruling force, the path to greatness. Within 2 years, even those from the ancient clan shall submit to the Holy Fire Sect. Indeed, splendid. I shall gift you this transformational elixir. Xiao Huo toyed with the jade vial in his hand, passing it directly to the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor. The transformational elixir? My lord, you are actually an alchemist? The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor's expression brightened, her eyes ignited with fervor, unable to tear her gaze away. This was the coveted transformational elixir. Countless powerful magical beasts longed for it. Such an elixir was not easily obtained, a treasure of immeasurable value. This transformational elixir is not an ordinary one. It possesses 81 transformations, allowing you to take on any desired form. Xiao Huo stated with a serene smile. His gaze calm and composed, assured that the elixir provided by the system was of the highest quality, an unparalleled treasure. It was also a splendid means to win over the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Really? So I can transform into a human at will and revert back? The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor was filled with delight. She had never heard of such a transformational elixir. Previous versions could only transform into human form, but the one in Xiao Huo's possession was nothing short of miraculous. Thank you, my lord. My esteemed lord, in this lifetime, I shall strive with every ounce of my being to repay your kindness. The eight-winged black serpent emperor wept tears of joy as he cradled the jade vial in his hands. For millennia, he had never had the opportunity to transform into a human. But today, that dream had been realized. Xiao Huo was his great benefactor. This elixir will enable you to transcend to the Dozong realm within 3 months, with no adverse effects. Another jade vial appeared in Xiao Huo's hand, which he graciously offered to Luman. Luman was overwhelmed with excitement. How could this be possible? She could hardly fathom that Xiao Huo was a master alchemist. Moreover, he was of no ordinary caliber, capable of concocting such a miraculous elixir that could propel her to the Dozong level in merely 3 months. To put this in perspective, she had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Dohuang for 3 long years. Not only had she been unable to break through, but she also couldn't even identify her own bottleneck. If this continued, even given another 30 or 300 years, the prospect of advancing to Dozong would remain a distant dream. Some cultivators may spend their entire lives without ever transcending certain realms. Yet Xiao Huo's mere words shattered her 3-year stalemate. Just 3 months, and she could ascend to Dozong. A celestial being descending to the mortal realm could scarcely rival Xiao Huo's prowess. Lord Xiao Huo, you are the benefactor of Luman. Luman gazed at Xiao Huo with reverence, kneeling before him, as if he were a deity, a formidable alchemist who could bend the heavens and earth to his will. Within moments, Luman and the 8-winged black serpent emperor were utterly captivated. Their initial purpose in coming to the Jiama Empire was to discover the azure-scaled green snake's tricolored pupils, intending to nurture her into a prodigy who would elevate the Tian Snake House to greater heights. The Tian Snake House was in dire need of talent, and Green Snake was the ideal candidate. Only the Tian Snake House could cultivate her to her fullest potential, transforming her into a formidable force in the future. Unexpectedly, their arrival had yielded even greater rewards. Lord Xiao Huo, truly a celestial being among mortals, with Xiao Huo by their side, they felt assured that their ambitions would know no bounds. Chapter 207, A Being Beyond the Mundane. My lord, are you truly a 7th-tier alchemist? Luman inquired cautiously, stepping forward with the jade vial in her hands. The 8-winged black serpent emperor lifted her gaze slightly, her ardent eyes fixed on Xiao Huo. A 7th-tier alchemist in the central continent. Such an individual was a transcendent existence. No faction would dare to offend a 7th-tier alchemist. Moreover, the pills in their possession were of unparalleled quality. Nothing could compare. This elixir, which could transform from Do Huang to Dozong, was unheard of and unseen. The transformation elixir could boast of 81 variations. Capable of traversing heaven and earth, it was truly omnipotent. The elixir in Luman's hands was nothing short of extraordinary. A single pill could elevate one from Do Huang to Dozong. Such an elixir was beyond the reach of most alchemists. It required at least a 7th-tier alchemist, if not someone of even higher caliber. Luman gazed at Xiao Huo, her eyes filled with anticipation. Is this truly something an ordinary person could achieve? A typical alchemist would not possess such skill. Supreme quality, divine-grade elixirs. Even a 9th-tier alchemist would be but an ant in my eyes. Xiao Huo replied with a calm smile, confidence glimmering in his eyes. In those days, when I taught alchemy at the Alchemist Guild, you may not have even been born yet. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. Buzz. As his words fell, Luman and the 8-winged black serpent emperor were left in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. Surely they had not misheard. A 7th-tier alchemist. What was that in the grand scheme? Even a 9th-tier alchemist was but an ant in the eyes of their lord. Was such a thing conceivable? Luman let out a bitter laugh, while the 8-winged black serpent emperor felt her legs weaken. Their entire worldview seemed to have been utterly dismantled. To them, a 9th-tier alchemist was an insurmountable existence. They could not afford to hire a 9th-tier alchemist. Even a powerful faction like the Ancient Clan would not dare to offend a 9th-tier alchemist. A 7th-tier alchemist was already revered. An 8th tier could be called a master. As for a 9th-tier alchemist, they were a being of supreme authority. As for those above that tier, they were reclusive sages transcending the mundane. Yet, Xiao was surpassed even the 9th-tier alchemists? What level was that? Luman and the 8-winged black serpent emperor had never heard of it. Not only them, but even the Ice Emperor, Hai Bo Dong, had never come across such a notion. How could Xiao be so formidable? He had even taught at the Alchemist Guild. Alchemist Guild, Luman murmured, the name resonating with familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she trembled, collapsing to the ground. The Alchemist Guild, the most sacred place home to the pinnacle of alchemists in the Douqi continent. It turned out that it was Lord Xiao Huo who had educated them. How utterly astounding. Who could have imagined that the might of the alchemist guild stemmed from Lord Xiao Huo? No wonder even ninth-tier alchemists paled in comparison to him. It was all becoming clear. Lu Man comprehended, and so did the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor. Xiao Huo was indeed an unfathomable figure. Lu Man was thoroughly convinced, and the impression of Xiao Huo lingered in her mind, indelible. For in the Douqi continent, the two most powerful entities were the Ancient Clan and the Alchemist Guild. The pinnacle of strength, the Ancient Clan and the Alchemist Guild, housing the strongest alchemists, all bowed to Xiao Huo. In her heart, Xiao Huo was akin to a deity. Unmatched, Green Snake possesses the tricolored pupils of the Green Serpent, a remarkable talent. Given time, she will surely stand by my side, soaring to the heavens and surveying the world. For now, Green Snake shall train in the Tian Snake House. Xiao Huo smiled, taking Green Snake's delicate hand. Her unique constitution could only truly flourish in the Tian Snake House, allowing her to emerge as a prodigy. Thank you, my lord. Green Snake shall undoubtedly become the master of the Tian Snake House. Lu Man rose, clasping her fists in respect to Xiao Huo, her admiration deepening. She could already envision a future where Green Snake's destiny was boundless. Moreover, Green Snake was Xiao Huo's beloved. How could the beloved of Xiao Huo be anything but exceptional? Indeed, let Green Snake focus on her training in the Tian Snake House. Xiao Huo gently tousled Green Snake's hair, embracing the girl. At present, Green Snake was still but a young maiden, graceful and enchanting, innocence radiating from her every feature. She appeared blissfully unaware, knowing only that Xiao Huo was her sole affection. Irreplaceable in her heart, she would forever recognize him, with none other occupying her thoughts. Xiao Huo, what will I do when I miss you? Green Snake's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears as she nestled in Xiao Huo's embrace, her delicate hands clutching his garment tightly. She understood that a separation was inevitable between her and Xiao Huo. He had already far surpassed her, and the chasm between them felt insurmountable. Training the Tian Snake House was her only chance to bridge that divide. I will come to see you often. I'll ensure to keep myself presentable. Perhaps one evening, I might find you in my room. Xiao Huo chuckled, wrapping his arm around Green Snake's slender waist. Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she nodded shyly, her eyes reflecting a trace of reluctance. The next time they met was uncertain, but she hoped that when they did, it would bring surprise to Xiao Huo. She vowed to show him that she too could strive to stand by his side. Xiao Huo, wait for me. One day, Qinglin will undoubtedly grow stronger. With determination gleaming in her beautiful eyes, Qinglin rose onto her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips against Xiao Huo's. A soft breeze swept by, and it felt as if time itself paused amidst the myriad wonders of the world. The young couple embraced, nearly lost in their own reverie. Brother Xiao Huo, I must take my leave now. A gentle smile graced Qinglin's lips as she stood beside the enchanting green-maned figure. Dressed in a delicate green gown that accentuated her graceful curves, she was utterly captivating. In her pure eyes, a flicker of resolve shone brightly. No one could deter her unwavering determination to grow stronger. Upon learning that Nalan Yanran was Brother Xiao Huo's fiancé, she resolved to train diligently. Nalan Yanran, the radiant jewel of the Yunlan Sect, possessed formidable strength. Having spent her life in the small Shimo city, she was oblivious to the vast world beyond. From this day forth, Qinglin would no longer be the same. She would evolve into a remarkable prodigy, standing proudly by Xiao Huo's side. In the future, as he ascended to the status of Fire Emperor, she would accompany him, transforming into the most formidable Qinglin. With her own steadfast beliefs, she would resolutely strive to grow stronger, following Brother Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo nodded with a brilliant smile, his eyes sparkling like the stars. When they next met, Qinglin would surely be even more beautiful. After all, a girl transforms greatly from the age of 18. Even Xiao Huo found himself anticipating how the exquisitely beautiful Qinglin would evolve into a breathtaking vision of elegance. In the sky, beneath the azure waters and cerulean heavens, the girl in her lavender gown stood gracefully atop the nine heavens phoenix, her cascading tresses resembling a pristine blue lotus, untainted and pure. Her beauty rendered all else in the world pale by comparison. Brother Xiao Huo, why do I feel as though you are speaking ill of me? Xun'er. Her beautiful eyes gazing toward the horizon as her melodious voice rang out. Her gaze drifted toward the distant east, where the Yunlan Sect awaited, drawing ever closer. It had been half a year since she last saw Brother Xiao Huo, but this time she was determined to arrive. Chapter 208, Seeking Guidance from the Great Ones. Greenman and the eight-winged Black Serpent King gazed at Xiao Huo with eyes filled with awe and admiration, their eyes gleaming with reverence. Xiao Huo, our future master. In that moment, Greenman felt a surge of anticipation. How far could she go by following Xiao Huo? The Tianxi mansion might just rise to prominence in the future by joining the Holy Fire Sect. This is splendid. We can now nurture Miss Yunlan properly. The future of our Tianxi mansion is boundless, exclaimed the eight-winged Black Serpent King, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he held a jade vial of elixirs. He had never anticipated that this journey to the Empire of Extrabids would yield such bountiful rewards. Not only had they acquired transformation elixirs, but they had also discovered a prodigious talent like Miss Yunlan. With proper guidance, she could become a remarkable figure, leading the Tianxi mansion to greater heights. It had been a long time since the Tianxi mansion had seen a genius, and Yunlan was destined to be their shining star. No one could shake that truth. Most importantly, Yunlan was Xiao Huo's beloved. Xiao Huo's renown had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the eight-winged Black Serpent King and Greenman. Thank you, my lord. I wonder if I might request your guidance on my training? Greenman inquired with a charming smile, her demeanor respectful as she slightly bowed before Xiao Huo. Though she stood at the pinnacle of the Dohuang realm, there remained significant disparities even among those at the same level. The eight-winged Black Serpent King and the Medusa Queen were both at the peak of Dohuang. Yet the former had been utterly defeated before he could even approach the latter. It was akin to comparing a 15-year-old girl to a 20-year-old. Though both are girls, their capabilities are vastly different. The same applies to the power wielded by various techniques and skills. The prodigies of prominent families would invariably crush ordinary disciples of the same level. This was an irrefutable fact. My training is still shallow, but should I receive your guidance, I would undoubtedly benefit immensely. Greenman expressed, her excitement palpable. As a pinnacle Dohuang, she was curious about Xiao Huo's cultivation level, wondering if he could impart strength that transcended their realm. I too desire this. To receive your guidance would be an honor. The eight-winged Black Serpent King exclaimed as he stood, his body buzzing with exhilaration. To him, Xiao Huo appeared almost divine. Perhaps, through this training, he could one day surpass Greenman, wielding a small whip to tease her. What if he became strong enough to challenge the Medusa Queen again? Would she still be his match then? Unbeknownst to the eight-winged Black Serpent King, Medusa was currently in an evolutionary phase, and upon completion, she would reach the pinnacle of Do Zone, effortlessly overpowering a mere serpent. Born a queen, she was destined to reign supreme. Even Xiao Huo could not compel her to submit. How could she be content lying beneath him? She must always be on top. Very well. All of you may come at me together, Xiao Huo said with a calm smile, a hint of indifference in his gaze. Having reached the realm of Dohuang, he had grasped various techniques and skills that transcended the understanding of this world. Having just acquired a plethora of techniques and rules from the system, he was more than prepared for battle. Even against pinnacle Dohuang, he could easily prevail. Upon witnessing this, Haibuodong felt a twinge of trepidation and stepped back. He dare not challenge Xiao Huo. He understood all too well how terrifying Xiao Huo's abilities were. He was far beyond his reach. Even the Medusa Queen and the Yunlan Sect's master, Yun, had submitted to him. Who in the Empire of Extrabids could possibly stand against him? A formidable aura began to rise around them, instilling fear in all present. Greenman and the eight-winged Black Serpent King simultaneously launched their attacks toward Xiao Huo. A powerful surge of Do Qi erupted, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the void. The oppressive force was enough to instill a sense of dread in Haibuodong. Advanced Xiantier Do Technique, Ice River Rift. Intermédiate Xun'er Do Technique, Tigeres Roar. Boom! The earth trembled. Greenman propelled herself forward, her jade hands coalescing formidable power as she unleashed her full strength. The surrounding world seemed to freeze into an ice river, her aura solidifying the air around her. Green Do Qi radiated outward, engulfing everything. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing even the air to slow, transforming the environment into a crystalline expanse. The fierce winds shattered countless ice layers, creating numerous fissures, while brilliant light blotted out the sun. Simultaneously, the eight-winged Black Serpent King's massive wind claws descended, accompanied by a cacophony of roars. He dared not underestimate his opponent. Waves of powerful sound energy radiated from him, akin to the roars of lions and tigers, accompanied by fierce gales that tore through the air, charging directly at Xiao Huo's chest. This overwhelming force sent shivers down Haibuodong's spine. So strong, truly formidable. Indeed, they were the mightiest of the Tianxi mansion. As a first-rate force endowed with abundant resources, they were incomparable to the empire of extra bids. Though a pinnacle Do Huang himself, Hai Buodong was no match for Greenman or the eight-winged Black Serpent King. Taking on two opponents at once was utterly unthinkable. In an instant, Hai Buodong retreated, unable to withstand the tremendous winds. Their combined strength was nothing short of terrifying. Had he attempted to protect Qinglin just moments ago, he would have been gravely injured. Brother Xiao Huo. Qinglin's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, tinged with fear. When had she ever witnessed such a hellish scene? She could only retreat behind Xiao Huo, her delicate hands clutching his sleeve tightly. Her gaze was pure and clear, inexplicably. Hiding behind, Xiao Huo brought her an overwhelming sense of security. No matter the tempests ahead, with brother Xiao Huo by her side, she felt no fear. Would you like to see a meteor shower? With a radiant smile, Xiao Huo clasped the jade hand of Qinglin, his eyes devoid of any panic. What is a meteor shower? Qinglin inquired with curiosity, fluttering her beautiful eyelashes. You shall soon find out, Xiao Huo replied with a grin, turning his gaze towards the green barbarian and the eight-winged Black Serpent King. As he slightly raised his palm, in that instant, time seemed to halt. The rain crystallized. Countless bolts of lightning in the heavens shattered into fragments. The spiritual energy of all things in the universe stood suspended in the void. Everything around them appeared to slow down, as if the world had come to a standstill. The very sky was under Xiao Huo's dominion. With a flick of his hand, his gaze exuding arrogance, an overwhelming number of spatial laws shattered. The principles of the great Tao cascaded down. It was as though a thunderclap had ripped through the sky. The heavens ignited with brilliance. The sound of thunder roared. No, how could this be possible? Lord Xiao Huo is incredibly powerful. The green barbarian and the eight-winged Black Serpent King widened their eyes in sheer horror, trembling before him. How can this be? The master can control this realm. A voice thundered forth, reminiscent of a king's decree. The world abruptly froze. Everything disintegrated. Rock shattered. Their attacks dissipated into nothingness, turning to smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Frost flames. Wind blades. All transformed into countless fragments, utterly obliterated. The dazzling auras of their fighting spirit crumbled before Xiao Huo's spatial laws, vanishing without a trace. Trembling, the green barbarian dropped her sword, which shattered upon impact. Her blade could not withstand such immense power and was extinguished. In the expanse above, it seemed as if innumerable sword lights cleaved through everything. The heavens. This is the sky. How can it be controlled by the master? Could it be that the master is a god of the universe? The green barbarian gazed upward, awash with awe. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Huo wielded such cataclysmic power. It was fortunate that this was merely a display of strength. Had it been a true battle, they would have perished instantaneously, their bodies reduced to ash. The eight-winged Black Serpent King's complexion turned ashen. He knelt before Xiao Huo, his gaze fixed in dread upon the apocalyptic scene above. The heavens seemed to tear asunder because of Xiao Huo. The universe intertwined. All things were obliterated. A colossal radiance erupted in the sky, as if imbued with the power of laws. The rules of the stars. With another sweep of his palm, thunderous echoes followed. Indeed, the heavens were being torn apart. Countless starry lights shone, dazzling beyond compare. Numerous stars, twinkling like gems, reflected in the eyes of all present. Though it was still daytime, everyone could discern the myriad stars in the high sky. The astonishment in the eyes of the green barbarian and the eight-winged Black Serpent King deepened. Divine technique. Millions of stars seemed to fall. Subsequently, they formed a multitude of purple meteors descending from the horizon. The earth cracked. Forests were flattened. Had Xiao Huo not controlled his power, the ground within 1,000 feet would have shattered. The entire realm crumbled to dust. This scene caused Ice Emperor Hai Buodong to tremble uncontrollably. Even the seven-colored sky-devouring python in his arms shrank tightly within Xiao Huo's sleeve, paralyzed with fear. Even from a distance, Xun'er, standing atop the nine heavens fire phoenix, gazed with wide eyes, her heart racing. The divine beast trembled at such a sight and dared not approach. Elder Ling hurriedly appeared, conjuring a massive barrier to shield against the falling meteor shower. Of course, this was not Xiao Huo's fault. How could he have known that Xun'er would come to accompany him? Yun of the Cloud Mist Sect held her breath, watching the mysterious spectacle in the east, paralyzed with trepidation. Could this be the apocalypse? Xiao Huo smiled lightly, his expression calm. Indeed, employing the rules of the stars to impress was quite effective. Yet that was all it was to confront a Dozong strongman. He would need to harness the starry rules to their zenith. How beautiful! This is what a meteor shower is, Yunlan exclaimed, her clear, untainted gaze fixed on the horizon. She was oblivious to fear, only knowing that as long as she was by Xiao Huo's side, even if the sky were to collapse, she would feel no apprehension. With Xiao Huo, she felt invincible. Should he be absent, she would follow him into the depths of the earth, even unto death. Xiao Huo, smiling, held Yunlan's hand, stepping through the air. He did not attack the green barbarian or the eight-winged black serpent king, nor did he assault Haibudo. Yet, in that moment, the three-peaked Do Emperor powerhouses knelt before him, paralyzed with fear. Xiao Huo's spatial rules had rendered them utterly immobile. They harbored the thought that to dare move would mean annihilation. How formidable our master is! So this is the extent of his cultivation, a realm beyond our reach. The green barbarian exclaimed in delight, her eyes filled with astonishment. She could scarcely believe the magnitude of her master's strength. She had never heard of such a being, a power that could even control the heavens. What else could the master be if not a god? Ha ha! To follow the master is my lifelong fortune. The eight-winged black serpent king prostrated himself in reverence, trembling in awe, realization dawning upon him. There are always those stronger, realms beyond our comprehension. Even the mightiest forces of the heavenly serpent manor would pale in comparison to Lord Xiao Huo. All they could do was submit, in this life and the next. They would yield to Xiao Huo. One day, they would follow him to the pinnacle. Not far away, Xun'er gazed at the horizon, her expression one of astonishment. What has transpired ahead? She murmured, her ruby lips parting slightly, her bright eyes laced with concern. What kind of master could instill such fear in the nine heavens fire phoenix beneath her? Could it be that Xiao Huo and the Cloud Mist Sect were in battle? Elderling, accompany me, she declared. If anything happens to my brother Xiao Huo, I shall ensure the entire Cloud Mist Sect pays the price. There was no trace of fear in her gaze. Her instinct told her that her brother Xiao Huo lay just ahead. Miss, young Master Xiao Huo is unharmed. This spectacle can only be his doing. Young Master Xiao Huo is indeed a divine being. Even among the ancient clans, none can wield such might. Elder Ling exclaimed, eyes filled with delight as he looked towards the horizon. He understood just how formidable young Master Xiao Huo truly was. Could it be that in the span of just half a year, his cultivation had ascended yet another level? This was divine. Who would dare defy the heavens? Even Gu Yuan of the ancient clan could not achieve such feats. Elder Ling was unaware that even the Flame Emperor within the vast world could not accomplish such a thing. The heavens were indeed the heavens. No one could rival them. They were not entities that mere mortals could touch. Yet, Xiao Huo was able to command the heavens, unleashing tremendous power, crushing all in his path with the might of thunder. Such cultivation existed in this world, and none other could attain it. Brother Xiao Huo, have you truly grown this powerful? Xun'er smiled softly, her enchanting form adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful silhouette, resembling an ethereal fairy. She had believed her own talents were commendable, yet Xiao Huo's progress left her utterly awestruck. Not just in the empire, even throughout the central continent and the ancient clans. None could compare to Xiao Huo. Regardless of the bloodline of any practitioner, they paled in comparison. The might of brother Xiao Huo was unparalleled in this world. Even with her talents, she would struggle to match him. I am so happy for you. In this manner, brother Xiao Huo shall soon marry Xun'er. Xun'er smiled radiantly, once again standing atop the nine heavens phoenix, and soared towards the direction where Xiao Huo was located. Chapter 209, The Arrival of Xun'er. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 4,000 show-off points, 2,000 purple crystal points, and 150,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to Do Wong's 6 stars. Congratulations, host brother, for growing taller once more. Main quest issued. Ensure the safety of Yunlan while she joins the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Reward, 140,000 experience points. Ding! A beautiful lady is en route, and she knows everything. Oh, host brother must be prepared. The system's giggles echoed. Is there still a need to protect Yunlan? Does she require safeguarding? Xiao Huo inquired, his eyes filled with perplexity. The system always seemed to possess foresight. However, which beautiful lady is on her way? If that is the case, once Yunlan is sent off, wouldn't I be able to sleep with the beautiful lady? No matter how much Xiao Huo questioned, the system steadfastly refused to divulge any information. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Xiao Huo harbored a deep resentment towards the system, which even tempted him. When she transforms into her human form in 3 months, The first thing I shall do is to warm the bed for the system. At that time, the system lady's extraordinary long legs and slender waist shall undoubtedly be breathtaking. At the very least, it would allow Xiao Huo to experience true joy. I shall become the first person in history to not let the system lady escape my grasp. Moreover, can my system even be compared to others? Xiao Huo felt a flicker of anticipation. Would the warm bed system lady perhaps be unclothed? The system lady must surely be stunning. My lord, let us return to the heavenly serpent manor. Within 3 years, Miss Qing Lin will undoubtedly become the most formidable prodigy of the heavenly serpent manor, Green Man remarked, a hint of hope glimmering in his eyes. Presently, Qing Lin possesses the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, and with her innate talent and determination, she will certainly progress swiftly. I too shall strive. In the future, I will endeavor to break through to Do Zone and challenge Queen Medusa, declared the 8-winged black serpent emperor, a fiery combat spirit ignited within his gaze. On that day, he had challenged Medusa with peak strength, only to be vanquished in an instant. Now, with the assistance of Lord Xiao Huo, he believed he could surpass Medusa. After a year and a half of cultivation, he would ascend to Do Zone. Medusa is my woman. She will soon evolve successfully and break through to the pinnacle of Do Zone. Xiao Huo casually glanced at the 8-winged black serpent emperor. Is she someone you are capable of challenging? Only I can keep her in check. No one else could ever hope to. As soon as the words left his lips, Green Man and the 8-winged black serpent emperor were once again left in shock. How could this be possible? The 8-winged black serpent emperor widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Xiao Huo with admiration. Queen Medusa is a figure as frigid as ice, whose attention is difficult to capture even for the average individual. Moreover, Medusa is notorious for her icy demeanor, harboring a murderous intent towards humans. Anyone daring to enter the Taggart Desert would meet their demise. How did Xiao Huo manage this? He has even taken Medusa as his own. Furthermore, she could evolve into a Do Zone powerhouse in such a brief period. This is truly astounding. If this were to be shared, who would believe it? If countless individuals were to learn of this, how many hearts would shatter? Medusa is the goddess in their hearts. Though they may not be able to possess her, they cannot bear to see another do so. Yet, Xiao Huo has claimed Medusa. It is easy to imagine the despair that would engulf countless men. Certainly, the world remains unaware that Xiao Huo possesses not only Medusa, but also Xun'er, Nalan Yanran, Yun, Xiao Yu, and the little medical sage, all exceptional beauties. It is no exaggeration to say that the most beautiful women in the Dopi universe are all Xiao Huo's. They cannot even lay a finger on a single hair. In fact, encountering them is a rare occurrence. Xiao Huo's women are beyond their reach, let alone the notion of indulging in solitary fantasies to resolve their physiological needs. Such thoughts are non-existent. You cannot even catch a glimpse of my women. Xiao Huo's lips curled into a slight smile. Moreover, I possess a system. With the system lady by my side, I am invincible. The key is, the system lady is also extraordinarily beautiful, fair-skinned with long legs, capable of warming the bed and providing comfort. I am indeed the happiest transmigrator in the world. The 3 great benefits of being a transmigrator: charming ladies, captivating maidens, and engaging with the system. The joy I experience is beyond the imagination of all other transmigrators. While others merely understand how to show off, what significance does that hold? Embracing a beauty in my arms is the ultimate pursuit of Xiao Huo. Showing off may offer fleeting delight, but captivating maidens yields endless joy. The disparity is vast. My lord is impressive. Even Queen Medusa has been claimed by him. The 8-winged black serpent emperor wore a look of grievance, feeling as though his life's creed had crumbled. The Queen Medusa he adored has become Lord Xiao Huo's. Nevertheless, he had no recourse but to sigh in resignation. In this world, perhaps only Lord Xiao Huo is worthy of being with Queen Medusa. How could mere mortals defile her? The Ice Emperor Hebadong also secretly raised his thumb in admiration. Truly a divine being. Nalan Yanran is the fiancé of the eldest. Yun has been won over by the eldest, and even Queen Medusa is under the eldest's reign, while Ice Emperor Hebadong remains a mere single dog. Not only is his strength inferior to Xiao Huo's, but his looks pale in comparison, and he does not even possess a girlfriend as attractive as the eldest's. The moment he thought of this, Hebadong felt as though he had wasted his life. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. An elder clad in white robes stood suspended in the air, exuding immense authority. There was a formidable aura about him, as if the very heavens and earth lay within his grasp. His appearance even caused Ice Emperor Hebadong to tremble slightly. Who is this person? His power is astonishing, far exceeding that of a peaked Do Huang. He may have even reached the realm of Do Zone. Does the Jemu Empire truly harbor Do Zone powerhouses? Hebadong pondered, filled with doubt. He had not emerged from seclusion for so many years. When did the Jemu Empire acquire such formidable beings? Upon witnessing Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor's subservience toward Xiao Huo, the Elder in White was consumed with anger, a glint of fury igniting in his eyes. Impudent! You have sullied the reputation of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Quickly return. How could the esteemed Heavenly Serpent Manor kneel before such base humans? The Elder in White spoke coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Huo, his demeanor utterly haughty. Bow before the White Robe Master. Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, taken aback, immediately knelt before the White Robe Master. He was the master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. How could he have personally come to the Jemu Empire? Could it be that he had come for Qinglin? Green Man took the initiative to step forward and conversed with the White Robe Master for a considerable time, yet the disdain in the White Robe Master's gaze only deepened. He radiated a powerful aura that overshadowed the heavens, silencing Green Man. You, young man, I heard everything just now. You, of all people, dare to teach the genius alchemists in the Dan Tower to refine pills? I have once met the patriarch of the ancient clan. How could a mere insect like you ever hope to meet him? And you dare to boast that the patriarch of the ancient clan would give way to you and yield the clan to you? The White Robe Master scoffed, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The Heavenly Serpent Manor is a first-rate force. He, as the master, had once had the opportunity to meet the ancient clan's patriarch, Gu Yuan, who was an imposing figure. The ancient clan, dignified and formidable, shrouded in mystery, has become a colossal entity within the Central Plains. Countless prodigies aspire to join the ancient clan, yet opportunities remain elusive. The ancient clan has never been inclined to recruit disciples lightly, for within its ranks, the disciples are already deemed geniuses. Comparatively, many disciples from the Central Plains are simply unable to measure up. Even the enigmatic alchemist guild, known as the Pill Tower, must treat the ancient clan with utmost deference. It is no exaggeration to assert that the ancient clan stands as the zenith of this continent, a coveted aspiration for countless individuals. It epitomizes the ultimate pursuit of the white-clad sect master. Should he ever have the chance to join the ancient clan, or if his disciples were to gain entry, he would consider himself thoroughly satisfied. In the heart of the white-clad sect master, the ancient clan is unsurpassable. At this moment, however, he was confronted with the most absurd statements. The mythos of the ancient clan, in his eyes, was being belittled. Xiao Huo audaciously proclaimed that he would flatten the six realms, even asserting that the ancient clan and the Pill Tower would bow before him. Such words elicited a derisive laugh from the white-clad elder. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. The ancient clan has reached the pinnacle of the continent. Who would dare provoke it? This is akin to someone claiming that the President of the United States is subservient to extraterrestrials. Who would believe such nonsense? The white-clad sect master certainly did not. Preposterous. Are extraterrestrials even real? For the white-clad sect master, they exist only in fiction. He considers the ancient clan as the ultimate frontier. The existence of anything surpassing it is inconceivable. Furthermore, this is the Adon Empire, a place of such modest stature. How could such formidable powers arise from it? Thus, the white-clad sect master concluded that Xiao Huo was nothing more than a charlatan. What if he possessed some abilities? To dare tarnish the names of the ancient clan and the Pill Tower is tantamount to a death sentence. What amused the white-clad sect master most was the notion that the Heavenly Serpent Manor intended to join the Sacred Fire Sect. What is the Sacred Fire Sect, after all? He had never even heard of it. Their Heavenly Serpent Manor, at the very least, had a reputation to uphold. How could they possibly lower themselves to such an extent? Inviting ridicule? Young man, prepare to pay with your life today. I shall witness what the so-called Sacred Fire Sect truly amounts to. The white-clad sect master sneered, an aura of terrifying murderous intent radiating from him. The oppressive force of the Do Zone descended in its entirety. A ghastly atmosphere surged forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Instantly, even Medusa felt a twinge of panic. The seven-colored devouring python stirred restlessly, sensing an overwhelming crisis. She even contemplated transforming into human form to protect Xiao Huo, deeming the sacrifice worthwhile. An immense pressure cascaded down like a tidal wave. In that moment, a multitude of lethal intentions converged upon Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo's gaze remained indifferent. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a Do Zone powerhouse. Currently, he was merely at the Do Wang level, capable of overpowering Do Huang through the advantages of his techniques and skills. To contend against the Do Zone, he must first ascend to the Do Huang realm. The system's assistant had yet to truly materialize into a human form and could not unleash her combat mode. Otherwise, with the system in play, even the ancient Yuan would have to kneel. Master, please stop. The eight-winged black serpent king implored, his expression fraught with terror. What was unfolding? He had not yet grasped the situation when he sensed an impending battle. Moreover, this confrontation seemed exceptionally formidable. This was a clash of Do Zone caliber. What troubled the eight-winged Black Serpent King further was the realization that the white-clad sect master was not a match for Xiao Huo. He would be easily crushed. In the eight-winged Black Serpent King's mind, Xiao Huo had become a deity. No one, not even the sect master, could rival him. The green barbarian's visage tightened as well, wishing to dissuade, yet she understood it was too late. The white-clad sect master had already unleashed his attack. It was over. The heavenly serpent manor was doomed. She murmured in despair. All her prior efforts rendered futile. Having offended Xiao Huo, what recourse was left? Perhaps only a dead end awaited. The Ice Emperor Hebedong stood resolutely behind Xiao Huo, his gaze icy, daring anyone to harm his master. At the same time, the seven-colored devouring python's attention locked onto the white-clad sect master. She appeared to have been prepared for this moment. Yet, if she were to forcibly employ her incompletely evolved powers this time, it might lead to a state of unconsciousness or even a failed evolution. Medusa felt a surge of urgency within. Instinctively, she yearned to rescue Xiao Huo. After all, he was destined to become her husband. How could he perish? She was, after all, Her Majesty the Queen. Even the system's assistant had cast a cold glare at the white-clad sect master, unanticipatedly confronting him for targeting her host brother. How vexing indeed. The system's assistant, who had initially refrained from intervening, smiled faintly as she prepared to eliminate the white-clad sect master. Suddenly, she sensed something. A waft of fragrant wind approached, a subtle yet chilling aura, imbued with immense murderous intent. In the skies above, it seemed as if a phoenix of fire was soaring, heralding the arrival of a girl clad in ethereal lavender garments, her form exquisite and unparalleled, resembling a pristine lotus. Clad in delicate gauze, she stood gracefully atop the phoenix, revealing a mesmerizing profile that could leave the world in awe. Her presence rendered the realm profoundly silent. Even the nine heavens fire phoenix could not compare to her elegance. A beauty unparalleled, a celestial maiden descending to earth. Subsequently, an intensely perilous aura descended, accompanied by a terrifying flame capable of incinerating all existence. As this flame descended, even the heart fire of the blue lotus in Xiao Huo's grasp shrank back in fear. A brilliant golden light burst forth. The world seemed to lose all color, save for the resplendent gold. The entire starry sky within thousands of feet radiated a golden hue. Flames blazed, as if even the air itself were ablaze. The white-clad sect master in the air was utterly stunned. He trembled uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. No, impossible. How could this be? You are. The white-clad sect master's form quaked in horror. At some point, he noticed the feathers on his back transforming into fragments, engulfed in flames. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he gazed at the girl before him, terror etched on his face. He had witnessed this flame before. This was the heavenly flame of the Golden Emperor. Chapter 210. The Celestial Maiden Descends. The Golden Emperor's heavenly flame. How is this possible? The white-clad sect master's pupils widened in sheer disbelief, filled with boundless shock and fear. The manifestation of a foreign fire, and it was an exceedingly violent one at that. The third-ranked foreign flame, capable of incinerating this starry sky entirely. Wah! The anguished cries of the white-clad sect master echoed, his body seemingly locked in place, unable to move. He could not believe it, nor could he accept it. He was actually facing an assault from a foreign fire. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The void resounded with a heart-wrenching wail, reverberating through the heavens. The white-clad sect master was oblivious to the chaos unfolding. He merely felt the countless hills behind him fracturing. Vast forests were entirely consumed by flames, reduced to wisps of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. All existence was obliterated. The brilliant light was blinding, eclipsing the sky. The nine heavens fire phoenix soared majestically, circling above, radiating boundless light, its searing heat capable of annihilating all, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Even the realm itself seemed on the verge of incineration. Nearby rivers evaporated into nothingness. The stars in the sky appeared to fade away. A cascade of golden light enveloped the world, unparalleled in its ferocity, as if it could incinerate all that exists. A void of nothingness. The instant the golden flames manifested, it seemed as though the very fabric of the heavens was rent asunder, leaving gaping chasms in its wake. With fragments of space dissolving into oblivion, the golden radiance emerged as the sole beacon amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. Impossible. How could this be? Why is this happening? The white-clad leader murmured, despair etched across his features. A shiver ran down his spine. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed every ounce of combat energy he had accumulated throughout his life. The formidable energy of a Do Zone level surged forth, expanding with grandeur to form an immense protective barrier, intended to stave off the terrifying assault. This shield, forged from the entirety of his life as cultivation, should be impervious even to an opponent of equal rank. No high-tier Earth-class technique could shatter his defenses. This was the trump card of the white-clad leader. He was confident, for he had previously withstood a strike from a pinnacle Do Zone powerhouse with this very barrier. He emerged unscathed. This was his ultimate defensive art. Yet it proved futile, utterly ineffective. The leader's defense was obliterated in an instant. The surrounding energies of the world seemed to halt in that moment. Even the combat energy enveloping the white-clad leader was voraciously devoured. The golden veil cleaved through the heavens and the earth. Boom! Boom! Within moments, the white-clad leader was struck with horror. He discovered that the combat energy wings behind him had been utterly shattered. His lifetime of cultivation lay in ruins. No! Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as a chilling scream escaped his lips, echoing in agony as his figure plummeted from the sky. He crashed down onto the colossal mountain. Boom! The mountain crumbled into dust. Clouds of debris swirled, countless stones cascading upon the body of the white-clad leader. No one understood what had transpired, and even fewer grasped the changes unfolding in the world. Green Man and the eight-winged black serpent emperor stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. What had occurred? Their leader, the master of the heavenly serpent manor, had been annihilated in an instant. Who was responsible? Silence reigned. An oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Green Man and the eight-winged black serpent emperor were left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. Hai Buodong trembled, gazing skyward. What was happening? He understood well that the white-clad leader possessed immense strength, a Do Zone level prowess. Just the presence of such energy was enough to deter even a dozen Do Huang experts from easily countering it. Yet in less than a heartbeat, the leader had been dispatched. The nine heavens fire phoenix let out a resounding cry in the heavens, the phoenix undergoing rebirth, emanating radiant divine light. Xun'er, clad in a delicate lavender gown, floated gracefully, her presence an ethereal beauty, captivating beyond compare. She stood serenely atop the fire phoenix, her tranquil gaze sweeping across the realm, as if nothing in this world could elicit her concern. But when her eyes fell upon the white-clad leader, a surge of murderous intent ignited within her. In her aquamarine eyes, flickers of golden flames surged forth. The intensity was unquenchable. The moment Xun'er appeared, countless gazes converged upon her, instantaneously rendering Green Man speechless, his expression frozen in awe, while the eight-winged black serpent emperor regarded her with profound reverence. She was a woman, a stunningly beautiful woman. Who was she? How could she possess such power, even surpassing that of the white-clad leader? Step forth. Xun'er spoke coolly, her delicate hand raised slightly, the golden light shimmering brilliantly, radiating boundless brilliance. Her icy gaze fell upon the white-clad leader beneath the mountains, and with a resounding thud, countless stones shattered abruptly. The body of the white-clad leader soared into the air, momentarily dazed. His complexion turned ashen, blood covering him from head to toe. His garments were torn, flesh mangled. His body trembled uncontrollably. Only terror resided in his eyes. Impossible. This cannot be. Golden Emperor's blazing flames. Could it be that she is the daughter of the ancient clan's leader? The white-clad leader murmured, his body turning to ice, his eyes filled with dread. He understood that in this world, there existed a type of extraordinary fire. The Golden Emperor's blazing flames ranked third among the extraordinary fires. Even a fragment of space could be consumed into nothingness by this fire. He had encountered such a miraculous being. It could only be Xun'er. When had he ever offended the daughter of the ancient clan's leader? Kneel. Xun'er's voice was cold and resolute, brooking no argument, as if she were the sovereign of this realm. Her words fell like a decree. Thud. The white-clad leader fell to his knees without hesitation, prostrating himself. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Just a single glance upwards had revealed everything to him. A tempest of disbelief. The daughter of the ancient clan's leader, Gu Xun'er. Why was she in the empire of Jiama? Why did she wish to end his life? Could it be that the ancient clan truly had ties to Xiao Huo? The white-clad leader recalled the words Xiao Huo had spoken earlier. The leader of the ancient clan was compelled to bow before Xiao Huo. Could this be true? The white-clad leader glanced at Xiao Huo, a chill coursing through his body. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events. The daughter of the ancient clan's leader, Gu Xun'er, descended like a celestial maiden, annihilating all, even he. The leader of the heavenly serpent manor was rendered powerless. My lady, I was wrong. I beg for mercy. I implore you to spare my life. I should not have been so foolish. The white-clad leader knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, the sound echoing as cracks appeared in the earth. Yet Xun'er's indifferent gaze fell upon the white-clad leader, her eyes devoid of warmth. In her view, he was already a corpse. Chapter 211. Xun'er is truly beautiful. Xun'er's gaze turned to Xiao Huo, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Her aquamarine eyes shimmering with a unique radiance. Under the starlit sky, her world encompassed only Xiao Huo. Gradually, she descended, akin to a celestial being, falling into the mortal realm. Her lavender attire glimmered, outlining her enchanting form. Xiao Huo beamed, his eyes fixed on the girl descending from above. A waft of fragrant air enveloping him. He was spellbound. Xun'er was incredibly beautiful, her visage capable of captivating all. There was none other like her in the world. Unparalleled elegance, a countenance akin to that of a fairy, every smile and frown etched in Xiao Huo's memory. Tears glistened in Xun'er's eyes, her delicate body quivering. After half a year, she had finally reunited with her longed-for Xiao Huo brother. Xun'er slowly approached, her lips brushing against Xiao Huo's. Her form enveloped in his embrace. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Xun'er was truly beautiful. Xiao Huo smiled as he held the girl close, savoring her delicate warmth and fragrant presence. After half a year apart, Xun'er had grown even more radiant, her fragrance even more intoxicating. It was as if she exuded a natural aroma. Xun'er had not arrived too late. I'm here, she said softly, her trembling hands instinctively wrapping around Xiao Huo's arm. She had been anxious. Upon her arrival, the white-clad leader's attack had already been unleashed upon Xiao Huo. She hadn't even had time to summon Old Ling to intervene. In an instant, the Golden Emperor's blazing flames erupted. With all her might, she crushed the white-clad leader. She could not tolerate anyone harming her Xiao Huo brother, not even Gu Yuan. Foolish girl. There is no one in this world who can harm me, Xiao Huo reassured, his hand caressing Xun'er's cheek, feeling a pang of tenderness. As the Fire Emperor, how could he fear the white-clad leader? Even against the Dozong, he possessed the strength to contend. And not only him, for behind him stood the system's sister, and Queen Medusa. Xun'er was aware that he was all right, and that brought her solace. A gentle smile graced her lips as she nestled against Xiao Huo's shoulder, as if this were the most blissful moment of her life. She harbored a disdain for remaining at Canaan Academy, loathing solitary cultivation. For the one she cherished most was none other than Xiao Huo, even with the knowledge that he was not of this world. No other could stir her heartstrings in such a manner. My dear wife, what brings you here? Xiao Huo murmured softly, entwining his fingers with Xun'er's delicate hand. I missed you, Xun'er replied, her smile sweet as she pressed her lips against his once more. Xiao Huo had just affectionately called her his wife, and as she blinked her beautiful eyes, she realized she had yet to formally accept his endearment. Was it possible that Xiao Huo harbored ulterior motives this evening? At that moment, the seven-colored celestial python playfully nipped at Xiao Huo, affirming the notion that a scoundrel remained a scoundrel. Medusa, in a fit of anger, bit him again, thoroughly gnawing at him. Buzz, the white-clad sect leader, stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixated on the scene unfolding before him, utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? Xun'er, the esteemed daughter of the ancient clan, was revered and adored by countless souls, her status unparalleled. Her beauty was unmatched in this realm. Yet here she was, hand in hand with Xiao Huo, their intimacy evident. The white-clad sect leader spat blood in disbelief. With a gaze filled with reverence, he looked at Xiao Huo. Realizing the truth, Xiao Huo indeed had ties to the ancient clan, and their connection was profoundly close. Staring in shock, the white-clad sect leader could hardly fathom that Xiao Huo possessed such formidable strength, capable of commanding the allegiance of the ancient clan. The ancient clan, a mysteriously powerful entity, was among the most prestigious forces in the central state, compelling numerous top-tier factions to bow in submission. Yet, Xiao Huo was even more formidable. The white-clad sect leader lamented his audacity to show off, having offended someone more terrifying than the ancient clan. "Great sir, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beg for my life." The white-clad sect leader fell to his knees, frantically kowtowing, having lost his sanity. Xiao Huo's presence had shattered his worldview. Who could have anticipated that the enigmatic ancient clan would yield to him? Even the esteemed daughter of the clan was his beloved. "My dear Xiao Huo," Xun'er said with a gentle smile, her eyes half closed as she leaned into his shoulder, her lips slightly pursed, exuding grace. She simply stood by Xiao Huo's side, nestled in his embrace, indifferent to the fate of the white-clad sect leader. All she knew was that she would not permit anyone to harm Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, glancing at the white-clad sect leader, his eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. What, the sect leader of the Celestial Serpent? The future master of the Celestial Serpent should be Qinglin. Do you think you deserve to be spared? In days gone by, this young master could have effortlessly annihilated the ancient clan. And what were you compared to that? His voice was devoid of warmth, and suddenly he waved his hand, as if countless stars descended from the heavens. The rules of the stars, the principles of the great Tao, the laws of space, the dual rules, all surged forth. Xiao Huo rose into the air, a golden giant staff appearing in his grasp. This staff harbored the power of innumerable rules, radiating a purple luminescence, as if the very cosmos lay behind him. Stars filled the sky, forming a colossal vortex. He unleashed the 9 strikes of heaven. The giant staff crashed downward. Boom! In an instant, countless rules shattered. The void erupted. This strike could obliterate heaven and earth. My heavens! What level of cultivation is this? The white-clad sect leader's face was filled with terror as he gazed at the sky, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Xiao Huo could control destiny? He could even wield the power of the stars. No, no, no. This is impossible. Why does even the heavens heed your command? The white-clad sect leader's eyes widened in horror, attempting to retreat, but at some point, his body had been ensnared by the myriad rules of space, rendered immobile. He couldn't team muster even a shred of fighting spirit. I refuse to accept this. Why? Before he could finish, the giant staff struck him directly. Bang! The ground within 100 feet collapsed entirely. Blazing flames erupted. Dust and smoke enveloped the area. The white-clad sect leader was reduced to mere flesh paste. The power of the stars raining down, piercing through everything. In mere moments, the once formidable master of the first-rate faction was turned to ash. He could hardly believe that, as a dozone powerhouse, he was annihilated by a single strike. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, anger, and despair. Yet, it was all for naught. For the one he had offended was Xiao Huo. The 9 strikes of heaven fell in unison. In an instant, all was rendered void. The white-clad sect leader, master of the Celestial Serpent, was extinguished. Chapter 212. How can my brother harbor thoughts for Xun'er? Wow! Is this the power of brother Xiao Huo? Xun'er gazed at the horizon, her eyes filled with awe. This is incredible, even stronger than many in the ancient clan. He could command destiny and rules effortlessly. Xun'er smiled brightly, never anticipating that Xiao Huo's strength would advance so rapidly. It was as if he could manipulate the very rules of heaven and earth. Even the aura of countless stars and the essence of all things seemed to be at his command. The recent display of spatial rules made her feel breathless, as if every step forward was a monumental challenge, truly terrifying. If brother Xiao Huo continued to grow, it was unlikely anyone would stand a chance against him. Not even she. Xun'er smiled sweetly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She wondered just how much stronger brother Xiao Huo had become compared to those at Canaan Academy. If Sister Yue were to know, she would surely be delighted. Yet, a hint of sadness lingered in Xun'er's beautiful eyes. Brother Xiao Huo was simply too mischievous. Sister Yue was already carrying his child. She lowered her gaze slightly, touching her flat abdomen, smooth and free of any excess flesh. But when would she become brother Xiao Huo's woman? It seemed a long time away. Old Ling looked up at Xiao Huo. In his heart, Xiao Huo was akin to a deity, irreplaceable. Xiao Huo's cultivation had far surpassed Old Ling's wildest imaginings. Upon their first meeting, Xiao Huo was merely at the Do Huang level, but it was not his level of power that astonished Old Ling. It was the sheer audacity of his youth. After half a year apart, Xiao Huo had granted him immense surprise. Seeing him again left old Ling utterly shaken. He had never witnessed such techniques before. Powers that could command heaven and earth. Such cultivation was at least at the Dozun level, perhaps even higher. Most importantly, Xiao Huo was also an alchemist of the highest order. Old Ling was filled with admiration. For half a year, he had been stuck at the third star of Dozong, yet it was Xiao Huo who had aided in his advancement, even if he had not yet stabilized his own power. In contrast, Xiao Huo's cultivation had surpassed all expectations, leaving Old Ling further astonished. What shocked Old Ling even more was that Xiao Huo was also quite popular with women. Xiao Yu, Miss Xun'er, the radiant Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan Sect, Yun, and even the enchanting Queen Medusa, all elicited a sigh of helplessness from elder Ling Miss Xun'er, seemingly indifferent to these matters. Exemplified how beautiful women tend to attract one another. Yet wait, Miss Xun'er is still a maiden. Elder Ling chuckled, eagerly anticipating when Miss Xun'er might also begin to show signs of expansion in her belly. That, of course, would depend on whether young master Xiao Huo could rise to the occasion. If he could alter Miss Xun'er's bloodline, they could share a bed and conceive a child together. Brother Xiao Huo, did you just say you would annihilate the ancient clan? Xun'er blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled softly. Aware that Brother Xiao Huo was not of this world, and thus recognized her ancient clan lineage. How could he dare to invoke the ancient clan for nefarious deeds? If her father were to learn of this, would he not punish Brother Xiao Huo? Did I ever say such a thing? How could I bear to harm my beautiful Xun'er? Xiao Huo replied, glancing back at Xun'er, gently holding her delicate hand. I forgive you, Xun'er smiled tenderly, enveloping herself in Xiao Huo's embrace. She thought little of the rest. Being with Brother Xiao Huo was all that mattered. Xiao Huo looked down at Xun'er in his arms, his hands wandering, feeling the changes. Indeed, you have matured, he exclaimed. Women truly transform dramatically every 18 months. In just half a year, Xun'er has grown so much. Although they could not yet share a bed to conceive a child, they could certainly enjoy the intimacy of sleeping together without clothes. I'm a good man. I wouldn't do anything inappropriate to Xun'er. That night, as Xiao Huo held the girl in his arms, mischievous thoughts began to brew within him. After half a year without seeing Xun'er, although he was not that kind of person, he couldn't help but consider the physical aspect. Xun'er lifted her beautiful eyes slightly, her gaze clear and tranquil, resembling autumn waters as she looked at Xiao Huo, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She knew Brother Xiao Huo harbored some indecent thoughts about her. What can I do if my wife is just too beautiful? Xiao Huo mused, feeling a stirring in his heart. With such a beauty by his side, maintaining composure seemed impossible, even if they shared a bed without the prospect of children. The longing was almost unbearable. You needn't hold back. Just don't fear my father's wrath, Xun'er teased, her voice sweet as honey, penetrating Xiao Huo's very soul and rendering him even more captivated. When did this girl become so adept at seduction? Who taught you? Xiao Huo questioned earnestly. While I was away from the Canaan Academy, did you secretly learn something? Not at all. Brother Xiao Huo, it's your fault for getting Sister Yu pregnant. Perhaps Sister Yanran will be next, Xun'er pouted, casting an accusing glance at Xiao Huo. She too wished to improve herself and entice Brother Xiao Huo. If this continued, when would she have a child? The constraints of her bloodline weighed heavily upon her. Tears glimmered in Xun'er's beautiful eyes. She longed for a child. If Elder Ling had not persistently dissuaded her, she would have ignored the bloodline restrictions and let her father handle saving the world. All she desired was to roll in bed with Brother Xiao Huo. Xun'er felt a spark of hope, imagining if Brother Xiao Huo could simply take her by force. Then she would not have to worry about bloodline matters, as he would have taken care of that. Sister Yu is pregnant? Xiao Huo exclaimed, astonished and somewhat thrilled. Is it true? Am I about to become a father? I never expected Sister Yu to be the first to have a child instead of Xiao Mei. He pondered for a moment, recognizing that the primary reason was that Xiao Mei was still quite young. I'm a principled man. Next time, I must ensure fairness. Seeing Xun'er's growing sense of grievance, he quickly embraced her, kissing her rosy lips. My precious wife, don't be upset. I adore you. He hurriedly offered sweet words of comfort. Who will believe you? Just a few days ago, you spent an entire night with Sister Yanran on Moon Viewing Mountain, Xun'er murmured, feeling increasingly aggrieved. You know about that? Xiao Huo felt a flush of embarrassment. Xun'er was far too perceptive. Having a clever girlfriend proved to be a double-edged sword. From now on, you must stay by my side, Xun'er insisted, pouting as she clung to Xiao Huo's arm. She had stealthily slipped away from Canaan Academy without informing Mentor Roland, all to see Brother Xiao Huo. What can I do with such a beautiful wife? It's hard to resist, Xiao Huo lamented, feeling a touch of helplessness. He wished to share his affections evenly, yet with Xun'er by his side, it made things complicated. No need to resist. Xun'er is already brother Xiao Huo's. She playfully chided, her face growing ever redder as she quickly lowered her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed into someone who yearned for such intimacy. As a daughter of the ancient clan, how could she dare to desire sharing a bed with brother Xiao Huo? She still had her bloodline to consider. What to do? No matter how clever Xun'er was, she couldn't devise a solution. Suddenly, Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. This was his world of dopa. There was no challenge too great that the system could not resolve. If he could alter Xun'er's bloodline and physique, wouldn't that mean they could directly share a bed and conceive a child? Chapter 213, Departure of the Green Scales. Around them, silence reigned. Everyone was utterly stunned. Green Man and the eight-winged black snake sovereign stared blankly, their eyes filled with shock. This is it. The white-clad master of the heavenly serpent manor, a core figure of the entire establishment, possessed immense power. He had survived numerous battles, having reached the Do Zone level, and there was no one within the heavenly serpent manor who could rival him. Moreover, the white-clad master was known for his decisiveness. His formidable strength made him exceedingly arrogant, disregarding everyone in this small empire of enhanced stakes. Even the renowned Queen Medusa had never instilled fear in him. A Dozong expert could crush any Do Huang pinnacle. With a white-clad master's prowess, he could stride confidently within various sects without fear. In other words, if he wished to escape, he certainly could. Even in the hands of a peak Dozong expert, he could evade capture. Yet this time, he encountered an insurmountable obstacle, instant death, leaving no opportunity for retreat. How could this be? The master was actually defeated in an instant. Green Man and the eight-winged black snake sovereign were rendered limp. Their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed at Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo was astonishingly powerful. The girl beside him instilled terror in Green Man and the eight-winged black snake sovereign. Who was she? With such breathtaking beauty, the world seemed to bow to her. The moment she appeared, it felt as though she ruled over all, unleashing the Golden Emperor's flame of heaven. In mere moments, she obliterated the white-clad master of the heavenly serpent manor. How is this possible? How could such a young celestial beauty possess such strength? Green Man and the eight-winged black snake sovereign were rendered speechless, completely at a loss. They could never have imagined such a powerhouse existed within the enhanced stakes empire. The daughter of the ancient clan, the Golden Emperor's flame of heaven. Hai Buodong murmured, breathless and overwhelmed. He had never heard of the ancient clan. They were too shrouded in mystery. To the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, they remained a distant realm, far beyond his reach. Yet he had clearly heard the words of the white-clad master, the Golden Emperor's flame of heaven. He had once been fortunate enough to hear of it. This was an existence ranked fourth on the list of strange fires, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth with a mere flick of a finger. It could even incinerate Do Chi. Legend had it that the Golden Emperor's flame of heaven had once reduced a space created by a Do saint to mere nothingness. Hai Buodong had heard of strange fires. The 19th-ranked Green Lotus Heart Fire was already so tyrannical that it could injure Queen Medusa and incite the greed of countless high-ranking figures within the enhanced stakes empire. Strange fires were truly terrifying. Even the 19th-ranked Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is so terrifying. How dreadful must the 4th-ranked Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame be? It is nothing short of hellish. The moment it manifested, Hai Buodong collapsed to the ground, his face pale with fear, his body trembling involuntarily, as if suffocating. Golden light filled the sky, and countless flames loomed above, enveloping him in a chilling sense of impending doom. He dare not move. Any motion could spell his demise. Cold sweat drenched his back. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame had yet to unleash its full fury upon him, and merely the residual energy was already too much for him to bear. His gaze turned to Xun'er, a girl of such exquisite beauty that even celestial beings could not compare. Her demeanor was aloof, and the boy who captured her heart was none other than Xiao Huo. Hai Buodong let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself that Xiao Huo must have saved the world in a past life. He knew not what the ancient clan was, but he understood that they were a force of immense power, rivaling even the heavenly serpent palace behind the Green Man. Xun'er, too, was undoubtedly the daughter of a mysterious family. With this realization, Hai Buodong's admiration deepened. His leader was simply invincible, able to attract all manner of beauties. What did you say? The daughter of the ancient clan? Is she truly a young lady of the ancient clan? Green Man asked repeatedly, her voice trembling as she gazed at the scene of Xiao Huo and Xun'er in embrace, overwhelmed with shock and awe. My heavens! Is this real? The eight-winged black serpent emperor widened his eyes, slapping himself twice, awed by his leader's prowess. The daughter of the ancient clan holds an extraordinary status within her clan, and no one would dare overlook her. Most importantly, she is breathtakingly beautiful. The eight-winged black serpent emperor felt a stir in his heart. Although he preferred serpent-like beauties such as Yume, all men are drawn to beauty, and Xun'er's visage was no less than that of Queen Medusa, captivating and enchanting. Her aura was as pure as a pristine lotus, untainted by the dust of the world. Surely, what was said by the leader was true. Green Man's eyes sparkled with belief. Xiao Huo had the capacity to win over the ancient clan. Perhaps the clan leader Gu Yuan had once bowed before Xiao Huo. As for the matters concerning the Pill Tower, those were undoubtedly true. The death of the white-clad master held no significance for Green Man. She cherished freedom. While the white-clad master was overly rigid, refusing to heed her counsel. Had he not offended Lord Xiao Huo, he would not have sought his own demise. Indeed, it was true. Henceforth, they would serve Miss Qinglin as the mistress of the Heavenly Serpent Palace. The eight-winged black serpent emperor exchanged glances with Green Man, choosing not to disturb Xiao Huo and Xun'er, knowing that the bond between Qinglin and Xiao Huo was anything but ordinary, far beyond the ordinary. Moments ago, the very ground in the small grove had trembled. The eight-winged black serpent emperor had just awakened, but, upon hearing such tremors, hastily closed his eyes again, afraid to disrupt the slumber of Xiao Huo and Miss Qinglin. I agree. Miss Qinglin, you shall be our master from now on. We will obey your every command. Green Man knelt, her face filled with reverence. To please Qinglin was to please Xiao Huo. In the future, should Qinglin ascend to the heights of power, could the Heavenly Serpent Palace possibly remain inferior? Certainly not. Qinglin is Xiao Huo's beloved and the mistress of the Heavenly Serpent Palace. The Heavenly Serpent Palace will undoubtedly grow stronger. Perhaps one day it will carve a rightful place for itself in the central continent. Green Man eagerly anticipated that day, feeling honored to follow Xiao Huo. Yes, Qinglin will strive to be a worthy mistress of the Heavenly Serpent Palace, but I will need Sister Green Man to teach me how to cultivate. Qinglin smiled gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, her long eyelashes adorned with dewdrops, captivating and endearing. Of course, we shall assist Miss Qinglin wholeheartedly. Green Man responded with a bow. The eight-winged black serpent emperor nodded in agreement, eyes filled with awe. Qinglin's position within the Heavenly Serpent Palace was unshakable. However, they were yet unaware that Qinglin's rise to mistress would inevitably stir discontent among some elders within the Heavenly Serpent Palace, only to be swiftly dealt with. After all, by Qinglin's side was the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which, under Xiao Huo's guidance, had already attained the rank of Dozong. Moreover, with the close protection of Green Man and the eight-winged black serpent emperor. But that is a tale for another time. For now, Qinglin stood tall and graceful, her figure still developing, her beauty radiating as she looked at Xiao Huo with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. When they next meet, she wondered, but by then she would have grown even stronger. In the future, she would be the formidable Qinglin, no longer needing protection from others. She would stand beside brother Xiao Huo, unmatched by anyone. Her form would only improve. A blush crept on Qinglin's fair cheeks as she pondered if brother Xiao Huo would be so captivated that he might tackle her down. Let us depart. A year from now, I will seek brother Xiao Huo. Qinglin nodded, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, not bidding farewell to Xiao Huo. She understood well the vast gap between them and knew that only through diligent cultivation could she bridge that divide. As for Xun'er's appearance, Qinglin felt no shock, rather a sense of relief. Without Sister Xun'er to shield her, how dire her circumstances would be. Brother Xiao Huo was so powerful. Relying solely on herself could lead to exhaustion. What if she were to bear a child? Wouldn't that complicate matters for Xiao Huo? A faint smile graced Qinglin's lips as she followed Green Man and the eight-winged black serpent emperor away, embracing the tranquility of time. A year later, she would return to Xiao Huo with a renewed presence. Chapter 214. Xun'er faints, Xiao Huo transforms. A gentle breeze caressed, causing Xun'er's flowing tresses to scatter, exuding a faint fragrance of youthful innocence. Brother Xiao Huo, I feel so sleepy. Xun'er murmured softly, her delicate hand lightly resting on Xiao Huo, her complexion pale. She had just unleashed the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. The fourth-rank strange fire was incredibly domineering. Moreover, she had directly incapacitated the white-clad master, rendering him powerless. Yet, she remained merely a 16-year-old girl. No matter how gifted she was, it was impossible to elevate her rank from fighter to dozone within a mere 6 months. Even less feasible was her annihilation of the white-clad master. She had recklessly used the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Had it not been for the secret technique within her body, she might have already perished from exhaustion. Despite this, Xun'er was still frail, collapsing directly into Xiao Huo's embrace. Brother Xiao Huo, I'll just sleep for a while. Don't you dare do anything sneaky while I'm asleep. Xun'er smiled sweetly, nestling comfortably in Xiao Huo's arms, gradually succumbing to slumber. Silly wife. Xiao Huo's hand brushed against Xun'er's exquisite cheek, his heart aching. He had not anticipated Xun'er's arrival, nor her reckless display of strength despite her low power. The mysterious young lady mentioned by the system turned out to be Xun'er. I will take good care of you. Xiao Huo smiled gently, cradling Xun'er like a princess, pressing his lips to hers. Xun'er, in her slumber, radiated tranquility and beauty, resembling a goddess. Her slender legs lay straight, exuding the unique fragrance of youth. Subsequently, carrying Xun'er, Xiao Huo ascended to Moonview Mountain. With his current cultivation, he could enter the Yunlan Sect unnoticed, even evading the guards on Moonview Mountain. Only within the Yunlan Sect, under the care of Nalan Yanran, could Xiao Huo feel somewhat at ease. After a day and night had passed, Xiao Huo discovered that Xun'er had not awakened. Not only that, but her pulse and life force were gradually diminishing. Holding Xun'er, Xiao Huo's eyes filled with urgency. Why? Xun'er has fainted and may never awaken again. Even the omnipotent healing elixir of the system proved ineffective. Impossible. How can my healing elixir fail? Xiao Huo inquired, having exhausted every conceivable method without eliciting a single sign of awakening from Xun'er. Ding! Host brother, Xun'er's internal fighting spirit has been completely depleted. In the aftermath of utilizing the Golden Emperor's flame of destruction has rendered her unable to awaken in the short term. I can attempt other methods to see if I can rouse her, the system's voice echoed. 3 days later, despite the system's sister's exhaustive efforts, Xun'er remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of improvement. Ling Ying was particularly anxious, praying fervently each day. He was acutely aware of the grave consequences of forcibly employing the Golden Emperor's flame of destruction, which Xun'er could scarcely bear. However, the situation that day had been exceedingly dire, prompting Xun'er to act without hesitation, pushing beyond her limits. Xiao Huo never anticipated such an outcome. He had exhausted all means, and the system had done its utmost, utilizing every miraculous healing elixir. Yet Xun'er remained unconscious, her complexion growing ever paler. Ding! Host brother. Miss Xun'er's fighting spirit is non-existent. Her body is frail. Within half a month, she requires 2 rare treasures, the 9-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year Lingji, to have any chance of awakening. The system's voice continued. These treasures are located within the 1,000-year snow mountain. If they are not retrieved within half a month, Miss Xun'er might. Impossible. As long as I am here, Xun'er will not come to harm. I demand her awakening. Who dares to obstruct me in this realm? Xiao Huo declared coldly, his eyes glinting with a terrifying killing intent. Had he been even slightly stronger, this calamity would never have occurred. He would have swiftly vanquished the white-clad sect leader and prevented Xun'er from needing to intervene. Boom! Xiao Huo aura surgi violemment. What did it matter if it was the 1,000-year snow mountain? He would undoubtedly retrieve the heavenly materials needed to save Xun'er. In an instant, Xiao Huo broke through, fighting King 6 stars, fighting King 7 stars, fighting King 9 stars. Boom! 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 The heavens and earth suddenly shifted in color. It was as if the entire starry sky trembled in response to Xiao Huo's wrath. Power! He craved power. Boom! A thunderous roar split the sky, shocking the heavens. In a lofty expanse, white lightning streaked across the sky, as if tearing the very fabric of the world, illuminating everything with blinding brilliance. The radiance enveloped the universe. And in that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. It seemed as though the very heavens quaked. Xiao Huo's cultivation had ascended to the fighting emperor, Eldaling Zafigvat Xun'er. Under this sky, should anyone dare to threaten her, they shall face death. Xiao Huo uttered coldly, his gaze emanating a dreadful chill. As you command. Ling Ying knelt, his body trembling, for he knew that only Xiao Huo could save Xun'er. When he was injured, Master Xiao Huo had healed him entirely with a single healing elixir. Ling Ying understood that Master Xiao Huo was a genuine 6th-rank alchemist, perhaps even beyond that. The elixirs crafted by Master Xiao Huo were unparalleled. In this entire realm, No one possessed medical skill superior to Master Xiao Huo's. Yet this time, Miss Xun'er was far too frail to even absorb the elixir's effects. Xiao Huo's anxiety mirrored Ling Ying's urgency. Miss Xun'er was more precious than his own life. Ling Ying knelt, gazing up at Xiao Huo soaring in the heavens. He would protect Miss Xun'er until Master Xiao Huo returned to save her. Master, where are you heading? Ling Ying inquired, his voice trembling. The 1,000-year snow mountain. The land of eternal frost, Xiao Huo replied, his gaze directed towards the horizon. The 1,000-year snow mountain, Ling Ying gasped, for he knew that it was a perilous place. Desolate and uninhabited. Not only did monstrous beasts roam there, but terrifying phenomena also occurred, freezing the very air. Even powerful Dozong experts dared not tread lightly. It had claimed the lives of Dozun experts. It was within the 1,000-year snow mountain that the most potent heavenly materials could be found. For Xun'er, what did it matter if he descended to hell? My woman shall not be touched by anyone. Not even heaven shall take her from me. A cold light flickered in Xiao Huo's eyes. Time was of the essence. He had half a month to traverse thousands of miles and enter the frigid expanse of the 1,000-year snow mountain to locate the 9-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year Lingji. These treasures, even the system lacked, were exceedingly rare and difficult to find. Yet, in comparison to Xun'er's safety, what did that matter? Xiao Huo cast a glance back at Xun'er, lying on the bed, a flicker of resoluteness crossing his eyes. From this day forth, he would become stronger, protecting those dear to him. If anything were to befall them, even the system would be powerless to assist. The 1,000-year snow mountain, he was coming. He would undoubtedly rescue Xun'er within half a month. By then, her physique would undergo a radical transformation. Behind Xiao Huo, ethereal azure wings unfurled, and without hesitation, he shot towards the horizon, thousands of miles ahead. A mere trifle for a fighting emperor. But for Xiao Huo, it felt interminable. Half a month was a luxury Xun'er could not afford, and neither could he. Should anything befall Xun'er, he would obliterate this realm. Under the stars, Xiao Huo's will was akin to the will of heaven. Even life and death he could reverse. Who dares to bring harm to Xun'er? They shall face annihilation. Xiao Huo gave no further thought. His form became a blur, vanishing from the Yunlan Sect and racing towards the 1,000-year snow mountain. Xun'er will not come to harm. His woman, through this brush with death, shall be reborn like a phoenix, awaken the most supreme physique across the continent, even stronger than Xun'er's original bloodline, the ancient clan, with millennia of potential to reach the Do Emperor. Such bloodlines, in Xiao Huo's eyes, were still too feeble. What was a Do Emperor? Beneath this starry sky, he would ensure Xun'er became the mightiest woman, awaken the most formidable bloodline. Half a month may seem brief, but for Xiao Huo, is sufficient. The 1,000-year snow mountain. Whoever dares to obstruct him shall meet their end. Chapter 215. 8,000 miles journey to the snow mountain. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently. Xiao Huo spread his wings wide, soaring through the sky, and shot towards the 1,000-year snow mountain, a place of eternal frost. This land was deemed the nightmare of all masters. It was truly terrifying. A frozen expanse for miles, where powerful beings congregated. It was known as the graveyard for countless strong warriors. If one sought death, the 1,000-year snow mountain was the place to go, without absolute certainty. No one dared venture there. The mountain harbored countless heavenly materials, yet none dared to retrieve them, for all who had ventured to the 1,000-year snow mountain had perished. Without exception, whether Do Huang or Do Zun, all met their demise. For a long time, the 1,000-year snow mountain had become a barren wasteland, desolate and devoid of life, where many trembled at its mention, unwilling to even utter its name, which sent shivers down their spines. Yet Xiao Huo had to go. Xun'er had only half a month left. If the 9-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year Lingji were not obtained within that time, her life force would be extinguished. In Xiao Huo's heart, Xun'er was already his woman, and his woman must not come to any harm. Beneath the snow-covered mountains, a blanket of white lay in eerie silence, devoid of any vitality, exuding a chilling air. Xiao Huo's gaze was cold as he stared at the looming snow-capped peaks. His killing intent palpable. He would not retreat, nor could he, in the heart of the millennial snow-capped mountains. No obstacle could deter Xiao Huo's unwavering resolve to rescue Xun'er. Even the stars above, he would pluck from the heavens for her. Behind him, the girl extended her icy jade hand into Xiao Huo's grasp. Unbeknownst to him, Medusa had already positioned herself behind him, her voice calm, yet resolute. This place is perilous. Allow me to assist you. Her demeanor appeared indifferent, a reflection of her naturally aloof character. which remained unchanged regardless of whom she faced. Yet, in her heart, Xiao Huo held a singular place, unmatched by anyone else. She sensed the imminent dangers of the ancient snow mountains. The millennial snow mountains were indeed terrifying. The vast expanse lay encased in ice for thousands of miles, with snowflakes cascading through the air, creating a harsh environment fraught with unknown perils. The celestial treasures were exceedingly rare. How could they be so easily obtained? With me here, you shall face no danger. But you have yet to complete your evolution. What reason do you have to be out here? Xiao Huo turned to her, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he gently caressed Medusa's exquisite cheek. Warmth flooding his heart, he could feel her concern. When confronted by the white-clad master, she had been ready to recklessly charge forth to eliminate the threat. Even though her evolution was incomplete, she would not hesitate to protect Xiao Huo. How could she allow anyone to harm him? In this treacherous expanse, Medusa stepped forward, silently taking her place behind Xiao Huo, her willingness to hold his hand signifying her unspoken intentions. Your life is mine, she whispered softly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of determination. Return, Xiao Huo instructed. I will not, Medusa replied coolly. Will you return? He asked with a serious tone. I will not, she declared, her earnest gaze fixed upon him, her resolve unyielding. Helpless, Xiao Huo continued on toward the snow mountain alone. Medusa remained where she stood, her beautiful eyes following him, her teeth lightly biting her lip. She was Medusa, the queen, and who was this rogue to command her return? Thus, Medusa silently trailed behind Xiao Huo. Do you understand how dangerous this place is? He glanced back, annoyance creeping into his expression. This perilous locale had claimed the lives of many powerful combatants, let alone the fact that Medusa had yet to complete her evolution. You have me, Medusa replied earnestly. A gentle breeze swept through, snowflakes cascading onto Medusa's delicate form, causing her to shiver slightly. As a serpent, her nature dictated a fear of the cold winter. Yet for Xiao Huo, she steadfastly remained by his side. She understood just how treacherous the millennial snow mountains were. Even if she were fully evolved, survival was not guaranteed. You are mine. I will protect you, Medusa insisted, her lips pursing defiantly. Xiao Huo smiled, seemingly impervious to the chill of the world around them. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender form and draping his garment over her shoulders. Then, he boldly pressed his lips against hers. Medusa's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. No longer resisting, this rogue was audaciously taking advantage of her. Stay close to me, Xiao Huo said, releasing her lips and intertwining their fingers, his grip firm. I will follow your lead, Medusa replied softly, a blush gracing her cheeks. Are you cold? Xiao Huo asked with concern. With you here, I am not cold, Medusa replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, her heart racing as she unveiled a breathtaking smile. Her beauty outshone even the splendor of the snow mountains. The mountains are vast. How shall we locate the celestial treasures? Medusa blinked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The endless expanse of snow made the treasures elusive, and the blizzard obscured her vision. Even if they soared into the sky, finding the treasures would be impossible. Even 1,000 people could not locate the 9-colored snow lotus or the 10,000-year spirit herb in such a short time. For Xiao Huo, time was of the essence. He had to find the celestial treasures swiftly. Otherwise, Xun'er would be in peril. Half an hour is all I need, Xiao Huo declared with a smile, glancing at the enchanting girl beside him. Half an hour? Medusa exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The snow-covered peaks were frigid and treacherous. To seek out the celestial treasures, one had to ascend the mountains and scour every corner. Completing such a task in half an hour was utterly implausible. Shall we make a wager? Xiao Huo proposed. What shall we wager? Medusa inquired, intrigued. If I win, you shall spend the night with me. Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled as he inhaled the fragrance of the girl beside him. The mere thought of holding Medusa in his embrace sent his desires soaring. If he could seize the moment, well, he shuddered to think of her wrath should she catch him. Spend the night with you? And if you lose? Medusa's ethereal gaze met Xiao Huo's, anticipation flickering within. Then I shall spend the night with you, he replied. Get lost. Medusa lightly smacked his chest aghast. How dare he entertain such notions? After all, she was a queen, pure and untouchable. How could she allow this rogue to presume such liberties? Who knew what intentions he harbored? What if he attempted something while she slept? Regardless, she resolutely refused to acquiesce. Alas, my dear wife treats me poorly, Xiao Huo sighed, shaking his head, feigning a sense of grievance. In what way do I treat you poorly? If you can truly achieve this, I may consider it. However, Should you dare to act upon your desires, I will show you no mercy. Medusa's voice turned cold, yet she felt her heart soften. When had she become this person? In the past, anyone who dared make such demands would have found themselves obliterated. Now, inexplicably, she had agreed, and she wondered if one day she might even consent to allow Xiao Huo to undress her. Would she ever agree to that? Never. Medusa shook her head, her eyes shimmering with resolve. She had her boundaries and would not be easily swayed. Agreed. Xiao Huo quickly affirmed, planting another kiss on Medusa's lips. If you cannot accomplish this, you shall never sleep with me again. Medusa shot him a glare, her demeanor icy. She was uncertain how to locate the celestial treasures, especially upon the snow-capped peaks. Of course, I can achieve it. Your man is unparalleled in this world. Xiao was stated confidently, envisioning a night spent with Medusa. Even if it were just one night, should Medusa acquiesce, it would pave the way for the future. Every woman's first experience was the hardest to attain. Once that barrier was crossed, subsequent encounters will be far more effortless, leading to a third. A fourth will believe you, Medusa remarked, sensing she had unwittingly fallen into this rogue's trap. Chapter 216. My woman, dare you touch her? Amidst the snowy peaks, the landscape was a sea of white. Even formidable warriors found it arduous to seek out celestial treasures in such an environment, fraught with danger. Medusa allowed Xiao Huo to hold her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. How could this rogue possibly find celestial treasures amid the snow? If he were successful, would she then be obliged to share a bed with him? Medusa bit her lip, a mix of anticipation and concern swirling within her heart. If they failed to locate the 9-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year spear herb, Xun'er would be in grave danger. Medusa's grip tightened, worry gnawing at her. Under her expectant gaze, Xiao Huo soared into the air, his wings unfurling behind him, his voice resonating with an air of authority. Beasts of the mountains, your grandfather has come for you. I have descended. Will you not kneel in submission? Xiao Huo's voice reverberated, echoing throughout the snowy expanse as the great wilderness prison heaven finger erupted, striking out in all directions. Boom! Boom! The earth trembles, and snowflakes swirl in the air. A tremendous pressure descends from the heavens. The desolation erupts, and the entire realm seems to quiver. Xiao Huo radiates a resplendent golden light, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Above his head, a colossal finger of the firmament appears, as if it could cleave through anything, crushing all beneath it. A thunderous roar erupts, light flashes, and the whole world plunges into chaos. A terrifying aura condenses in the skies, fissures appear on the ground, and an ancient voice seems to echo from the snow-capped mountains, awakening countless snow beasts. All the snow tribe beasts fix their furious gazes upon one singular target, Xiao Huo. They are the sovereigns of the snowy mountains, and none dare provoke them. Beneath this expanse of snow, they reign supreme. Anyone foolish enough to venture into their domain seeks death, even those of the Do Huang rank, who might attempt to stealthily acquire treasures from the heavens and earth, ultimately meet their demise at the hands of the snow tribe beasts that have roamed these mountains for millennia. No one escapes. Over time, no one dared to tread upon the snowy peaks, let alone confront the snow tribe beasts. Yet today, someone has the audacity to openly challenge them, even claiming to be their elder. This is utterly intolerable. Within the Snow Mountain tribe, countless snow beasts have gathered. Their bodies are pure white, colossal in size, and their claws emit an icy gleam. All the beasts congregate here. 300 years. For 300 years, no human has dared to provoke our snow tribe. The snow ape roars, its crimson eyes fixated on Xiao Huo. It is the leader among the snow tribe beasts, a 6th-tier beast equivalent to a peak Do Huang in human terms. Here, even a Do Zong may find it challenging to defeat the snow ape. Kill him. Grind him in a paste. The snow ape commands coolly, waving its hand, eyes devoid of warmth. A wave of merriment sweeps through the snow tribe beasts. They can hardly fathom that such a foolish human would dare to provoke them. Seeking death, indeed? The earth trembles violently, and within the snowy mountains, countless cold gazes fixate upon Xiao Huo, as if they wish to devour him whole. All the snow tribe beasts lock their sights on Xiao Huo. Like ravenous wolves, countless snow beasts charge towards him. Medusa's beautiful eyes radiate a hint of coldness as she steps forward, standing beside Xiao Huo. She had not anticipated that Xiao Huo would lure the beasts out in this manner, directly attracting the wrath of all the snow tribe beasts. I shall assist you. Medusa murmurs softly, her jade hand emanating a faint glow, a chill emanating from her brow, as if the very realm lies within her control. Just watch my performance. Xiao Huo replies with a radiant smile, positioning Medusa behind him, wielding a massive golden staff that releases a dazzling light, as if even the vast cosmos trembles in its presence. Heavenly Nine strikes. Stellar laws. At this moment, Xiao Huo appears as a sovereign, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Medusa stands behind him, her gaze slightly lifted, astonished. Though she is a queen, she cannot match Xiao Huo's regal aura. He, her man, is born of imperial destiny. The will of the emperor descends upon the mortal realm. Countless beasts shall bow in submission. In no time, 30 snow tribe beasts have completely surrounded Xiao Huo. Human. Haha, I am Xue Bing, an elder of the snow tribe. This woman, however, is quite lovely. If only she could be offered to our king. Xue Bing sneers, greedy eyes fixated on Medusa, who is breathtakingly beautiful. Such a slender waist exudes an irresistible allure, leaving even Xue Bing and the other beasts spellbound. So beautiful. Yet, the corners of many snow tribe beasts' mouths curl into a smirk, eyes glinting with derision. This ant should be killed without a second thought. Xue Bing gestures toward Xiao Huo, nonchalant. The king will surely delight in this woman. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to enjoy her ourselves, he chuckles. Instantly, the snow tribe beasts behind him eye Medusa with fervor, as if sharing their coveted prey. Indeed, Elder Xue Bing, it has been ages since we have enjoyed a human woman. They laugh heartily. If only we could indulge ourselves and relish the pleasure. A few snow tribe beasts snicker coldly, completely disregarding Xiao Huo. Very well, it is settled. Xue Bing grins, saliva even dripping from his mouth. For 300 years, they have not encountered a woman. Now that they finally do, they are eager to satiate their desires. The multitude of beasts grins savagely, entirely ignoring Xiao Huo beside Medusa, as if he were an insignificant insect, easily crushed underfoot. Suddenly, 30 snow tribe beasts surge forth. However, the 3 beasts that had just spoken have yet to take a step when horror flashes in their eyes. They gaze in terror at their own feet, hands, and bodies, which are gradually vanishing. Blood spills from their mouths, oozing from every orifice. What is happening? Not only the 3 who had provoked Medusa, but the other beasts are equally stunned, their eyes brimming with dread. All the beasts look up at Medusa. How is this possible? Medusa possesses such terrifying power. She merely raises her hand lightly, her gaze indifferent, not even directing her attention toward them. You are not human. No. Impossible. How can a woman wield such terrifying strength? The desperate cries of the 3 beasts ring out, their wails filled with anguish. No, they never anticipated this outcome. It is impossible. It should not be. They're the snow mountain beasts, easily able to combat humans. Be it Do Huang or Do Zong experts. All have perished in the millennia-old snow mountains without exception. Moreover, they come in overwhelming numbers, exuding extraordinary might. Medusa dares to strike against them, and so decisively. How terrifying. Blood pours from the throats of the 3 snow mountain beasts, their eyes filled with terror. Why? Are they just dead like that? Unwilling, frightened. Even a sense of desperation and horror envelopes them. The 3 beasts gaze intensely at Medusa and Xiao Huo, feeling an icy chill permeate their bodies. They have even lost their corporeal forms. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupts. The 3 beasts that had dared to provoke Medusa moments ago explode into a mist of blood. Instantly, they transform into wisps of azure smoke, their bodies reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Buzz. Silence envelopes the surroundings. An eerie stillness reigns. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All the beasts stand frozen in place, dumbstruck. Their expressions of horror are directed toward Xiao Huo and Medusa. What has transpired? How did they attack? Why do we not see it? The multitude of beasts remains rooted to the spot, afraid to move. They dare not utter a single sound, overwhelmed by astonishment. It is simply too shocking. Their beastly companions possess immense strength. Even a human of equal rank would find it challenging to triumph. Yet, these 3 beasts have silently turned into corpses. All the beasts remain motionless, as if turned to stone, and some even begin to retreat cautiously, too afraid to look up. They have never witnessed such a death. So bizarre, so terrifying. It is beyond the capabilities of any human. None of the beasts dare to attack Xiao Huo. Even less do any of the snow mountain beasts dare to utter a word to Medusa. Though they're numerous, a sudden thought arises in the hearts of all the beasts. They are finished. Elder Xue Bing's eyes widened in horror, a chill coursing through his entire being. How could this be? No. Deep disbelief lingered in Elder Xue Bing's gaze. Before he could even process the situation, a golden light descended from the heavens. Xiao Huo, launching into action, plummeted from the sky. A colossal golden staff crashed down. The 9 strikes of the heavens erupted. At this very moment, all the magical beasts looked skyward, feeling as though they were facing a divine being, unable to muster any thought of resistance. Before Xiao Huo, they dared not defy him. It seemed as though they were not merely confronted by Xiao Huo and his mighty staff, but by the very rules of space. The laws of the cosmos. The rules of the stars. Countless long swords gleamed in the starry sky, accompanying Xiao Huo's immense staff, radiating with overwhelming fighting spirit and boundless majesty, shattering the air around them. In the void, a howling sound echoed as countless particles of air were torn apart. The 9 strikes of the heavens, 9 staffs fell together. Behind the golden staff, innumerable resplendent stars shimmered with peculiar light, conjuring a tremendous storm, while the fierce sword light of the stars cleaved through everything, descending with the ancient aura of the heavenly cage. My women, do you dare move? Xiao Huo's indifferent voice resounded, resembling a sovereign of the world. Surrounded by 1,000 warriors, the golden radiance dazzling, stirring countless tempests as it descended upon the 30 snow mountain magical beasts. Boom! A colossal roar erupted, and countless magical beasts gazed skyward in terror, their pupils reflecting the shadow of Xiao Huo's staff. The sound of the wind tearing through the air followed, engulfing the snow mountain in a mist of blood. All magical beasts looked up at the high sky, and in that moment, they felt as if time had frozen. They did not dare resist. They could not resist. Their hearts were filled only with shock. How could there exist such a powerful master in the world? Even the previous Dozong and Do Huang experts could not compare to Xiao Huo. Thud! The golden staff descended, carrying the weight of millions of pounds. Countless starry lights accompanied the staff, aimed at the snow mountain magical beasts, transforming into phantoms, a tempestuous gale. 1 strike to the heavens. No! Stop! In the void, the anguished cry of Xue Bing echoed. As an elder, he found himself seized by fear and trembling. Chapter 217, Total Annihilation. Boom! Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. In an instant, the golden radiance surged downward, wielding terrifying residual power that made the very earth tremble violently, countless wails rising as Xiao Huo stood like a deity. The power of his staff boundless. How? How is this possible? Is this still a human? Flee! Quickly flee! The multitude of snow clan magical beasts looked skyward, sensing the sky had changed color due to Xiao Huo. They were utterly no match for him. This kind of might surpass their wildest imaginations. They were the rulers of the 1,000-year snow mountain, reigning over the world. Yet today, facing Xiao Huo, they felt despair. The magical beast army stood behind them, yet they dared not confront Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo was simply too terrifying. How could such a person exist in the world? The magical beasts were entirely devoid of any will to resist. Those who attempted to fight back were struck down by the colossal staff, their bones shattering, the air exploding around them, the snow mountain magical beasts unable to offer any resistance. Why is it all blood? My foot is ruined. My cultivation. No, I do not want to die. The multitude of magical beasts fled in madness. Lacking the courage to resist, panic-stricken, they took to flight. Even a few brave souls who charged forward were cleaved in two by the golden staff. It seemed beneath this starry sky, no one could stand against Xiao Huo. Have you all gone mad? Who commanded you to flee? A bunch of worthless fools, afraid of a mere human? Xue Bing, the magical beast elder, retreated 100 meters. His eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the fleeing magical beasts. Yet it was in vain. His shouts only spurred the magical beasts to flee even more desperately. Who would dare to confront Xiao Huo? No one at all. Elder Xue Bing collapsed to the ground, his gaze surveying the scene, his eyes filled with a daze. How could this be possible? They were the kings of the magical beast realm, the overlords of the 1,000-year snow mountain, and today they were repelled by a mere human. Not just repelled, they had suffered grievous losses. They did not even dare to face Xiao Huo in direct confrontation. Elder, we must flee. This is beyond our capacity to resist. Quickly, summon the king. Request his support. The Snow Clan magical beasts wailed, and soon, countless stars pierced through Xue Bing's body. Blood gushed forth. You human, who are you really? Xue Bing looked up at the sky, and he realized at some point his body had been bound in place. Unable to move, he gazed at Xiao Huo, fear flickering in his eyes. How had Xiao Huo achieved this? In silence, he found himself under control. At this moment, Xiao Huo stood against the wind, seemingly oblivious to him. After all, he was an elder of the Snow Clan, Yet he was so utterly disregarded? How outrageous! You seek death, Xue Bing declared coldly, a golden aura swirling around him, his form swelling as blood gushed forth, a terrifying fighting spirit erupting. Blood Wolf Fist. A crimson light exploded from Xue Bing, as if all the fighting spirit in the realm converged into his fist, coalescing into a power and momentum akin to a cataclysmic tide, as if one punch held the weight of millions of pounds. Even if faced with a mountain, Xue Bing would cleave it in two. Many Snow Clan magical beasts looked up at Xue Bing in the sky, finally halting their retreat, hope flickering in their eyes. Cheers erupting. Blood Wolf Technique. This was the Elder's secret skill. It was said that Elder Xue Bing had slain human Do Zong experts with this move in an instant. Boom! Countless voids shattered. Elder Xue Bing shot forth, crashing towards Xiao Huo. This was his most powerful strike. Even a human Do Zong might not withstand it. Xiao Huo. Medusa's beautiful eyes widened with concern as she looked at Xiao Huo. The might of the Blood Wolf Fist made her feel a twinge of anxiety. It was too formidable. The Snow Clan Elder should not be underestimated. Why bother? Xiao Huo's gaze swept across the battlefield, coldly regarding Elder Xue Bing. In the next moment, 7 flames ignited behind him. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The 7-colored strange fire manifested. Boom! A sky of colorful brilliance erupted, accompanied by immense waves of heat, as 7 flames soared into the air, forming countless fiery surges directed towards the clouds. The overwhelming heat pressure descended, seemingly consuming all surrounding space. Xiao Huo waved his hand once more. The green lotus earth fire erupted. Even without mastering the burning decision, he could still wield these strange fires. Although he could not yet fully unleash the power of the green lotus earth fire, Xiao Huo stood like an emperor, high above. The 7-colored strange fire swirling in the sky, directly locking onto all magical beasts on the ground. Endless flames ignited. The domineering green lotus earth fire clung to the 7-colored strange fire, forming a delicate layer of flames that sent chills down the spines of all magical beasts on the snow mountain. Countless magical beasts gazed at the sky, trembling incessantly. How could this be? Strange fire. My heavens, this is truly strange fire. No, how could a human control strange fire? The magical beasts stared in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be believed? This was the 1,000-year snow mountain, a place of extreme cold, where igniting flames was exceedingly difficult. In the frigid temperatures of the polar regions, how does one ignite a fire? Behind Xiao Huo, 7 flames flickered, among which was the formidable presence ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames. Its dominance was palpable, as if the very temperature of the snow-capped mountains had surged. This inferno enveloped the sky above the snowy peaks, leaving all magical beasts with no avenue of escape. Will you kneel or not? Xiao Huo stated nonchalantly, gazing down with an air of supremacy. His voice seemed to penetrate the atmosphere, reaching deep into the souls of the magical beasts. Instantly, a shiver ran through countless creatures. To kneel? Without hesitation, the first beast succumbed. The second followed suit. Soon, the third and fourth, until the surrounding magic beasts collectively knelt upon the ground. A true sense of despair engulfed them. They were ensnared by the flames. And not just any flames, but the extraordinary fire they feared most. They could not even contemplate fleeing. How can you kneel before a human? Xue Bing watched in utter desolation as the magical beasts were forced to submit. In the next moment, he spat out copious amounts of blood, overwhelmed by shame. It was an unbearable humiliation. They were the rulers of the 1,000-year snow mountain. Yet here they were, compelled to kneel before a mere human. Refuse to kneel? Then death awaited. Kill. With a single command from Xiao Huo, the 7-colored flames roared like a dragon, igniting the multitude of snow mountain beasts. In the void, their anguished cries echoed. They lamented their fate, questioning how they could have encountered such a human. They were filled with regret. The figures of numerous beasts turned to ashes. No, it cannot be. My snow mountain beasts have been defeated. Xue Bing coughed blood once more, his complexion ashen, his body ravaged by the Qinglian earth fire, suffering excruciating pain. My lord, we have been annihilated. Please, my lord, send reinforcements. Xue Bing shattered the crystal chip in his hand, his massive form consumed by the extraordinary fire, transforming into wisps of green smoke. When the news reached their lair, the master of the Snow Mountain clan, Xue Yuan, was left utterly stunned, nearly collapsing from shock. How is this possible? No, my Snow Mountain beasts have been completely eradicated? Chapter 218. The Snow Mountain beasts worship the celestial deity. Upon the thousand-year snow mountain, Xiao Huo stood aloft, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the scene. Devoid of any compassion, he had no time to spare. Neither did Xun'er. Moreover, Xiao Huo had wagered with Medusa to procure the 9-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year Lingji within half an hour. Should he succeed, he would be able to share a bed with Medusa that night. With a smile, he glanced at her as her azure dress danced in the wind. Her slender waist exuding an alluring curve, her figure perfect, skin as white as snow, and her legs captivating, making it difficult for Xiao Huo to divert his gaze. Her bosom rose and fell gently, her beauty reaching an unparalleled zenith. It was not just her physique, but Medusa's visage was also breathtaking. Her aloof demeanor drew admiration from countless men. Yet, to tame the Queen Medusa was no easy feat. Indeed, it bordered on impossibility. Nevertheless, Medusa had agreed to share a bed with Xiao Huo. He felt a flicker of anticipation. How delightful it would be to engage in some mischief while she slumbered. Medusa shot him a glare, wondering what lewd thoughts occupied his mind daily. Before long, the master of the 1,000-year snow mountain, Xiao Yan, made his entrance. Within his eyes resided a chilling glimmer, a manifestation of his overwhelming aura. He could hardly fathom how a human could annihilate their snow mountain clan. How is this conceivable? Following Xiao Yan were over 1,000 snow clan beasts, each one formidable, standing as the creme de la creme. A tremendous upheaval surged forth, as Xiao Yan emanated an imposing presence, towering several dozen feet, his snow-white fur exuding an extraordinary aura. He was the sovereign of this realm. Countless magical beasts bowed before him. Even legendary Do Zone warriors would falter within 3 moves of his prowess. Each strike he delivered carried the weight of the heavens. Multitudes of beasts surrendered to him. In a line, the magical beasts knelt before Xiao Yan, their gazes filled with reverence. They were unafraid of Xiao Huo, for their king had arrived. Xiao Yan personally entered the fray. Presently, Xiao Yan boasted Do Zone strength and was on the verge of advancing to a 7th-tier beast. Even against the pinnacle of Do Zone, he could contend. Furthermore, behind him loomed countless strong warriors of the Snow Mountain clan. The atmosphere was extraordinary. All hail the king. My lord, he has slain our kin. Some beast cried, bowing before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened, and with a ferocious roar, he advanced, gazing upward at Xiao Huo. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression froze, a flicker of shock crossing his visage. How is this possible? A resplendent light radiated from Xiao Huo, instantly activating the Dozun card. An ancient aura descended like a shroud, rushing towards Xiao Yan. The ancient desolation imbued within Xiao Huo's consciousness suggested that with a mere thought, he could obliterate the heavens and earth. Within the Dozun consciousness, he even infused a regal majesty. Xiao Huo's gaze was frigid, directing all his energy towards Xiao Yan. In that moment, only Xiao Yan could sense the terrifying pressure, as if it were suffocating him. No, it cannot be. Xiao Yan's legs trembled, his terror-stricken gaze fixated on Xiao Huo, beads of sweat trickling down his back. His heart pounding in fear, his lips quivering. He sensed that the Xiao Huo before him was no ordinary individual. This was an emperor descending, a celestial deity manifesting. How dare their Snow Mountain clan provoke a divine being? Many Snow Clan beasts remained unaware of Xiao Huo's terrifying nature, their expressions merely excited, believing that with their king present, eliminating Xiao Huo would be a trivial matter. Even if Xiao Huo was a Dozone powerhouse, he could never survive under their king's might. My lord, quickly slay him. My lord, there is a beautiful woman by his side. My lord. The sounds of jest echoed around, reaching Xiao Yan's ears. He furrowed his brow, a pack of fools. This is a celestial deity, a true celestial deity. With a single stroke, he could obliterate the entire 1,000-year snow mountain. They dared to covet the saintess beside the celestial deity? Xiao Yan keenly observed Medusa. Her beauty was rare in this world. A fairy, such a countenance could only belong to a celestial being, unmatched in allure. Yet, Xiao Yan could not harbor any ill intentions. He dared not. Upon seeing Medusa, he was even more convinced that Xiao Huo was indeed a celestial deity. The divine presence had descended. How could he dare to stand? My lord, that woman has incredibly long legs. If only we could strip her of her dress. One Snow Clan beast remarked, eyes glimmering with greed. Silence. Xiao Yan glared, cold fury flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the speaking beast was instantly reduced to nothingness. Xiao Yan's gaze grew frigid, his heart filled with dread. This was a celestial deity. Medusa was a woman of divine caliber. Such beauty could not possibly belong to someone of lowly status. These fools dared to desecrate the goddess. They were courting death. If the celestial deity's wrath were to descend, the entire Snow Mountain clan would face annihilation. The surrounding Snow Clan beasts were left utterly stunned. What was happening? The king, unexpectedly turning against his own kin? In that moment, all the beasts of the Snowy Mountains held their breath, their expressions frozen in disbelief and utter astonishment. For the king of the Snowy Mountain clan is a figure revered by countless snow beasts. Thud! The snow ape immediately knelt before Xiao Huo. With both knees on the ground, he prostrated himself completely. Moreover, the snow ape's body trembled violently. He dared not lift his head, unable to do so. O divine lord, please accept this bow from the snow ape. He knelt there, his entire being quaking with fear, having just perceived a murderous intent that nearly shattered his soul. He understood that Xiao Huo's woman was not to be sullied by anyone. Fortunately, his response had been swift. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have been reduced to dust. O divine lord, I am willing to follow you, to be your servant. The snow ape spoke again, his voice trembling. His heart chilled, drenched in sweat, his body rigid as he envisioned a cosmic spectacle unfolding before him. Countless stars, akin to sharp blades, hovered behind Xiao Huo. The brilliance of the stars. In the high heavens, innumerable sword-like shadows loomed menacingly over the Snowy Mountain clan. Should Xiao Huo give a command, it seemed as though the entire clan would be obliterated in an instant. O divine lord, I was wrong, truly wrong. I implore you to spare my life. The snow ape stammered, bowing repeatedly, his forehead now marked by crimson streaks of blood. Buzz! As his words fell, countless Snowy Mountain beasts wore expressions of sheer astonishment, and the surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. Across the vast expanse, all beasts gazed in horror at this scene, unable to fathom it. They had never imagined that their sovereign, the master of the millennia-old Snowy Mountains, the supreme power of the entire region, would kneel before Xiao Huo. Kneeling and pleading for mercy, bowing repeatedly, all the beasts collectively stood bewildered. This was impossible. If spoken of, none would believe it. What had transpired? Xiao Huo had done nothing, yet their master had knelt down just like that. Countless beasts felt as though their souls had fled. Even their king had bowed. Where would they go from here? Medusa's gaze turned toward Xiao Huo. The usually aloof figure revealed a smile that could enchant a city, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Her man looked exceptionally handsome today. Chapter 219, Medusa's Awe. Within the ancient Snowy Mountains, every beast stood in stunned silence. The Snowy Mountain clan caught in disarray, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief, while some beasts fainted from sheer terror, oblivious to the chaos around them. Enveloped in a suffocating stillness, across the vast mountains, all beasts stared at the snow ape kneeling before Xiao Huo, trembling uncontrollably, their pupils filled with shock, confusion, and fear. Why? If this were to be known by others, it would surely invite ridicule. No one could possibly believe it. The snow ape was no ordinary beast. His status and power within the millennia-old Snowy Mountains made him an undeniable overlord. Below him, he commanded thousands of Snowy Mountain beasts. These beasts possessed formidable strength, each at least of the rank of Dowang. Because of the snow ape's presence, no human dared to invade this territory. Even with treasures unparalleled on the entire continent, no human would dare to approach. No one had the audacity to enter. The millennia-old Snowy Mountains were regarded as a hellish realm. All of this was due to the might of the snow ape. His power compelled countless Snowy Mountain beasts to willingly submit. Here, strength was paramount. Yet, none of the beasts of the Snowy Mountain clan anticipated such an outcome today. Who could have foreseen it? The snow ape, born with an aura of dominance, would voluntarily bow to a human, and in such a profoundly humble manner, begging for mercy. This left all the Snowy Mountain beasts utterly flabbergasted. Their king, the snow ape, knelt before a human. Many beasts looked skyward, gazing at Xiao Huo, their hearts filled with overwhelming awe, wondering just how powerful he must be to compel their king to kneel in submission. As the true sovereign of this realm, should you beasts not kneel? Xiao Huo's voice resonated, calm, yet commanding, as if he were a born emperor, standing high above all. The arrival of the great emperor was nothing less than this. The aura emanating from Xiao Huo instilled terror in the hearts of countless strong beings of the Snowy Mountain clan. Why should they kneel? Confusion reigned, yet suddenly, an overwhelming force descended from Xiao Huo. This aura was not that of a Do Huang, nor a Do Zong, but the essence of a Do Zun. With every gesture, He seemed capable of annihilating the very fabric of space. An ancient pressure filled the heavens and the earth, as if even the stars themselves were trembling. Behind Xiao Huo, golden light erupted in a dazzling display. Radiating an endless brilliance, 7 colored flames surged majestically, drawing forth the essence of all things. In the center of all existence, it seemed as though everything converged around Xiao Huo. Countless beasts gazed at the stars, feeling that Xiao Huo was the true master of this domain. So formidable. He was several thousand times stronger than their king, the snow ape, and they could not even begin to compare to Xiao Huo. All the beasts trembled, questioning why Xiao Huo was so overwhelmingly powerful. Even this aura alone filled them with despair. Many beasts finally comprehended why their king had chosen to kneel. This was the heavens mocking them. This was a divine being descending upon them, a manifestation of heavenly will exerting its pressure upon them. They could only submit. To kneel. Who would dare to defy the heavens? To defy the heavens was to embrace death. My lord, please accept my bow. A strong snowy mountain beast looked up at Xiao Huo in the sky and promptly lowered its head, kneeling on the ground, prostrating in reverence, trembling uncontrollably. It was terrifying. Even the word terrifying could not encompass it. This tremor emanated from their very souls, a roar akin to hell itself. It felt as if countless beasts were trapped in a hellish nightmare, and merely lifting their gaze would subject them to the oppressive force of the grand principles. From one comes two, two gives rise to three, and three begets all things. Beneath all things, we are but insects. Many beasts felt so diminutive, so weak before Xiao Huo, that they could hardly breathe. Was there no escape? If they did not kneel, death awaited them. If you refuse to bow, then death shall be your fate. Xiao Huo spoke plainly, his gaze sweeping over the snowy mountain beasts beneath the starry sky, an invisible pressure suddenly descending. In that moment, his will became the will of the heavens. If he desired death, then death was inevitable. No, my lord, please do not kill me. The multitude of snowy mountain beasts quaked in fear, no longer daring to resist. With Xiao Huo above them, who would dare to oppose? Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the snowy mountain beasts knelt without hesitation. The first, the second, until the 1,853rd beast had all knelt, pleading for mercy. Under the vast sky, all the beasts of the millennia-old, snowy mountains bowed down. They felt the terrifying, murderous intent emanating from Xiao Huo. Such a man was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse, exuding the aura of an ancient Dozun, casting shadows over the heavens, causing the brilliance of countless stars to shatter. They lacked any courage to fight back. My lord, we, the Snowy Mountain Clan, have offended you before. We implore your forgiveness. The snow ape clasped his fists in respect, not daring to meet Xiao Huo's gaze. His attitude reverent, his eyes filled with awe. He understood all too well that should he harbor any rebellious thoughts, he would be instantly consumed by the 7 colored flames behind Xiao Huo. He did not know the nature of the 7 colored flames, but he had heard tales of the azure lotus earth heart fire and recognized its power. Ranked 19th among the exotic fires, the natural nemesis of the Snow Mountain clan. Moreover, the blue lotus earth heart fire is no match for the 7 colored exotic fire. The 7 colored exotic fire is even more domineering. It reigns supreme over all. Even from a distance of 100 feet, the snow ape can sense the terrifying heat of the 7 colored exotic fire. If engulfed in its flames, it is likely that even the soul would be utterly obliterated. Please, Lord, punish us. Please, Lord, punish us. The deafening cries echoed, piercing the heavens. They felt immense dread. If Xiao Huo chose not to punish them, they would be left in a state of unrest. At this very moment, only 3 minutes had passed. In just 3 minutes, Xiao Huo had subdued all the ancient beasts of the millennium-old Snow Mountain. Medusa was astounded. Is this truly something that a human can achieve? Medusa gazed at Xiao Huo with her clear eyes, feeling utterly fascinated. What on earth has transpired with Xiao Huo? A Dozun? Medusa found this hard to believe. This scoundrel could not possibly possess such a cultivation level. He is merely deceiving her, no matter how he tried to tempt her with his supposed 18 centimeters. She remained utterly unmoved. This rascal only knows how to trick her, attempting to take advantage of her. How could she ever agree to his advances? A deceitful liar. Medusa bit her lip, her eyes still reflecting a hint of shock. This fellow's ability to deceive was truly unparalleled. With at most the cultivation of a Dohuang, he was still inferior to her, yet he managed to make the Snow Mountain beasts of Dozong submit. Medusa was both impressed and convinced. For a moment, She stood in the wind, dazed. Could it be that in 30 minutes, Xiao Huo could acquire heavenly materials and treasures? If he truly could obtain them, would she not be giving this scoundrel an advantage? Medusa clenched her teeth. She was all too aware of her own physique. If this guy succeeded, she might very well end up with a child. The thought of bearing a child filled her beautiful eyes with anger. Even if Xiao Huo completed his task, he could only sleep beside her. At most, he could hold her. Should this scoundrel dare to do anything to her in the middle of the night that could lead to pregnancy, she would never let Xiao Huo off the hook. She had no intention of giving birth to his child. Cat. Medusa's cheeks flushed slightly. Surely, this scoundrel would not make any excessive demands of her. Even if they were to sleep together, it would have to be her initiative, for she was Queen Medusa, and she absolutely could not be dominated by this scoundrel. Chapter 220. Understanding Medusa. Xiao Huo's gaze swept downward with an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of an emperor. All the Snow Mountain beasts felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they were being scrutinized by a true deity. The snow ape knelt in submission, cold sweat pouring down its back. It understood that they had provoked a divine being like Xiao Huo. What would be the consequence of inciting the wrath of a deity? The snow ape could hardly bear to imagine. The very thought of their snow mountain being reduced to ashes was unfathomable. The fate of the ancient snow mountain beasts lay firmly in Xiao Huo's hands. He had come here in search of 2 celestial materials and treasures. The Snow Mountain clan has lived for countless years. They must surely know the locations of such treasures, Xiao Huo stated, his tone calm and unperturbed. If he could find them, he could save Xun'er and even alter her bloodline. Celestial materials and treasures? The snow ape's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope ignite within. It was filled with excitement. As the king of the Snow Mountain clan, he was aware of many such treasures. He had initially thought Xiao Huo sought their lives, but now he saw a chance for redemption. If he could procure these treasures, he might win the favor of the Lord. My lord, whatever celestial materials and treasures you desire, I can assist you in finding. Our millennium-old Snow Mountain may lack other things, but we are rich in celestial materials and treasures. The snow ape's mood soared, feeling as though he had been reborn. Enlightened. If he could please the Lord, perhaps he might even receive guidance from a divine being. For the common folk, receiving such guidance was an impossibility. A chance encounter with a divine being was a rare fortune. The snow ape's heart brimmed with joy. This meeting with Xiao Huo was a blessing for their entire clan. Not a nightmare. Even having knelt before Xiao Huo moments ago was of no concern. Encountering such a formidable power was worth any humiliation. Very well. I require the 7-colored snow lotus and a 10,000-year-old Lingji, Xiao Huo declared, descending gracefully and taking Medusa's delicate hand. Medusa glanced at Xiao Huo, biting her lip, allowing him to hold her hand without protest. What? The 7-colored snow lotus? The snow ape's expression changed dramatically, laced with worry as it shook its head. What is the matter? Xiao Huo frowned. My lord, spare my life. I possess a 10,000-year-old Lingji that I have treasured for long. It took a millennium to cultivate just this one. Its effects are extraordinary. However, the 7-colored snow lotus is not something mortals can obtain. The snow ape implored, shaking its head in trepidation. Do I look like a mere mortal to you? Xiao Huo's gaze was icy. His strength was unmatched. Now a Dohuang. He could unleash power that surpassed even the pinnacle of a Dohuang. Furthermore, the techniques and skills he wielded utterly dwarfed those of ordinary beings. After all, his techniques were the great wilderness prisoning sky finger of the martial ancestor and the heavenly movement 9 strikes of Yi Futian. These were techniques reserved for emperors, wielding tremendous power. Xiao Huo held deep respect for the martial ancestor and Yi Futian. Perhaps one day he would meet them and converse freely, leaving behind a legend of the Fire Emperor on this land. As for the Flame Emperor, it was better to forget him. Ah, my lord, you are certainly no mortal. The 7-colored snow lotus grows on the precipices of the Snow Mountain peak, a perilous location protected by a white shield, nearly impossible to breach. A moment's carelessness could trigger an avalanche, but the most terrifying aspect was the divine retribution. It is said that a 1,000-year-old giant python resides on the Snow Mountain, possessing immense strength. Many skilled fighters have perished in their attempts to confront it. Even I am no match for it. The snow ape spoke, fear evident in its eyes. The mere mention of the ancient giant python sent shivers down its spine. Its ferocious attacks felt apocalyptic. Even the king of the Snow Mountain clan, the snow ape, was no match for it. Lead the way, Xiao Huo commanded, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, with the Lord present, we may stand a chance against that giant python. The snow ape exclaimed, joy radiating from its expression, filled with anticipation. Not only it, but countless others from the Snow Mountain clan were equally exhilarated. The Divine Lord was about to confront the ancient giant python. For far too long, the Snow Mountain clan had lived in turmoil. No beast had ever rivaled the ancient giant python. Even the snow ape had frequently suffered its oppression. The entire Snow Mountain was filled with discontent. Their territory had been seized by the giant python. Moreover, every so often, the ancient giant python would demand celestial materials and treasures from them. Even devouring members of the Snow Mountain clan, even human Dozong experts who sought out the ancient giant python were no match, all perishing and becoming mere corpses. No, their bodies were digested by the ancient giant python. In an instant, when all the members of the Snow Mountain clan heard that Xiao Huo was going to deal with the ancient giant python, their spirits soared with excitement. Long live the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord is invincible. In that moment, the image of Xiao Huo in the hearts of the Snow Mountain clan was completely transformed. He was a god come to save them. The formidable warriors of the Snow Mountain clan held Xiao Huo in the highest esteem, wishing fervently to bow before him multiple times. What cultivation level does the Millennium Giant Python possess? Xiao Huo inquired. Mid-Dozong. The reply came. Although that Millennium Giant Python is merely a 4-star Dozong, its defensive and offensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Once, 3 peak Dozong human experts attempted to deal with the Millennium Giant Python. And do you know what happened next? Those 3 Dozong masters didn't even manage to touch a hair of the giant python before they were reduced to mere blood. The Millennium Giant Python is revered as an invincible powerhouse in the Dozong realm. Its aura is terrifying, the snow ape exclaimed, a hint of reverence gleaming in its eyes. Invincible in the Dozong realm? It's just a python, Xiao Huo replied nonchalantly, a trace of disdain flickering in his gaze. In this world, there can never be a snake man stronger than Medusa. The Medusa queen beside him was, after all, the mightiest in the world, in terms of temperament, majesty, and strength. How could that giant python ever compare to her? I shall assist you, Medusa smiled, her enchanting eyes directed at Xiao Huo. Unbeknownst to them, a tacit understanding had formed between them, as if their souls were intertwined. She was well aware of Xiao Huo's thoughts, even knowing the precise dimensions of his heart. What if he get hurt? Xiao Huo expressed his concerns, feeling it better to take on such rough tasks himself. I sense that my evolution is nearing completion. Presently, I possess the cultivation of a 4-star Dozong, Medusa replied, her eyes twinkling with a gentle light. For some reason, the closer she grew to Xiao Huo, the faster her evolution progressed. Would direct intimacy hasten her transformation? Medusa pondered, suppressing such thoughts. She had no desire for offspring. Moreover, this task is solely mine to undertake. If you intervene personally, you may very well ruin the 7-colored snow lotus, she whispered, her resolve evident. She was eager to see what other snake men dared to challenge her authority. After all, she was the queen, the Medusa queen, the ruler of the snake men world. How dare a mere giant python attempt to claim dominion over the Millennium Snow Mountain? Was it courting death? Then be cautious, Xiao Huo advised, drawing Medusa into his embrace. Warmth blooming within him. Unbeknownst to him, Medusa had become remarkably understanding. What delighted Xiao Huo most was, you've grown again. And then, he was promptly struck. Chapter 221. Dare to steal a touch. Medusa is angered. Snowflakes danced in the air, a flurry of white blanketing Xiao Huo and Medusa. As if this moment had been frozen in time, Xiao Huo gently held Medusa, secretly savoring her softness, only to be struck once more, painfully, despite the ache. That fleeting touch had been delightful, worth it. Presently, Xiao Huo only possessed the cultivation of a Do Huang. How could he possibly stand against Medusa? If he employed various Do techniques, he might hold his own, but without them, he would undoubtedly be bullied by her. What a man's dignity. His pride? Xiao Huo felt helpless. He would have to treat Medusa properly when they returned home. Was there truly a woman who could not be soothed in bed? Absolutely not. Medusa's cheeks flushed, casting a glare at Xiao Huo. With so many people around, how could he be so brazen? What would happen if they shared a bed? I'm not helping you anymore, she coldly declared, slightly bowing her head, her gaze filled with reproach. How could this scoundrel dare to act so openly before others? Nobody saw. Xiao Huo chuckled, still holding Medusa's delicate form. How could he bear to let go? I admit my mistake, Medusa said, her charming gaze meeting his. Wife, I was wrong. Next time, I won't touch you in front of so many people. I'll wait until we're home. Xiao Huo laughed. You. Medusa's anger flared, her frustration mounting. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to counter Xiao Huo. Even if you win the bet, I want to agree to sleep with you, she declared through gritted teeth, turning away from him. A gentleman's word is his bond, Xiao Huo exclaimed in alarm. How could it be like this? He still wished to share a bed with Medusa, even if nothing further transpired. Truly, he was a lecher. Wife, you must not go back on your word, otherwise my future happiness, nay, my bliss, will be at stake. I am not a gentleman, Medusa huffed. Dear wife, I truly was mistaken. Xiao Huo leaned closer, embracing her from behind. Truly? Medusa glanced back, her eyes shimmering like stars, radiant and captivating, allowing him to hold her. Was it a mistake? Then will you dare to steal a touch again? I want to dare, Xiao Huo replied earnestly. In Medusa's presence, he had to be a good man. He must not tarnish his image. When the time came to conquer Medusa, he would wield a small whip and see if she would dare act so brazenly again. Oof. I am the head of the household. I fear no woman. I am a dignified lecher. Medusa, witnessing his bravado, let out a melodic laugh. Her typically aloof demeanor transformed into sweetness, for only Xiao Huo could elicit such a smile from her. Unbeknownst to him, his standing in her heart had risen significantly. Medusa shot him a playful glance, rising on tiptoe to gently kiss his cheek, brushing the snow from his shoulders with her delicate hands. Behind her, faint purple wings sprouted, and a soft murmur reached Xiao Huo's ears. All right, I know you are the best. The prospect of sleeping with you can be reconsidered. Medusa smiled sweetly, a blush adorning her cheeks, and took flight. Xiao Huo gazed at Medusa's retreating figure, feeling utterly enchanted. He had been utterly captivated. Medusa's allure was simply overwhelming. Shouldn't it be he who showcased his prowess against the Millennium Giant Python? Yet Medusa had taken the lead, and Xiao Huo felt his position threatened. He hurried after her, for he was also concerned. The giant Python's cultivation was indeed formidable, and Medusa had yet to fully evolve. If she were not its match, Xiao Huo could step in to rescue her, defeat the giant Python, and win her heart. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Wasn't that how the tales went? A hero saving a damsel in distress, making a grand entrance at the crucial moment. A classic trope. However, Medusa's battle with the Millennium Giant Python took Xiao Huo by surprise. Medusa charged forward, and Xiao Huo followed closely behind, acting as her protector. Indeed, he could not intervene against the giant python. The seven-colored profound fire, the great desolate prisoning sky finger, the stellar rules, all were overwhelmingly powerful and could obliterate the snow mountain in an instant. If the aftermath of their battle was too great, it could destroy the seven-colored snow lotus, leaving no chance for Xun'er to awaken. As for altering Xun'er's bloodline, that was an even greater impossibility. This risk was one Xiao Huo could not afford. Xun'er was far too important to him. She had traveled a great distance from the Jianan Academy to seek him, and upon their first meeting, she had unleashed the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. How could a fourth-ranked, extraordinary flame be wielded casually? It required at least the strength of a Do Sheng to utilize. Given Xun'er's cultivation had not yet surpassed that of a great Dome Master, forcing it would only lead to self-inflicted injuries. And Xiao Huo felt a pang of heartache. In the future, he would not allow Xun'er or any woman near him to be harmed. The strong from the Snow Mountain clan rallied behind Xiao Huo. Every beast stirred with excitement. The Millennium Snow Mountain was on the verge of transformation. The Millennium Giant Python that had long oppressed them would finally be dealt with. The Snow Ape danced with joy, envisioning a bright future where Xiao Huo, endowed with rare treasures, could not only vanquish the giant python, but also acquire numerous treasures. In but a moment, Xiao Huo and Medusa arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, where the seven-colored snow lotus awaited at its summit, guarded by a millennia-old giant python. My lord, I shall escort you here. Please exercise caution, the snow ape respectfully remarked, kneeling before Xiao Huo. Numerous, formidable members of the Snow clan knelt in rows upon the ground, their gazes filled with reverence. After all, this was the divine lord. Was it not a trivial matter to confront a 1,000-year-old serpent? Xiao Huo acknowledged with a slight nod, taking Medusa's delicate hand as he gazed toward the snow-capped peak, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. He was eager to witness what a mere 1,000-year giant python, with only the cultivation level of Dozong, could truly accomplish. Wait for me. It shall be over soon. Medusa glanced back and whispered, an extraordinary confidence shimmering in her beautiful eyes. What was a 1,000-year giant python to her? In her perception, it amounted to little. Be careful, Xiao Huo cautioned. Ever ready to act. Fear not, Medusa replied, raising her gaze ahead, her jade hand slightly elevated, and in an instant, a soft purple radiance erupted. Boundless brilliance surged into the sky, illuminating the previously dim night. The violet luminescence sparkled resplendently. An invisible pressure surged directly toward the mountain's peak. As the gentle breeze caressed her, Medusa stood elegantly, poised in the air, her wings unfurled behind her, as if she could command everything beneath the stars. An unseen aura of dominance erupted with a thunderous force. 1,000-year giant python? Has this king descended, yet you do not submit? Medusa's voice resonated, piercing the heavens. Her noble presence was unmatched. Chapter 222, Medusa versus the 1,000-year giant python. Upon a snow-capped mountain, snowflakes danced in the frigid air. The world enveloped in a blanket of white, settling gently upon Medusa's form. Standing gracefully in midair, her serene gaze fixed upon the 1,000-year python. Her bright eyes seemed to emanate an ancient authority, a faint purple glow radiating forth. An ancient aura enveloped her, as if it could ensnare countless beings beneath this celestial expanse. 7-colored, sky-devouring python. Evolve. Medusa, cultivation level, 4 stars of Dozone. In due course, her cultivation would ascend to the pinnacle of Dozone, achieving a complete and thorough evolution. Medusa's indifferent voice pierced the void. All present involuntarily shuddered. The beasts of the Snow Mountain clan trembling in cold dread, their expressions betraying their trepidation as they exchanged glances, a bitter smile gracing their lips. They never anticipated that not only was Xiao Huo so formidable, but even the Queen Medusa beside him was equally powerful. Merely a breath from her sent waves of discomfort coursing through their bodies, compelling them to kneel. Why? Why did even Medusa exude such potent residual force? All the Snow Mountain beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. They were on the earth, while Medusa soared high above, her aura not even directed at them. Despite this, many of the Snow Mountain beasts fainted on the spot, frothing at the mouth. The snow ape gazed skyward, his shock deepening. Lord Xiao Huo is indeed the Divine Lord, and Queen Medusa is undoubtedly a celestial being. Only a figure of such divine caliber, a woman by the side of the Divine Lord, could possess such strength. This is not something an ordinary human can compare to. How could a typical Dozone expert contend with Medusa's might? They are simply not on the same level. Who dares to confront this king? The chilling voice of the 1,000-year giant python echoed ominously as she materialized, causing countless snowflakes to scatter while the ground trembled violently. The giant python roared. Gradually, it transformed into a humanoid form. When a 1,000-year giant python appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet, freezing to the core. It felt as though even the air had solidified. Medusa's aura attack had no effect on her. Xiao Huo's gaze sharpened. Even the mightiest of the Snow Mountain clan, the snow ape, could not withstand Medusa's pressure. Yet the 1,000-year giant python before him appeared utterly terrifying, completely disregarding Medusa's brilliance. This was ample proof that the 1,000-year giant python was no ordinary foe. Otherwise, how could 3-peaked Dozone humans possibly be defeated by her? This was the sovereign of the 1,000-year Snow Mountain, a being whom countless dared not provoke. Among humans, only true Dozone experts could crush the 1,000-year giant python. Mere cultivation at the Dozone level was simply insufficient. Xiao Huo's gaze ascended to the sky, where the 1,000-year giant python had transformed into a woman. Her waist slender and legs long, exuding an irresistible allure. Her figure moved sinuously like a serpent, radiating an enchanting aura, as if she were born a seductress. Xiao Huo couldn't help but compare her to Medusa, noting that she was merely a B-cup, lacking the grandeur of Medusa, Nalan Yanran, or Yunlan. Though Xun'er was also a B-cup, she was undeniably beautiful, a goddess of high elegance, incomparable to the alluring temptress before him. The disparity was vast. Most importantly, Xun'er was only 15, still youthful and fresh. To possess a B-cup at her age was commendable. In a couple of years, she would undoubtedly evoke the sensation of celestial bliss in Xiao Huo's hands. Even Xun'er, the girl by the side of the little doctor, was still young, but far larger than this 1,000-year python. A mere glance from Xiao Huo was enough to extinguish his interest. He had long since become immune to ordinary women, for who among them could surpass the beauty of the women by his side? Besides, after a millennium of development, she was still a B-cup? Yet, the enchantress bore an almost irresistible allure, captivating all who beheld her. Many of the Snow Mountain denizens, including the snow ape, stood, their eyes brimming with fervor, as if they yearned to offer themselves to this woman. Indeed, Her allure seemed potent enough to command countless beings of the Snow Mountain clan, even captivating any man who dared to gaze upon her. Even the beasts were not spared. Beasts? How pathetic. To seduce men is one thing, but to entice beasts? Do not look. You will fall in her trap. Medusa's voice echoed in Xiao Huo's ears. Unbeknownst to him, Medusa had already positioned herself beside him, her delicate hand slipping into his palm. With you here, how could she ensnare me? Xiao Huo beamed, casting a glance at Medusa's bosom, feeling warmth bloom within him. Before the battle, Medusa still cared about his safety. What a woman to be cherished. What are you staring at? Medusa smiled gently, amused by his words. However, Xiao Huo's immunity to the 1,000-year giant python's allure surprised her. It seemed he wasn't truly a scoundrel, after all. Indeed, my wife is far superior, Xiao Huo jested. You. Medusa shot him a glare. This scoundrel was truly unaccustomed to flattery. She lightly pinched him before taking flight, reassured now that Xiao Huo was safe. With a cold gaze, Medusa focused on the woman standing atop the snow mountain. Dare to tempt my man? Seek death, do you? Oh, your majesty the queen? The woman in green regarded Medusa with disdain, a smirk of derision curling her lips. Now, a 1,000-year giant python, her strength formidable. How could she possibly regard Queen Medusa with any seriousness? Heh, your majesty the queen has chosen a worthless man? Have you lost your virtue? Who would have thought that the pure and aloof queen would seek a man? Being pinned beneath a man, indulging in debauchery. This is the queen of the Tagore desert. Worshipped by thousands? The woman clad in green let out a cold laugh, completely disregarding Xiao Huo. To her, Xiao Huo's strength was merely that of a Dou emperor. If he were not a waste, what else could he be? The number of Dou emperors she had slain over the years could easily form a mountain. In her eyes, he was akin to an ant. A decade ago, the green-clad woman was but a minor general under Medusa. Due to an error, she was expelled from the Tagore desert and subsequently arrived at the Millennium Snow Mountain, where she seized certain opportunities and proclaimed herself queen of the mountain. 10 years later, today, her cultivation had reached a level that rivaled Queen Medusa herself. Were it not for Xiao Huo, Medusa's current power would pale in comparison to that of the green-clad woman. When enemies meet, there is often heightened animosity. The green-clad woman, witnessing the close relationship between Xiao Huo and Medusa, could not help but smirk coldly. She had never anticipated that the once illustrious queen would fall to such a state. Chapter 223. Medusa Strikes Decapitation. Suddenly, an overwhelming and formidable aura erupted from the green-clad woman, unleashing a pressure akin to a tempest. As the snow ape had stated, her strength was indeed formidable. The fact that countless peak Dou Zong experts had perished at her hands was sufficient proof of her terrifying prowess. Known as the invincible green-clad woman among the Dou Zong, her strength was on par with Medusa's, both being Dou Zong 4 stars. The green-clad woman's talent was undeniably formidable and should not be underestimated. However, after mocking Medusa, a chilling light shot from her icy pupils. She remained cautious and did not underestimate Medusa, exuding an aura of terrifying power. The winds howled as if the very air were being torn asunder by her presence. Medusa's indifferent gaze was filled with an icy detachment in her eyes. The green-clad woman was already a corpse. After all these years, how could the man Medusa chose, Xiao Huo, possibly be inferior to others? Moreover, whether Xiao Huo desired her, when he desired her, or in what manner they shared a bed, was of no concern to the green-clad woman. If Xiao Huo were to dominate her, she would willingly succumb. Did she need others to question that? Medusa did not voice these thoughts. Her gaze grew ever colder. Behind her, it appeared as though countless flames were igniting, a purple light cascading down. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, Medusa took a single step forward. In her wake, it seemed as though countless radiant lights followed her. The brilliance of the great Tao, the essence of an emperor, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, transformed into innumerable blades of light, surging toward the green-clad woman. Medusa wasted no words. She struck directly. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted as if the heavens and earth themselves were collapsing. Bathed in a divine radiance, she commanded the blades of void with an earth-shattering momentum, hurtling toward the green-clad woman. At that moment, countless tribesmen of the snow mountain collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, too terrified to speak. The air shattered. The light of the stars fragmented. When Medusa unleashed her power, she gave her all. You are enraged out of shame? Huh. Even if you possess Dou Zong cultivation, you cannot possibly be a match for me. The green-clad woman retorted coolly, her figure moving with an eerie grace. With a wave of her hand, countless green light shields materialized around her, radiating a verdant glow. The green light surged upward, enveloping everything in her vicinity. Simultaneously, green flames erupted, shooting toward Medusa. Boom! 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 A deafening roar resounded. In the sky, innumerable flames burst forth. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble as the flames erupted, colliding with blinding light, while countless forces of rules crashed together, producing a cacophony of sounds, rumbling. Medusa did not retreat. Her cold gaze flickered with a terrifying aura. She had not anticipated the true strength of the green-clad woman, who was still in the process of evolution and thus not at a complete advantage. Should she succeed in her evolution, a mere slap would suffice to end the green-clad woman. Just now, did you call him a waste? Medusa raised her beautiful eyes slightly and spoke coolly. Huh, is he not? The green-clad woman coldly replied, her complexion paling. She had never envisioned that the current Medusa would be so formidable, leaving her at a complete disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Medusa's gaze turned even colder. She ceased her speech. However, the seals upon her body began to unbind. A pale purple light erupted. Queen Medusa, evolving. Do Zone 5 stars. Do Zone 6 stars. An astonishing aura erupted forth, and Medusa descended from the sky, her eyes filled only with a murderous intent. She did not wish to force her evolution. If she succeeded by sheer will, she would have to unleash all her power, forcibly transforming into the 7-color devouring python for a month. However, she did not desire this. She wished to remain with Xiao Huo. She longed to share a peaceful slumber with him. Now, when others labeled Xiao Huo as a waste, she could no longer care. Even if she fell into a coma, it mattered not. Her man was not subject to anyone else's judgment. Medusa gracefully raised her delicate hand, pointing into the void. At that moment, she radiated an unparalleled brilliance, exuding an immense light, as if she were the true queen of this realm. The aura emanating from her transcended time and space, capable of crushing all things. She was the sovereign, the innate Queen Medusa. Her majesty descended with authority. In an instant, countless strong warriors of the snow mountain knelt upon the ground, their bodies trembling, too fearful to lift their heads. They could only feel that the arrival of an emperor was no less than this. The green-clad woman also felt her strength wane, her form retreating, her gaze vacant as she became utterly dazed. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Medusa was a mere Do Zone 4 stars, and now she had suddenly ascended to Do Zone 6 stars. The surge of power was overwhelming. This pressure instilled fear in the green-clad woman. She had not anticipated that after 10 years, Medusa would still be so terrifying. With a mere snap of her fingers, it seemed she could annihilate everything. No, this is impossible. You cannot have become this strong. The green-clad woman's eyes widened in horror as she sensed an overwhelming killing intent, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. This was the pressure of a superior over an inferior. Regret washed over the green-clad woman. She should never have provoked Queen Medusa. Flee. The only option was to escape. The green-clad woman turned to flee, unable to bear facing Medusa any longer. It was too terrifying. She even lacked the courage to stand her ground. With a wave of her hand, the green-clad woman released her green Do Chi, forming countless crystalline shields to block Medusa. If she could just buy herself 3 seconds, she could vanish without a trace. The snow mountain was vast. She would surely not be found. She only needed 3 seconds. Just as the green-clad woman turned, her face contorted with rage as she hurried along, she suddenly heard the sound of crystalline layers shattering. The air exploded with a deafening crack. Her expression turned to one of horror as she realized she could not move her body at all. She was frozen in place. Boom! The green-clad woman felt a chill run through her body, cold sweat beading upon her brow, her eyes flashing with terror. Why? Why was this happening? She was unwilling to accept it. She only needed 3 seconds to escape. Just 3 seconds. But Medusa would not grant her that opportunity. She had no time to catch her breath. The defenses the green-clad woman had set up were utterly destroyed by Medusa. No. The green-clad woman's face turned pale as she stared blankly at the unfolding scene. She could not fathom that such a turn of events could transpire. Now, Medusa stood in the air, surveying everything. Medusa's indifferent gaze swept over the woman in green, as if the gears of fate had firmly locked onto her. Queen Medusa, with the power to decree life and death, had an irreplaceable bond with Xiao Huo, the most significant person in her world. Yet, the audacity of the green-clad woman to mock her had crossed a line, provoking Medusa's wrath. Do you have the right to speak of him? Medusa's voice, cold and detached, resonated, her eyes piercing through everything, fixating on the woman in green. In that moment, an endless radiance enveloped Medusa, a delicate lavender aura transforming into countless sword energies. The piercing sword light descended with a howling ferocity. 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong. The sky was ablaze with innumerable sword shadows, all aimed at the woman in green, poised for annihilation. Chapter 224. Xiao Huo takes action. The shadow trembles. No, please no. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I am willing to rejoin and serve as your humble servant. Your Majesty, I still have my uses. The terrified voice of the woman in green echoed, her body trembling uncontrollably, a chill racing down her spine. In that instant, she comprehended the vast chasm between them, akin to an insurmountable gulf. From Medusa emanated a formidable pressure, as if she were a being not of this realm. Supreme, unmatched. How could someone be so powerful in this world? The woman in green, once confident in her invincibility among the Dozong ranks, now felt the presence of an even more terrifying force. Medusa, the queen. She sensed Medusa's body evolving, growing ever stronger, an overwhelming aura rising like a tempest, and moreover, Medusa's power was ever increasing, already advancing towards the pinnacle of Dozong. With time, Medusa would undoubtedly ascend to the apex of Dozong, an existence beyond comparison. The woman in green was paralyzed by fear. Horrified to discover that her own bloodline was worlds apart from Medusa's, an inconceivable disparity. Under the onslaught of Medusa's ferocity, she could not move. All she could do was watch as the 1,000 zhong sword light transformed into a myriad of lethal sword energies, hurtling towards her. A servant? You dare presume? Medusa's voice rang out, devoid of any room for dissent. When had Her Majesty ever needed a servant? Even if she required assistance, she had Xiao Huo by her side. Boom! The sky tore open, a colossal rift allowing the torrent of sword light to cascade down. Medusa merely waved her hand lightly, as if in the cosmos. Countless sword lights pierced through the clouds, descending with an absolute crushing force towards the woman in green. Why? Why is this happening? The woman in green looked up at the heavens, her face pale, her pupils reflecting the myriad of sword lights, as if her fate were already sealed, utterly beyond resistance. Swish! A sword light struck down. The woman in green let out a wail as her limbs were severed, her body flung away. A deluge of blood gushed forth. The woman in green screamed, moaned, her complexion drained of color, lips cracked, filled with regret, despair, helplessness, and agony. How could this be? She, the sovereign of the 1,000-year snow mountain, an entity revered by countless individuals, had never been challenged before. Yet today, she was utterly crushed. Even her limbs had been severed. The pain. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the woman in green collapsed to the ground, feeling as though she were being torn apart by 1,000 knives. Why? I refuse to accept this. She rolled on the ground, trembling violently, her blood turning a shade of purple. She gazed at Xiao Huo in the distance, realizing the absurdity of her previous assertions. Did she have the right to belittle Xiao Huo? No, she did not. She could not even summon the words to voice her contempt. In the void, only her agonized cries remained, as she had lost all capacity for resistance, unable even to rise. All her limbs had been extinguished. Medusa's hand had shown no mercy. Instantly, the powerful members of the Snow Mountain clan looked up at the spectacle unfolding in the sky, as if trapped in a dream, their eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens, has the battle concluded? The fairy has truly triumphed over that female demon. Am I not mistaken? She has really accomplished it. The celestial being's might was overwhelming. The snow ape knelt on the ground, witnessing the extraordinary events above, too overwhelmed to process. In less than a minute, the fight was over. How swiftly it had concluded. In the past, the woman in green had effortlessly eliminated her foes. Yet today, she had been dispatched in an instant. The shock to the snow ape and others was beyond measure. They recognized that Xiao Huo was the true deity, and Medusa, the fairy beside the god. Only a fairy could possess such exquisite beauty. The snow ape even questioned in his heart if any true fairy could rival Medusa's allure. At that moment, Medusa hovered in midair, radiating a dazzling brilliance, graceful and enchanting, as the breeze caressed her azure gown, pristine and untainted. Xiao Huo also gazed upon her, acknowledging her unparalleled beauty. She was indeed his woman. The rest is up to you, Medusa murmured softly, her delicate face pale. She gently leaned against Xiao Huo's shoulder, slowly closing her beautiful eyes, feeling an immense sense of security. She understood that the woman in green was not dead yet. She simply could no longer muster any further attacks. She wished to be with Xiao Huo, refraining from overexerting herself. At the very least, when accompanying Xiao Huo in slumber, she could still be atop him. If she exhausted her strength, she would have to be beneath him. Who knew what mischief that rascal would engage in down there? Nothing good would come of it. If she were to become pregnant, she would be the first to bite Xiao Huo. How dare he let her conceive before she'd had her fill of slumber? Let us depart. Others are approaching. Medusa whispered, her body pressed against Xiao Huo, finding it hard to even stand. Were it not for the last vestige of her will, she would have transformed into the seven-colored devouring python to rest. Yet, a flicker of concern remained in her beautiful eyes, sensing an overwhelming power approaching, far stronger than the woman in green. If such a formidable being were to arrive, how could she protect Xiao Huo before completing her evolution? She had once vowed to Xiao Huo that he was hers. He must marry her. Do not worry. I am here. Xiao Huo beamed, his gaze calm, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Why was she fretting? His cultivation was the strongest in the world. No one could rival him. Not even the most powerful beings could take advantage of him. Be cautious, Medusa whispered, her jade hand entwined with Xiao Huo's, fingers interlaced. No matter what transpired, she would face it alongside him. Husband, husband, save me. The woman in green wailed from the ground, gritting her silver teeth. As a serpent person, even with her limbs severed, she could still survive. Given a little more time, she could still evolve successfully. She seethed with hatred. 10 years prior, she had been suppressed by Medusa. Yet even now, she remained no match for her. She wished for Medusa's demise. Buzz, a shadow manifested in midair. The moment it appeared, the entire world seemed to shift. The shadow before her was but a silhouette, its visage concealed, yet its power was terrifying, having reached the 8th star of Dozone. With a mere wave of its hand, it possessed a force capable of leveling mountains and tearing apart space. Husband, husband, you have returned. Help me kill her. Completely annihilate her. Ruin her beauty, shred her body. The woman clad in green was filled with ecstatic joy as she rose to her feet, exuding an aura of triumph. Her entire being electrified with excitement. At long last, she had emerged victorious. Her earlier pleas for mercy had merely been a ruse to buy time. Once her husband returned, she would seize control of the situation and exact her vengeance. The so-called Medusa Queen was a mere figment, a non-existent threat. In the presence of her husband, all opposition would meet their demise. A bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, the emergence of a shadow altering the course of events dramatically. The woman in green felt a surge of delight, a hint of arrogance coloring her demeanor. She was indeed the ultimate victor. As for Xiao Huo, he had long been relegated to insignificance in her eyes, merely a pretty boy with the strength of a Dohuan. Ha ha ha, your majesty. You should have killed me just now. Now, how will you slay me? It is you who shall perish. The woman in green laughed heartily, rising with the shadow looming behind her, feeling as if she possessed dominion over the world. The shadow was her husband. With him by her side, no one could stand against her. Death was inevitable. Even Medusa would meet her end. The Medusa Queen? Quite beautiful indeed. The shadow grinned menacingly as he stepped forward. Boom! The very fabric of space seemed to tremble. The formidable members of the Snow Ape clan were engulfed in despair. The Snow Ape trembled, collapsing to the ground. Overwhelmed by such immense power, the sheer force of the shadow instilled terror within them. In that moment, even the Snow Apes found it difficult to gauge the strength of the shadow. It was over. Everything was lost. If Xiao Huo and Medusa could not withstand the shadow, then the millennium-old Snow Mountain would face utter annihilation. His own fate was sealed. Medusa's complexion paled, her delicate hands clutching Xiao Huo tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. This was a powerhouse of the Do Zone, 8 stars. Fear gripped her, an overwhelming fear. She did not fear the shadow. She feared losing Xiao Huo. What would she do without him? In the past, she had never felt such trepidation in the Jiamai Empire, where the strongest threats were only Dohuan. They posed no real danger to Xiao Huo. Yet today was different. Not only was there the formidable woman in green, but also her husband, the shadow. The shadow's power surpassed even hers. Unless she succeeded in her evolution, she could not defeat the shadow and protect Xiao Huo. Yet time was slipping away. Her body felt weak, and she was at a loss. She had promised to protect Xiao Huo. What to do? Medusa's heart raced. She was deeply troubled. If only she could complete her evolution sooner. She had promised Xiao Huo they would sleep together. What was she even thinking? Xiao Huo smiled, his hand gently brushing through Medusa's flowing hair, gazing at the girl before him, who seemed to be worried about him. I miss you. He was strong. and she feared for him. Medusa's cheeks flushed as she slightly lowered her head. She could not lie and did not know how to fabricate falsehoods. She truly was concerned. After all, he was a powerhouse of the Do Zone 8 stars, with significant disparities between each star, far beyond what a Do Huang could contend with. A bet? Xiao Huo said with a mischievous grin, placing his hands on Medusa's shoulders as she leaned against his chest. What shall we wager? Medusa blinked her beautiful eyes. If I win, what will happen with me on top? You dare. Medusa shot Xiao Huo a glare. In the face of impending danger, this scoundrel was still preoccupied with such thoughts. Why would I not dare? It is only natural for me to sleep with my wife, Xiao Huo replied once more. Who is your wife? Have I agreed to that? Medusa rolled her eyes at Xiao Huo. She had never consented to such things. You scoundrel. Eternal scoundrel. Back home. Xun'er is waiting, and you're thinking of sleeping together. How can you be so shameless? The shadow and the woman in green seethed with anger. How infuriating. Unbelievable. The shadow's wrath was palpable, exuding an aura like that of thunder. Wherever he tread, even Do Huang experts were reduced to mere ants, who would dare defy his might. Yet he sought vengeance, driven to eliminate Medusa and Xiao Huo for the woman in green. Xiao Huo audaciously displayed affection for Medusa in front of everyone, embracing and cuddling her, even discussing who would be on top. The shadow was enraged. He bellowed, abruptly interrupting Xiao Huo and Medusa's tender exchange. Boom! In the sky, it was as if the heavens had shattered. The earth-level beginner Do technique, the great mountain seal. The shadow glared with a fierce intensity, channeling his aura to the utmost, ancient runes swirling behind him, an overwhelming force emanating from the zenith of the heavens. The space erupted, a formidable imprint spreading through the sky. The shadow was confident. With the Great Sea Seal unleashed, Medusa and Xiao Huo would be reduced to ash. More displays of affection? Absolutely not. To dare showcase their love before him, he, a Do Zone of 8 stars, would show them no mercy. It is over. Ha! Finally, it shall come to an end. The woman in green bore her pain, standing to witness this magnificent spectacle. Her husband would effortlessly annihilate Xiao Huo, easier than squashing an ant. Furthermore, with the Great Mountain Seal unleashed, even a peer of Do Zone 8 stars would not dare to withstand it. Be careful, Medusa exclaimed. Her lips pursed. Before she could react, Xiao Huo kissed her red lips. Medusa gazed at the overwhelming force in the heavens, her delicate body trembling, her heart racing. This was the full-strength attack of a Do Zone 8-star expert. What was Xiao Huo doing? Taking advantage of her at such a moment? And he had claimed her first kiss. Her first kiss, gone. Medusa lightly slapped Xiao Huo's chest, attempting to resist, but this scoundrel held her tightly, refusing to let go. If he wanted her first kiss, he should save it for home. It was too dangerous. Medusa felt helpless. This guy truly put her on edge. It wasn't as if she was denying him a kiss. Why the rush? I promise you, from now on, you'll be on top, Medusa said, her pretty face flushed, hastily separating from Xiao Huo. Really? Xiao Huo beamed, finally achieving his goal. My woman. Of course, I should be on top. How could I let Medusa be on top? Medusa shot Xiao Huo a look, resigned to this scoundrel. To ensure she was beneath him, he dared risk so much. What would she do if something went wrong? Fear not. I am here. I have promised you. With me around, no one can harm you. Thus Xiao Huo turned, his gaze growing cold. He and Medusa were entwined, and these insignificant nuisances had no right to disrupt them. What if he was a Do Zone of 8 stars? Boom! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Huo's eyes reflected absolute indifference as he turned to shield Medusa behind him. Radiance enveloped him. The rules of space. The rules of the stars. The rules of the great Tao. 7-colored strange fire. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The azure lotus heart fire. And the golden emperor's burning heaven flame. Xiao Huo spoke softly, an ancient brilliance radiating forth. Golden light erupting into the void. The 7-colored glow blossoming. A golden dragon roared. Flames ascending to the heavens. The power of countless rules unfurling. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Huo unleashed his most potent strength. Boundless stars transformed into a cascade of starlight, accompanied by a violent tempest and the formidable powers of the 5 elements, summoning the thunder of heaven, an avalanche of light crashing down upon the shadow. He even invoked the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, the 4th-ranked powerful strange fire on the list. He could control it. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame morphed into a golden dragon, roaring downwards. Chapter 225, You Cannot Let Me Become Pregnant. A colossal stream of golden energy, imbued with an ancient essence, stood tall against the heavens. The terrifying golden flames seemed capable of incinerating the very air, causing the temperature of the entire realm to surge abruptly as countless icy layers began to melt. The moment the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame manifested, the world transformed dramatically. The azure waters and blue skies instantly morphed into a realm of golden light. A dazzling golden light surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying otherworldly flame, charging towards a shadowy figure. Xiao Huo's gaze was icy, his demeanor suffused with a trace of pride. He too could now command the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame? No. How could this be possible? How could a flame ranked fourth be in your possession? The shadowy figure's voice cracked, every hair on his body standing on end, his eyes filled with sheer terror and boundless fear. The shadow could never have imagined that such a formidable otherworldly flame resided within Xiao Huo. This was the renowned Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, a presence far more fearsome than the azure lotus earth fire. It was said that even those saints would be reduced to nothingness by the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. The ancient clan. The shadow was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Huo was actually a member of the ancient clan. This was a powerful family from the ancient central continent. No wonder Xiao Huo was so formidable. He had provoked a being of such a terrifying background. Buzz. At once, the shadow sought to flee. He dared not engage in battle. Even upon witnessing the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, he felt his entire being weaken, a chill running down his spine. Would he dare to obstruct the otherworldly flame? He would not. No one would dare to withstand the assault of an otherworldly flame head-on. Why? Why can't I move my body? The shadow was gripped by profound terror. Not only that, he could not harness any do qi, as if the spiritual energy of the world around him had stagnated entirely. The shadow raised his head to look at Xiao Huo, feeling as though everything before him was utterly unreal. Boom! Xiao Huo's expression remained indifferent as the golden radiance erupted from his hand, transforming in the void into a fire dragon that charged directly at the shadow. Such might obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. Bang! In an instant, the golden torrent engulfed the shadow, devouring him whole. Countless starlight shards became blades, piercing through the shadow's body, spilling forth a cascade of blood. 10,000 swords pierced the heart. No please. The shadow's voice resonated with despair and horror as he cast a terrified glance at Xiao Huo. Crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Why? Why is this happening? Boom! A colossal tremor erupted. The shadow's body exploded in an instant. Reduced to ashes, the air trembled, the earth quaked. A Dozong 8-star powerhouse was slain. When the dust settled, Xiao Huo's figure emerged, standing resolutely against the wind. He resembled an emperor elevated above, surveying the scenery of the mortal realm. The entire world fell into silence. Snowflakes danced in the air, creating a scene of utter stillness. The Snow Mountain clan members looked skyward, their eyes filled with profound shock and fervor. They had triumphed. They had vanquished the green-clad woman and the shadow. The snow apes gazed at Xiao Huo with frenzied expressions, their bodies trembling with excitement. The Divine Lord is extraordinarily powerful. In less than a moment, the Divine Lord had obliterated the Dozong 8-star shadow. That was a being unmatched by ordinary individuals, over 10 times stronger than the green-clad woman. Yet, he was killed just like that, in less than a minute. Moreover, even the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame had submitted to the Divine Lord. The snow apes were thoroughly convinced. In their hearts, Xiao Huo held an unshakable status akin to that of a deity. Subsequently, a tremendous cheer erupted. The Divine Lord is magnificent. The Divine Lord is extraordinarily strong. A god of the mortal realm. Long live the Divine Lord. Rows of Snow Mountain clan members knelt on the ground, their faces awash with shock as they beheld all that transpired in the void. They had once been the overlords of the Snow Mountain, yet upon witnessing Xiao Huo, they finally understood the chasm that separated them from the Divine Lord, an insurmountable divide, one in the heavens, the other on earth. Among countless Snow Clan beasts, Xiao Huo was a living legend. As long as Xiao Huo commanded, they would follow him into battle against the myriad forces of the world. For Xiao Huo was simply too fearsome, such an aura, such majesty, that even the otherworldly flame bowed before him. What more could they say? Medusa's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, a hint of astonishment crossing her features. When had this rascal gained the ability to control the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame? Even she had been unaware. Her husband is truly formidable. This man of hers is incredible. This scoundrel always makes me worry. I can't let him fight alone. Medusa huffed indignantly, her delicate face slightly pale. Yet her beautiful eyes brimmed with immense joy. The weight in her heart had finally lifted. She had been so worried, so fearful. As of now, she possessed no combat ability, forced to merely watch all of this unfold. She had yet to complete her evolution, and being able to wield such power was already her limit. What would she do if something happened to Xiao Huo? Medusa had no extraneous thoughts. Throughout all these years, she had never valued anyone. Yet only Xiao Huo could stir her heart. If he were to perish, she would follow him into death. Fortunately, they had won. They had triumphed. Her husband had secured victory with absolute dominance. Who would dare call her husband worthless? Though he was merely a Do Huang. Medusa knew all too well how terrifying Xiao Huo's power was. A Do Huang with a single star could effortlessly annihilate a Do Zone 8-star. No one would believe it if she said it. The gap between the two was simply too vast. A Do Zone 8-star could easily slaughter a Do Huang. A crushing disparity that could not be bridged by mere talent. Xiao Huo had achieved it. Only Xiao Huo could accomplish such feats. If this shocking news were to reach the ears of other ancient sex-old monsters, they would likely faint from sheer disbelief. A Do Huang annihilating a Do Zone. How could the Do Zone hold their heads high? Medusa hovered in the air, her body trembling slightly as she gazed at Xiao Huo, pride shimmering in her beautiful eyes. They had now proven everything. The green-clad woman dared to question her husband's worthlessness. Would she dare to do so now? On the contrary, the husband of the green-clad woman, once deemed unbeatable, had been instantaneously defeated, reduced to ashes. Not even a body remained. No, it cannot be. Husband, husband. The green-clad woman's expression was one of horror, her gaze vacant, utterly dumbfounded. She had initially believed victory was assured, brimming with pride, only to plummet to despair in an instant. Her husband had been killed, and in a humiliating defeat, no less. Slain by Do Huang, by the very person she had previously deemed worthless. How could you be so strong? The green-clad woman's hands trembled, though she had no hands left. Her entire body shook, her face ashen, void of any color. She could not comprehend how the battle had transformed into this. A Do Huang could possess such immense strength? The recent spectacle could only be described as apocalyptic. She refused to believe it, could not bring herself to believe it. Clearly, the shadow had held the advantage. Yet in the blink of an eye, a monumental shift had occurred, catching the green-clad woman completely off guard. She had even prepared to humiliate Xiao Huo, meticulously planning every detail. Yet, she had no opportunity now. She could only tremble in place, trembling frantically, unable even to flee. Despair, pain, shock. The green-clad woman had once believed herself invincible, yet she was utterly dominated by Medusa, her limbs severed. She had summoned her husband, only for him to be obliterated by Xiao Huo. This battle had been an assured victory for them, and now it had lost just like that. The immense psychological blow was unbearable for the green-clad woman. From the pinnacle to the abyss. Remember this, my woman, is not one for you to instruct. Xiao Huo spoke calmly, countless starlights manifesting behind him. Boom! The radiance erupted. Countless starlight blades transformed into a tempest of sword shadows, cascading down. He had no time for idle chatter, nor did he wish to waste words. What was the green-clad woman before him, anyway? Xun'er was still waiting to be rescued. He longed to share a bed with Medusa and conceive a child, despite her reluctance. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his desires. Nor could he prevent Medusa from bearing a child. The woman clad in green gazed upward, yearning to escape, but it was too late. A luminous blade of starlight pierced through her chest, unleashing a brilliant green radiance. The woman in green transformed into a colossal serpent of 1,000 years, collapsing to the ground with a resounding wail. Gradually, the immense serpent's form dissipated into the ether, leaving only her agonized cries behind. Boom! Boom! The air erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The woman in green dissolved into smoke, her very soul extinguished. Countless members of the Snow Mountain tribe witnessed this spectacle, their hearts swelling with joy and astonishment, their voices rising in fervor. The Heaven's Champion has triumphed. He has vanquished the 1,000-year serpent. The Heavenly One is supremely powerful. He has liberated us from our torment. How fortunate we are to encounter such a celestial being. We have won. At last, we have emerged victorious. The shouts soared like crashing waves, reverberating through the sky, shaking the very air. The magical beasts of the Snow Mountain clan rejoiced. They understood the terror of the 1,000-year serpent, which had once forced them into submission. Now, with the advent of the Heavenly Champion, They could once again hold their heads high, free from the serpent's oppression. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Huo, an irreplaceable savior. I have one. Xiao Huo beamed brightly, clutching the heavenly treasures, 7-colored snow lotus and 10,000-year spirit fungus, 2 vital ingredients to heal Xun'er. I knew you would win, Medusa remarked softly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Huo. She nestled against his chest, feeling his warmth. How wonderful it would be to always stay by your side, she whispered, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Silly wife, what are you saying? How about you accompany me to sleep from now on? Xiao Huo gently embraced Medusa's delicate form, stowing the heavenly treasures away and planting a kiss on her forehead. Scoundrel, I'll grant you this once, but you mustn't let me become pregnant. Medusa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded slightly, her autumn-like gaze locking onto Xiao Huo's with newfound determination. For her, having made a promise, she would keep it. She would not act deceitfully, nor would she refuse to sleep beside Xiao Huo. Most importantly, the one she cherished was Xiao Huo. Had it been anyone else daring to challenge her, they would have met their demise. It was unclear when the once aloof Queen Medusa began to soften, becoming increasingly tender-hearted. She remained distant towards others, yet with Xiao Huo, she appeared as a sweet, gentle girl. Huh? Xiao Huo's eyes reflected a hint of exasperation. Controlling such desires was quite challenging, especially considering the system had indicated that both Medusa and Xun'er had a 100% chance of conceiving. In this world devoid of Xiao Du's assistance, how could he possibly prevent Medusa from becoming pregnant? He found himself at a loss. If you dare to make me pregnant, I shall never share your bed again. Medusa bit her silver teeth, her face flushed deeper, whispering that she was still pure and untainted. How could she possibly bear a child? After all, the elders of the Tagore Desert would still need to converse with her. Moreover, the prospect of nurturing a child seemed far too burdensome. She simply wished to revel in love with Xiao Huo, to share a bed and savor happiness, without the encumbrance of a baby. It won't happen, Xiao Huo replied with a chuckle, choosing to postpone his concerns and focus on winning Medusa's heart. As for whether he could reduce the chances of pregnancy, he would inquire with the system later. The thought of having the system assist him ignited a deeper anticipation within him. What if I were on top? Xiao Huo grinned mischievously. I'm tired and need to rest. Wait for me for 2 months. Once I successfully evolve, I can stay by your side forever. Medusa softly declared, radiating a faint glow, her fragrance intensifying. The reluctance in her beautiful eyes was palpable as she prepared to part from this scoundrel for the time being. Take care of yourself. Don't let anyone bully you, she said with a heavy heart, her glow growing stronger. Gradually, Medusa's form transformed into a 7-colored serpent. Slipping into Xiao Huo's sleeve, she felt a twinge of regret, but for the sake of her evolution, she had no choice. Wife, I will ensure you evolve successfully soon, Xiao Huo promised, administering a few drops of primordial amethyst essence. With the system at his disposal, he was certain he could find a way to assist Medusa in her evolution. Yet, 2 months, perhaps even 3, would pass before he could reunite with Medusa. The thought of sharing a bed and conceiving a child seemed to stretch far too long. Xiao Huo could hardly contain his impatience. His anticipation deepened further. In 3 months, he would marry Nalan Yanran, Nalan Yanran, the system sister, and Medusa, all 4 of them, if they were to share the same dwelling. Xiao Huo dared not let his thoughts wander further. He was far too indulgent. It was time to rescue Xun'er. The bloodline within Xun'er would undoubtedly undergo transformation, and then they could sleep together without restrictions. Xiao Huo mused as he descended, landing amidst the Snow Mountain tribe. If he could recruit them to join the Sacred Fire Sect, the influence of the 1,000-year Snow Mountain would become a formidable ally. They could battle against the Yunlan Sect and even annihilate the Soul Palace. As Xiao Huo descended, the members of the Snow Mountain tribe regarded him with immense reverence. All the magical beasts kneeling in unison, their faces filled with awe. We pay homage to the heavenly champion, they proclaimed. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, surveying the snow ape and the numerous members of the Snow Mountain tribe. Suddenly, an imposing aura enveloped him, instilling a sense of gravity among the gathered beings. Will you submit to me? In the future, I can lead you to the pinnacle of the world and grant you the ability to transform into humans. Xiao Huo spoke with a calm demeanor. Before his words could fade, all the magical beasts bowed their heads in unison, their hearts filled with loyalty. The snow ape quickly followed suit, expressing its devotion with fervor. They had longed to submit to Xiao Huo. My lord, please allow us to pay our respects, they cried, their voices resounding in unison. Long live the heavenly champion. I pledge to follow you, to serve you with unwavering loyalty. The snow ape declared, clasping its fists together. I shall follow you, pledging my eternal loyalty. Echoed the voices of countless snow mountain magical beasts as they knelt before Xiao Huo. Chapter 226. Healing Xun'er. Transforming bloodlines. The world was blanketed in white, snowflakes swirling in the air, as the entirety of the snow tribe's magical beasts knelt before Xiao Huo. It was as if he were the deity they revered. No one could compare. At that moment, in the hearts of the snow mountain tribe, Xiao Huo had ascended to the status of an unparalleled god. Very well. I shall bestow upon you some elixirs to assist you in advancing to the Do Zone realm within 3 months, Xiao Huo declared, tossing several jade vials into the snow ape's hands. Thank you, my lord. The snow ape knelt, trembling hands cradling the jade vials. These were celestial elixirs, far superior to any earthly concoction. Even through the vial, the snow ape could sense the potent aroma of the elixirs within, a quality surpassing even the finest of elixirs. The snow ape was left dumbfounded. Having lived for several centuries, it had encountered countless elixirs, but never had it seen one as extraordinary as the ones from Xiao Huo. This elixir is for you. In 3 months, you shall reach the pinnacle of the Do Zone realm. At that time, I command you to come to the Jiama Empire and heed my guidance, Xiao Huo stated with an indifferent gaze. The pinnacle of the Do Zone realm? Is that truly possible, my lord? The snow ape asked, its hands trembling as it accepted the white jade vial, shock written all over its face. He possessed merely the cultivation of a beginner Do Zone, having stagnated for decades without any advancement, even amidst the numerous heavenly treasures within the snowy mountains. Ascending to a higher level remained a formidable challenge. The path to Do Zone advancement was far from simple. It demanded fortuitous encounters, rare materials, and relentless training. It was not uncommon for individuals to remain stuck at a particular tier for years on end. Now, when Xiao Huo informed him that a single pill could facilitate his ascension, potentially propelling him directly to the pinnacle of Do Zone, Shui Yuan found it hard to believe. Yet, given Xiao Hui's track record of miraculous feats, skepticism was difficult to maintain. This was a divine pill bestowed by the Lord of the Gods. If he diligently practiced, he could even aspire to challenge the Do Zone realm. Xiao Huo spoke casually, his figure rising into the air as his gaze turned increasingly aloof. In 3 months, a monumental battle with Yunlan Sect was inevitable, and the ancient snow beasts of the 1,000-year-old snowy mountains would prove invaluable. They were not merely up against Yunlan Sect, but also the forces of Yunlan Sect and the Soul Palace. Only by eradicating all opposition could he unify the entire Jiama Empire. Do Zone, Shui Yuan's expression turned dazed, nearly causing him to collapse. He gazed in the direction Xiao Huo had departed, feeling as if all of this were a mere dream. The Lord of the Gods had descended, vanquishing the 1,000-year-old giant python and ridding the snowy mountains of a significant threat, while also bestowing upon them such extraordinary pills. With these elixirs, the strength of the entire snow clan could reach unimaginable heights. Could the Lord of the Gods truly be a 9th-grade alchemist? Shui Yuan murmured. Disbelief etched on his face as he clutched the pill, overwhelmed with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, their snow clan was destined to grow more powerful in the future. Following in Xiao Huo's footsteps could never lead them astray. Everyone, we have 3 months to diligently train. In 3 months, we shall march forth alongside our leader into battle. We cannot bring shame to our snow clan, Shui Yuan proclaimed loudly, his aura resounding. He understood that Xiao Huo's formidable strength would undoubtedly compel numerous factions to submit to him. He recognized that Queen Medusa, the sovereign of the Tagore Desert, would likely be involved in the impending conflict, along with formidable warriors from the serpent tribes of the desert, and perhaps even other beast clans. In light of this, the Snow Clan could not afford to lose face. The upcoming battle in 3 months demanded their utmost performance before their leader. As Shui Yuan's voice faded, the beasts of the entire Snow Clan were engulfed by fervor. They would train relentlessly, with only 3 months at their disposal. They must become stronger and serve as Xiao Huo's right and left arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 7-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year spirit mushroom, which can transform Xun'er's bloodline. Xun'er originally possessed the most powerful Do-D bloodline of the ancient clan for millennia, and she is most likely to awaken as a Do-D. The gentle, sweet voice of the system chimed in. Do I truly possess the capability to heal Xun'er with just these 2 heavenly treasures? Xiao Huo inquired. Absolutely. With me in action, nothing is impossible. The system replied proudly. Host brother, This is a 10,000-year spirit mushroom. It takes a full 10,000 years to cultivate, and the 7-colored snow lotus grows only in the frigidest of places. There are no more than 3 such treasures across the entire Doqi continent. The system shot a resentful glance at Xiao Huo, feeling exasperated that he spoke so lightly of acquiring these rare materials. Had she not intervened secretly? How could he have controlled the Golden Emperor's flame or defeated the Shadow and the green-clad woman? Those were true Do Zone powerhouses. Ding! To alter Xun'er's bloodline, host brother must first break her existing bloodline before establishing a new one. The system continued. Break it? Does that not imply that I am that kind of person? Xiao Huo patted his chest. Look, host brother. You could also consume the refined pill I made to awaken Xun'er, but the bloodline cannot be altered. However, host brother could also perform certain unorthodox actions to change her bloodline, thereby forging a stronger lineage for her. Yet, this may attract the ancient clan's scrutiny. Perhaps Gu Yuan will come looking for you. The system chuckled mischievously. Xiao Huo nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. For Xun'er's bloodline, he would accept being captured by the ancient clan. Making Xun'er stronger was imperative. Of course, he would first awaken Xun'er before proceeding to. Ahem, should he be concerned about potential pregnancy? Xiao Huo felt a flush of embarrassment. If Xun'er were to become pregnant, he might face Gu Yuan's wrath. Bringing Xun'er home only for her to have a noticeable belly would undoubtedly infuriate Gu Yuan. After some contemplation, he resolved to act. Old for Sunat? Even if it meant facing some repercussions. It was worth it if it meant granting Xun'er a more powerful bloodline. At Yunlan Sect, atop Wanhua Mountain, Xiao Huo soared back with remarkable speed, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The system had just informed him that when altering the bloodline, Xun'er's body would undergo a transformation, ensuring she would not become pregnant. Regardless of how he shared a bed with Xun'er, pregnancy was off the table. However, 3 months after the bloodline transformation was complete, the likelihood of pregnancy would be a certainty. At that point, they could no longer share a bed, lest they invite the arrival of a child. In other words, within 3 months, no matter how he shared a bed with Xun'er, there would be no child. Xiao Huo rejoiced. He landed gracefully and made his way to Xun'er's chamber. Chapter 227, Xun'er awakens, his pregnancy image. Young master, Xiao Huo, Elder Ling exclaimed, his face alight with joy and a hint of excitement, his demeanor respectful. When he learned that Xiao Huo was heading to the 1,000-year snow mountain, he had harbored concerns. For the 1,000-year snow mountain was deemed a desolate land, immensely perilous. It was referred to as the graveyard of Do Zone, as every Do Huang and Do Zone who ventured there had perished, leaving no remains behind. Without exception, no one could escape its grasp. The Snow Clan was overwhelmingly powerful. With mercurial weather conditions and frigid temperatures, any ordinary person entering would likely become an ice sculpture in an instant. Even without the interference of beast clans within the 1,000-year snow mountain, finding heavenly treasures was an arduous task. The blinding snow made it easy to lose one's way, and the locations of these treasures were exceedingly rare. Elder Ling felt an unprecedented worry. He had never felt such anxiety before. With his Do Zone cultivation, he feared he could not survive a trip to the 1,000-year snow mountain. He would be unable to return alive. While he recognized Xiao Huo's strength, it did not surpass Do Zone, and the journey to the 1,000-year snow mountain was fraught with peril. There was no guarantee of survival. Moreover, Xun'er had only 1 month left. If that time passed, she would lose her vitality forever and could never awaken. Xun'er could not afford to face any mishap. Elder Ling had even prepared to take Xun'er back to the ancient clan if necessary. The ancient clan, a colossal and enigmatic family in the eastern region of Zhongzhou, was certain to possess methods to heal Xun'er. To Elder Ling's astonishment, young master Xiao Huo had returned from the 1,000-year snow mountain. He had even brought back the heavenly treasures needed to cure Xun'er. The speed was astonishing. He had returned in just 1 hour, merely 1 hour, and Xiao Huo had come back. Such swiftness left Elder Ling profoundly shocked. It was utterly miraculous. How had young master Xiao Huo accomplished this? The 1,000-year snow mountain lay 1,000 miles from Yunlan Sect, guarded by snow clan beasts, compounded by complex terrain and frigid weather. Elder Ling had anticipated that if young master Xiao Huo could return in 15 days, it would already be remarkably fast. However, the events unfolding before Elder Ling left him in utter astonishment. Could it be that young master Xiao Huo had vanquished the formidable warriors of the Snow Mountain clan in such a brief span of time? Elder Ling was acutely aware of Xiao Huo's profound feelings for Miss Xun'er. It was inconceivable that he would return without acquiring the heavenly treasures. The mere fact of his return signified that Xiao Huo had achieved everything. Within an hour, he had defeated the Snow Mountain clan members and procured the miraculous medicine to save Xun'er. Who would dare to believe such a feat? Elder Ling questioned himself, realizing he would have been incapable of such a task. Survival itself would have been a challenge. Young Master Xiao Huo was indeed a being of divine caliber. Elder Ling marveled at his admiration for Xiao Huo, his excitement deepening within. As Xiao Huo entered the room, his gaze fell upon the girl on the bed, evoking a tender ache within him. Xun'er lay peacefully, her slender waist and straight legs exuding the unique allure of youth, a faint fragrance emanating from her delicate form. Her chest gently rose and fell, and in the 6 months since their last meeting, Xun'er had blossomed into an even more captivating figure, a beauty of unparalleled grace, akin to a goddess, utterly irreplaceable. Yet, the familiar, subtle fragrance that enveloped Xun'er was gradually fading, seemingly intertwined with the waning of her life force. Within her, her fighting spirit had dissipated into nothingness. In other words, even someone at the first stage of fighting prowess could easily take her life. In her current state, she possessed no capacity for resistance. Foolish wife, I have come to save you, Xiao Huo murmured, taking Xun'er's delicate hand in his, gently kissing her crimson lips. In that moment, a resplendent aura enveloped him, pure energy flowing into Xun'er's being. The 7-colored snow lotus and the 10,000-year-old spirit mushroom had transformed entirely into medicinal power, continuously revitalizing Xun'er as vitality. An hour passed, then 3 hours. 6 hours slipped away, and Xiao Huo remained steadfastly engaged in healing Xun'er, forging a new bloodline for her. The original Emperor-level bloodline could not possibly satisfy him. He understood that he must traverse other realms in the future, and Xun'er had to accompany him. To enable her to journey to other realms, he needed to transcend the Emperor realm. If he could not break through, their aspirations of exploring other worlds would remain forever unattainable. Merely enhancing her bloodline was insufficient. He aspired to ensure every aspect of Xun'er underwent a profound transformation. 12 hours elapsed. As night descended, Xiao Huo marveled at the prolonged efficacy of the 2 heavenly treasures. With the assistance of the system, Xun'er's injuries were steadily mending. Half an hour later, the healing concluded. Xun'er radiated a golden glow, dazzling beyond measure. A strand of golden light surrounded her, illuminating the room. Simultaneously, her strength surged, ascending through the ranks: fighter, master fighter, great master fighter, spirit fighter, king fighter, and, ultimately, the pinnacle of emperor fighter. Xiao Huo was left speechless. The speed of Xun'er's ascension surpassed even his own while wielding the system. Now, Xun'er stood at the pinnacle of emperor fighter, immensely powerful. Success. Xiao Huo's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Xun'er could finally awaken. He longed for her to awaken tonight, so they would never part again. As the golden light faded, Xiao Huo was astonished to discover that Xun'er's fragrant aura had intensified. The innate fragrance of her youthful essence stirred within him a deeper excitement. Her figure had further transformed into something extraordinary. Previously, Xun'er's physique was already alluring: slender waist, long legs, with no excess flesh on her abdomen, and her thighs were exquisitely smooth to the touch. Do not inquire how Xiao Huo knew this. After all, he had once shared a bed with Xun'er, having stealthily removed her garments in the dead of night. However, the current Xun'er was incomparable, surpassing all beauty. After her bloodline transformation, she seemed to eclipse even the celestial beings of the world. Her perfect form underwent yet another metamorphosis. Yet, she remained the original Xun'er, causing Xiao Huo's heart to race. A goddess, a true goddess, and one who could share his bed and bear children. Alas, Xun'er did not awaken. She remained in repose, yet her vitality had fully restored, and her power continued to rise. This extraordinary talent left Xiao Huo in awe. She was gaining strength without the need for cultivation. My beautiful wife, he mused, contemplating the prospect of sharing a bed with Xun'er for 3 months without the risk of pregnancy. Xun'er should not be upset. Even if we sleep together in our natural state, she would not protest, would she? Xun'er is simply the best. Thus, Xiao Huo quickly reassured himself, pulling Xun'er close. And then, the lilac dress adorning Xun'er vanished, and at some point, her bodice had also disappeared. With a radiant smile, Xiao Huo pressed another kiss to Xun'er's lips, his hand gradually descending. Chapter 228, Bloodline Transformation, Xun'er Awakens. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Huo found himself retreating. Xun'er was simply too exquisite for him to bear. No, I'm not like this, he declared, feeling the faint fragrance of the girl envelop him. Thankfully, Xun'er remained in a state of unconsciousness, and Xiao Huo shook his head in disbelief. Even in her comatose state, she had rendered him utterly powerless. If she were to awaken, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Xiao Huo was puzzled. He had not been like this before, yet today, before Xun'er, he had completely lost his will to fight. Why? Because Xun'er was simply too beautiful. With her perfect, slender legs, snow-white skin, and an ethereal grace exuding an alluring aura. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Before her bloodline transformation, Xiao Huo would not have so easily succumbed. He would have been able to contend with her until the end. However, after her bloodline metamorphosis, her physique underwent a tremendous transformation. The sensation was entirely different, and the tactile experience was beyond any previous comparison. After enhancing his vitality, Xiao Huo embraced Xun'er once more, only to retreat again after 8 minutes. It must be that my beloved Xun'er is too stunning, he lamented, wrestling with his thoughts. I'm a transmigrator. Yet, even a transmigrator found themselves helpless against such overwhelming beauty. Her figure had become even more perfect, her skin radiant as she lay beside him, allowing Xiao Huo to embrace her without restraint. Just as he prepared to gather his strength for another attempt, Xun'er awakened. Her autumn-like eyes shimmered with vibrant brilliance. And the instant she opened her eyes, it was as though the world transformed around her, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Xun'er emanated an ethereal, dazzling aura. Yet she appeared momentarily bewildered, her gaze fixed on the scene before her. Her bright eyes fell upon her purple silk dress and bodice, which lay abandoned in the corner of the bed, sending a chill through her. Xiao Huo looked at Xun'er, uncertain of what to do. I didn't mean to. He noticed what seemed to be crimson stains on the bedsheet, fearing she might retaliate. Xun'er, you are simply too beautiful. I cannot contain myself, he exclaimed, glancing at the girl in his embrace, hastily adding, what if Xun'er thinks she has been violated by a nefarious intruder and retaliates with her formidable fighting spirit? The Xun'er before him was undoubtedly an invincible presence within the Emperor Fighter realm. Her bloodline had undergone a transformation, rendering her immensely powerful. Now, at the pinnacle of Emperor Fighter, it was no exaggeration to say that even the so-called invincible woman in green would be no match for Xun'er. Brother Xiao Huo, there is no need to hold back. Xun'er smiled gently, her delicate hands encircling his neck, tracing the alluring contours of her form. The melodious voice warmed Xiao Huo's heart, and he couldn't help but think that Xun'er was truly a goddess of unparalleled beauty. In an instant, Xun'er threw herself onto Xiao Huo. It was done. Brother Xiao Huo, the bloodline within me. Xun'er nestled against his chest, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. She had yet to sense the changes within herself, and, upon awakening, found Xiao Huo atop her. What did she do? This fellow acted first and reported later. Could she refuse? After all, she bore the most formidable Dou Emperor bloodline of the ancient clan, a prodigy who held the only potential in a millennium to ascend to the realm of Dou Emperor. What was she even thinking? Xun'er, do you know what lies beyond Dou Emperor? Xiao Huo chuckled, embracing her, his gaze calm and composed. Xun'er shook her head. She had never contemplated what existed beyond Dou Emperor, a realm her father had never reached. You now possess an imperial bloodline, granting you the opportunity to surpass Dou Emperor and accompany me through this vast starry sky. Xiao Huo tightened his grip on her hand and slowly leaned in to kiss her crimson lips, fully aware that one day he would attain the realm of Dou Emperor, perhaps even ascend higher. That day would come swiftly. Xiao Huo knew he must leave the Dou realm and take his woman with him. If he couldn't bring Xun'er along, he would never be able to. Surpassing the realm of Dou Emperor and returning to the Dou realm would shatter it into countless fragments. Thus, he needed the women by his side to cultivate and progress together, to jointly ascend to the pinnacle of this world and tread upon the stars. Really? Brother Xiao Huo, has Xun'er's bloodline grown even stronger? Xun'er blinked her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shining through. She felt immensely happy, as her cultivation had received a tremendous boost. No one dared to underestimate her, nor could they belittle her. She understood that, despite being the daughter of the ancient clan, her status was still not sufficiently high. In this realm, strength was the only thing that mattered. Without enough power, one would be subject to ridicule and oppression, especially in great clans. For instance, Xiao Yan, with his 3 segments of Dou Qi, was mocked by the Xiao clan, looked down upon by the Grand Elder. Back when Xun'er had not yet awakened her bloodline, she too had been similarly disregarded. Now, however, Xun'er had not only transformed her original bloodline, but had also grown significantly more powerful. In the future, who would dare to question the man she chose? Who would dare to challenge Xiao Huo? Xun'er felt reassured. With brother Xiao Huo by her side, she had nothing to fear. The youth she cherished was unparalleled. Let us depart from here, brother Xiao Huo. I sense that the people of the ancient clan are coming to retrieve me, Xun'er whispered, a hint of worry flickering in her beautiful eyes. She was acutely aware that if Gu Yuan discovered her Dou Emperor bloodline had been destroyed, her purity lost, he would be filled with wrath. Who would dare to claim his daughter's body? She was the cherished daughter of the ancient clan, heralded as the hope for its future. Do not fret. I will handle everything. Xiao Huo's gaze turned frosty. At this moment, he was still unable to contend with the ancient clan. He needed to wait until the system's sister leveled up to 5, transforming into a virtual state. By then, no one would be her match. Thus, Xiao Huo led Xun'er away. Nalan Yanran was not at Moonlit Mountain. She was cultivating at Yunlan Sect, tirelessly preparing for the impending battle 3 months hence with Yunyan, and thus did not come to see Xiao Huo off. In the ancient clan, atop a mountain emanating an air of ancient mystery and formidable authority, the inhabitants were predominantly terrifying entities, their power far surpassing that of the Gamma Empire. Each individual possessed the strength to obliterate mountains with a mere gesture. Gu Yuan, seething with rage, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying cold light, fixed his gaze upon Xun'er's jade token. The token remained intact, yet the golden light upon it had vanished. Xun'er's bloodline had been destroyed. Gu Yuan did not expect that there would be someone bold enough to covet his daughter's body in this world. Chapter 229. The ancient clan arrives, seeking to slay Xiao Huo. Within the ancient clan, the higher-ups were in turmoil. The destruction of Xun'er's bloodline was a devastating blow to the ancient clan. It represented a severe loss for the entire Dou Qi continent. The divine bloodline within Xun'er had vanished. What did this signify? The only individual in a millennium with the potential to reach Dou Emperor could no longer achieve that. It was easy to imagine Gu Yuan's fury. In no time, the ancient clan's leaders gathered, tearing through space to protect Xun'er. Their intent was to eliminate Xiao Huo. To defile Xun'er's bloodline was to declare war on the entire ancient clan. Beneath a forest, Xiao Huo held Xun'er's jade hand, gazing into the void. A sense of unease creeping in. With Xun'er's bloodline gone, the ancient clan would undoubtedly erupt in fury, possibly tearing through space to reclaim her. Yet, Xiao Huo felt no fear. Xun'er was his woman, and no one had the right to dictate terms. He had shattered Xun'er's bloodline for the sake of awakening an even more potent lineage within her. What did the ancient clan understand? Suddenly, the air trembled, a terrifying presence emanating from the void, as if the very stars above were under immense pressure. An ancient aura descended, shrouding the heavens. The brilliance of countless stars shattered, and the void seemed to split open. Space itself fractured, directly traversing miles of time and space. A Dou Saint-level powerhouse. The ancient clan had actually dispatched a Dou Saint. Xun'er's beautiful eyes widened, gripping Xiao Huo's hand tighter, astonished that her father would summon a Dou Saint. What level was a Dou Saint? In this continent, they were beings that transcended all, lofty and omnipotent. The Gamma Empire could not hope to withstand even a single Dou Saint, a being far more formidable than a half-saint. Had her family truly made such a resolute decision? Xun'er's gaze hardened. She would not allow anyone to harm Xiao Huo, not even Gu Yuan. In a flash, a figure clad in azure emerged, flanked by a man in black. The azure figure wore a smile, exuding an ethereal quality that rendered him inscrutable. With hair as white as snow and eyes resembling the vastness of the cosmos, Xun'er instantly recognized the visitor, one of the 3 immortals of the ancient clan. The 3 immortals were the 3 most esteemed elders of the clan, second only to Gu Yuan, holding the highest status within the ancient clan. The person before her was one of the 3 immortals, Gu Dao, a 7-star Dou Saint. The ancient clan had dispatched such a powerful figure for her sake. Xun'er's heart raced. It was exceedingly rare for the 3 immortals to take such initiative within the clan. Today, however, they had sent Gu Dao, one of the esteemed elders. Grandfather Gu Dao, please allow Xun'er to explain. Xun'er stepped forward, bowing slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Dao in the sky. She understood that she must speak first. If she hesitated even a moment longer, brother Xiao Huo would be in peril. A Dou Saint-level powerhouse was an extraordinarily fearsome entity, and no matter how exceptional Xiao Huo's talent, he could not withstand them. Gu Dao's expression was cold, and with a mere thought, Xun'er found herself unable to utter a word. Boom! An icy gaze pierced toward Gu Dao. Xiao Huo looked up, his eyes locking on Gu Dao. The rules of the great Dao, the rules of the stars, the rules of space cascaded down. Xiao Huo had not anticipated that the moment Gu Dao appeared, he would target Xun'er. Xun'er, is she someone who can be touched by others? How amusing. Ha ha, even a half-saint would not dare to meet my gaze. Yet you have the audacity to confront me? Gu Dao chuckled, his eyes glinting, seemingly unaffected. 17 years of age, the Do Huang stands commendably. Gu Dao spoke with a calm demeanor, his authoritative gaze fixed upon Xiao Huo. However, the old man desires but one explanation. The divine bloodline must remain unsullied. Gu Dao continued, his tone as light as a breeze. Xun'er is my woman. Besides, why should I feel compelled to justify my actions to you? Xiao Huo met Gu Dao's gaze, and behind him, 7 colors of extraordinary flames emerged, accompanied by boundless principles. What a Dosheng powerhouse! His displeasure was palpable. When he wished to share a bed and conceive with Xun'er, why should he care for the opinions of the Gu clan? What was the Gu clan after all? Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. At that point, even the Gu clan would kneel in submission. Oh! Gu Dao's pupils locked onto Xiao Huo, a light chuckle escaping him. He was one of the 3 immortals of the Gu clan, and never before had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Young man, you possess remarkable courage. Yet, Gu Dao felt no anger. Rather, he harbored a degree of admiration for Xiao Huo. Such spirited youth was indeed rare. And it was no wonder that Miss Xun'er favored him, even to the extent of shattering her own bloodline to be with him. Then, Gu Dao's gaze shifted to Xun'er, eyes narrowing in astonishment. How had Xun'er become so extraordinarily beautiful? Moreover, he was utterly shocked to discover that her strength had reached the pinnacle of Do Huang. But she was merely 15. How could a 15-year-old possess such formidable power? Even in the central state, it was inconceivable for a disciple to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Miss Xun'er, please come here. Gu Dao's ancient voice resonated, laced with a hint of kindness. Doubts began to swarm in his mind. This could not solely be Xun'er's innate talent. There must be external forces at play. A pinnacle Do Huang at 15 years of age was an absolute rarity within the central state. Could it be that Xiao Huo was behind this? Xiao Huo, able to elevate Xun'er's realm so swiftly? Impossible. Xun'er rose slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. Grandpa Gu Dao, are you not angry? Will you not take action against brother Xiao Huo? Gu Dao's indifferent gaze fell upon Xun'er, only to become utterly dumbfounded. This cannot be. Miss Xun'er, have you awakened an imperial bloodline? Upon witnessing this, Gu Dao immediately knelt, drenched in sweat. He had just discerned Xun'er's bloodline, and it was terrifying. Not only had Xun'er awakened a divine bloodline, but the reason the divine bloodline had vanished was because she now possessed an imperial bloodline, a realm beyond the Dodi. This was an echelon never before attained on the Duki continent, one even legend spoke of, but no one had ever witnessed. How could this be? How could such a bloodline be awakened? Surely this was a jest. My heavens! Gu Dao felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had long wished for the Gu clan to produce a prodigy with the potential to reach Do Di. Now, Xun'er's talent could even surpass that of a Do Di. Brother Xiao Huo helped Xun'er. He even saved her life. Xun'er blinked her beautiful eyes, speaking rapidly. What? Gu Dao's gaze shifted to Xiao Huo. A hum sounding as disbelief washed over him. Could it truly be that Xiao Huo was responsible? How did he induce Xun'er to awaken her imperial bloodline? Regardless, Gu Dao recognized the truth within his heart. This was real. Xun'er's imperial bloodline undeniably existed, and her divine bloodline had entirely vanished. Gu Dao was overwhelmed with astonishment, yet relieved that he had refrained from confronting Xiao Huo moments prior. Xiao Huo was indeed extraordinary. What manner of person could alter Xun'er's bloodline? An imperial bloodline. Gu Dao trembled with excitement. He had never been so unrestrained. Not even in the presence of a Dosheng powerhouse within the Gu clan. He had lived for millennia. What had he not experienced? Yet, what transpired today was beyond his wildest expectations. If it were truly Xiao Huo's doing, then he would be a benefactor to the Gu clan. Even if he wished to become the son-in-law of the Gu clan tomorrow, it would pose no issue. In chapter 230, Xiao Huo's divine might and Xun'er's awakening of the imperial bloodline. My heavens, it is genuinely an imperial bloodline. This is the most formidable bloodline the Gu clan has encountered in millennia. Gu Dao murmured, his aged eyes filled with shock, shimmering with countless glimmers. His hands trembling with excitement. Miss Xun'er is the hope of the Gu clan. She is also the hope of the entire continent. Not only may she achieve the realm of Do Di in the future, but she might even surpass it. The thought of Do Di was unfathomable for Gu Dao, too distant to comprehend. Now, he realized that Xun'er's bloodline had ascended to an unparalleled level. the only bloodline of its kind on the Duqi continent. Who was Gu Dao? He hailed from the mysterious and powerful Gu clan of the eastern region of the central state. The Gu clan was vast, and Gu Dao's status and prestige within the clan were second only to the clan leader, Gu Yuan. Gu Dao was one of the three immortals of the Gu clan, a Dosheng 7 stars powerhouse. One could say that a mere flick of his finger could send the entire central state into turmoil. Such a figure, revered as the grand elder of the Gu clan, seldom ventured out, holding an exalted position. Even Gu Yuan would show him a modicum of respect. Having lived for 1,000 years, what had Gu Dao not witnessed? He had even participated in the central state turmoil and world wars millennia ago, seizing countless opportunities, yet he had never felt such joy and excitement as he did today. A momentous historical moment. The Gu clan had birthed the most powerful bloodline, an imperial bloodline, a bloodline once rumored to exist only in ancient texts, one that no one had ever laid eyes upon. When Xun'er had awakened her divine bloodline, it had already sent the entire Gu clan into a frenzy. The divine bloodline. Every member of the Gu clan rejoiced. The clan placed immense importance on the divine bloodline. When they discovered that Miss Xun'er's divine bloodline had vanished, they promptly dispatched ancient powerhouses like Gu Dao. This alone proved the Gu clan's regard for Xun'er. However, today they discovered an even higher tier bloodline within Xun'er. Gu Dao's solemn gaze fixed upon Xun'er, his heart trembling with shock. Miss Xun'er, should you return to the Gu clan, your status will rise once more. You will not merely be the esteemed daughter of the Gu clan, but the very hope of humanity itself. The fate of mankind rests upon your shoulders. Within the Gu clan, no one would dare disregard Xun'er's commands. Given time, Xun'er would undoubtedly become the strongest being in the world. This opportunity filled Gu Dao with ecstatic joy. He must inform the clan leader, Gu Yuan, at once. Gu Dao had never anticipated such immense delight during his visit. This was a great fortune for the entire Gu clan. Miss Xun'er, is it true that your bloodline was altered with Brother Xiao Huo's assistance? Gu Dao inquired calmly, though uncertainty lingered in his gaze. For him, this was utterly inconceivable. It was hard to believe. Even the mysterious and powerful Gu clan could not cause another to awaken a divine bloodline, and an imperial bloodline was beyond imagining. Had it not been for Xun'er's successful awakening of the imperial bloodline, Gu Dao would have never considered it a tangible reality. How could Xiao Huo possibly facilitate Xun'er's awakening of the imperial bloodline? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless Xiao Huo himself possessed an imperial bloodline. Or perhaps an even more legendary bloodline. Could it be that kind of bloodline? Gu Dao trembled further, conjuring a terrifying possibility, only to quickly shake his head. It could not possibly be that kind of bloodline. Such a lineage could scarcely be attained by mere mortals. And the fact that Xiao Huo had only reached the Do Huang realm at the tender age of 16 further discredited Gu Dao's musings. If he truly belonged to such a caliber, it was inconceivable for Xiao Huo to possess merely the cultivation of a Do Huang at 16. Yet, unbeknownst to Gu Dao, Xiao Huo had ascended from an ordinary human to the Do Huang level in just a few months. Do Huang at 16 is not an uncommon sight in Zhongzhou. However, such an astonishing rate of cultivation is indeed remarkable and exceptionally rare. Grandfather Gu Dao, it was all thanks to Brother Xiao Huo, Xun'er said softly, her autumn-like eyes gazing at Gu Dao, imbued with a hint of pleading. She delicately placed her slender hand in Xiao Huo's palm, her heart fluttering with trepidation. She understood that if the Gu clan sought to eliminate Xiao Huo, it would be an effortless task. Grandfather Gu Dao is a supreme elder. Even if he were to err, he would face no repercussions within the clan. Xun'er was deeply frightened. She did not wish to lose the one she cherished. Moreover, her bloodline truly benefited from Xiao Huo's assistance. Without him, she might have already vanished from this world. Xiao Huo. Gu Dao's gaze shifted to Xiao Huo, and he was astonished to discover that, despite his formidable cultivation, he could not see through Xiao Huo. How could this be? He was a powerful Dosheng with the ability to extend his divine sense over 1,000 miles. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he wished to probe disturbances from afar, it would be effortless. Gaining insight into a person was a trivial matter. Yet, when faced with Xiao Huo, he found himself unable to penetrate his aura. Impossible, could it be? Gu Dao's doubts deepened. Was it possible that Xiao Huo truly possessed the legendary bloodline of ancient lore? Or was there a powerful figure behind him, one even more formidable than himself? No. Gu Dao promptly dismissed this notion. He knew most of the world's powerful beings, particularly those concentrated in Zhongzhou. Even the once fallen mighty figures were well within his knowledge. The existence behind Xiao Huo had somehow managed to obstruct his divine sense. For the first time, Gu Dao began to question his own strength. What was happening? Was he not a Dosheng, a supreme elder, one of the three immortals of the Gu clan, a revered being worshipped by countless individuals, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture, creating space? Yet he was thwarted by Xiao Huo. It was utterly unbelievable. Should he kill? Gu Dao pondered, closing his eyes as he received the command from Gu Yuan. Eliminate Xiao Huo, at any cost. For Xiao Huo had tarnished Xun'er's divine bloodline and sullied her purity. Xun'er was the esteemed young lady of the Gu clan. To dare lay a finger on her was a capital offense. Furthermore, Xun'er held a high position and was destined to marry into a family of equal standing. Her future limitless. How could she possibly wed Xiao Huo? In a moment of indecision, Gu Dao quickly made his choice. He could not kill. He dared not kill. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Dao sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Xiao Huo, compelling him to retreat. How could this be? Gu Dao was profoundly shaken with his power. There should be no one in this world capable of killing him. Even a Dosheng of the ninth star could only inflict injury, but could never keep him down. Yet, from Xiao Huo, he distinctly sensed a lethal threat. If he dared to act against Xiao Huo, it felt as if his own life would be forfeit. Chapter 231, Apprenticeship? Impossible. Xiao Huo, may I examine your body? Gu Dao said, taking a moment to compose himself. He was merely compelled by an unexplainable feeling and would not act rashly. As a Dosheng, he had traversed the line of life and death countless times, narrowly escaping doom. Each time, it was this instinct that saved him. Thus, he chose not to kill. Although he did not believe Xun'er's words that awakening a divine bloodline was achievable by mere human effort, Xiao Huo was remarkable. But could he rival the ancient and powerful Gu clan? If the mysterious and formidable Gu clan could not accomplish such feats, how could Xiao Huo? Perhaps it was Xun'er who possessed extraordinary talent, awakening the divine bloodline herself, and, in a bid to protect Xiao Huo, deliberately portrayed it in this manner. In Gu Dao's view, regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Huo could never alter another's bloodline. Such a feat was truly against the natural order. Could anyone defy nature? Certainly not. Even if Xun'er herself acknowledged it, Gu Dao remained unconvinced. Xiao Huo's cultivation as a Do Huang could only be deemed commendable. It did not substantiate this claim. Gu Dao's heart brimmed with skepticism, yet he dared not strike. This feeling of impending death had not arisen in a long time, yet now it was unmistakably tangible. To be prudent, Gu Dao resolved to examine Xiao Huo's body. If Xiao Huo possessed a bloodline of extraordinary caliber, the Gu clan would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms and nurture him diligently. Not to mention a divine bloodline. Even a godly bloodline would be met with the full support of the clan. In the world, Xun'er was the sole bearer of a divine bloodline. Yet now, she had ascended to a divine bloodline of even greater standing. Xiao Huo, I understand that you may be reluctant. Xun'er is a cherished young lady of the Gu clan, and given your status, there may be an insurmountable distance between you. However, should you indeed possess an extraordinary bloodline, I could consider admitting you into the Gu clan. In the future, should you become a paragon of the clan, the patriarch may contemplate the prospect of a lifelong union with Xun'er. Gu Dao paused, his gaze authoritative. He did not trust Xiao Huo and could not see through him. He must first discern the bloodline qualities within him. The Gu clan could not afford to overlook any genius, nor would they offend a potential prodigy. Gu Dao was no fool. He would not act impulsively. Were Xiao Huo merely an ordinary person, Gu Dao would not have even cast a glance his way. Now, Xiao Huo was not only Xun'er's beau, but also possessed considerable strength, and he might indeed harbor an exceptional bloodline. The Gu clan would undoubtedly consider nurturing him. Xiao Huo, think carefully, Gu Dao said, his expression serene, as though hinting at something. Most importantly, he was acutely aware that behind him stood the Gu clan's enforcement team. His visit was merely to oversee, while the actual enforcers tasked with eliminating Xiao Huo were the individuals behind him. The enforcement team of the Gu clan only obeyed Gu Yuan's commands. Even he lacked the authority to intervene. If the enforcement team received orders to eliminate Xiao Huo, they would execute them without hesitation. If Xiao Huo were willing to allow him to examine his body, Gu Dao could then fabricate a reason to take him as a closed-door disciple. Thus, even the Gu clan's enforcement team would have no grounds to object. Who would dare harm a disciple of one of the Gu clan's three immortals? Gu Dao had not taken a disciple in 3,000 years. Should he choose to accept one, it would surely cause a stir throughout Zhongzhou, attracting countless prestigious families eager to present their prodigies to study under Gu Dao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huo merely smiled faintly. Gu Dao, one of the three immortals of the Gu clan, a highly esteemed supreme elder, a Do Sheng of the 7th star. Merely his credentials would make countless individuals yearn to study under him. It could be said that even the esteemed young lady of the Gu clan, Xun'er, might not have the opportunity to receive guidance from one of the three immortals. Their status was exalted. They rarely descended from their heights. Yet, would such a stature compel Xiao Huo to seek apprenticeship? Impossible. As the Fire Emperor, he was destined to stand proudly above all. Traversing the 6 realms, he would tread upon the world. To expect him to bow to anyone as a disciple was to presume too much. In this world, no one held such qualifications. Countless powerful beings should bow before him. How could he ever submit to another as a student? In a few short years, Xiao Huo would be poised to conquer the entire continent. The Gu clan, the Pill Tower, and all factions would bow before him. Elder, I hail from humble origins, yet I possess my own pride. I shall not seek a master, nor could I ever do so. The path of cultivation is accessible to all. When the day arrives that I ascend to the pinnacle, the denizens of this world shall bow before me. Xiao Huo spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon the ancient path. He neither bowed nor quailed, even in the presence of a formidable Do saint. With a mere snap of his fingers, his life could be forfeit, yet he would not yield. I am aware that the enforcement team of the ancient clan seeks to take my life. Shall I resort to seeking a master to evade this fate? I, Xiao Huo, am not that kind of person. Stepping forward, he was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, his eyes shimmering with determination. The full force of a Do Emperor erupted from him, an overwhelming pressure emanating forth, as he stood resolutely upon the ground. Xiao Huo sought no accolades, nor did he desire anything but to live honorably in this world, to protect the woman beside him. Nothing more. Whoever dares to kill him must pay a hefty price. He cannot endure humiliation, nor will he stoop low. He simply cannot. Even in the face of the enforcement team of the ancient clan. So what? A man may be poor, but he must never be base. His aspirations may be modest, but they shall never be trampled upon. He will never be content to be beneath another. Should anyone dare to mock him, they shall meet their demise. His woman, his future, who are they to dictate? The ancient path fell silent, its gaze upon Xiao Huo, tinged with a hint of admiration. Do such individuals truly exist in this world? Behind him stands a formidable enforcement army. He has no authority to intervene. Miss Xun'er also cannot command the enforcement team. Xiao Huo has boldly declared war on the enforcement army. What audacity! Alas, the ancient path shook its head, letting out a sigh. Xun'er beamed radiantly, her eyes sparkling like stars, a warmth blossoming within her heart as she gracefully approached Xiao Huo. It is precisely this kind of person that she adores. Miss Xun'er, you need not intervene. This battle belongs to Xiao Huo. If he prevails, I shall communicate with the clan leader and urge him to consider your marriage. Spoke the ancient path, glancing towards Xun'er in the distance. In the ancient path's view, this was a battle that was destined to be unwinnable. Xiao Huo's cultivation stands at merely the 2nd star of Do Emperor. Meanwhile, the lowest rank of the ancient clan's enforcement team consists of peak Do Emperors, with hundreds of enforcers at Do Zone level. How could victory be possible? Those who join the ancient clan's enforcement team are all prodigies of their generation, possessing extraordinary strength and decisiveness. To engage in combat beyond 1's means is already an impossible task, let alone to confront an entire enforcement team single-handedly. How could victory be attained? The chasm between Do Emperors and Do Zones is vast, akin to an insurmountable divide. And every member of the ancient clan's enforcement team is a prodigy. How could one challenge them? It is exceedingly difficult. The ancient path shook its head. Were it Xiao Huo, even fleeing would be a challenge, let alone fighting. Absolutely impossible. Convey to my father that his daughter is unfilial. I shall live and die alongside brother Xiao Huo. A gentle breeze wafted as Xun'er took the initiative to grasp Xiao Huo's hand, casting a soft glance back. Her purple veil danced in the wind, outlining the delicate contours of her figure, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Her gaze was resolute. Should he live, she would accompany him. Should he perish, she would follow him. Chapter 232. The great battle erupts, Xiao Huo unrivaled. As the gentle breeze caressed him, Xiao Huo's soft gaze fell upon Xun'er, and he couldn't help but sigh. This foolish girl. This moment is undeniably perilous for Xiao Huo. He is not invincible. If he were truly invincible, he could have long since annihilated the Soul Emperor, taken control of the ancient clan, and unified the Do-Chi continent. Yet is far too formidable. Xiao Huo understood that the system within him is also a stunning woman, not a true cheat of invincibility. The system is not omnipotent. She cannot freely transform into human form and must await Xiao Huo to complete tasks to elevate her to level 5. Even then, there are numerous restrictions, some of which are impossible to fulfill. If Xun'er were to be harmed, the system could not provide heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Instead, she would have to journey to the 1,000-year snow mountain to seek them out herself. Xiao Huo's gaze turned steely as he sensed an ancient and imposing aura. According to the original narrative, he should still be in the Jiamu Empire, completing his tasks there, marrying Nalan Yanran, and engaging in a battle with Xiao Yan. Moreover, the Yunlan Sect has formidable entities like Yunshan and the Soul Palace behind it. However, he altered the plot by sharing a bed with Xun'er, which altered her bloodline. This precipitated the ancient clan's early arrival. Furthermore, it was none other than one of the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, the Grand Elder, who personally descended. Accompanied by the enforcement team, the ancient clan's enforcement team can be deemed a terrifying presence. Their prowess is formidable, their discipline unwavering, and they absolutely obey the commands of Gu Yuan. In this world, no one but Gu Yuan can command the ancient clan's enforcement team. For Xiao Huo, he has yet to engage with the ancient clan. It is exceedingly difficult for him to confront the enforcement team. Yet he must fight to gain the ancient clan's recognition. Only strength will suffice. However, Xiao Huo needs time. Given 2 more years, he could certainly compel the ancient clan to look up to him. But for now, it is still too early. Xun'er, return. I will not lose, nor can I lose. Xiao Huo's gaze turned to Xun'er, his palm gently brushing against her flowing hair. His eyes sparkling like stars, radiating an extraordinary confidence. Brother Xiao Huo. Xun'er looked at him, a hint of struggle in her beautiful eyes. For she knew the strength of the ancient clan's enforcement team. This opponent is unlike any other. The ancient clan's enforcement team is terrifying. It is said that even peak Do Zone masters have perished at the hands of the ancient clan's enforcement team. No one can escape their pursuit. Such a formidable adversary is beyond anyone in the Jiamu Empire. Although the ancient clan has not dispatched its truly core enforcement team this time, even so, it would be difficult for Xiao Huo to prevail, and his life is at stake. I believe in you, Xun'er whispered, rising on her toes to gently press her lips against Xiao Huo's. A flicker of resoluteness shone in her beautiful eyes as she returned to the ancient path's side, knowing that her presence would only distract Xiao Huo. Over the past 6 months, Xun'er has witnessed too many miracles from Xiao Huo. This time, she still chooses to trust him. Xun'er is so beautiful. Xiao Huo marveled, a smile gracing his lips. I can only count on you to protect Xun'er. You must do your best. Xun'er's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. This rascal is always the same. So mischievous. During their first night together, he had groped her all over, later claiming he was sleepwalking. Xun'er felt helpless. Yet what could she do? She still adores Xiao Huo. Buzz. In the distance, a chilling killing intent loomed. The ancient clan's enforcement team stood in perfect formation within the void, their sword energy formidable, as though they had carved out a space around them. Sword energy swirled about, exuding terrifying residual waves. Over 100 enforcement disciples bore cold expressions, as if they were born to be cold-blooded creatures. All enforcement disciples were at least peak Do emperors, with the highest being peak Do zongs. They were uniform and powerful, an unstoppable force. A man clad in black stood at the forefront of the enforcement team, his icy gaze sweeping over Xiao Huo, his eyes filled with absolute malice. He is the captain of the enforcement team, Gu Hao. Gu Hao's eyes glimmered with a terrifying light, a potent aura pressing down upon Xiao Huo, tinged with a hint of hatred. You must be Xiao Huo, Gu Hao said coolly, his voice chilling, as he scrutinized Xiao Huo with a glimmer of disdain. His fists clenched, as if he yearned to rend Xiao Huo asunder. Did he bear a grudge against Xiao Huo? Yes. For Gu Hao is one of Xun'er's ardent admirers. In the ancient clan, who Wu Ti desired to win over Xun'er. Xun'er, with her unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace, is the beloved daughter of the clan, pure and pristine, regarded as a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. Gu Hao, too, harbors deep affections for Xun'er, yet his pursuit has been met with despair. Upon discovering the unique bloodline and physique of Xun'er, his heart soared with elation. Winning her affection would undoubtedly elevate his status within the clan. Who would he aspire to become the son-in-law of Gu Yuan? Everyone would. Gu Yuan has not disclosed the disappearance of Xun'er's bloodline and her liaison with Xiao Huo. Yet Gu Hao has surmised the truth. What could incite such a frenzy within the clan? It even compelled one of the 3 celestial elders of the clan, Gu Dao, to personally descend and oversee the battlefield. When Gu Hao witnessed the kiss shared between Xun'er and Xiao Huo, his resolve hardened and murderous intent surged within him. Fortunately, Xiao Huo has offended the ancient clan. His demise is inevitable. The enforcement team can eliminate Xiao Huo. A slight smirk raised Gu Hao's lips. Should Xiao Huo perish, perhaps he might still have a chance to pursue Xun'er. Even if she has lost her innocence, she remains his goddess. And there exists a possibility to win her over, or even to conquer her, relishing in the thrill of subduing the clan's noble lady. As long as Xiao Huo is dead, such aspirations could be realized. Kill him. Gu Hao issued the cold command, his gaze dismissing Xiao Huo as if squashing an insignificant insect. He is a formidable warrior at the Dozun 1-star level. The Dozun far surpasses the Dozong. Even a peak Dozong is no match for him. As for Xiao Huo, who possesses the strength of a Dohuang, Gu Hao considers him beneath notice. He could easily trample him. Then, Gu Hao turned his attention to Xun'er, offering a slight smile as he approached her, seemingly attempting to placate her. Xun'er, too, am carrying out a task under the orders of our esteemed clan leader. Please do not be upset, he murmured softly, eager to soothe her emotions. Xiao Huo frowned slightly, observing Gu Hao's familiarity with Xun'er. Do they know each other? How dare he address her by name? Are we so well acquainted? Xun'er replied coolly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Huo, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, exuding an air of noble elegance. At that moment, she was no longer the obedient girl trailing behind Xiao Huo. She was the illustrious daughter of the ancient clan, an existence unattainable by countless powerful beings. Or did a mere enforcement captain like Gu Hao have to stand beside her? Miss, I have overstepped, Gu Hao hastily confessed, dropping to one knee. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xun'er. How could this be? His strength surpassed hers significantly, yet he felt a palpable weight pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Xun'er, born of nobility, is seldom addressed by her name, even by Gu Dao, one of the 3 celestial elders. Gu Dao cast a fleeting glance at Gu Hao, shaking his head slightly. The disparity between Gu Hao and Xiao Huo was glaringly apparent, impossible to compare. Xun'er raised her gaze to the sky, the aura of fortune enveloping her, rendering her even more extraordinary. I command you, in the name of the ancient clan's young lady, retreat. All enforcement teams withdraw, Xun'er proclaimed, fixing her eyes on Gu Hao. She understood that pleading with grandfather Gu Dao would be futile. No one could halt the enforcement team of the ancient clan. Only she could attempt to intervene. Thus, she explicitly declared her identity as the daughter of the ancient clan, foreseeing a future where she would wield great power and become the goddess of the clan, unifying all. Crack! Gu Hao clenched his fists tightly. Gu Dao regarded Xun'er with astonishment. The usually gentle, charming, and obedient girl had transformed entirely. She boldly declared the enforcement team to stand down. Xiao Huo. Gu Hao seethed with hatred for Xiao Huo, his eyes blazing with fury. What merit does Xiao Huo possess? Merely at the Dohuang level, he is but an insignificant insect, ranking nowhere among the elite of the ancient clan, let alone being worthy of Xun'er. What right does he have for Xun'er to plead on his behalf? Why? Gu Hao's resentment intensified. For this very reason, he could not permit the enforcement team to retreat. Swiftly eliminating Xiao Huo is of utmost importance. Xun'er's voice resonated around them, yet the enforcement team remained stationary, awaiting orders. Though they obeyed Gu Yuan's commands, this was Xun'er, the young lady. Who would dare offend her? They found themselves unable to make a decision. They must wait for Captain Gu Hao to determine the course of action, should Xun'er decide to hold them accountable in the future. The blame would fall squarely on Gu Hao's shoulders. They were merely the enforcement team, executing orders. Miss, this is the clan leader's decision. If we fail to fulfill his command and do not return with Xiao Huo's head, the entire enforcement team will face severe punishment, Gu Hao said, inclining his body slightly. If you do not withdraw, I shall kill you. The enforcement team will share your fate. Xun'er replied softly, her tone calm and untroubled, as if merely stating a fact. Buzz. Gu Hao's heart raced tumultuously, his body slick with sweat. Miss Xun'er intends to kill him. He is the enforcement captain, holding significant status within the ancient clan's enforcement team. Unless he commits a grave mistake, even Gu Yuan would not easily execute him, especially since he is carrying out Gu Yuan's orders. Can Xun'er truly kill him? Undoubtedly. Gu Hao trembled with fear, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even if Xun'er cannot kill him now, what of the future? Xun'er possesses an imperial-grade bloodline and the ancient clan's abundant resources. Within a year, She will ascend to an unprecedented level. By then, if she wishes to kill him, it will be effortless. Miss, I am executing orders, Gu Hao asserted defiantly, fist clasped, his resolve unwavering. For reasons unknown, the more Xun'er aimed to protect Xiao Huo, the more he desired to eliminate him, the one he cannot have. Xiao Huo shall not possess either. Moreover, should the ancient clan fail to execute Gu Yuan's orders, the consequences would be dire. Gu Hao knew that Xiao Huo must have done something to Xun'er, perhaps even taken from her the most precious of treasures. Such a grave sin would not be overlooked by Gu Yuan. Regardless, he must kill. Xun'er nodded, as if she had made a decision within her heart. She lifted her gaze once more to the enforcement team in the sky and then closed her beautiful eyes. Such a simple action, yet sent shivers through the ranks of enforcement disciples. They felt as though Xun'er had seen through them. Miss Xun'er seems to have memorized them all. None will be spared. Even so, the enforcement team was still intent on killing Xiao Huo. They dared not hesitate. For Gu Yuan's authority was far more terrifying than that of Miss Xun'er. Gu Dao sighed. Miss Xun'er cannot halt the enforcement team. Should Xiao Huo perish, it may affect Miss Xun'er's character for a lifetime. Gu Dao's complex gaze turned toward Xiao Huo. He had initially believed that a girl like Xun'er would remain untouched by emotion. How has Xiao Huo achieved this? Impressive. For a moment, Gu Dao found himself admiring Xiao Huo for being able to move Xun'er to such an extent. Yet, the outcome of the day seems difficult to alter. Proceed. Gu Dao commanded again, waving his hand. Instantly, the air around them quivered. Boom! 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 The enforcement team surged forward, each member harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Xiao Huo. Curse Xiao Huo. Had it not been for him, they would not have offended Miss Xun'er. The hatred was palpable. Kill! 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 The powerful voices echoed, soaring towards the heavens, shaking the very skies, a tide of murderous intent piercing through the void, aimed squarely at Xiao Huo. In an instant, the enforcement warriors surged towards Xiao Huo. The ancient path remains unchanged, with Gu Dao standing still, silently counting in his heart. Within 3 seconds, he could surely subdue Xiao Huo, could he not? Even with Miss Xun'er's protection, how long could he survive? Silly girl. Why go to such lengths for someone like me? Moreover, do these people truly believe they can slay me? Xiao Huo beamed brilliantly, seemingly indifferent to the enforcement team of the Gu clan. This team was not the true core strength of the Gu clan. There remained a significant disparity. His prowess was formidable, yet now he had ascended to the rank of Do Huang, facing even Do Zone without a hint of trepidation. Ordinary warriors beneath Do Zun posed no threat to him. The restless 7-colored sky-devouring python was restrained by Xiao Huo, who deemed Medusa's eagerness to battle rather juvenile. Who dares to underestimate the might of the Gu clan's enforcement team, thinking this is merely a trifling territory of the Jaimat Empire? Gu Hao chuckled softly, a touch of derision flickering in his eyes. Miss Xun'er has indeed misjudged, for Xiao Huo is truly nothing special. In Gu Hao's view, in the Jaimat Empire, could one truly challenge the Gu clan's powerful warriors? Do they think the Gu clan is to be trifled with? Boom! The enforcement team of the Gu clan had yet to move, yet Xiao Huo propelled himself into the sky, his speed so swift that the team could scarcely perceive him. Xun'er gazed upward, unaware of Xiao Huo's true strength, nor of how he would contend against the formidable warriors of the Millennium Snow Mountain. She felt fear and concern, her heart seemingly undergoing a transformation. She too desired to grow strong enough to stand beside him in battle. The enforcement team looked up at Xiao Huo in the sky, their gazes revealing a flicker of doubt. Yet it was but a fleeting thought. No matter where Xiao Huo fled, they remained unafraid. No one could escape the relentless pursuit of the Gu clan's enforcement team. In the next moment, countless figures soared into the air, swords gleaming like fleeting light, flashing with brilliant radiance, shattering all in their path. A multitude of Do Qi erupted like fireworks, yet within those blossoms lay countless lethal intentions. The enforcement team unleashed their full might. Gu Hao dismissed Xiao Huo, yet the enforcement team never underestimated him. When they struck, they did so with all their strength. Simultaneously, all Do Zone warriors launched their Do techniques. Profound-level advanced Do techniques. Earth-level intermediate Do techniques. A myriad of attacks surged toward the heavens, all aimed at Xiao Huo. It was as if heaven and earth conspired against him, leaving him no avenue for escape. In the blink of an eye, the Gu clan's enforcement team had woven an inescapable net, all eyes converging on Xiao Huo in the sky, as if intent on utterly consuming him. The temperature around soared suddenly, scorching the sky into a blazing red. How terrifying was the assault of over 100 Dozone warriors. Even one could effortlessly obliterate mountains, let alone 100 launching a simultaneous attack. It was apocalyptic. The void trembled. Were it not for Gu Dao's intervention, this space might have crumbled. The rules of space. The laws of the great Dao. The rules of the stars. 7-colored strange fire. The green lotus earth heart flame. Behind Xiao Huo, 7-colored wings unfurled. No longer was he merely enveloped in golden light. Now he radiated a resplendent spectrum. The 5 elements technique. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The light of the 5 elements encircled him as the 7-colored glow blossomed, and the wings behind him elongated further. He stood alone in the air, confronting the formidable onslaught of the Gu clan's enforcement team. He did not retreat, not a single step back. With a wave of his hand, countless Dou techniques and the power of rules were unleashed. In the ancient sky, a desolate aura seemed to dominate, rendering the many enforcement warriors of the Gu clan feeling as though space itself had solidified, constraining their movements. They could neither believe nor comprehend how one individual, Xiao Huo, could possess such overwhelming strength. He stood firm against hundreds of them, engaging the most powerful disciple of the entire Gu clan's Dou zone. This was simply beyond imagination. Xiao Huo's hand swept forth again, and behind him, it appeared not as merely the sky, but as an expanse of dazzling stars, descending amidst a cascade of light. Countless stars plummeting like sword energy, tearing through space in a furious roar. The 7-colored strange fire danced fiercely in the sky, becoming ever more domineering, incinerating the Dou techniques launched by the enforcement disciples of the Gu clan. Their attacks became futile. They could not breach Xiao Huo's defenses. In fact, they were being pushed back by such overwhelming pressure. Incredible. This man is undoubtedly the foremost Dou Huang of the central region. Many enforcement disciples silently acknowledged, though they lacked the time to voice their thoughts, for they had begun consuming recovery pills, striving to sustain their combat. Over 100 individuals relentlessly attacking. Yet unable to breach Xiao Huo's defenses, they were compelled to consume medicinal pills to withstand his thunderous onslaught. Was this not laughable? The numerous enforcement warriors were left bewildered. Something felt amiss. Was this battle not supposed to be a one-sided massacre? Why? Why was it thus? How could over 100 of them contend evenly with a single Dou Huang? To speak such a tale would surely invite ridicule. The elite enforcement warriors of the Gu clan, the most refined Dou zone fighters, could not subdue Xiao Huo. Consume pills. Subdue him swiftly with unceasing attacks. Gu Hao commanded coldly, his gaze growing icy. He could not fathom that Xiao Huo would exhibit such a terrifying momentum, rivaling any Dou zone warrior. Merely a Dou Huang, yet capable of battling at this level. Truly an existence defying the heavens. Even so, Gu Hao remained undeterred. He believed that Xiao Huo must have exhausted his strength, at most capable of achieving a stalemate with the Gu clan, unable to advance further. Sooner or later, his Dou Qi would be depleted, and at that moment of exhaustion, Xiao Huo would meet his demise. In contrast, the enforcement disciples of the Gu clan, numbering in the hundreds, had the time to consume pills and maintain their relentless assault. Gu Hao's resentment deepened. Xiao Huo was an extraordinarily powerful genius, a fact he had to acknowledge. Because of this, he resolved to eliminate Xiao Huo at all costs. If Xiao Huo were to grow stronger in the future, it was unfathomable. Gu Dao's gaze fell upon the battle in the sky, and he could not help but nod, utterly astounded, his expression vacant. This was astonishingly powerful, truly formidable. Such talent surpassed all else. To even manipulate the power of space, a privilege reserved for Dosheng warriors. The mastery exhibited over the strange fire was unparalleled. This level of talent, aside from Xun'er, likely had no equal. Gu Dao felt a surge of impulsiveness, wishing to halt the attack and forcibly retrieve Xiao Huo, nurturing thoughts of taking him as an apprentice. At that moment, he was genuinely moved. Xun'er possessed extraordinarily keen insights. Should Xiao Huo be in peril, he was prepared to intervene, to rescue him, even if it meant defying Gu Yuan's wishes. Gu Yuan would not offend him over Xiao Huo. Was the battlefield truly at a stalemate? It was not. Had Xiao Huo exerted all his strength? No one knew. However, the Gu clan's warriors had undoubtedly unleashed their full power, even resorting to medicinal pills. To require pills whilst besieging a single individual was utterly disgraceful. Yet the enforcement members of the Gu clan could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Without consuming pills, they might collapse under the pressure. Many enforcement disciples paled, their hands trembling, Yet they persisted, unable to fathom that this battle would be so fiercely contested. Just a bit more effort, just a little more determination, and surely Xiao Huo's qi would be exhausted, right? At that moment, victory would belong to them. In stark contrast, Xiao Huo maintained an impassive demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. He merely sought to ascertain the true strength of the ancient clan's law enforcement disciples, who had compelled him to reveal such an array of hidden abilities. Indeed, an impressive feat. However, this was where it would end. The law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan were not as formidable as they appeared. With a faint smile, Xiao Huo cast his gaze upon the assembly of the ancient clan hovering in the low sky, a flicker of pride gleaming in his eyes. Great Desolation's celestial finger. 5 fingers move the universe. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 5 fingers. Xiao Huo stood suspended in midair, his body radiating an even more resplendent glow. Behind him, within the vast expanse of the sky, an enormous finger began to coalesce, soaring skyward, emanating an ancient and desolate aura imbued with overwhelming might, as if it were gathering all the energy within a myriad of miles. Then, the Great Desolation's celestial finger surged downward. Countless powerful members of the ancient clan felt their hearts tremble, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, their faces ashen. What kind of technique was this? In their eyes reflected the colossal finger of the firmament, as if it could pierce through their very hearts. Chapter 233. Tremble. Law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan. Boom! Boom! The air quaked violently. The law enforcement team of the ancient clan gazed upward in terror, their figures frozen in shock. How could this be? How could Xiao Huo unleash such a dreadful offensive? The Great Desolation's celestial finger loomed above, akin to a ferocious beast roaring incessantly, intent on tearing apart and crushing everything in its vicinity. This terrifying power surpassed even the previous attack by a significant margin. Many individuals turned pale, their lips quivering, their very essence seemingly locked in place. Panic surged within them. No, what is this? Flee! We are no match for this. The law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan cried out in horror, their voices hoarse with fear, many spitting blood, having lost the will to resist. They were all prodigies of the ancient clan, well-versed in various combat techniques. What techniques had they not encountered? Some had even witnessed Earth-grade techniques, and, among them, many could wield such skills themselves. Yet, they had never heard of nor seen the Great Desolation's celestial finger. Such an immensely powerful technique existed in this world. Its incomprehensible might seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. How could such a terrifying aura manifest? The ancient finger descended, exuding an incomprehensibly daunting presence. As if it could penetrate all. It was horrifying, unparalleled. They did not even dare to resist. Block it. Stand your ground. Do not retreat. Gu Hao commanded coldly, his gaze icy, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light, an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from him as he roared incessantly. These were the law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan. They could not possibly be defeated. Absolutely not. The ancient clan had long stood as the dominant power in Central State, a mysterious lineage. The disciples they cultivated were exceptionally strong and gifted. Yet, facing Xiao Huo, they found themselves under such tremendous pressure. The law enforcement team of the ancient clan was already showing signs of imminent collapse. If they were to lose, would they not become the laughingstock of the world? Kill. Charge forward. Do not retreat. Gu Hao bellowed furiously, directing the disciples in the sky. Veins bulged on his forehead. He had originally believed that the law enforcement disciples could annihilate Xiao Huo instantly. No exceptions. Yet, the unfolding events left Gu Hao utterly dumbfounded. Over 100 individuals' assault had been effortlessly thwarted by a mere Do Huang. A disgrace. An absolute humiliation. Xiao Huo must be decisively slain to restore the ancient clan's honor. Above all, it was an unbearable embarrassment. Gu Hao bore the pressure from Xun'er, who held an exceptionally high status within the ancient clan. Even if Xun'er wished to protect Xiao Huo, Gu Hao remained resolute in his intent to eliminate him. It could be said that Gu Hao had irreversibly severed any chance of being with Xun'er. Their relationship had soured irrevocably. There was even the looming threat of peril to his life. One word from Xun'er could lead Gu Hao to utter ruin. The only way to survive was to present Xiao Huo's head, perhaps to plead for mercy from Gu Yuan, which was his sole avenue for survival. After all, Gu Hao was the captain of a law enforcement team, holding a significant position. Gu Hao brimmed with confidence. Yet now he was met with a harsh reality. The law enforcement team of the ancient clan not only failed to subdue Xiao Huo, but their morale had also shattered. They no longer dared to resist him. The casualties were devastating. Thunderous might, celestial rules, endless light, power of all beings. Xiao Huo declared softly, his radiance intensifying, the seven-colored glow reaching its zenith. At this moment, he unleashed his full power, an infinite brilliance cascading downward. The very galaxies seemed to fracture, while a sword shadow emerged in the air, surrounded by boundless lightning. The starry sky illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Boom! 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 A myriad of sword lights howled downward. The colossal finger of the firmament exuded an ancient pressure. In an instant, the expressions of all law enforcement disciples turned to horror. They were in despair. The law enforcement disciples, standing in the void, had their aura shields shattered into fragments. The combined strength of 300 individuals forming a protective barrier was effortlessly breached. With a series of piercing screams, many law enforcement disciples spat blood, their eyes filled with profound terror, their hearts plummeting into despair. They were defeated, and not just defeated, but utterly crushed. For the first time, the law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan had suffered such a defeat. They were completely overrun. The Do Huang, whom they regarded as mere ants, had effortlessly vanquished them. They possessed no capacity for resistance. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why have I been defeated? The law enforcement disciple cried out, his form disintegrating into ash. The humiliation weighed heavily upon him. They held themselves in high regard. Yet this was the outcome. They could not bear it. Boom! The air continued to explode, the space shattering, and the law enforcement disciples retreated in disarray. They were well trained, the pinnacle of the ancient clan, and while defeat would typically be orderly, the current law enforcement disciples were utterly thrown into chaos. They fled in every direction. In the sky, a colossal hand descended. They could only run. No one dared to resist, because the last person who dared to resist was already dead. All the stronger disciples had perished. The great desolation's celestial finger instantly penetrated the bodies of numerous law enforcement disciples, exploding into countless sprays of blood. Amidst a cacophony of screams and wails, as mountains crumbled and countless craters formed upon the ground. At this moment, the brilliance in the sky intensified. The light emanating from Xiao Huo eclipsed that of the entire realm, blindingly radiant. He had transformed into a god of slaughter. He charged downward. All techniques and moves were unleashed. Xiao Huo afforded no respite to any of the ancient clan's formidable members. Kill, kill, kill. His heart was consumed with the desire to slay. These individuals sought to end his life. In his mind, they had already become dead men. Celestial 9 strikes. First strike. A colossal golden staff manifested in Xiao Huo's hand, becoming immensely large as it swung toward the body of a law enforcement disciple. The powerful gust of wind surged forth, his form becoming a fleeting shadow. Boom! The staff came crashing down. Crack! A law enforcement disciple of the ancient clan was shattered, his body twisted, every bone within him fracturing. Blood poured from the corners of his mouth, yet he neither cried out nor wailed. Only profound fear flickered in his eyes. Who struck me? He wondered, bewildered, as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Second strike. Xiao Huo's golden staff gleamed with an even more resplendent brilliance, and his ghostly figure surged forth once more, striking down with a mighty blow. Boom! The ancient clan's formidable warrior let out a chilling scream as his body was obliterated. The third strike. The fourth. The fifth. With each swing of his staff, another warrior plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. The battlefield echoed with the wails akin to howls of ghosts and wolves. The enforcers of the ancient clan, a most authoritative faction endowed with formidable power, found themselves confronting a veritable god of death today, a true harbinger of doom. With but a single strike, he could annihilate a fighter of the Dozone realm. Boom! 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 One by one, the enforcers collapsed to the ground, convulsing in their final moments. All the enforcers stood frozen, at a loss, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. So paralyzed by fear, they forgot to flee. There was nowhere to escape. In their hearts, Xiao Huo had become a nightmare, a terror beyond imagination. No matter where the disciples fled, they would be ruthlessly struck down by Xiao Huo's staff. How could such a fearsome being exist? Dust swirled, the earth trembled, and the ground quaked. Xiao Huo's silhouette remained relentless, striking again. Another blow. Yet another. Boom! 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 Despairing cries erupted as 3 Dozone warriors fell from the sky, their forms exploding upon impact. The remaining strongmen gazed at Xiao Huo with incredulity. How could he possess such strength? Was he even human? Finally, someone could no longer contain their panic. Even as a powerful enforcer of the ancient clan, they could no longer think of anything else at that moment. One ancient clan enforcer knelt before Xiao Huo, trembling uncontrollably, prostrating themselves, their entire being soaked with sweat. Even a puddle forming in their trousers. This was a devil they faced. Kneeling, surrendering. To resist meant death. Great sir, please spare me. I'm willing to submit. This ancient clan warrior on the ground dared not take a breath, overwhelmed by an immense aura of authority. It felt as though they were confronting an insurmountable mountain, unfathomably deep. They never imagined that their identity and status would bring them to kneel before another. They were warriors of the ancient clan. Behind them stood the colossal power of the clan and their own influential family in Zhongzhou, strong enough that none dared to provoke them. Yet they had no choice. They knelt, they submitted. The first ancient clan warrior fell to their knees, followed suit by a second, and then a third, fourth, and the 128th. All of them knelt in unison. They no longer dared to fight, nor to look up at Xiao Huo, with many fainting from sheer terror. Great sir, please spare us. More than 100 warriors cried out in unison, bowing repeatedly, each heart filled with regret. They should never have come here. They should never have provoked Xiao Huo. He was a true powerhouse, countless times more formidable than they could fathom. All the warriors, kneeling before Xiao Huo, felt an icy chill enveloping them, for he wielded such overwhelming authority. It was as if they were bowing before an emperor, acknowledging a true king, and they could only submit, too fearful to rise. Many felt as if they had been battling an actual god. Was this not courting death? Were they truly so weak? No. Those who entered the ranks of the ancient clan enforcers were not weak. They were all prodigies from across Zhongzhou, having undergone rigorous selection, participating in countless battles, never tasting defeat. In their generation, they were hailed as the most exceptional talents. Zhongzhou took pride in them. The ancient clan enforcers had become a nightmare in the hearts of countless people. Those marked by them met with death. Yet, such a formidable faction was now being decimated by Xiao Huo, begging for mercy. If this were to reach the ears of the countless families in Zhongzhou, they would likely faint from disbelief. Who could believe it? Who would dare believe it? More than 300 prodigies joined forces, yet they could not withstand even 3 minutes. These were true geniuses, and they all knelt. A group of Dozone prodigies, all prostrating before Xiao Huo. Would anyone believe this if told? They were not kneeling before a Dozun or Dosheng, but before a mere Dohuan. No one believed it. Yet this was the reality. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Xiao Huo emerged victorious. All the prodigies simultaneously bowed, submitting to Xiao Huo. Xun'er stood in stunned silence, and Gu Dao remained speechless, utterly astounded. What transpired? Was Xiao Huo still human? It was inconceivable. How could 300 Dozone warriors have fallen so quickly? This must be a jest. Xun'er gazed at Xiao Huo, her tightly clenched hands gradually relaxing, her autumn-like eyes reflecting her shock. Was this truly the Xiao Huo she knew? So remarkably powerful. It had surpassed all her expectations. When Xiao Huo reached the Dohuang realm, Xun'er was utterly overwhelmed. She had trained at the Jia Nan Academy, with her own cultivation being rather meager, having only attained the Dosher level. In the academy, her talent was already deemed extraordinary. When she encountered Xiao Huo, her heart brimmed with joy. Her brother Xiao Huo had become a Dohuang. Yet now, fear gripped her heart, the fear of losing him. Xiao Huo had once again astonished her. Most of the ancient clan's enforcers had been annihilated. The remainder had all surrendered. Such prowess, such strength, left Xun'er at a loss for words. Her judgment had never been wrong. So formidable, the old man was resolute in taking Xiao Huo as his disciple. Gu Dao mused, a glimmer of light igniting in his murky gaze. He had lived for thousands of years, witnessing the rise and fall of the ancient clan, to ascend to the position of supreme elder. For a millennium, he had never taken a disciple. Today, he truly felt the urge to accept one. For this was a match made in heaven. After witnessing Xiao Huo's prowess, he was filled with admiration. So powerful. Genius is an inadequate term to describe Xiao Huo. He surpassed mere genius by leaps and bounds. Even Gu Dao could not discern the extraordinary technique Xiao Huo employed. The old man was determined that Miss Xun'er must marry Xiao Huo. Even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity, he would compel Gu Yuan to consent. Gu Dao's resolve grew stronger. Xun'er's physique was exceptional, possessing an imperial bloodline. Xiao Huo's lineage was likely even more terrifying. At the very least, it was a divine bloodline. If so, the ancient clan could potentially boast two Dodi powerhouses in the future. Dodi, a realm that countless individuals have never reached. Throughout the continent of Doqi, humanity had yet to attain this level. For Gu Dao, Dodi seemed an impossibly distant dream. Two Dodi powerhouses would be an immeasurable boon for the ancient clan. Gu Dao held these thoughts in his heart, unaware of Xiao Huo's true lineage. If he were to discover, he might very well faint. Xiao Huo's bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even Xun'er's physique paled in comparison. Ha ha ha. The old man had not felt such joy in 3,000 years. Upon returning, those old fogies would not dare vie with him for a disciple. Gu Dao reflected, his eyes shining with fervor. At this moment, Xun'er dashed to Xiao Huo's side, grasping his hand. With her presence, who would dare to harm him? Even if her father himself descended, she would stand by Xiao Huo's side. As for Gu Hao, he watched in disbelief at the unfolding events, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How could this be possible? Xiao Huo triumphed. The ancient clan's law enforcement disciples have been utterly annihilated. The remaining 100 or so have all surrendered. They couldn't even withstand for 3 minutes. What a humiliation. He is the captain of the ancient clan's law enforcement team. What kind of punishment will he face if this news reaches the ancient clan? Gu Hao dared not to contemplate. He had offended Xun'er and lost so many prodigies. Even the major powers across the Central Plains would not let him off easily. It is over for him. Completely finished. Gu Hao staggered and fell to the ground. A trickle of blood escaping his lips, his hand weakly reaching towards the heavens. Is this heaven's decree to extinguish him? Why? Why must it be so? How could he have suffered such a devastating defeat? Gu Hao saw Xun'er and Xiao Huo holding hands again, standing together in a display of deep affection. And he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body weakened as he fell backward. Chapter 234. Xiao Huo is a celestial being. Gu Hao kneels in reverence. Thud. Gu Hao's heart trembled violently, his body quivering. He had never anticipated such a result. The law enforcement team of the ancient clan was defeated by Xiao Huo alone. Xiao Huo was merely at the Do Huang level. Or did a Do Huang become capable of such terrifying might? Gu Hao's face was filled with shock, his gaze vacant. Utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. Why is this happening? How could the pride of the ancient clan possibly be bested by him? Gu Hao lay on the ground, darkness clouding his vision, despair filling his eyes. His last glimmer of hope had been shattered. He bore the burden of Xun'er's expectations to eliminate Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo had taken Xun'er's divine bloodline. He deserved to be executed. Yet this battle not only failed to vanquish Xiao Huo, but instead revealed his extraordinary talents. Xiao Huo is capable of annihilating hundreds from the ancient clan. Will he face punishment? No, not only will he not face punishment, but Xiao Huo may even attract the frenzied admiration of the ancient clan's elders. A disciple of such caliber cannot merely be labeled as a genius. He embodies a horror beyond genius itself. The 300 law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan are undoubtedly prodigies from all corners of the Central Plains, possessing immense power and profound foundations, standing out even among their peers. Thus, these law enforcement disciples receive significant attention and cultivation from the ancient clan. Xiao Huo's effortless defeat of these geniuses proves what? The emergence of a true, unparalleled genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Xun'er. Even if Xiao Huo were to slay the pride of the ancient clan, the clan would not punish him. On the contrary, Xiao Huo would be esteemed by the ancient clan. To possess Xiao Huo means the ability to eliminate countless prodigies. The significance of Xiao Huo far surpasses that of numerous disciples. His importance is self-evident. Coupled with his close relationship with Miss Xun'er, how could there possibly be any mishap? Gu Hao sensed that the ancient clan's supreme elder, Gu Dao, held a favorable view of Xiao Huo and was gradually considering him as a disciple. All balances were shifting in favor of Xiao Huo. In stark contrast, Gu Hao had offended Xun'er. He defied her orders, under normal circumstances. Even the ancient clan's grand elder would not dare to contradict the commands of Miss Xun'er. After all, she is the esteemed young lady of the ancient clan. In the future, she could steer the ancient clan and determine its fate. As Miss Xun'er grows stronger, she will undoubtedly gain influence within the ancient clan, especially with her awakened imperial bloodline, which foretells her extraordinary destiny. One day, even Gu Yuan will have to heed Xun'er's counsel. What fate awaits Gu Hao? He dared not imagine. Xun'er had explicitly stated that she would kill him. She never makes promises lightly, and once made, she follows through. Coupled with Xiao Huo's astonishing talent, Gu Hao felt an overwhelming dread. At the Do Huang level, he could eliminate disciples of the Do Zone S 3rd and 4th stars. If Xiao Huo were to reach the Do Zun level, standing at the same level as Gu Hao, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited him. It would likely be more tragic than that of today as ancient clan disciples. The manner of death that befell the law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan filled Gu Hao with dread. It was utterly terrifying. Xiao Huo appeared as a harbinger of death. The golden staff he wielded exuded a thunderous might, seemingly capable of shattering all, embodying the power of the rules of the universe, and could even summon extraordinary flames. Truly a peerless prodigy. Unparalleled. It is over, it is over. The clan leader will not spare me. Everyone will mock me. What face do I have left in the ancient clan? Before Miss Xun'er, what dignity remains? Gu Hao could no longer bear to witness the intimacy between Xiao Huo and Miss Xun'er, as he stood before two divergent paths. The first, kneel before Xiao Huo, bow his head in repentance, and plead for forgiveness from both Xiao Huo and Xun'er. He is a Do Zun expert, yet today he must kneel before Xiao Huo. Should he offend both Xiao Huo and Xun'er, Gu Hao's future would be shrouded in darkness. Even the family behind him could not protect him. Offending Xun'er and Xiao Huo meant no one could safeguard Gu Hao. The second option is to eliminate Xiao Huo, thereby averting future calamities and gaining Gu Yuan's forgiveness. Gu Hao pondered deeply. If he were to kill Xiao Huo, there would be no repercussions. After all, it was a direct command from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan would never kill Gu Hao for this. If that were the case, who would dare to heed Gu Yuan's orders? Once Xun'er reaches a higher realm, she may very well forget these matters. Gu Hao's gaze slightly lifted, looking towards Xiao Huo and Xun'er. He is a Do Zun expert. Even if he is merely a one-star Do Zun, his strength is immensely formidable, far surpassing that of the Do Zone and Do Huang. His cultivation allows him to easily obliterate any Do Huang. Xiao Huo could not withstand his attack. Neither could Xun'er, whoever Gu Hao chose to kill. He could assuredly do so. As the captain of the law enforcement team, his position is exalted, enjoying absolute status within the ancient clan. To kill or not to kill. For a moment, a fierce killing intent surged in Gu Hao's eyes. He detested Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo had taken away his beloved Xun'er. Xun'er is so beautiful. Among the disciples of the ancient clan, who does not adore her? Even among countless families in the Central Plains, none can resist Xun'er's beauty. A true celestial maiden. Gu Hao's eyes blazed crimson, a terrifying aura emanating from his body, and he no longer wished to contemplate further. His anger soared. Wishing nothing more than to obliterate Xiao Huo, Gu Hao finally made his decision, raising his head slightly. The moment he lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Huo's, their eyes locked. Boom! A dreadful pressure descended, and within Xiao Huo's pupils seemed to dwell infinite flames that incinerated all of Gu Hao's fighting spirit. An ancient aura of pressure enveloped Gu Hao entirely. In an instant, Gu Hao was drenched in sweat, his body icy cold. What level of cultivation is this? Impossible. The aura emanating from Xiao Huo made him tremble with fear. Why? He is a Do Zun. He even dared not meet Xiao Huo's gaze. His body weakened, trembling uncontrollably, and Gu Hao's heart buzzed as he fell directly to his knees. This chilling pressure was something he had never felt even from Gu Yuan. It was as if behind Xiao Huo lay an endless cosmos of stars. Just a single glance would ensnare him eternally. This pressure surged like a tidal wave, akin to an immeasurable mountain crushing down upon Gu Hao, leaving him breathless. Xiao Huo, I was wrong. Please do not kill me. Miss, I was blind. I should not have dared to lay hands on young Master Xiao Huo. It is all my fault. I beg you, spare my life. I shall never again harbor such foolish thoughts. Gu Hao trembled, and with a loud thud, fell to the ground. For reasons he could not comprehend, he had initially intended to strike at Xiao Huo, but upon raising his head, he found himself devoid of the courage to act. He was utterly subdued by Xiao Huo's imposing presence. Only by approaching Xiao Huo could he come to understand. Xiao Huo, how terrifying and unfathomable he truly is. Gu Hao has finally come to comprehend why Xiao Huo possesses such formidable strength. Why he is capable of effortlessly vanquishing the prodigies of the ancient clan. It is because the individual before him is not merely Xiao Huo. He is a deity, a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Gu Hao feels an overwhelming sense of foolishness and despair. How could he have dared to oppose a divine entity? He kneels on the ground, prostrating himself completely, feeling a significant alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him. It is as if he was born to bow before Xiao Huo. to submit to his might. Once a mere Do Huang, Gu Hao regarded himself as a titan among ants, yet now he finds himself genuinely kneeling before Xiao Huo, trembling in fear. Chapter 235. The Ancient Clan Shall Change. Boom! Gu Hao kneels on the ground, his knees buckling under the weight of realization. Gu Hao is the grandson of one of the three great elders of the Zhongzhou ancient clan. He holds substantial influence and background within the clan, and as an elder, he ranks just below the supreme elder, wielding significant authority. Thus, Gu Hao was able to ascend to the position of captain of the enforcement team. Otherwise, his mere Do Zun one-star cultivation would not suffice. Even the supreme elder, Gu Dao, could not arbitrarily take Gu Hao's life. At most, he could impose punishment. Within the ancient clan, Gu Hao is a renowned prodigy, his strength unparalleled, commanding respect from numerous peers. Even the enforcement disciples of the clan hold him in high regard. Gu Hao's authority in the eyes of the clan is monumental. Many beautiful women within the clan are enamored with him, and his charismatic persona has garnered widespread admiration. Today, no one anticipated that Gu Hao would actually kneel, kneeling before Xiao Huo. All the enforcement disciples of the ancient clan are left in disarray, their mouths agape in shock. While they could comprehend kneeling themselves, as failure to do so would mean certain death, Gu Hao kneeling is utterly astonishing. He is a Do Zun powerhouse. Within the ancient clan, he holds a significant position, regarded as a leader among the disciples, and yet he too has succumbed to kneeling. The disparity is simply too great. They cannot fathom that their once exalted superior, a lofty prodigy, now kneels alongside them before Xiao Huo. Without exception, in that instant, the respect and reverence the disciples of the ancient clan feel for Xiao Huo deepens immensely. He is a true powerhouse, an unparalleled prodigy. Even Gu Hao has submitted to Xiao Huo. Who is Gu Hao, you may ask? A formidable figure. His strength is not inferior to Xiao Huo's. Even if Xiao Huo could defeat a Do Zone, he would certainly not be able to contend with a Do Zun. For a Do Huang to challenge a Do Zun is utterly impossible. The chasm between their strengths is insurmountable. Yet now, everything has changed. The disciples of the ancient clan are engulfed in profound astonishment. Xiao Huo is astonishingly powerful. Xiao Huo can compel Gu Hao to kneel. Does this not signify that Xiao Huo surpasses Gu Hao in strength? In a fleeting moment, the stature of Xiao Huo in the hearts of the disciples of the ancient clan has ascended to unprecedented heights. Many disciples gaze upon Xiao Huo with a fervent admiration. He is a true genius. Should they have the fortune to follow Xiao Huo henceforth, their prospects would be limitless. The combat prowess demonstrated by Xiao Huo has already won the unwavering allegiance of the disciples of the ancient clan. With Gu Hao's submission, all disciples feel the overwhelming strength of Xiao Huo. No wonder Miss Xun'er is enamored with Xiao Huo. Such a formidable talent is worthy of their admiration. Regrettably, they are not maidens. Upon their return to the clan, they must certainly introduce the most beautiful young women of their families to Xiao Huo. Even if nothing comes of it, merely being friends would be splendid. Xiao Huo, calm and unperturbed, with a hint of indifference in his eyes, holds Xun'er's delicate hand. Remaining silent, he understands that had Gu Hao attempted to strike just moments ago, he would have likely been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Not for any reason. He simply has not yet eradicated the Do Zun's power. The disparity remains vast. However, Xiao Huo has the backing of his system sister. The instant Gu Hao harbored murderous intent, the system sister was prepared to act. Should she intervene, the heavens would tremble, and no one could withstand her might. Xiao Huo recalls the system once mentioning that her cultivation is an unparalleled existence in this continent. With her presence, no one can truly harm Xiao Huo. The system's sister had merely been poised to strike. She had not even manifested herself. Yet Gu Hao inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. A chill ran down his spine. He knelt without hesitation. Such oppressive force is beyond the realm of mere mortals. The system's sister refrained from forcefully intervening. As she had not yet reached level 5, unable to take on a human form, to act prematurely would incur a price. Most importantly, she cherishes her beauty and was currently bathing, while her host brother was in peril. How could she stand idly by? Only she is allowed to bully her host brother. No one else, especially not Gu Hao. Had she been clothed, she would have already appeared and eliminated Gu Hao in an instant. What power was that just now? Gu Dao, still shaken, gazes at Xiao Huo with astonishment. As the supreme elder, he had just sensed an extraordinarily potent aura emanating from Xiao Huo, even greater than his own. How could this be? Could it be that there is a formidable figure behind Xiao Huo? Gu Dao breaks into a cold sweat. Thank heavens he did not act against Xiao Huo. Otherwise, he too would have likely become a corpse, though it was merely a fleeting moment. Gu Dao remained acutely aware that there exists a true master behind Xiao Huo, an existence far stronger than he. He cannot even compare to them. Reflecting on this, Gu Dao takes a laborious step back, drenched in sweat, casting a cold glare at Gu Hao. Thankfully, this fool did not act. Had Gu Hao dared to strike, no one could have saved him. Indeed, should the powerful figure behind Xiao Huo reveal themselves, this very realm could face obliteration. With such thoughts, Gu Dao feels a surge of anger. Gu Hao, do you not know your crime? Gu Dao states coldly, his icy gaze locking onto Gu Hao, emanating an overwhelming authority. As the Supreme Elder, his inaction does not imply acceptance of Gu Hao's transgressions. Bear in mind, when Gu Dao intervenes, even Gu Yuan must show him respect. Supreme Elder, I know my crime. I deserve death. I beseech the Supreme Elder to punish me. Gu Hao feels a chilling dread wash over him, his complexion turning pale. He is deeply shaken. Xiao Huo wields such weighty influence. The Supreme Elder personally intervening to adjudicate his punishment signifies that he holds Xiao Huo in high regard. Few can command the Supreme Elder's attention. Even Gu Hao does not possess the qualifications. The Supreme Elder typically refrains from meddling in the affairs of the youth. However, should he choose to intervene, it would be an earth-shattering response, impervious to opposition. Gu Hao's family would be powerless as well. It can be said, the Supreme Elder can eliminate whomever he pleases, and Gu Yuan would not offer protection. You are gravely mistaken to dare lay a hand on young Master Xiao. I shall strip you of your cultivation. Do you have any objections? Gu Dao's voice is frigid. I do not dare. The Supreme Elder's reprimand is justified. I have been excessively selfish, and I willingly accept my punishment. Gu Hao kneels in supplication, not daring to utter further objections. Yet in his eyes, there lies a glimmer of despair. His lifetime of cultivation is to be eradicated. The pain is excruciating. Should his cultivation be stripped, how is he any different from a waste? Henceforth, his status would plummet. Members of his family would mock him. He would be forced to look up to others, relegated to the status of an ordinary disciple. Gone would be the glory of his past. But does he have a choice? None at all. Xiao Huo is a figure whom even the Supreme Elder holds in such high esteem. Gu Hao cannot afford to offend him. His family cannot afford to offend him either. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of his hand, Gu Dao rendered Gu Hao lifeless on the ground, his meridians shattered, his visage contorted in excruciating agony. In mere moments, Gu Hao was utterly transformed into a mere shell of his former self, stripped of all glory. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he could no longer muster the strength to rise, his silhouette imbued with profound desolation. He could hardly fathom that the once exalted figure he was had succumbed to such a tragic fate, all due to his transgressions against those he ought not to have offended, and for undertaking deeds that were ill-advised. A bitter smile escaped Gu Hao's lips. He dared not harbor even a sliver of hatred. All he comprehended was that the Gu clan was on the precipice of monumental change. The emergence of Xiao Huo heralded the dawn of a new era for the Gu clan. Chapter 236, Xun'er's Delight. Xiao Huo is remarkably powerful. Xun'er's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Xiao Huo, her autumn-like gaze brimming with admiration and joy. How extraordinary! Her brother Xiao Huo possessed such formidable strength. No one could compare. Over the past 6 months, she felt as though she had glimpsed an entirely different world, the world with Xiao Huo, where they would rise with the sun and rest with the sunset, diligently practice, and grow old hand in hand. Brother Xiao Huo, they have all knelt. Should we spare them? Xun'er whispered, her lovely eyes blinking with concern. She worried, for these enforcers of the Gu clan were indeed formidable disciples. Moreover, many of them were not even from the Gu clan. Numerous enforcers hailed from the prominent families of Zhongzhou, all of whom were regarded as exceptional talents. Each of them possessed an impressive background. Just moments ago, Xiao Huo, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, had annihilated 200 enforcers. If this were to become known among the sects of Zhongzhou, chaos would surely ensue. Should they offend these families, it was highly likely that someone would recklessly seek vengeance against Xiao Huo. Hence, it was imperative not to eliminate all the enforcers. Zhongzhou would undoubtedly plunge into turmoil. Countless families would be incensed, and the Gu clan might struggle to quell their wrath, even if they could suppress it. The families of Zhongzhou would inevitably harbor animosity towards Xiao Huo. One day, Brother Xiao Huo would ascend to unparalleled heights, ruling Zhongzhou and confronting new adversaries. Destined to become its sovereign, no one could rival him. Therefore, it was crucial to prevent the families of Zhongzhou from turning against Xiao Huo. Such a turn of events would hinder his future endeavors to govern Zhongzhou. Xun'er, with her meticulous thoughts, had already contemplated all these matters. Her primary concern was Xiao Huo. As for others, what did it matter to her? Indeed, my Xun'er is not only beautiful but also astute. Xiao Huo chuckled, gently brushing the tip of Xun'er's nose, savoring the fragrant warmth that surrounded her. Indeed, she was becoming increasingly enchanting. Xiao Huo found himself somewhat captivated. How could he let such a beauty slip away? Brother is a good person. Where's the cleverness in brother Xiao Huo? Xun'er raised her lovely gaze slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She believed herself to be sufficiently clever, yet Xiao Huo always seemed to be a step ahead, contemplating matters far beyond her grasp. She realized that she could not compare to her brother Xiao Huo. With a radiant smile, Xun'er considered whether she needed to compete with him. This rascal only knew how to bully her at night. He even tormented her during the day. How could anyone be so wicked? Many families in Zhongzhou may be enraged upon learning of today's events. You could accompany Xun'er back to the Gu clan. That way, no one would trouble you. Xun'er suggested, her beautiful eyes still reflecting concern. After all, Xiao Huo had slain far too many enforcers of the Gu clan. These were all exceptional talents from various families, each boasting formidable backgrounds. To gain entry into the Gu clan, one must possess extraordinary lineage and talent. But Xiao Huo's extraordinary prowess had exceeded all expectations, resulting in the demise of these individuals. If news of the many fallen talents were spread, the ensuing upheaval would be unimaginable. Countless prodigies have been vanquished by Xiao Huo alone. Such a revelation would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout Zhongzhou. Young Master Xiao, I can intercede on your behalf with the families of Zhongzhou. With my presence, none would dare to trouble you, Gu Dao said with a gentle smile, stepping forward, his gaze filled with warmth and boundless anticipation. Xiao Huo's talent was immeasurable, with him as an ally, who in Zhongzhou would dare to defy. He was none other than the esteemed elder of the Gu clan. Thank you, Grandfather Gu Dao, Xun'er replied, inclining her head slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. She was overjoyed that her brother Xiao Huo had garnered the recognition of Grandfather Gu Dao. This was a legendary figure of unparalleled might, one she rarely had the opportunity to meet. Gu Hao, standing nearby, felt an increasing sense of astonishment. How remarkable was Xiao Huo to elicit the personal intervention of Gu Dao on his behalf. The families of Zhongzhou, no matter how arrogant their power, would never dare to offend Gu Dao. With Gu Dao placing such importance on Xiao Huo, there was even a possibility that he might inherit Gu Dao's legacy. Who would dare to act against someone under the protection of Gu Dao? Many enforcers exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief flickering in their eyes. This was the esteemed elder. The elder who rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs. A being of transcendent status within the Gu clan. Generally, they would not involve themselves in mundane matters, only emerging during significant events that threatened the clan's survival. Gu Dao had only come to the empire of Jiama after Xun'er's extraordinary bloodline had vanished. As for Xiao Huo, despite his remarkable talent, he was merely a Do Huang. How could he capture the attention of Gu Dao? What was it about Xiao Huo that warranted such regard? Many enforcers gazed at Xiao Huo with envious expressions. This was an extraordinary boon. The insights of a Do Sheng-level expert could illuminate their paths of cultivation. Thank you, Elder. However, I must decline, Xiao Huo replied, clasping his hands in respect. Before him stood Gu Dao, Xun'er's elder, deserving of utmost respect, especially since Gu Dao was a Do Sheng, whose future assistance against the Soul Clan would be invaluable. If Gu Dao could reach the level of Do Di, the forces behind Xiao Huo would grow even more formidable. Gu Dao regarded Xiao Huo with curiosity, astonished by his refusal. Could it be that Xiao Huo did not wish to owe a favor? As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Dao felt a twinge of urgency. He had never been anxious about anything before, but today was different. The person before him was Xiao Huo, a talent of extraordinary potential. Should he assist Xiao Huo, the rewards would undoubtedly be significant. At the very least, he needed to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Huo. Yet, Xiao Huo rejected his goodwill. Who would spurn the favor of a Do Sheng? What was happening? Gu Dao was momentarily bewildered. He could not fathom it. The enforcers of the Gu clan were backed by the families of Zhongzhou. If their kin were slain, they would undoubtedly retaliate with fierce vengeance. If Xiao Huo were granted time to grow, what could the families of Zhongzhou possibly do? But Xiao Huo was not yet a match for them. Why not avoid confrontation? Gu Dao was perplexed, and Xun'er could not comprehend it either. As for Gu Hao, he stood at a distance, secretly laughing. Was this a death wish? To offend the entire families of Zhongzhou without the Gu clan's protection would surely lead to ruin. Thus, he could seek his revenge. Gu Hao harbored intense resentment, yet dared not show it. His cultivation had been obliterated, and he had become a mere invalid, his status within the family plummeting. The families of Zhongzhou will not come seeking trouble with me. Rather, they will all seek to curry favor, Xiao Huo remarked confidently, his gaze calm. As soon as he spoke, Gu Dao's expression shifted to one of surprise. Could this truly be? It was utterly inconceivable. The families of Zhongzhou would not trouble Xiao Huo. After all, Xiao Huo had slain their kin. Why? Gu Dao suppressed the turmoil of confusion within his heart and inquired, if he belongs to the families of Zhongzhou, how could he possibly seek to appease his enemies? It is inconceivable, regardless of how formidable the strength of his foes may be. The families of Zhongzhou would never stoop to such flattery. The sole emperor is immensely powerful. Would the human race ever seek to curry favor with him? Certainly not. On the contrary, the humans would exert every effort to resist the Soul Clan. Even the exceptionally astute Xun'er found it incomprehensible. How could Brother Xiao Huo compel all the families of Zhongzhou to flatter him? I could resurrect all the recently deceased disciples. Furthermore, their bloodlines would undergo complete evolution, transforming into sacred-grade bloodlines, only a step below divine-grade bloodlines. Thus, all disciples would possess the potential to ascend to the level of Dosheng in the future. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, for he possessed a system. What challenge could he not surmount? Even the resurrection of the recently deceased enforcers was within his capacity. What? Gu Dao was rooted in shock, his gaze vacant. Surely he had not misheard. The fallen enforcers could indeed be revived, and not merely revived, but resurrected with sacred-grade bloodlines. Such bloodlines were exceedingly rare in the realm of Zhongzhou. Not everyone could attain the realm of Dosheng. Many disciples remained trapped at the levels of Do Huang and Do Zun for decades, even centuries, without the hope of breaking through. Each stage of advancement presented ever more daunting challenges. As for reviving the deceased, it was nothing short of impossible. Gu Dao's understanding crystallized. If these disciples could be revived and all awaken sacred-grade bloodlines, it would be an immense boon for Zhongzhou. A multitude of Dosheng disciples. In the coming decades, they could all potentially attain Dosheng. The speed of such progress was beyond Gu Dao's wildest imaginings. Sacred-grade bloodlines were exceedingly noble. If Xiao Huo could truly resurrect them and awaken such bloodlines, then surely every family in Zhongzhou would seek to flatter him. Disciples awakened to sacred-grade bloodlines would hold Xiao Huo in the highest esteem. It was even possible that he could elevate these disciples to divine-grade bloodlines. Wouldn't that mean the emergence of numerous Do-D powerhouses across the continent? Gu Dao could hardly fathom it. Perhaps, in his lifetime, he too could attain Do-D. Yet, such notions were too fantastical to believe. Who would dare to trust that the dead could return to life? Impossible. Nonsense. How could the dead possibly be resurrected? I just witnessed their tragic demise. Gu Hao rose, his icy demeanor directed at Xiao Huo, his eyes tinged with disdain. He could not believe that Xiao Huo could accomplish such feats. The consensus among humanity was that the dead could not return to life. If Xiao Huo possessed such celestial abilities, he would be unparalleled across the continent, capable of reversing the very fabric of reality. Xiao Huo's indifferent gaze swept over Gu Hao, and in an instant, Gu Hao felt his strength ebb away, collapsing once more to the ground, a flicker of terror gleaming in his eyes. He had questioned Xiao Huo, yet Xiao Huo deemed him unworthy of a response. The sensation was akin to plummeting into an abyss. This did not adhere to the expected narrative. He had stepped forward to challenge. Surely Xiao Huo should have retaliated? Yet now, merely a fleeting glance from Xiao Huo plunged Gu Hao into a hellish despair. Deep down, Gu Hao harbored a chilling premonition. Had he not knelt, Gu Dao would have stripped him of his cultivation, and he might have been reduced to mere bones. Nevertheless, Gu Hao remained unconvinced that Xiao Huo could truly achieve such feats. Absolutely impossible. Elder Gu Dao, my abilities are limited, and my means of resurrection are far too constrained to bring anyone back to life. Just now, I did not truly kill those enforcers of the ancient clan. Their talents were far too lacking. I merely destroyed their physical forms, claiming their souls, with the potential to reconstruct their bodies. After reconstruction, I could activate their sacred-grade bloodlines. Xiao Huo spoke with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Dao let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that resurrection was not a reality. If Xiao Huo could indeed resurrect anyone, it would be utterly terrifying. If such claims were true, Gouda might even suspect that Xiao Huo was a celestial being sent from above, omnipotent. The act of reconstructing bodies and claiming souls was something only a master alchemist could accomplish. At the very least, one would need to be a ninth-tier alchemist. Could it be that Xiao Huo was indeed an alchemist? Such a young alchemist would be simply extraordinary. Young master, are you an alchemist? Gouda inquired cautiously, astonishment evident in his eyes. Indeed, Xiao Huo nodded. Ninth tier? Gouda pressed on, his hands trembling. If Xiao Huo was truly a ninth-tier alchemist, even the ancient clan would have to regard him with a measure of respect. Moreover, a ninth-tier alchemist of such youth would be an unparalleled existence across the entire continent. No such young alchemist could be found. Grandfather, according to brother Xiao Huo, even a ninth-tier alchemist with a millennium of training would pale in comparison to him. In brother Xiao Huo's eyes, a ninth-tier alchemist seems hardly proficient in alchemy. Xun'er chimed in, eager to extol Xiao Huo, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Where is the exaggeration? Xiao Huo interjected, casting a reproachful glance at Xun'er. I remain quite humble. Where's the exaggeration? Xun'er replied, feeling aggrieved as she gently patted Xiao Huo's chest. Why pretend to be humble? You possess formidable alchemical skills. Of course, you should proclaim it. A ninth-tier alchemist. Does he even qualify to be called an alchemist? Xiao Huo remarked casually, a ninth-tier alchemist could train for 100,000 years and still not compare to me. Xun'er shot him a look. What happened to being humble? You've deceived me again. Brother Xiao Huo has not changed one bit. Gouda was left dumbfounded. He paid little heed to the playful banter between Xiao Huo and Xun'er. What mattered was the crucial information he had gleaned. Xiao Huo was more formidable than even a ninth-tier alchemist. This could only be divine. Gouda's gaze grew vacant. He felt that today marked the most shocking experience of his millennium. His expression was a complex tapestry, as if he had exhausted his lifetime's worth of astonishment in a single day. He could scarcely comprehend how to express his surprise. In any case, Xiao Huo had utterly defied his expectations. Indeed, the ability to reconstruct bodies was a feat far beyond that of a mere ninth-tier alchemist. Young Master Xiao, what manner of being are you? Gouda was thoroughly convinced, utterly submitting to Xiao Huo. No wonder Miss Xun'er was so enamored with him. Were he a woman, he would feel the same. Gu Hao lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a statue, completely frozen in place. How formidable! An existence surpassing even a ninth-tier alchemist? What level could that possibly be? It was too unfathomable to contemplate. Chapter 237. Master Zhao's Celestial Powers. The Enforcer's Bow in Complete Submission. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. No matter the circumstances, you cannot resurrect these disciples. Gu Hao's voice dripped with cold disdain, his tone hoarse. He had witnessed with his own eyes the numerous enforcers being annihilated by Xiao Huo, reduced to ashes. How could they possibly be revived? Even the ancient clan's tomes bore no record of such an occurrence. To reunite a person's body? Such a notion was unfathomable. Xiao Huo could not possibly achieve what was not documented in the texts. It was a fantastical tale. I know many alchemists, yet none have ever spoken of such abilities. If you cannot resurrect these disciples, the families of Zhongzhou will not easily let you off the hook. Even if you share a close relationship with Miss Xun'er, it will avail you nothing. Gu Hao declared, his eyes glinting with malice. Having been stripped of his cultivation, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Huo, yearning to eliminate him entirely. Behind Gu Hao stood the vast power of the ancient clan. Having been incapacitated, how could his kin allow Xiao Huo to escape unscathed? In due time, all the families of Zhongzhou would conspire to extinguish Xiao Huo. The wrath of the heavens would not spare him. No one could shield Xiao Huo from such fate. As the supreme elder, Gouda could hardly remain at Xiao Huo's side indefinitely, unless Xiao Huo were to confine himself within the ancient clan, never stepping beyond its bounds. Otherwise, Xiao Huo would be subjected to the relentless onslaught from the families of Zhongzhou. The murder of the prodigies from Zhongzhou could never simply be brushed aside. Gu Hao felt a surge of excitement within. As long as Xiao Huo could not resurrect the disciples from the ancient clan's law enforcement team, it would spell the end for him. Xiao Huo, however, chose to disregard Gu Hao entirely, acting as if he were beneath his consideration. Gu Hao felt humiliated, again overlooked. Moreover, he was ignored by everyone present. Gu Dao did not glance his way, and none of the more than 100 disciples from the ancient clan paid him any heed, nor did they care about what he had to say. Of course, Miss Xun'er cast a fleeting glance at Gu Hao, and in that instant he fell silent. He sensed that he had provoked her ire. If he continued, it might lead to his immediate demise. All the law enforcement disciples stood frozen in shock, their expressions a tableau of disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Huo. It was utterly outrageous. Surely they had not misheard. Xiao Huo claimed he could indeed resurrect these disciples. He could even forge a sacred bloodline for all the law enforcement disciples. A sacred bloodline, no less. A rarity to encounter in a century. The privilege of possessing such a bloodline would elevate a disciple's standing within a clan. Undoubtedly, any disciple bestowed with such an extraordinary lineage would be nurtured with utmost care by the clan. Countless disciples yearned to cultivate their bloodlines, yet it was no simple feat. As for the sacred bloodline, it was a notion that most law enforcement disciples scarcely dared to contemplate. Yet, Xiao Huo proclaimed that they too could attain a sacred bloodline. How utterly defiant against the heavens. Under normal circumstances, the law enforcement disciples would have dismissed such absurd claims outright. However, before Xiao Huo, they found themselves believing. After all, he had single-handedly defeated all of them with the strength of a Do Huang. All the disciples of the ancient clan had knelt before Xiao Huo, submitting to him. It was profoundly shocking. Miss Xun'er's imperial bloodline was already a matter of fact. Countless prodigious youths were envious. Now, they too had the opportunity to forge a sacred bloodline. Even so, many law enforcement disciples still harbored doubts, and Gu Dao felt a twinge of astonishment himself. Could it be that Xiao Huo could truly accomplish this? To resurrect over 200 law enforcement disciples and reconstruct their corporeal forms. It was nothing short of miraculous. Even a ninth-rank alchemist would find it impossible to reconstruct a human body. The difficulty was insurmountable. Even Gu Dao, a venerable elder of the ancient clan, found it hard to believe. Xiao Huo had indeed achieved many miraculous feats, but would this one succeed? This was about creating sacred bloodlines for over 100 disciples and reconstructing their bodies. Their strength and innate talent would reach an unprecedented pinnacle. If he succeeded, Xiao Huo's standing in Gu Dao's heart would soar to unprecedented heights. Perhaps he alone could alter the fate of the ancient clan. Indeed, even the fate of the entire Duqi continent. Should he create sacred bloodlines, it would transcend mere mortal capabilities. Even a Do Sheng could not forge a sacred bloodline. Bloodlines were not something just anyone could create. Countless gazes turned toward Xiao Huo, eyes lifted in awe. At that moment, he stood suspended in the void, emanating a soft, golden glow from his palm, as if he could conjure space itself. Countless life forces surged into him, gradually restoring the life energies of over 100 law enforcement disciples. As the golden light dissipated, the ground around him revealed the very disciples he had just slain. They all regained their forms. Not only that, but an ancient aura enveloped all the law enforcement disciples, as if their bloodlines were evolving before their very eyes. Boom! 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 The air trembled violently. Occasionally, numerous disciples gritted their teeth, as if standing on the precipice of hell. They too were undergoing transformations. Their bloodlines were evolving. Xiao Huo's palm moved slightly. He appeared godlike, able to manipulate all things in existence. Even a sacred bloodline could be bestowed upon the law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan. Xiao Huo was not acting out of kindness. He did this solely to recruit these law enforcement disciples. The prodigies of the ancient clan would all become his subordinates. In the future, when facing the sole emperor, they would prove useful. He was a benevolent figure. A slight smile graced Xiao Huo's lips. By endowing numerous disciples with sacred bloodlines, he could garner the friendship and respect of the entire Zhongzhou, as well as the esteem of the ancient clan. Thus, in the Zhongzhou region, who among the ancient clan would dare to underestimate him? Given time, Xiao Huo's prowess would resonate throughout the continent. All families within Zhongzhou would be compelled to submit. My heavens, how could this be? Had not these law enforcement disciples just perished? The remaining disciples, still alive, stared in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. Utterly unable to comprehend, they had witnessed these disciples being annihilated. Some had disintegrated into ash. Yet how had those turned to dust returned to life? Their corporeal forms were fully restored. Such a feat left the surrounding disciples of the ancient clan awestruck. Was Xiao Huo a deity? Surely no god could rival his might. Xiao Huo was indeed a celestial being. How formidable. Perhaps even the clan leader of the ancient clan could not achieve such a feat. I have never seen anyone capable of resurrecting the dead. Look, their bloodlines are undergoing metamorphosis. Their powers are strengthening. The assembly of law enforcement disciples beheld their recently deceased comrades, who not only returned to life, but also emerged stronger. In the blink of an eye, the auras of those disciples far surpassed their own. This was akin to years of personal cultivation. The multitude of disciples gazed up at Xiao Huo, filled with awe and admiration. In an instant, they regretted not having been slain themselves, for now, they had the chance to be resurrected. Perhaps they could even forge an even stronger bloodline. All the disciples of the ancient clan wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes reflecting profound shock. They had never encountered anyone with such capabilities. Xiao Huo had achieved the impossible. He resurrected them. This was a sacred bloodline. Gu Dao's hands trembled as he stared at the law enforcement disciples, his expression one of utter amazement. He was at a loss for how to react. Beside him, Xun'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly a sacred bloodline. Heaven has favored our ancient clan. Young Master Xiao Huo is truly divine, Gu Dao remarked, his figure seemingly petrified. He was a Do Sheng, yet he had never before been this astonished. Xiao Huo's abilities surpassed anything he could have imagined. For millennia, Gu Dao had witnessed countless individuals. He had seen prodigies emerge, slashing through the heavens and reaching the pinnacle. He had witnessed alchemical geniuses rise to prominence across the continent, earning the respect of the world. He had even observed the rise and fall of sects and witnessed individuals wielding extraordinary flames with unparalleled skill. He had heard tales of legendary figures who shaped the very heavens and were unstoppable. He had heard of the Soul Clan, the Demon Clan, and various other races. What kind of genius had he not seen? Yet, he had never encountered youth like Xiao Huo. Those so-called geniuses paled in comparison to him, utterly obliterated. Xiao Huo had enabled all the disciples of the ancient clan to forge sacred bloodlines. It was happening right before their eyes. In the future, these individuals would all attain Do Sheng status, becoming yet another formidable force for the ancient clan to confront external races. Heaven bless the ancient clan indeed. Xiao Huo had allowed Miss Xun'er to forge an imperial bloodline. How powerful! What kind of bloodline did Xiao Huo possess? Beyond imperial? What realm could that possibly be? Gu Dao fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, Xiao Huo's bloodline and physique might surpass even Miss Xun'er. As for the level of his capabilities, Gu Dao could scarcely fathom. Could it possibly be that level? As Gu Dao pondered this, his heart trembled in astonishment. That level has never even been recorded in ancient texts. It exists solely in legends from millennia past, unseen and unheard by anyone. Gu Dao himself had only chanced upon it after becoming a supreme elder. Within the continent, there exists an unparalleled physique and bloodline that transcends the capabilities of all beings here. Could Xiao Huo be that bloodline? Moments later, the resurrected disciples of the ancient clan stood in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. What was happening? Hadn't they perished in battle? How were they revived now? Had they somehow ascended to paradise? Where were they? Xiao Huo, many disciples of the ancient clan regained their composure and looked up, still oblivious to the changes in their own power, staring blankly at Xiao Huo. The moment they laid eyes on him, they all fell to their knees in unison. Terror, trembling, dread. They still vividly recalled how Xiao Huo, like a deity descending from the heavens, single-handedly opposed their clan's law enforcement army with absolute domination, never faltering. Xiao Huo stood suspended in the air, wielding a gigantic golden staff that stripped away the will to fight from countless disciples of the ancient clan. Who were they? They were no weaklings. As gifted members of the ancient clan, they always fought to the end. Yet, upon encountering Xiao Huo, they were gripped by an innate fear. Xiao Huo had azure wings unfurled behind him, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors, with strange flames flickering. He could annihilate anything in an instant. They witnessed Xiao Huo, resembling a god of slaughter, vanquishing their clan's law enforcement disciples. Before him, they possessed no capacity for resistance. Thus, the fallen disciples of the ancient clan knelt before Xiao Huo without hesitation. What was occurring? Was Xiao Huo truly a divine being? I have reconstructed your physical forms, Xiao Huo stated with a tranquil demeanor, and from this moment forth, you shall possess a sacred bloodline. However, you must submit to me and join the Sacred Fire sect. In the future, we shall form a formidable force to conquer the entire continent. Xiao Huo spoke with calm assurance, his gaze imbued with a hint of detachment. In the future, Xiao Huo would traverse this continent. To do so, he would require an army of millions to combat the Soul Clan and even venture beyond the stars to confront foes in more distant realms. All these individuals could become part of the Sacred Fire sect, strengthening its power. In 3 months, when they faced the Yunlan Sect, they would possess more trump cards. At the very least, Xiao Huo would not be defeated. He would demonstrate to the Yunlan Sect the true extent of his prowess. How many would be willing to follow in his wake? The impending battle in 3 months would be even more exhilarating. Xiao Huo's eyes glimmered with anticipation. If the people from Yun Mountain and the Soul Palace were to witness the forces behind him, what expressions would they wear? Would they faint from sheer terror? The current Sacred Fire sect had become increasingly formidable. The inclusion of the ancient clan's law enforcement disciples was a game-changer. Once Xiao Huo's words had settled, all the law enforcement disciples found themselves engulfed in a frenzied whirlwind, frozen in place. What? We have awakened our sacred bloodlines? How is this possible? Exclamations of astonishment erupted. Wow, I truly possess a sacred bloodline now. Lord Xiao Huo has remade my body. My strength has multiplied several times over. Me too. Who would dare say I am weak in the future? Ha ha ha. I possess a sacred bloodline as well. Many disciples leaped in joy, their faces alight with elation. They were ecstatic. This was a sacred bloodline. In their lifetimes, they had the chance to attain such a level. Even Elder Gu Dao lacked a sacred bloodline. Submit to Xiao Huo? Join the Sacred Fire sect? Battle across the continent in the future? All the law enforcement disciples hesitated not for a moment. Was there even a choice? They were already well aware of Xiao Huo's strength and talent. Even if they cultivated for centuries, they could not hope to compare. Xiao Huo was their benefactor. He was also a benefactor to the families of Zhongzhou. In the future, they might even have the opportunity to follow Xiao Huo in conquering the world. How splendid! Instantly, numerous disciples regarded Xiao Huo with reverence, all kneeling before him. Their excitement palpable. I wish to join the Sacred Fire sect, and sir, my lord, I too wish to join the Sacred Fire sect. Long live the Sacred Fire sect. Long live Lord Xiao Huo. The thunderous voices echoed through the skies. Over 300 law enforcement disciples, the elite of various prominent families from Zhongzhou, all knelt. Not for any particular reason, simply because following Xiao Huo was the most astute decision they could make. Moreover, many newly revived law enforcement disciples gazed longingly at Xiao Huo, wondering if they too could awaken a sacred bloodline. It was self-evident. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Huo granted all the law enforcement disciples sacred bloodlines, significantly enhancing their strength. In mere moments, he had accepted over 300 law enforcement disciples. Everyone submitted to Xiao Huo. None dared to refuse. The strength of the Sacred Fire sect surged as a result. Gu Dao was left utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Huo was astonishingly powerful. In such a swift manner, he had brought all 300 law enforcement disciples to their knees. At last, Gu Dao understood why Xiao Huo dared to boast, causing all families in Zhongzhou to hesitate in confronting him, even seeking to curry favor, because Xiao Huo was invincible. Had it not been for his pride, Gu Dao would have desired to engage in discourse with Xiao Huo. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. The term genius could no longer encapsulate Xiao Huo. Could mere genius compare to him? Xun'er blinked her beautiful eyes, exuding grace as she stood quietly, gazing at Xiao Huo with affection. Brother Xiao Huo is truly remarkable. She was pleasantly surprised once more. Brother Xiao Huo surprises me every time. This occasion was no exception. After accepting numerous law enforcement disciples, Gu Dao led them away temporarily to stabilize their cultivation realms and study their bloodlines, intending to return to find Xiao Huo after some time. In the stillness of the night, secluded in a small grove, Xiao Huo once again found himself in a passionate embrace with Xun'er. Chapter 238. Xun'er's Worries. When will they have a baby? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your name has resounded throughout the ancient clan. You have recruited 300 law enforcement disciples, thereby strengthening the Sacred Fire sect. Congratulations on advancing to the rank of Do Huang Triple Star. Congratulations on acquiring the method to evolve the Medusa bloodline. You may now explore it at your leisure. A new main quest has been issued. The host must strive diligently to activate the supreme bloodlines of all women surrounding the host. The system's voice resonated. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. To activate the bloodlines of the women around him, it seemed he was not far from departing the Dopa realm. One day, his power would grow even more formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the Dopa realm. At that time, it was entirely possible that the Dopa realm could no longer contain him, for Xiao Huo's might was far too overwhelming. In just a few years, he could potentially trample upon the billions of beings within the Dopa realm. If he continued to linger in the Dopa realm, it might very well lead to its collapse. Thus, activating the bloodlines of the women around Xiao Huo became exceedingly crucial. Given time, if Xiao Huo's speed of advancement was too rapid, would Xun'er, Nalan Yanran, Yunyan, Medusa, the Little Doctor, and Xun'er be able to keep up? No. Xiao Huo's strength had already reached the level of Do Huang. Though still not exceedingly high, His rate of advancement was unparalleled. Xiao Huo did not wish to leave anyone behind in the Doqi continent. He could only activate the bloodlines of these sisters and stride forth into the cosmos alongside them. 300 law enforcement disciples of the ancient clan were diligently practicing. Guided by Elder Gudao, each day of their training brought them immense joy, for their cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, now tenfold. This remarkable transformation was attributed to their sacred bloodlines. Among the numerous disciples, an extraordinary metamorphosis had occurred within their bloodlines, rendering their physical forms more robust and their strengths unparalleled, with their training speed continually on the rise. It was as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes, revealing a state of cultivation they had never dared to imagine they could attain in their lifetimes. A single day's training now equated to what would have previously taken 10 days, truly a case of achieving twice the results with half the effort. Consequently, Xiao, who was standing among the disciples, soared significantly. How formidable he was! Without Xiao Huo, they would not have reached such heights today. Indeed, commendable. In a few days, the elder intended to observe the nature of young Master Zhao's bloodline. Elder Gudao felt a sense of anticipation as he surveyed the disciples. Increasingly satisfied with the prospects of nurturing a new generation of prodigies capable of entering the ranks of the Doshon, the ancient clan would soon be graced with a plethora of talented disciples, and their strength would ascend to new heights. Most gratifying for Elder Gudao was the close relationship between Xiao Huo and Xun'er. The ancient clan was not only blessed with a heavenly talent like Xun'er, who had pioneered the imperial bloodline, ensuring her future achievements would be remarkable, but the bond between Xiao Huo and Xun'er was particularly heartening. Elder Gudao rejoiced at the thought of aligning with Xiao Huo, a stroke of fortune for the entire ancient clan. With Xun'er present, the ancient clan and Xiao Huo would never find themselves at odds. Otherwise, to have an adversary like Xiao Huo was a thought too terrifying for Elder Gudao to entertain. He feared the clan would face utter ruin. Elder Gudao had intentionally led the law enforcement disciples away, granting Xiao Huo and Miss Xun'er the privacy to rest together. Should Miss Xun'er become with child? A smile crept on Elder Gudao's lips as he shook his head. After all, he was the supreme elder of the ancient clan. His visit was originally to eliminate any man who might tarnish Xun'er's purity, yet after encountering Xiao Huo, how had the situation evolved into this? He found himself actively avoiding conflict and even harboring hopes for Xun'er's future pregnancy. Elder Gudao felt himself transformed. The mere presence of Xiao Huo had altered his mindset, honed over a millennium. Why? Why was it so? Gu Hao murmured, overwhelmed with a profound sense of discomfort, as if he were being cleaved by a blade. So agonizing. He was a genius of the ancient clan. In this conflict, he alone had become a pariah. Upon returning to the sect, he would surely be ridiculed and shunned by his family. He understood well that, were it not for his background, he might have already faced death. If only he had refrained from confronting Xiao Huoguhao's face turned ashen. No one paid him any heed. He sat in solitude in a corner, lost in desolation and regret. He had offended Xun'er, driven by an unwavering conviction to slay Xiao Huo. Yet he had failed. He had assumed that Xiao Huo would face hostility from the Central Plains. But who could have foreseen that Xiao Huo would assist numerous disciples from the Central Plains in reconstructing their bodies and unlocking sacred bloodlines? Gu Hao could not fathom how events had taken such a turn. Xiao Huo had truly wrought a miracle. Consequently, the families from the Central Plains would harbor no animosity toward Xiao Huo. Instead, they would all seek to curry favor with him. Without exception, only Gu Hao was left utterly abandoned, reduced to a mere waste. Reflecting on this, Gu Hao coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, engulfed in pain, despair, and helplessness. Yet, even in his suffering, no one cast him a glance. A fortnight slipped by quietly. Each day, Xiao Huo and Xun'er lived together in a wooden cabin, wandering through the mountains and enjoying the beauty of nature. Of course, no matter how exquisite the world might be, none could compare to even a fraction of Xun'er's grace. Following the evolution of her bloodline, Xun'er had become even more stunning, graceful, and ethereal. With skin as white as snow, her slender waist accentuated her otherworldly charm. My Xun'er is so beautiful, Xiao Huo marveled. Brother Xiao Huo, what will we do if I become pregnant? Xun'er shot a playful glare at him. This fellow had been spending every day with her in the wooden cabin, always up to mischief. I shall take full responsibility, Xiao Huo beamed brightly. Xun'er lightly pinched Xiao Huo's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. She felt no signs of change within her belly, while sister you had already conceived. Why was that? Xun'er pondered, uncertain if it was due to her own circumstances. She had never been close to any man. How could she possibly fail to conceive? Are you daring to shirk your responsibilities? Xun'er teased it, her smile radiant as she gently intertwined her fingers with Xiao Huo's arm, snuggling against his shoulder, feeling the warmth envelop her. How could I? Xiao Huo chuckled. My Xun'er is of the imperial bloodline. Oomph. The imperial bloodline is no match for your prowess. Xun'er blinked, suspecting this rogue was attempting to deceive her. Elder Gudao was unaware of Xiao Huo's true bloodline, but Xun'er was well aware. Even her imperial bloodline could not compare to brother Xiao Huo's. Especially after Xun'er gained her imperial bloodline, her perception of the surrounding environment had improved significantly. She could sense changes in the weather, the concentration of spiritual energy, and even when brother Xiao Huo harbored certain thoughts about her. Thus, Xun'er would stealthily avoid him. Yet she ultimately found herself drawn into the small wooden cabin by Xiao Huo. Since her perceptive abilities had enhanced, Xun'er felt a vast disparity. Brother Xiao Huo is truly formidable. She was progressing daily, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds under the influence of her imperial bloodline. Yet, brother Xiao Huo was still outpacing her. This speed rendered Xun'er feeling as if she could never catch up. To her, Xiao Huo seemed like an insurmountable mountain, endlessly tall and unfathomably deep. She could not grasp the true extent of Xiao Huo's capabilities. All she knew was that his bloodline was beyond anyone's imagination. No one could reach that realm. The imperial bloodline was already powerful, yet in comparison to Xiao Huo, Xun'er felt utterly diminished. However, in the confines of their shared bed, she could easily surpass him. After all, she was beautiful. Brother Xiao Huo's records were limited to merely 10 minutes. It had not always been this way. Since her bloodline evolved, it had become increasingly difficult for Xiao Huo to surpass 10 minutes. He grew frustrated, striving relentlessly, yet to no avail. Xun'er was simply too enchanting. With a figure so perfect, slender waist and long legs, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an ethereal quality that no one could withstand. Xiao Huo felt a sense of helplessness, vowing that one day he would reclaim his confidence from Yanran, Yun, Medusa, and countless others. Yet, in Xun'er's presence, he felt a sense of defeat. Xiao Huo harbored concerns that if Medusa were to also evolve her bloodline, his plight would become even worse. Medusa's beauty was also unparalleled. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had never truly developed intimacy with Medusa. Ahem. Xiao Huo felt that he should take a long-term view regarding the awakening of bloodlines and postpone such matters for the future. At the very least, he needed to wait until his strength grew further. He could not afford to end the conflict prematurely. Otherwise, how humiliating would it be in front of Medusa? Having heard that Yu was pregnant, Xiao Huo planned to find an opportunity to return to the Canaan Academy to see Xiao Yu. His woman must not endure any humiliation within the academy. Brother Xiao Huo, Xun'er said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. It seems I still do not have a baby. Despite the passage of half a month, she felt no signs of life within her, as if her body lay in complete stillness. Following her awakening of the imperial bloodline, she would inevitably return to the ancient clan, resulting in a temporary separation from Xiao Huo. Yet, the thought of not having a baby weighed heavily on her heart. What if, when they reunited, sister, you had already given birth? What am I even thinking? Xiao Huo chuckled, taking Xun'er's hand in his. With your imperial bloodline, your body is still developing. It will take 3 months for you to conceive, and when that time comes, you will be ready. He smiled, envisioning a new and even more radiant Xun'er. Really? Xun'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. This meant she had a chance to conceive. Just 3 months. Indeed. So, when you return to the ancient clan, you must strive diligently in your training and not fall behind, he said, playfully pinching her delicate nose, relishing the softness of the girl in his embrace. Of course, I will train hard and not be a burden to brother Xiao Huo, Xun'er replied with a beaming smile. Upon her return to the ancient clan, she would receive substantial support, allowing her training to accelerate. Her imperial bloodline would surely create a stir throughout the clan. Henceforth, she might seldom step outside, dedicating herself to cultivation until she reached her zenith. Her eyes sparkled with determination, for she understood that her return would not confine her within the ancient clan. Rather, she would wield significant influence. She could seek out Xiao Huo whenever she wished, as her bloodline had been successfully evolved with his help. This would undoubtedly earn Xiao Huo the clan's recognition. Yet, her father, Gu Yuan, would undoubtedly refrain from speaking ill of Xiao Huo. What expression would Gu Yuan wear upon discovering that his daughter had such an exceptional boyfriend? Given Gu Yuan's extensive experience as the clan leader, he could never have anticipated such a conclusion. The disappearance of the divine bloodline? What of it? Xun'er possessed an existence even more formidable than that. Should Gu Yuan see Xun'er, he might be so overwhelmed with joy that he would faint. His daughter had acquired such a bloodline, a prodigious talent, and had found a boyfriend as remarkable as Xiao Huo, bringing prosperity to the entire ancient clan. Outside the door, Gu Dao arrived with a group of law enforcement disciples from the ancient clan. Each disciple felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Huo was their leader. They would continue their training in the ancient clan for a time. Of course, after 3 months, all the law enforcement disciples would follow Xun'er to the Jiama Empire to confront the Yunlan Sect. A great battle awaited them in 3 months. All disciples of the ancient clan would strive hard in their training, ready to deliver a tremendous surprise to the people of the Jiama Empire. The Yunlan Sect and Yinshan would never expect that the ancient clan's forces would suddenly emerge in their conflict with the Holy Fire Sect. As Xiao Huo and Xun'er stepped out of the room, a blush adorned Xun'er's cheeks, her fair face tinged with red. This rascal knew that Gu Dao was coming and still insisted on holding her in the little wooden house for another round. How could he be so audacious? Ahem. Gu Dao felt a sense of delight within. Their progress was indeed promising. Young Master Xiao, I have come to bid you farewell. Upon my return, I may stir a commotion throughout the central continent and the ancient clan, which could lead to numerous troublesome matters. Gu Dao sighed. What matters? Xiao Huo inquired. You, young Master Xiao, are simply too exceptional. This time, the young ladies from the prominent families in the central continent may flock to the Jiama Empire in search of you. Even many talented individuals shall come to pay their respects. Gu Dao expressed with admiration. This matter could not remain concealed. Xiao Huo was so remarkable that he would leave a profound impression on the entire central continent. The daughters of the prominent families would lower themselves to win over Xiao Huo. Perhaps even some young ladies would offer themselves in exchange for the opportunity to associate with him, as it would be a boon for their families. It was conceivable that the talented disciples from old families would also seek out Xiao Huo. Just the mere existence of a divine bloodline would be sufficient to create a sensation in the central continent. And Xun'er's imperial bloodline? That was an even greater matter. That is but a small concern. I hope the elders will look after Xun'er in the ancient clan, Xiao Huo said with a smile, glancing at Xun'er. Xun'er shot him an annoyed glare. Did this rascal intend to engage with other young ladies while she was away? Although the central continent boasted many beauties, few could compare to her. Moreover, Sister Yu was also beautiful, and Nalan Yanran was even more stunning. Surely, this rascal would not be unfaithful. That would be preposterous. Young Master Xiao, 3 months hence, the law enforcement disciples will come to assist you. At that time, I shall also come, Gu Dao declared, a hint of flattery in his eyes. Then I extend my gratitude to the elder. Xiao Huo nodded, clasping his hands in respect. Gu Dao left a favorable impression on him, and furthermore, he was a formidable dose saint of the 7 stars, with such strength at his disposal. The impending battle in 3 months would surely be a foregone conclusion. Who knows, perhaps Xiao Yan as a Yunlan Sect would also join the fray, and with Gu Dao present, they would possess an additional trump card. Thank you, young master. My granddaughter is 16 years old. What do you think? Gu Dao said, his face turning slightly red. As a dose saint, he had no need to curry favor with Xiao Huo. However, Xiao Huo's prowess was undeniable. Gu Dao had already begun to contemplate a match for his granddaughter. Chapter 239. To sell my granddaughter? Granddaughter? Xiao Huo's eyes lit up. Gu Dao was one of the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, a venerable elder with an esteemed status. He actually had a granddaughter. This was news to him. Xiao Huo had not heard of Gu Dao having a granddaughter in the original text either. However, the ancient clan indeed had many stunning women, captivating beauties, most of whom were overshadowed by Xun'er's brilliance. Nevertheless, these young ladies were still exceedingly attractive, possessing formidable backgrounds, gentle demeanors, and impressive strength. Gu Dao's granddaughter must also be a striking young woman, at just 16 years old, the kind who had never been in a relationship. For a moment, Xiao found himself lost in thought. I am not that kind of person. Yet, considering the interests of his younger brother, he felt compelled to entertain the notion. Gu Dao nodded. Given his status, he could not fathom how many young masters from prominent families would approach to propose marriage, all of which he would disregard. Who among those young masters could be worthy of his granddaughter? His granddaughter was a true heiress. While her status might not match Xun'er's, she was still exceptionally beautiful. With a unique charm, her skin was as smooth as porcelain, sweet and gentle, and delightfully enticing. Gu Dao struggled to find the words to adequately describe his granddaughter. All he could convey was her beauty. Most importantly, his granddaughter was still unmarried. Despite many suitors, Gu Dao had yet to give his consent. None would dare to marry his granddaughter. However, upon meeting Xiao Huo, Gu Dao no longer hesitated. This was an opportunity that would not come again. Gu Dao had keenly sensed the potential. When Xiao Huo's talents erupted in the central continent, countless daughters from esteemed families would undoubtedly seek him out. It was likely that many young ladies would come in search of Xiao Huo. Beautiful women are naturally drawn to exceptional men. In this era that revered strength, power was paramount. It was crucial to seize this opportunity swiftly. Gu Dao felt fortunate that it was he who had come to the Jiama Empire. Had other venerable elders discovered this, they would undoubtedly have sought to win over Xiao Huo as well. Ahem, my granddaughter is quite beautiful, as lovely as Miss Xun'er, Gu Dao said, unashamedly flaunting his granddaughter's virtues. What need had he for modesty? His 1,000-year history paled in comparison before Xiao Huo. With the steadfastness of Gu Dao, he found himself somewhat unable to contain his excitement. Xiao Huo is truly remarkable. It is imperative to draw him closer without delay. As for fame and fortune, they hold no allure for Xiao Huo anymore. The only scheme Gu Dao could conjure was to marry off his granddaughter. Surely she would not retaliate against him, right? Of course not. He had arranged such a splendid match for her. She ought to be overjoyed. Grandfather Gu Dao, what are you saying? Xun'er shot a glare at Gu Dao, her delicate fingers lightly pinching Xiao Huo as if to hint at something. How could this rascal even entertain thoughts of other women with her present? Xun'er's lovely face flushed red. Her grandfather's behavior was truly shocking, especially while she was beside her brother Xiao Huo. The seven-colored celestial python also took a bite at Xiao Huo, exclaiming, "What a shameless scoundrel!" Cough, cough. It's nothing serious. I merely spoke in jest, Gu Dao hastily replied with a smile, fully aware that he must not upset Miss Xun'er, who possessed an imperial bloodline, making her the absolute core of the Gu clan. Xiao Huo, am I really that sort of person? He chuckled, holding Xun'er's hand. Would I have any designs on the granddaughter of Elder Gu Dao? Sister Yun'er is already pregnant. What do you think? Xun'er blinked her beautiful eyes, her expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She had yet to conceive. When had her brother Xiao Huo made such advances towards Sister Yun'er? Mighty Xun'er. I was mistaken. You are my favorite. Xiao Huo laughed, his face adorned with an expression of contrition. Who would believe you? Xun'er shot him a sidelong glance, knowing he was merely trying to placate her. Medusa, equally vexed, took another bite out of Xiao Huo. Though she remained the seven-colored celestial python, she was indeed furious. Upon hearing Xun'er's words, she realized that this scoundrel Xiao Huo had already gotten another girl pregnant. How utterly disgraceful. She vowed never to let him touch her again. Xiao Huo the scoundrel. He could forget about pushing her into bed. Not a chance. She would never again allow him such liberties. The mere thought ignited Medusa's fury, prompting her to bite Xiao Huo once more. Scoundrels were indeed scoundrels. All the vows he uttered while with her had been lies. What manner of man was Xiao Huo? Though the pain was considerable, he could not allow Xun'er to perceive it. If she were to discover that Medusa was currently within him. Cough, cough. A man's dignity must be upheld. Young Master Xiao, my granddaughter is indeed quite beautiful. Upon our return to the Gu clan, I shall have her seek your guidance on her cultivation. You must not refuse. I have but one precious granddaughter, and with your guidance, her progress will surely be swift. Gu Dao exclaimed earnestly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Huo with sincerity. I shall gladly offer my assistance with her cultivation. Xiao Huo responded with a smile and a nod. Really? That is splendid news. Thank you, young master. Elder Gu Dao said in delight, not expecting Xiao Huo to acquiesce so readily. Once he returned to the Gu clan, he would ensure his granddaughter came to be by Xiao Huo's side. Seizing the initiative, he would have his granddaughter win over Xiao Huo. Gu Dao felt a twinge of guilt. How could he so shamelessly sell his granddaughter? Yet Xiao Huo was simply too powerful. His granddaughter might even awaken a sacred bloodline. There was a chance she could ascend to a divine bloodline. If she could cultivate a close relationship with Xiao Huo, would that not afford her the opportunity to possess an imperial bloodline? An unparalleled stature. With this thought, Gu Dao became increasingly excited. This matter must be expedited. Xun'er glared again at Gu Dao, pondering what scheme he was concocting. It seemed she would need to remain close to her brother Xiao Huo from now on. After all, he would not be able to resist her for long if he was tempted by others. For the sake of cultivation, Gu Dao felt Xun'er's gaze and quickly explained. Xun'er shook his head helplessly. Grandfather, you're already a combat saint. Do you truly require guidance from brother Xiao Huo? When had her grandfather changed so drastically? The arrival of brother Xiao Huo had indeed transformed many things. Even the once stern Gu Dao had become this way. Gu Dao did not attempt to lower his voice. Rather, he spoke openly before over 300 law enforcement disciples, for he intended to make this matter a reality. He envisioned having his granddaughter by Xiao Huo's side, regardless of whether Xiao Huo was willing to accept it. Over time, feelings would surely blossom, benefiting his granddaughter in the end. As his words fell, the over 300 disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment, their eyes wide with shock and a hint of envy. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? The Grand Elder intends to send his only granddaughter to the side of Lord Xiao Huo. Xun'er, as the eldest daughter of the Gu clan, held considerable status. Countless suitors admired her, her beauty rivaling that of Miss Xun'er. Wow, I can't believe how powerful Lord Xiao Huo is. How enviable. So many people sought Xun'er, yet today the Grand Elder is allowing the eldest daughter to engage with Xiao Huo. Am I hearing this right? The murmurs of astonishment spread, and all understood the implications. Xun'er, one of the three beauties of the Gu clan, a convergence of status, power, and beauty. Had Miss Xun'er not existed, Xun'er would undoubtedly be the foremost beauty of the Gu clan, known as the fairy of the Gu clan. Xun'er had never shown interest in anyone, even more aloof than Miss Xun'er. She had always been obedient, heeding only grandfather Gu Dao's commands. Winning her affection was an exceedingly daunting task. As for gaining Elder Gu Dao's approval, that was nigh impossible. At the age of 14, countless families from the central continent had come to propose marriage. Indeed, countless families. Renowned families flocked to the Gu clan in droves. The young scions from these clans were all extraordinary individuals, standing out amongst the rest. Yet 2 years had passed. 2 years later, Xun'er had not exchanged a single word with any of his suitors. She had not even cast a glance at them. It was simply too dull. As for trying to pass through Gu Dao's scrutiny, that was an insurmountable challenge. Gu Dao, as the Grand Elder, had high standards for candidates. What others deemed geniuses were merely ordinary in his eyes. As for why Xun'er had not been mentioned in the original narrative, it was quite simple. Xun'er had never spared a glance for Xiao Yan. Was Xiao Yan truly exceptional? In the original story, he was indeed considered remarkable. However, Xun'er had no interest in him. In her world, Xiao Yan was but a passerby, which is why the original narrative overlooked Xun'er's existence. Yet, she was undoubtedly the daughter of the Gu clan, Gu Dao's granddaughter, a beauty transcending the mundane. All the law enforcement disciples gazed at Xiao Huo with envious eyes. Should he win Xun'er's heart, his status within the Gu clan would soar. No one could rival him. Miss Xun'er was the daughter of the clan leader, Gu Yuan. Xun'er was one of the three fairies of the Gu clan, the granddaughter of Grand Elder Gu Dao. Countless law enforcement disciples felt the situation was utterly surreal. How could Xiao Huo be so formidable? When would they ever possess such good fortune? Yet, they were uncertain whether Lord Xiao Huo could win Xun'er's affection, for she was notoriously difficult to pursue. What nonsense! Xun'er will undoubtedly come to like Lord Xiao Huo. Naturally, my Lord Xiao Huo is invincible. The voices of the law enforcement disciples rang out. As Xiao Huo had become a godlike figure in their hearts, they sensed that the Gu clan was on the brink of transformation. If news of Xiao Huo were spread back to the central continent and the Gu clan, what kind of upheaval would it provoke? With Xiao Huo's emergence, the Gu clan, and indeed the entire central continent, was irrevocably altered by his presence. Oh no, oh no. This cannot be. Impossible. Xun'er, my goddess. Gu Hao spat blood, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. His voice was hoarse with fury. He loathed the fact that he had heard such news. It felt like a death knell. Xun'er, a beauty beyond the imagination of Gu Hao, although she may not yet rival the elegance of Miss Xun'er. Within the Gu clan, she is undeniably stunning. Unable to pursue Xun'er, Gu Hao reluctantly turns his affections to Xun'er, armed with the resources of his family. He harbors hopes of rekindling his cultivation and staging a triumphant comeback. Winning Xun'er's heart would also be a considerable achievement. However, before he could further contemplate, he was struck by disheartening news. Xun'er was also to be by Xiao Huo's side, dutifully obedient to her grandfather Gu Dao. It seemed Gu Hao's chances were utterly dashed. In an instant, he fainted again from despair. Ding! The main quest has been successfully activated. Make Ms. Xun'er fall for you. Successful completion grants 200,000 experience points. The system's notification chimed, and Xiao Huo, helpless, mused upon the system's mischievousness. To assign such a task, to have Xun'er pursue him, the law enforcement disciples of the Gu clan were still in jubilant cheers, the details of which are omitted. Subsequently, Gu Dao prepared to return to the Gu clan to inform Gu Yuan of Xun'er's possession of an imperial bloodline. Xun'er must return to the Gu clan, for her lineage cannot flourish at Canaan Academy. Only within the Gu clan can she accelerate her progress. Most importantly, Xun'er must return to the Gu clan, otherwise. Who would believe that she awakened an imperial bloodline? Even Gu Yuan would likely find it hard to accept. Such matters must be confirmed in person. Xiao Huo. Xun'er is leaving now. Xun'er stood before Xiao Huo, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her ethereal gaze fixed upon him, her beautiful eyes tinged with reluctance. With a charming grin, she radiated sweetness, her beauty transcending all, and post-evolution of her bloodline, she appeared even more exquisite. Well then, I shall diligently cultivate upon my return, Xiao Huo replied, leaning in to tenderly kiss her crimson lips. The girl before him was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Xiao Huo, take care. Xun'er will seek you out in 3 months, she said with a faint smile, a glimmer of determination in her beautiful eyes. She was well aware that her brother Xiao Huo would face a great battle in 3 months. It would be a large-scale conflict, and she must assist him. All right, remember to dress beautifully. Xiao Huo beamed, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Was Xun'er not already stunning enough? She blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning a pout. Then make sure to wash up and wait for me. Xiao Huo teased with a playful grin. You are too mischievous, Xiao Huo. Xun'er's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze dropping. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, creating a cascade of silk-like strands, while her purple gauze dress danced with the wind, accentuating her delicate figure. Surrounded by a faint scent of youthful innocence, only reluctance filled her beautiful eyes. Yet she knew she had to return to the Gu clan and strive for advancement. Summoning her courage, Xun'er rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Xiao Huo's. Then, she followed Gu Dao, departing from the Jiama Empire. In mere moments, Xun'er, Gu Dao, and the law enforcement disciples vanished from sight. Xiao Huo gazed in awe, indeed. The might of the 7 stars of Do Saint was formidable, capable of traversing vast distances with a mere wave of the hand, crossing time and space, even tearing through the fabric of reality. He pondered when he would attain the rank of Do Saint. Lifting his gaze towards the heavens, he mused that the day of reaching Do Saint would not be far off. As Gu Dao and Xun'er departed, the Jiama Empire fell once again into tranquility. Surrounding him was Xiao Huo, calmly observing this world. As no one yet knew what kind of turmoil would ensue in the Gu clan when news of Xiao Huo reached them. Surely, the entire central state would be set ablaze with fervor. Suddenly, a waft of a young maiden's fragrance enveloped him. Before he could turn, he felt a chilling intent behind him. Medusa, unbeknownst to him, had already taken her place at his side, her serene gaze fixed upon him, her delicate hand resting lightly against his neck. After half a month of evolution, her figure had grown even more enchanting. Scoundrel, speak. How do you wish to perish? Medusa whispered, her eyes fixed on Xiao Huo, indignant that he would seek to marry another's granddaughter in her absence. Chapter 240. Return to the Gu clan. A stirring within the clan. Within the Gu clan, tension gripped the higher echelons. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming sense of urgency and hostility. An emergency meeting was convened within the clan, attended solely by the true upper echelons of the Gu clan. None were permitted to step outside the clan without express permission. All disciples held their breaths, refraining from making a sound, even hesitating to cultivate, for they understood that the clan leader, Gu Yuan, was a being of the pinnacle Do Saint level, the undeniable sovereign of the entire central state. Gu Yuan was enraged. Never before had he shown such fury. Today, he shattered a mountain with a single slap. Boom! The resounding echo reverberated through the heavens. Gu Yuan's wrath was palpable. What monumental event had triggered the clan leader's ire? No one knew. In the past, when the demon race invaded and inflicted great harm upon the Gu clan, Gu Yuan had never displayed such fury. Soon after, countless disciples witnessed the long-secluded Grand Elder emerge. He took with him the law enforcement disciples of the Gu clan. This was the most formidable group of prodigies within the clan. Under Gu Dao's command, they surged forth from the clan with a thunderous momentum. The law enforcement disciples of the Gu clan rarely ventured out for missions. Whenever they did, it was a bloody massacre. None could escape the pursuit of the Gu clan's law enforcement disciples. This time, the involvement of the Grand Elder, a truly mythical figure within the clan, was unprecedented. Only matters concerning the life and death of the Gu clan could compel the Grand Elder to intervene. What calamity had befallen the Gu clan? No one dared to speculate. Gu Yuan did not dispatch the Blackian army or summon the clan elders. Instead, he sent Gu Dao himself to act. Gu Dao was a peak powerhouse of the 7 stars of Do Saint, who had dared to provoke the Gu clan. The disciples were increasingly filled with dread. Could something grave have transpired? Who was responsible? Who could it be? Gu Yuan's icy voice sent a chill through the grand hall. He was furious. His daughter, Xun'er, had been stripped of her divine bloodline. This meant she could never attain the rank of Do Emperor, and within the entire Gu clan, perhaps no one could reach the level of Do Emperor. The sole hope of the Gu clan, built over millennia, lay shattered. What further enraged Gu Dao was the certainty that someone had violated Xun'er's purity. Who in the world would dare to do such a thing? Xun'er, a paragon of beauty, was desired by all. Who would be bold enough to harm her? Thus, Gu Yuan unhesitatingly commanded Gu Dao to take action. Within the hall, the 5 elders of the Gu clan remained silent, their heads bowed in reverence. Gu Nanhai, the elder of Tong Xian Gu Shan, and the other 2 elders did not dare to speak. The gravity of such secrets weighed heavily upon them. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of the entire Gu clan. Without Xun'er's divine bloodline, who could possibly safeguard the Gu clan? Have they not returned yet? Gu Yuan inquired, his cold gaze penetrating the distance, as if it could pierce through 10,000 miles of void. The 5 elders in the room involuntarily shuddered, and after a brief moment, a voice echoed through the hall, reporting, "The Grand Elder, Gu Dao, has returned. Miss Xun'er has returned. The law enforcement disciples of the Gu clan have returned." Instantly, the entire Gu clan was set ablaze with commotion. Countless prodigy disciples gazed skyward, erupting into exclamations of awe. It was Miss Xun'er, the illustrious heiress of the Gu clan. As Xun'er appeared, the very heavens dimmed in comparison to her radiance. Her beauty and grace captivated countless admirers, exuding an enchanting charm and elegance. A purple ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her exquisite figure, while her flawless visage left all disciples of the ancient clan utterly spellbound. Such exquisite beauty! Gu Yuan's pupils constricted as he beheld Xun'er and Gu Dao's entourage. "Father!" Xun'er exclaimed with a radiant smile as she approached Gu Yuan, her beauty and poise magnified, resembling a celestial being. Even Gu Yuan, having encountered numerous beauties, was momentarily taken aback. "Xun'er," he gasped, astonished, sensing an extraordinary transformation within her. Not only Gu Yuan, but also the 5 esteemed elders of the ancient clan were fixated on Xun'er, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and awe. "Fighter Emperor, Xun'er, have you truly attained the pinnacle of Fighter Emperor level?" Gu Yuan marveled, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? Such a remarkable advancement was unfathomable for someone so young. At just 16, how could she possibly reach the Fighter Emperor pinnacle? This was exceedingly rare across the entire central continent. Moreover, Gu Yuan knew Xun'er had been in the desolate Xiao family of the Empire of Jiama, a place far removed from the grandeur of the ancient clan. For Xun'er to achieve such heights was nothing short of astonishing. Gu Yuan swiftly discerned that Xun'er was invincible among fighter emperors. Xun'er lacks a divine bloodline, and father is understandably upset. "Here, let father take another look at your bloodline," Xun'er said with a gentle smile, stepping forward. Her smile was as radiant as a blossoming flower, exuding an extraordinary aura. In her autumn-like, luminous eyes, a glimmer of golden light emerged, and in that moment, Xun'er's aura surged to its zenith. Within her, an ancient essence manifested, both mysterious and commanding. "Divine grade? No, this is not a divine bloodline." Gu Yuan approached, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "How is this possible?" he stammered, nearly staggering as his composure faltered. "Heavens! This—" Gu Yuan's eyes were filled with profound shock as he meticulously examined Xun'er's bloodline. She possessed an imperial-grade bloodline. Indeed, it was truly imperial-grade. "Am I seeing things?" Gu Yuan murmured, his face alight with joy. He finally understood why the divine bloodline within Xun'er had vanished. It had evolved into an imperial-grade bloodline. This was the pride of the entire ancient clan. "Heaven bless our clan. From this day forth, all resources within the ancient clan shall be prioritized for Xun'er's cultivation," Gu Yuan decreed, his words leaving no room for dissent. The shadows in his eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by elation. This was an imperial-grade bloodline. The ancient clan was on the verge of producing a genuine genius. In the future, Xun'er would ascend to the pinnacle of this continent. The Fighter Emperor level was merely the beginning. Xun'er might even glimpse realms beyond the Fighter Emperor. What majesty could that realm possess? The elders of the ancient clan gazed at Xun'er in a daze before erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. It was inconceivable. The transformation within Miss Xun'er was indeed extraordinary. Instantly, the entire ancient clan was enveloped in immense joy. Lanterns were hung, and countless disciples cheered. Their goddess, Xun'er, had morphed into a true prodigy, an object of admiration for the world. News of Xun'er's imperial-grade bloodline rapidly spread throughout the ancient clan. This secret no longer needed to be kept. The ancient clan stood as the mightiest force in existence, and no power dared to infringe upon them. Countless talented disciples' admiration for Xun'er soared to new heights. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the youth who could genuinely win Xun'er's heart. Half a day later, Gu Dao personally met with clan leader Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, along with the entire ancient clan, was once again profoundly shaken. Even the entire central continent would tremble at this revelation. For it was Xun'er who had unlocked the imperial-grade bloodline with Xiao Huo's assistance. Gu Yuan was astounded. Chapter 241. Medusa, having a baby? What did you say? Xiao Huo assisted Xun'er's bloodline evolution. Gu Yuan inquired, his expression grave. This was a matter of great significance for the entire ancient clan, and he knew that Gu Dao, given his status, would not speak falsely. If true, a super genius would emerge in the entire Do Qi continent. A true prodigy, unmatched. Indeed, Xiao Huo's talent surpasses anyone I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Even Miss Xun'er pales in comparison, Gu Dao asserted. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to speak further. Even Gu Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Dao. Everyone understood that Xun'er possessed an imperial-grade bloodline. An imperial-grade bloodline was something countless individuals could only aspire to. Yet Gu Dao claimed that Xiao Huo was even stronger than Xun'er. What level must Xiao Huo be at? Could he possibly belong to that echelon? Gu Yuan's expression shifted as he rose abruptly, gazing skyward. He recalled a passage from ancient texts that spoke of a realm unattainable to anyone beyond the Fighter Emperor. Only a bloodline of that caliber could achieve such feats. It was a status loftier than the imperial-grade bloodline, one that commanded reverence. The inhabitants of the Do Qi continent had never been afforded the privilege to even approach such heights. For centuries, no one had genuinely reached the Fighter Emperor level, let alone contemplate such a distant aspiration. It was sheer fantasy. Indeed, Xiao Huo may even surpass that level. Gu Dao reiterated, his expression resolute. The premonition Xiao Huo instilled in him was unfathomable. Even with his Fighter Saint 7-star cultivation, he could not penetrate Xiao Huo's depths. Xiao Huo was a pharmacist stronger than a 9-star pharmacist. Gu Dao's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation as he spoke excitedly. For him, this journey to the Jiama Empire had unveiled what true miracles entailed. Xiao Huo single-handedly annihilated the ancient clan's enforcement disciples. His talent was unparalleled, unmatched in the world. Most terrifyingly, Xiao Huo could even resurrect those enforcement disciples, granting them a sacred grade bloodline. Over 300 enforcement disciples had all evolved to possess sacred grade bloodlines. Undoubtedly, these 300 disciples could all reach the Fighter Saint level in the future. Such talent was enough to leave everyone in awe. Xiao Huo possessed the ability to alter others' bloodlines. A sacred grade bloodline. It truly was a sacred grade bloodline. I hadn't noticed before, Gu Yuan remarked, his astonished gaze fixed on the enforcement disciples kneeling in the hall. Their strength and bloodlines had undergone a complete transformation. Instantly, the tale of Xiao Huo reverberated through the upper echelons of the ancient clan. Gu Yuan was ecstatic. Xiao Huo, as Xun'er's boyfriend, was a tremendous fortune for the ancient clan. The mature and composed elders of the ancient clan looked on in astonishment, eager to meet Xiao Huo. Yet Gu Yuan intervened. With Xun'er by Xiao Huo's side, what need was there for others to meddle? Did they expect their granddaughters to pursue Xiao Huo? Impossible. Thankfully, Xun'er was present to foster ties with a genius like Xiao Huo. Gu Yuan could never have anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Xiao Huo's name had already entered the sights of every high-ranking member of the ancient clan. It was rumored that in 3 months, the Jiama Empire, where Xiao Huo resided, would witness a great battle. Gu Yuan ordered Xun'er to lead the over 300 enforcement disciples, along with the ancient clan as supreme elder. Gu Dao to support Xiao Huo. Elder Gu Dao also suggested that another stunning beauty of the ancient clan, Gu Linger, accompany Xun'er, perhaps to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Huo. Thus, the impending battle in 3 months garnered even greater attention from the upper echelons of the ancient clan. Alas, in the present day, the Yunlan Sect and Yunshan could scarcely fathom the monumental events that would unfold in just 3 months. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Huo would transcend all expectations. Alone, Xiao Huo could summon the might of the entire world to confront the Yunlan Sect. Scoundrel, you have yet to answer my question, Medusa said, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Xiao Huo, while her delicate hand rested gently against his neck. This rascal, after spending half a month in the quaint wooden cabin with Xun'er, engaging in intimate activities daily, Medusa was thoroughly incensed. What infuriated her most was that this scoundrel, Xiao Huo, had already gotten Xiao Yu pregnant. She was the Queen Medusa, Her Majesty, the highest authority. What question? Xiao Huo beamed, looking at the girl in his arms. How do you want to die? Medusa raised her beautiful eyes to gaze at Xiao Huo. What do you think? Xiao Huo chuckled. Scoundrel, even if I were to die, I would never allow you to touch me again. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall personally ensure your demise. Medusa declared, striding away. In an instant, Xiao Huo pushed Medusa down, the gentle breeze scattering around them. On the grassland, Medusa found herself on the ground, her hands held firmly in Xiao Huo's grasp. With a fierce glare, she shot a look at him, her teeth lightly biting her lip. Were you planning, you rascal? Have you successfully evolved? Xiao Huo remarked, surprised that Medusa had achieved evolution ahead of schedule. Now, Medusa possessed the pinnacle of Do Zone prowess. However, it seemed her bloodline remained unchanged. Why not evolve the bloodline as well? Xiao Huo inquired, gazing at the girl beneath him, her figure strikingly beautiful, as if sculpted by nature itself. Up close, Medusa's beauty melted his heart. She lay there, her skin as white as snow, exuding a faint fragrance. Xiao Huo felt himself losing control. How could he resist? They had yet to share a night together. Bloodline? Medusa blinked, her clear eyes studying Xiao Huo, perplexed by the notion of cultivation involving bloodlines. It's merely about having a baby, he replied. Do you dare? Medusa's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Xiao Huo. This scoundrel, daring to think of such things in broad daylight. Though the surroundings were protected by barriers, how could he even contemplate such an act? Before long, Medusa realized her white skirt was gone, and so was her undergarment. Everything felt so familiar. How could he be so audacious? You are my wife, Xiao Huo praised. Unable to contain himself, my wife is the most beautiful. Scoundrel, begone. You said the same to Xun'er last time. Don't think I don't know. Medusa retorted, recognizing his shamelessness. Then, Medusa found herself at a loss for words as Xiao Huo, without her noticing, had pressed his lips against hers. Defeated, Medusa lay quietly, her eyes gently closed. Regardless of Xiao Huo's actions, she accepted it, for she too harbored feelings for him. Chapter 242, The Daily Life with Medusa. 10 minutes later, Xiao Huo found himself overwhelmed, not due to any inadequacy on his part, but because Medusa was simply too stunning. Born a beauty, her figure was breathtaking, especially now, devoid of even her undergarment. Yet, the pivotal reason for his retreat was that Medusa had taken the initiative to mount him. Who could withstand such a temptation? Xiao Huo, too, succumbed. Following her evolution, Medusa transformed into human form, now possessing not only peak Do Zone power, but also an even more alluring physique, slender and captivating. The subtle fragrance of youthful innocence emanated from her, further ensnaring Xiao Huo in her allure. Unconsciously, an entire day slipped by. Xiao Huo gradually grew stronger. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Medusa evolved from the seven-colored sky-devouring python into a human form. In the future, she could revert to her serpent form at will. With Medusa by his side, her peak Do Zone prowess rendered her invincible within the realm of Do Zone. Having a strong wife was indeed a blessing. It saved him the trouble of fighting himself. Xiao Huo felt quite relaxed, effortlessly bringing Medusa back to the wooden cabin. Scoundrel, if I become pregnant, I will not let you off the hook. Medusa shot a fierce glare at Xiao Huo, fuming. It had been a day already. She had just transformed into human form and hadn't even bathed yet, only to be met with this rascal's advances. How shameless. She was so noble. Who didn't know the name of Queen Medusa? In the entire Gyamar Empire, countless individuals admired her beauty. Medusa's visage was nothing short of exquisite, surpassing numerous goddesses, with only Yun from the Yunlan Sect and Nalan Yanran being comparable. Yet now Medusa was undeniably Xiao Huo's woman. How could this be controlled? Xiao Huo remarked, his heart fluttering with anticipation, knowing that Medusa's chance of conceiving was 100%. You must not touch me again. I do not wish to have a baby. Medusa lazily reclined in Xiao Huo's embrace, her eyes half closed, feeling utterly secure. If I were to have a baby, who would protect you? Medusa's lips pursed, her cheeks flushed, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Over these days, she had witnessed far too much. The ancient clans, the Central Plains, and even the impending battle in a couple of months. She could not afford to become pregnant. If she were to bear a child, her combat capabilities would surely diminish. What would happen if Xiao Huo were in danger? Unbeknownst to her, the once aloof Medusa had gradually begun to care for Xiao Huo. He had become an indispensable part of her life. Wife, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Huo chuckled, holding Medusa close, his resolute gaze fixed on the horizon. Feeling a warmth within his heart, he realized this was why Medusa did not want a baby. But did he still need protection? He could conquer the world alone. In 3 months, with the existence of the Holy Fire Sect, he would undoubtedly unify the Jiamar Empire. From now on, I shall protect you, Xiao Huo declared, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Who is your wife? Medusa ground her teeth, indignant that this scoundrel dared to claim such a title without her consent. You're already mine, Xiao Huo chuckled. You're asking for a beating. Medusa huffed. After all, she was Queen Medusa. Would you really? Xiao Huo feigned grievance. When has a wife ever struck back? Oh, I would love to bite you. Medusa blinked, her captivating visage breaking into a smile. Then once again, Medusa found herself pushed down. 10 days later, within the wooden cabin, Xiao Huo and Medusa diligently practiced their cultivation, free from distractions in their serene solitude. Above, battles raged on. With azure wings sprouting from his back, Xiao Huo radiated a dazzling golden light, unleashing the full might of a Do Huang, fighting alongside Medusa. In just 10 days, Xiao Huo had ascended to the pinnacle of Do Huang under her guidance. The speed of his advancement left even Medusa astounded. How can this scoundrel progress so rapidly? In merely 10 days, Xiao Huo had surged from a 2-star Do Huang to the pinnacle of Do Huang. Such velocity was nothing short of miraculous. Medusa had never anticipated Xiao Huo's ascension would be so extraordinary. However, after reaching the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm, Xiao Huo's cultivation did not continue to advance. He required a period to stabilize his power. Upon hearing Xiao Huo's explanation, Medusa cast him a disdainful glance, exclaiming internally, "This rascal, to claim that merely sleeping with me for 10 days has led to such an enhancement in his cultivation. Am I truly that formidable?" Medusa felt helpless. It had taken her over a decade to reach the pinnacle of Do Huang. Xiao Huo was indeed extraordinary. Tiangang 9 strikes. The 6th strike. Xiao Huo's calm voice echoed as he soared through the void, wielding a golden giant staff that radiated a brilliant light, crashing down towards Medusa. During these 10 days, they had engaged in daily battles, honing their skills. Of course, Xiao Huo could not surpass Medusa. His beloved wife had already attained the peak of Do Zone. And not just any Do Zone, but an extraordinary one. With his mere Do Huang cultivation, he remained no match for her. How could he bear to strike? Xiao Huo had no choice but to unleash the 7-colored mysterious fire, the stellar rules, and the spatial rules, along with the great desolation prisoning sky finger. To manifest his true power, immensely formidable, even a Do Zone might not be his equal. 300 law enforcement disciples had still fallen before him. Yet before Xiao Huo stood Queen Medusa, more powerful than any of those disciples, embodying the essence of a true queen. How could she be compared to an ordinary person? Most importantly, how could Xiao Huo dare to strike? He still desired to share a bed with her at night. Medusa was his cherished wife. If he were to injure her, he would likely never touch her again. He still wished to have children with her. Eventually, Medusa grew angry. This scoundrel, Xiao Huo, seemed to intentionally refrain from using his full strength, allowing her to maintain the upper hand. Did he, while fighting her, entertain thoughts of other women? Immediately, Medusa demanded that Xiao Huo unleash his full power. Otherwise, she would deny him access to her bed, and they could not sleep together. Thus, Xiao Huo unleashed the Tiangang 9 strikes. An overwhelmingly fearsome aura descended, as the golden giant staff appeared to condense the might of heaven and earth. One strike could level mountains, causing the air to explode and the void to tremble. You dare to strike me. Tonight, do not even think about entering my room. Medusa huffed, choosing not to confront Xiao Huo's Tiangang 9 strikes head-on. Even Queen Medusa dared not take such a blow. It was far too powerful. This strike seemed to possess the force of millions of pounds. Medusa's beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Huo in the sky, a hint of admiration flickering within them. Unbeknownst to her, her man had grown to such an extent, immensely strong. With this, she perhaps need not worry any longer. If she could not rival Xiao Huo, who then could? From this day forth, Medusa set a new goal, to become the most exceptional woman by Xiao Huo's side, accompanying him until the end of time. Despite her peak Do Zone status, she still felt a significant gap between them. The disparity between her and Xiao Huo remained insurmountable. He was far too powerful. Chapter 243. Medusa is truly expecting a child. Xiao Huo and Medusa spent half a month in the wooden cabin, typically engaging in battles and training outside. Every moment, Xiao Huo's realm continued to progress. As a transmigrator, despite possessing Do Huang's strength and formidable techniques, there were still many gaps in practical combat. After all, Xiao Huo was not born into cultivation. However, with the assistance of Queen Medusa, his advancement was astonishingly rapid. During the day, they engaged in aerial duels to enhance their cultivation, and at night, they sparred with one another. With only 2 months remaining until the 3-month agreement with Yunlan Sect, Xiao Huo's cultivation had firmly stabilized at the peak of Do Huang. Even Medusa felt astonished. This was nothing short of a miraculous achievement. Xiao Huo's talent left her in awe. Over the years, he was the most gifted individual she had encountered, without a doubt. No one could compare to Xiao Huo. Even Medusa felt a sense of inadequacy. Despite her own talents, surpassing him seemed a daunting task. In the beginning, when Xiao Huo did not employ his ultimate techniques, she could easily defeat him. But as his strength grew, she began to feel overwhelmed, to the point where now, she was no longer a match for him, often finding herself pinned down by him. How could he be so wicked? Another half-month passed, and Xiao Huo assisted Medusa in enhancing her bloodline. They ventured once more to the Millennium Snow Mountain, acquiring even more rare treasures. With the system's assistance, Medusa's bloodline underwent complete evolution. Imperial-grade bloodline. Boom! The sky was filled with dazzling light, and a glint of surprise sparkled in Medusa's beautiful eyes. She had attained an Imperial-grade bloodline. Throughout this half-month, she had aided Xiao Huo in enhancing his cultivation and stabilizing his realm, while he had helped her achieve the Imperial-grade bloodline. What kind of bloodline was this? It surpassed even the Divine-grade bloodline, comparable to the Emperor-grade bloodline of Xun'er. Incredible. How was this accomplished? Medusa smiled enchantingly, her curious gaze directed at Xiao Huo. Sensing that her divine sense and physique had undergone tremendous changes, an earth-shattering difference, the speed of her cultivation had also increased tenfold. I am formidable. Xiao Huo beamed brightly. In this half-month, he had poured his heart and soul into elevating Medusa to an Imperial-grade bloodline. Consequently, both Xun'er and Medusa had undergone a significant transformation. From now on, their cultivation would progress at an astonishing rate. Within 2 years, they could both reach the Do-Di realm, or even higher. At that time, even if they ventured to other realms, Xiao Huo would not neglect Xun'er, Medusa, and certainly not the other young women. Oh! Medusa shot Xiao Huo a sidelong glance, this fellow still boasting of his prowess. Yet somehow she found herself unable to refute him. Did he desire more? Xiao Huo leaned closer to Medusa, of course. However, you cannot. Medusa raised her beautiful eyes, exuding charm. She felt a peculiar change within her. Xiao Huo stepped forward, seemingly sensing something. I have. Medusa's fair cheeks flushed, her voice dropping to a whisper, like the softest murmur. Half a month had passed since Medusa's bloodline evolution. Her perceptive abilities had significantly improved, now on par with Xun'er. She could sense the flow of life, trees, earth, wind, and clouds, and she could feel it. She was pregnant. For a moment, Medusa was filled with joy. She truly was expecting a child. It was all Xiao Huo was doing. Really? Xiao Huo's eyes lit up, leaning closer to Medusa's abdomen, his heart brimming with happiness. Medusa was expecting too. This was splendid news. Yet, he knew Xun'er would certainly be furious with him. After all, Xun'er would not conceive until 3 months later, once her bloodline was fully evolved. Medusa had beaten her to it. What nonsense are you spouting? Medusa shot him a glare, suspecting he might be doing this on purpose. Indeed, it must be intentional. Otherwise, why would this rascal engage in intimate encounters with her every night if not for the purpose of having a child? And now it has finally happened. Medusa glared at Xiao Huo, thinking that this fellow would have no opportunity to be intimate with her in the future. Medusa's beautiful eyes turned to the sky. If the members of her clan learned of her pregnancy, they would surely be astounded. The entire empire would tremble. Medusa was bearing Xiao Huo's child. Ha ha! I too shall have a child. It is indeed my beloved wife who has given birth, and it must be a remarkably beautiful daughter. Xiao Huo exclaimed joyfully, his heart soaring. With Medusa's stunning beauty combined with my own handsome visage, our daughter is bound to be exquisite, is she not? Who said it would be a daughter? You scoundrel! What if it is indeed a daughter? Medusa cast a vigilant glance at Xiao Huo. What mischief is he concocting? Impossible. I would prefer a daughter, and I envision her growing into the most enchanting beauty in the world, ensuring she never experiences the pangs of romance. Xiao Huo declared with delight. Dismissing the notion of a son, what use is a handsome son to me? I desire a daughter, to protect her, to care for her. Of course, I would harbor no improper thoughts toward my daughter. My ultimate aspiration is to nurture her into a great beauty. At the very least, she should be pleasing to the eye. All daughters should possess the same beauty as their mother. I shall not bear you any children." Medusa shot a glare at Xiao Huo, though her heart brimmed with happiness. It is true, she is indeed expecting. Given this, she must pursue her cultivation with even greater caution, so that she can properly nurture a daughter for this scoundrel, Xiao Huo. "My precious wife, you are the best." Xiao Huo quickly interlaced his fingers with Medusa's cool, delicate hand. What if it is not a daughter? Medusa's crystal-clear eyes regarded Xiao Huo, untainted and pure. Her world containing only him. It cannot be. It must be a daughter, Xiao Huo chuckled. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of whether Medusa carried a daughter. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Medusa is his beloved. The child within Medusa's womb is also Xiao Huo's. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Huo recalled Yue. The stunning Xiao Yu, blessed with extraordinary long legs, must also be 2 months pregnant by now. It is high time I visit Canaan Academy to check on you. What are you thinking about? Medusa inquired, standing beside Xiao Huo, gently pressing her lips against his. Let us return to the Tagore Desert. Xiao Huo smiled. For what purpose? Medusa's ethereal gaze shimmered with surprise. To marry you, of course. He embraced Medusa, cradling her in his arms. Now that Medusa is with child, it is only right to grant her a proper title. Chapter 244, Marrying Medusa. Who agreed to marry you? Medusa's soft voice chimed, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. Is she finally to wed Xiao Huo? Once, Medusa believed she would never again find affection for any man. She was the aloof goddess of the Tagore Desert, the proud Queen Medusa. Yet, she encountered her fated counterpart. She adores Xiao Huo. She is willing to bear him a daughter. In her world, there exists only Xiao Huo, and that is sufficient. To have one beloved throughout her life brings Medusa immense satisfaction. However, with a child on the way, Xiao Huo cannot fully indulge himself. He must exercise restraint. Will you marry me? Xiao Huo gently pushed Medusa down onto the ground, the air around them infused with the fragrance of youth. He gazed upon her, her figure exquisite in a pale purple gown, resembling a goddess. You are bullying me, Medusa murmured softly, her cheeks flushing. Where have I bullied you? If you dare not marry me, I shall not let you rise today. Xiao Huo beamed, his hand lightly brushing Medusa's dress, feeling the coolness of her porcelain skin. You dare? I already have your daughter, Medusa retorted plaintively, nestling beneath him. Will you marry me? Xiao Huo reiterated, grasping Medusa's delicate hand, as if he might devour her at any moment. Medusa's ethereal gaze met his, the boy before her exuding determination. Medusa smiled radiantly, as if time itself had frozen, melting the world around her. In her beautiful eyes, there was only satisfaction and joy, her face flushed with color as she softly nodded in agreement. Then, Medusa was pushed down once more. Of course, Xiao Huo did nothing more than frolic with her. The purple gown and undergarments slipped away, and when Xiao Huo sought to advance further, Medusa gently refused, for she was now carrying Xiao Huo's child. She had a daughter. Naturally, she could not allow this shameless rogue to take advantage of her. What if he harmed the baby? A day later, Xiao Huo took Medusa's hand and returned to the Tagore Desert, whereupon the entire desert erupted in waves of jubilant celebration. Countless serpent disciples beamed with astonishment, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. Lord Xiao Huo has returned. The queen is back as well, and a grand wedding is to be held. This is a moment of great fortune for the entire serpent tribe. All serpents ceased their training and flocked to the palace. Countless serpent disciples knelt in reverence, gazing up at Xiao Huo, for in their hearts, he was a deity, a true celestial being. The elders of the serpent tribe bowed before Lord Xiao Huo. Welcome back, Lord Xiao Huo, to the Tagore Desert. Long live Lord Xiao Huo. The entire serpent tribe rejoiced. When everyone learned that Medusa was expecting a child, they cast envious glances at Xiao Huo. Truly, Lord Xiao Huo is remarkable. He has made Queen Medusa pregnant. This news even stunned the elders of the serpent tribe. They had heard that Medusa had never desired children. Yet, Lord Xiao Huo has miraculously made Queen Medusa conceive. It is a miracle for the entire serpent tribe. All serpents were consumed with envy. This is Queen Medusa, an incredibly pure beauty, and after a short time apart, she has grown even more radiant, her figure statuesque. Furthermore, Medusa's strength has reached a terrifying level. Picto Zone. When the elders of the serpent tribe learned this news, they nearly fell to the ground in astonishment. Medusa's progress has been astonishingly rapid, all thanks to Xiao Huo. What does this signify? It attests to Lord Xiao Huo's true power. Following Xiao Huo, one can undergo a tremendous transformation. This is something no one else can achieve. Joining Xiao Huo and the Holy Fire Sect is the wisest decision they could make in their lifetime. Subsequently, in the Tagore Desert, Xiao Huo and Medusa held a grand wedding. Their fame resonated throughout the Empire of Gamma. The entire Gamma Empire was left in awe. That night, countless men fainted, coughed up blood, and many swore vengeance against Xiao Huo. He has become the enemy of all men. The goddess of their hearts, Queen Medusa, has married Xiao Huo. Moreover, it is rumored that Queen Medusa is pregnant. The world is furious. How could Xiao Huo have taken the lead and sullied their goddess? Countless men, upon realizing that Xiao Huo could share a bed with Medusa, felt their hearts wrenched. The Medusa they could never hope to touch is now Xiao Huo's woman. My goddess, snatched away by Xiao Huo. I shall take revenge. Why has the aloof and stunning Queen Medusa become Xiao Huo's? Why not mine? Revenge. Revenge. I must reclaim Queen Medusa. In the cities of the Gamma Empire, countless men seethed with hatred for Xiao Huo, the beast. He even dares to pursue Queen Medusa, infuriating me to no end. Curse him. This scoundrel, Xiao Huo, is betrothed to Nalan Yanran of the Yunlan Sect, a lady of high standing. How could he marry Medusa as well? The news of Xiao Huo's rumored romantic involvement with Yun Yan, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan Sect, has spread like wildfire. What utter nonsense! Just days ago, I witnessed Xiao Huo traversing the skies with Xun'er. Do you know who Xun'er is? She is the epitome of beauty. Countless men congregate to discuss her, yet none dare approach Xiao Huo. What folly would that be? After all, Xiao Huo is the master of the Sacred Fire Sect, wielding immense power. His companion, too, is a paragon of grace from the Gamma Empire, unmatched in her elegance. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him? They would likely meet their demise at the hands of the Serpent Clan before even laying eyes on him. In the Yunlan Sect, a figure clad in green emerges, none other than Xiao Yan. After a prolonged absence, his eyes glimmer with a fierce green light, radiating an aura of murderous intent. He, too, has caught wind of the news, and it has evidently caused him great anguish. Xiao Huo, not even Medusa is spared from your grasp. Await my return. For in 2 months, the Yunlan Sect shall rise again, reclaiming all that is rightfully mine, Xiao Yan. His eyes brim with fury upon learning of Medusa's union with Xiao Huo, deepening his torment. He believes that after months of diligent training, the Yunlan Sect's power has expanded beyond imagination. In a few months, he will exact his revenge and confront Xiao Huo. Yet, Xiao Yan remains unaware that Xiao Huo's influence now extends far beyond the Gamma Empire. Ancient clans and the entirety of Zhongzhou are keenly observing him. All the illustrious women of Zhongzhou have heard of Xiao Huo, and many have found their hearts swayed. Even the esteemed elder of the ancient clan, Gu Dao's granddaughter Guling heir, is preparing to journey to the Gamma Empire to seek an audience with Xiao Huo. The ancient clan is once again in turmoil. Who is Guling heir, that she would venture to the Gamma Empire in search of Xiao Huo? Xun'er has activated her imperial bloodline and is in seclusion to cultivate. Guling heir has taken the lead. This has immediately drawn the attention of every prominent family in Zhongzhou. Just what sort of genius is Xiao Huo to inspire Guling heir to emerge from her seclusion? The anticipation for the impending clash in 2 months has enveloped all of Zhongzhou. How will the Gamma Empire transform? Chapter 245. Would you like a warm bed, my lady? Master Xiao Huo, you have grown even more handsome in just a month. Yumei exclaimed, standing before Xiao Huo, her graceful form illuminated by joy as her eyes sparkled with admiration. As one of the 8 formidable figures of the Serpent Clan, she was responsible for the safety of the entire tribe and a devoted subordinate of Medusa. The news of Master Xiao Huo's return filled her with delight. Upon hearing this, Yumei soared dozens of miles to the royal palace, finally laying eyes on the man she had longed for. Congratulations, Master Xiao Huo, on successfully marrying Her Majesty the Queen. Yumei exclaimed, her eyes radiant with awe. She dared not harbor any thoughts of affection for him. Fully aware that Master Xiao Huo was a figure of strength she could never hope to pursue. You have become more beautiful as well. Xiao Huo replied with a gentle smile, his gaze calm. Such flattery, Master, Yumei stammered, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Standing before him caused her heart to race. How could she dare entertain any improper thoughts? Do you wish for me to keep you warm, my dear? Medusa entered the room, her delicate fingers draping a cloak over Xiao Huo's shoulders as her enchanting gaze fell upon him. Dressed in crimson, She had just wed him before a multitude of spectators and had yet to consummate their union. Indeed, how could they? After all, Medusa was already with child. Really? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled with delight. His beloved wife was so considerate. Of course, whatever you desire is yours, Medusa whispered sweetly, her smile radiant. Meanwhile, Yume's cheeks had turned crimson, creeping down to her neck as she stood respectfully at the side, too bashful to speak. Your presence is more than enough for me. Xiao Huo beamed, his eyes like stars, taking Medusa's delicate hand. This girl before him was a myriad of charms. With Medusa by his side, what more could he desire? Yume was indeed beautiful. However, this day was dedicated to his grand wedding with Medusa. How could he share his bed with another? To have a warm companion would have to wait until the next day. Am I not a good brother? Do you truly not wish for a warm companion? Medusa teased, her eyes twinkling with joy. Of course not, Xiao Huo affirmed with a nod. But you must be brave enough to want it, Medusa replied playfully, giving him a sideways glance. Xiao Huo sighed in resignation. He had anticipated such a reaction. How swiftly a woman's mood could change. But what was he to do for the night? He could not share a bed with Medusa, especially now that she was pregnant. You may take this transformation pill, Xiao Huo said with a smile, handing her the precious item before leading Medusa away. Time to consummate their marriage. A moment is worth 1,000 gold. The transformation pill? Ayu Mai gasped in astonishment. This was a coveted treasure sought after by countless serpent folk. Such a pill was invaluable, worth its weight in gold, and nearly impossible to acquire. That Master Xiao Huo would gift her such a rare item filled her with immense joy. She had never imagined she would have the opportunity to possess a transformation pill in her lifetime. Thank you, Master, Yume said, slightly bowing, cradling the jade vial he had bestowed upon her. As she watched him depart, she felt no regret for not being able to be Xiao Huo's warm companion. In her heart, he was a being akin to a god. How could an ordinary woman hope to captivate him? Simply standing beside Master Xiao Huo and Her Majesty the Queen was a source of profound fulfillment. Wife, it is time to consummate our marriage, Xiao Huo declared, casting a glance at the enchanting figure of Medusa, clad in a flowing red gown. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her radiance transcending the mundane, captivating all who beheld her. Oh, only hugs are permitted. Nothing else, Medusa murmured softly, a blush adorning her cheeks. On their wedding night, she could not engage in anything more intimate with Xiao Huo, which left her with a tinge of regret. Perhaps just once? Surely that wouldn't pose a problem, Xiao Huo suggested, confident that their bond would not lead to complications. Brother is no ordinary man. Medusa raised her eyes, yet before she could comprehend, she felt her attire vanish, finding herself in a lavishly adorned red chamber. In an instant, Xiao Huo had placed her on the bed, and before she could object, he had already begun. Medusa closed her eyes, surprised by how adept Xiao Huo had become. Practice truly makes perfect. My dear wife, you are exquisite, your skin so fair, he praised. Ah, be gentle. What if you hurt our daughter? Medusa's voice echoed in the room. No one knew what transpired within those walls. The Serpent Clan ensured that no one approached the residence, surrounding it with numerous wards to deter intruders. The following day, Xiao Huo and Medusa awoke early and engaged once more. My lord, in a few days, I wish to accompany you to the Jiama Empire and then to the Canaan Academy, if you would allow it. Medusa gazed up at him, her eyes filled with a hint of longing as she nestled against him, anticipation glimmering in her gaze. Certainly, if others were to see you by my side, they would undoubtedly be envious, Xiao Huo replied, feeling a thrill at the thought. More importantly, his beloved was now 3 months pregnant. As her belly began to show, it would surely attract the attention of the Canaan Academy. When Xiao Huo returned to the academy, it would likely send shockwaves throughout the institution. Xun'er was a beauty revered by many, and who could have known that she was carrying his child? It was likely that Xiao Huo would be torn apart by the disciples of the Canaan Academy. However, Xiao Huo was utterly unperturbed. The crux of the matter lay in his cultivation. Would those disciples dare to act against him? With Medusa, a formidable being at the pinnacle of Dozong, by his side, he was assured of affection and support at any moment. You're just full of empty words, she remarked, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. The impending battle in 2 months was bound to be arduous. Do I really need to prepare, considering I have a wife? Upon seeing her beauty, they will surely be overwhelmed, Xiao Huo declared with pride. Medusa shot him an admonishing glance. This fellow was becoming increasingly eloquent, but who could blame her for enjoying it? As time passed, Xiao Huo's reputation in the Tagore Desert soared even higher. He generously gifted numerous rare materials and elixirs to the powerful beings of the serpent tribe residing there. Instantly, the elders and disciples within the Tagore Desert experienced a remarkable transformation in their strength. Many formidable warriors obtained transformation pills, and thus, Xiao Huo's status among the serpents reached unprecedented heights. He felt somewhat helpless, as he had an abundance of precious materials from the millennium-old snow mountains, far more than he could ever utilize. Yet, for the warriors in the Tagore Desert, these treasures were of paramount importance. Countless strong individuals felt as though they had been reborn, and the higher-ups and elders in the Tagore Desert were elated, exclaiming, "Lord Xiao Huo is truly impressive. He possesses such an abundance of rare materials that enhances our power." 3 days later, Xiao Huo prepared to depart for the Gam Empire. At that moment, he received an urgent mission from the system, and the system's female persona was quite irate. For so long, Xiao Huo had seemingly ignored her. She was not merely a system. She was a beautiful young lady. Chapter 246, The Little Medical Fairy Gains Fame. Cheers erupt in the Gam Empire. With the system's task in hand, it was time for Xiao Huo to head to the Gam Empire. It had been quite a while without the system reaching level 5. If it did, he could finally invite the system lady to share his bed. Moreover, he had yet to witness her beauty, which he presumed would be extraordinary. Simultaneously, Xiao Huo's aura and perception sharpened significantly. His martial skills had reached an exceptional level, and his bloodline experienced another transformation. This change astonished Medusa, who had believed that acquiring a bloodline would allow her to catch up to Xiao Huo. However, she was taken aback by the rapidity of his progress, which had elevated him to a stature she could only look up to. Gazing at him, she felt as if the youth before her was akin to a true deity, profoundly unfathomable. Her perceptive abilities had far surpassed those of a Dozong expert, yet she found herself unable to gauge the full extent of Xiao Huo's strength. His potential appeared to be limitless. "Are you leaving?" Medusa blinked her beautiful eyes at him, a flicker of joy evident in her gaze. Her man was indeed unparalleled. "Yes, there are numerous matters to attend to in the Gam Empire. The Sacred Fire Sect must also continue to grow." Xiao Huo replied with a calm demeanor, his eyes glinting with determination. Defeating the Soul Palace and truly ascending to the pinnacle of the Doqi continent would not be an easy feat. The Soul Palace was a terrifying force that no ordinary sect on the continent could contend with. Only Xiao Huo possessed the qualifications to challenge it. The battle at Yunlan Sect in 2 months would mark his first confrontation with the Soul Palace. "I will await your return." Medusa smiled, enchanting, aware that she could not leave the Tagore Desert just yet. She was in a crucial phase of solidifying her strength and cultivation, and her bloodline would soon undergo a complete evolution. Not only that, but her child within her would also be a prodigy upon birth. Slowly, Xiao Huo pressed his lips against Medusa's crimson ones before turning to leave. The countless serpents in the Tagore Desert gazed up at him, and unbeknownst to him, he had become the most powerful presence in their hearts. Many revered Xiao Huo, even more so than they did their queen. "Your Majesty, Lord Xiao Huo may very well forge the legend of the Gam Empire." Yume stood beside Medusa, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she suppressed her exhilaration. The Gam Empire, perhaps he could become a legend in this world. Medusa smiled, exuding charm, her eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. What magnificent scenes awaited them in the future? Perhaps their daughter would have already been born by then. The Gam Empire buzzed with excitement over the Alchemist Conference. Master Otto and President Frank were utterly astounded. Who is this person? At the Alchemist Conference, a woman of unparalleled grace achieved remarkable results. In the first round of assessments by the Alchemist Guild, a genuine genius emerged, a stunning beauty. Her appearance rivaled that of Yafei. Accompanying her was another exquisite young lady, equally stunning, whose beauty could only be described as mesmerizing. The arrival of these 2 women sent shockwaves through the Alchemist Conference. Who is Yafei? A beauty from the Gam Empire. Countless men adore her. But who could have anticipated that a woman in white would appear at the Alchemist Conference, possessing exceptional beauty and astonishing alchemical skills that left everyone in awe? The woman in white stood out, effortlessly overshadowing all the talented disciples present. No one knew their identities, and this event stirred the attention of influential figures within the Gam Empire. Another gifted disciple, a future prodigy among alchemists. Furthermore, she was a breathtaking beauty. Immediately, countless men sought to approach the woman in white, but she rejected them all. "Little medical fairy, you are amazing." Linger bounced cheerfully beside the little medical fairy. her sparkling eyes filled with joy. It was the first time in many years that she had stepped outside the Wan Yao Zhai, witnessing the beauty of the outside world. Wow, the world outside is so beautiful. Initially, Linger thought the little medical fairy was the most beautiful woman, but upon seeing Yafei at the auction, she was utterly captivated. Sister Yafei is so beautiful too. Sister Yafei graciously welcomed her and the little medical fairy, and Linger felt ecstatic. The world outside was indeed vast. However, Linger also felt a bit aggrieved. Her cultivation was low, only at the Douling 3-star level. It's so frustrating. The Gamma Empire is filled with experts. Just days ago, she had encountered Fa Ma and Jia Lao, both formidable masters. How can you compare? You're already at Douling 3-star at 15. Didn't you see how wide their eyes went? The little medical fairy glanced at Linger and laughed. Many young men wished to strike up a conversation with her and Linger, but upon seeing Linger, they immediately faltered. A 15-year-old Douling? Are you kidding? Just a girl, and she already possesses Douling strength. By 15, merely being a Doucher is considered genius. Who could this girl be? Linger's presence made it so that ordinary people dared not approach them. Linger was indeed formidable. A drunken man attempted to flirt with her, only be sent flying by her small fist. After this incident, no one dared to provoke them again. I'm not as impressive as brother Xiao Huo. Linger stuck out her tongue, fully aware that her brother was a Do Huang, a renowned figure in the Gam Empire. If those people discovered that her boyfriend was brother Xiao Huo, they would surely envy her to no end. Xiao Huo, the little medical fairy, brightened her beautiful eyes and offered a gentle smile, choosing not to utter another word. The soft breeze caressed her flowing white silk dress, accentuating her exquisite features. Hee. Sister Medical Fairy is laughing. Ling teased it. The little medical fairy delicately pressed her red lips together, reflecting on her arrival at the Gamma Empire to participate in the Alchemist Conference. Her alchemical skills had reached unprecedented heights. In recent days, she had diligently studied the alchemical texts gifted to her by Xiao Huo, and she was now capable of becoming a third-tier alchemist, even nearing the fourth tier. Surely, Xiao Huo would be thrilled to learn of her progress. She missed him dearly. Where could he possibly be? The little medical fairy had remained at the Wan Yao Zhai, reluctant to venture outside, but this time she could no longer resist. Accompanied by Linger for protection, she felt at ease, yet they were not entirely free from disturbances. Despite the discreet care of Yafei, many still sought to bother them. Chapter 247. The Appearance of Xiao Huo. Reunion with the Little Medical Fairy. Sister Medical Fairy. He has come again. Linger pouted, linking arms with the Little Medical Fairy, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of indignation. After all, it took considerable effort for them to reach the Gamma Empire, and the Little Medical Fairy had also achieved commendable results at the Alchemist Guild. She had flawlessly passed the first round, garnering the attention of Master Otto and President Frank. The Little Medical Fairy's alchemical prowess was truly remarkable. Linger was filled with awe. Clearly, Xiao Huo had trained her well. However, who could have anticipated that many in the Gamma Empire harbored intentions towards the Little Medical Fairy? Among the three prominent families of the Gamma Empire, there was Mu Zhan, a scion of the Mu clan, having failed in his pursuit of Yafei. Mu Zhan laid his eyes upon the Little Medical Fairy, drooling at her beauty. Just her appearance alone set his heart aflame. How splendid it would be to bring her home as his wife. To Mu Zhan's astonishment, Linger, too, was an unparalleled beauty. Have you made up your minds? Mu Zhan stepped forward, his greedy gaze fixated on the Little Medical Fairy, an air of self-satisfaction radiating from him. Following closely behind were numerous skilled fighters from the Mu clan, all of formidable strength, having attained the levels of Douling and a Doucher within the Gamma Empire. Douling and a Doucher were already considered powerful figures. After all, most of the top 10 experts in the Gamma Empire were merely Do Huang. Here, the most formidable was the Do Huang. What are you referring to? The Little Medical Fairy replied coolly, grasping Linger's hand with a hint of caution, recognizing the formidable presence surrounding them. Return with me to the Mu family and become my concubine. I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Mu Zhan said with a gentle smile, resembling a dashing young master. The rationale behind making the Little Medical Fairy his concubine was simple. He had already inquired into her background. She was merely the head of a small Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan town. What significance did that hold? He was a scion of one of the Gamma Empire's three prominent families. His status was exalted, and having the Little Medical Fairy as his concubine would be an honor for her. Mu Zhan was confident that one day he would win the affection of Yafei, who would naturally become his wife. I'm not interested, the Little Medical Fairy replied coldly, her brow furrowed slightly as she noted the number of adversaries surrounding them. Clearly, they were all experts from the Mu family, possessing formidable strength. Even the mercenaries from Qingshan town would hardly stand a chance here. Moreover, the Mu family housed Wang strongmen, far beyond their ability to contend with. Not interested? My dear, I am the son of the Mu family, destined to inherit its control. I can provide you with everything you desire, rare alchemical materials, wealth, and honor. Whatever you wish for, I can grant you. Mu Zhan stepped closer, seemingly eager to bridge the gap with the little medical fairy. His eyes brimmed with self-assurance. Given his status, what woman could he not pursue? Capturing the little medical fairy should be a simple task. I do not require anything, the little medical fairy reiterated, preparing to leave. Her stance was unmistakably clear. Yet in the next moment, Mu Zhan waved his hand, and 10 Do Ling experts, along with over 20 Do Shi, swiftly surrounded the little medical fairy and Linger. What is the meaning of this? The little medical fairy frowned, her delicate hands clenched, holding onto a pouch of white powder. Although Xiao Huo had forbidden her from using poison, this was an unavoidable circumstance. This is what I mean. I, Mu Zhan, desire what I want, and I will not be denied. Seize them, Mu Zhan stated nonchalantly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Brother Mu, the little medical fairy performed admirably at the alchemist conference. Capturing her may attract attention. Someone whispered from beside Mu Zhan. Haha, she is merely a third-tier alchemist. That is hardly impressive. My Mu family has many alchemists. Even the Dan Wang Gu, he must show my family some respect. What significance does a third-tier alchemist hold? Mu Zhan scoffed. Stop. If you dare to lay a hand on Sister Medical Fairy, my brother Xiao Huo will not let you off easily. Linger positioned herself protectively behind the little medical fairy, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Just because Xiao Huo was not present, did these so-called prodigies of the Gamma Empire think they could act with impunity against women? Xiao Huo. Mu Zhan felt the name was familiar, but he could not place it. Who was Xiao Huo? Was he renowned? Mu Zhan frowned. No one had ever dared to threaten him with a mere name. Since Xiao Huo was not among the top 10 experts in the Gamma Empire, he posed no threat. What was Xiao Huo, after all? The Mu family had never feared anyone. Seize them, Mu Zhan reiterated. Boom! In an instant, numerous Do Ling experts launched their attack simultaneously. They were disciples of the Mu family, exceptionally powerful, and capturing the little medical fairy would be effortless. However, all the Do Ling experts suddenly sensed an overwhelming sword intent descending upon them. Before they could even raise their heads, they felt themselves completely immobilized. Moreover, the very space around them seemed to freeze. All breaths were suspended. The atmosphere turned frigid, sending chills down the spines of the Do Ling experts. They felt a shiver run down their backs. Their hearts seemed to halt. It was terrifying. Brother Xiao Huo, Linger exclaimed with joy, her eyes sparkling. She had known without a doubt that Xiao Huo would arrive at the most critical moment. Without hesitation, Linger leaped into Xiao Huo's embrace, tears welling in her eyes as she felt utterly wronged. In the Gamma Empire, numerous men had harbored designs on her, the little medical fairy, and today, Mu Zhan was particularly deranged, attempting to take the little medical fairy away. What would happen if she were taken? It was unimaginable. Did you endure any grievances, my dear? Xiao Huo beamed brightly, holding Linger close and stroking her hair. After half a year apart, Linger had grown even more beautiful, with a slender waist and long legs, leaving Xiao Huo pleasantly surprised. Linger is beautiful too. Brother Xiao Huo, Linger is not wronged. It is Sister Medical Fairy who has suffered. Linger raised her head, pouting playfully and smiled brightly. As long as Xiao Huo was by her side, she felt fulfilled. Xun'er, it has been a long time, Xiao Huo smiled, casually wrapping his arm around the little medical fairy's slender waist. The little medical fairy, too, had become even more radiant. Xiao Huo's gaze sparkled with brilliance. He did not even cast a glance at the surrounding Do Ling experts, nor did he acknowledge Mu Zhan, for these individuals were yet unworthy. A smile, radiant as the dawn, graced the face of the little medical fairy, tears glistening in her enchanting eyes. After an interminable separation, each day felt like an eternity. But at long last, she beheld Xiao Huo once more, that scoundrel who had abandoned her at the Wanyao Zhai. The little medical fairy delicately rose onto her toes, embracing Xiao Huo as their lips met. Buzz. All present were utterly astounded. The Do Ling experts struggled to lift their heads, gazing at the silhouette of Xiao Huo, feeling as if their very blood had ceased to flow. It was him. It was Xiao Huo. The mere aura he exuded rendered them immobile. Mu Zhan was rendered speechless, rooted to the spot, as if he had been transformed into a lifeless statue. The woman he coveted had willingly sought refuge in Xiao Huo's embrace. Chapter 248. Do I require your guidance in my affairs? You, how dare you? Mu Zhan stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with an icy ferocity, a terrifying aura suddenly surging forth. The little medical fairy was the woman he had set his sights upon. How dared this Xiao Huo disregard him? He had never anticipated that the woman he adored would embrace Xiao Huo in such a manner. It was a humiliation, an absolute disgrace. Boom! A dreadful energy surged from Mu Zhan, for he was the son of the Mu family, one of the three great clans of the Jiamar Empire. The street was filled with numerous onlookers, all astonished at the unfolding drama. They had long grown accustomed to Mu Zhan's tyrannical behavior. Yet who could have imagined that he, with all his supporters, would find himself at such a disadvantage? Someone dared to challenge Mu Zhan's authority. My heavens, who is this person? Regardless of his identity, one who provokes Mu Zhan is surely courting death. Voices of the surrounding disciples echoed, many casting curious glances at Xiao Huo. They did not recognize him, but his audacity had opened their eyes. As Mu Zhan approached the little medical fairy, no one dared to intervene. Yet Xiao Huo, in the very presence of Mu Zhan, dared to be so intimate with her. Kill him, Mu Zhan ordered coldly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He was the prodigy of the Mu family. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Mu Zhan sneered darkly. He intended to capture Xiao Huo and utterly humiliate the little medical fairy, leaving even Linger unscathed. Boom! A wave of murderous intent erupted. The Dou Ling experts surged forth, an array of sword energy exploding like shooting stars, piercing the air, their ghostly forms vanishing as they encircled Xiao Huo. Instantly, the surrounding disciples cast sympathetic glances at Xiao Huo, unable to bear witness to what was bound to transpire. What consequences awaited one who dared provoke Mu Zhan? The Mu family was a true behemoth in the Jiamar Empire. They possessed some of the Empire's top 10 experts. Even the Maitel and Nalan families would think twice before offending the Mu family. Kid, I will make you understand that those who dare to lay hands on me must pay the price, Mu Zhan proclaimed, his eyes filled with a dark, murderous intent. He was consumed with hatred. Originally, he intended to swiftly take the little medical fairy and Linger home, unseen and unheard. At that point, no matter what occurred, they would be unable to escape his grasp. He was beyond reach, but Xiao Huo's appearance had completely disrupted Mu Zhan's plans. Even if he could retrieve the little medical fairy and Linger, killing Xiao Huo would only tarnish his reputation further. Mu Zhan seethed with resentment. Now, everyone in the city would be aware of his actions. How would Yufei perceive him? Mu Zhan desired to take the little medical fairy as a concubine. Yet his true aspiration was to wed Yufei. Yufei held a significant position and was extraordinarily beautiful. Mu Zhan had long coveted her, yet had found no opportunity. Were it not for Yufei's connection to the Maitel family, he would have acted long ago. No longer hesitating, Mu Zhan dismissed the outcome from his mind. With the Dou Ling experts and senior Dou masters at his back, capturing Xiao Huo would be a simple task. Yet in the next moment, Mu Zhan was left dumbfounded. Xiao Huo's gaze remained calm, his hand flickering slightly, and in an instant, the rules of space were unleashed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was entirely sealed. A formidable pressure cascaded upon the gathered Dou Ling experts like a tidal wave. Boom! The ground trembled. Xiao Huo seemed to possess boundless martial might, directly unleashing a barrage of blows. Bang! The 10 Dou Ling experts were struck with horror. They felt as if everything around them had frozen, rendering them incapable of movement. How is this possible? My body. I cannot move. Why is blood everywhere? My face. No, he's a demon. Run, run. The Dou Ling experts struggled to speak, fear gripping them as cold sweat poured down their brows. How had they provoked such a formidable being? The chasm between them and Xiao Huo was unfathomably vast. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding Dou Ling experts and senior Dou masters fell to their knees. They had no choice but to submit, for in that moment, the overwhelming pressure shattered their kneecaps, preventing them from standing. With a single punch, Xiao Huo struck. Bang, bang, bang. Piercing screams echoed as the 10 Dou Ling experts were hurled into the air, spewing forth torrents of blood, collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably and utterly immobilized. Xiao Huo unleashed a palm strike, sending a dozen senior Dou masters crashing against the distant mountains, creating massive craters, the mountains fracturing as they fell unconscious. The senior Dou masters could scarcely react. They only comprehended the horror. An indelible shadow had been etched into their minds, akin to a nightmare. Do I require your guidance in my affairs? Xiao Huo said nonchalantly, as if the swirling winds and drifting clouds were mere trifles. In the blink of an eye, The multitude of experts encircling him had been decisively swept away. Even the Douling experts were no match for him. Buzz. The surroundings fell into an overwhelming silence. Everyone stood amidst the wind, disarrayed, their jaws agape. How could this be? Surrounding Mu Zhan were the Douling experts of the Mu family. Such an extravagant assembly could only be matched by a Dou Wang's direct intervention to so effortlessly annihilate a Dou Wang. Could it be that Xiao Huo had already attained Dou Wang status? All gazes were wide with disbelief, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. Unthinkable. No, it cannot be. My Mu family's experts. Mu Zhan's voice grew hoarse, his body trembling, endless terror filling his eyes as the event transpired far too swiftly. He had believed the Mu family's experts could eliminate Xiao Huo, yet everything happening before him was beyond comprehension. Mu Zhan collapsed to the ground, rendered utterly powerless. Xiao Huo was undoubtedly a Dou Wang. Only a Dou Wang could possess such terrifying lethality. The thought of Dou Wang never even crossed Mu Zhan's mind. Yan, the leader of the Yunlan Sect, was the only one at Dou Huang level. A Dou Huang could reach the pinnacle of the Jiamar Empire. You're a Dou Wang, but that does not mean you can kill me. I am the prodigy of the Mu family. Mu Zhan exclaimed, his face pale, finally grasping why Xiao Huo had such confidence. The Mu family, what do they truly amount to? Xiao Huo replied coolly, an air of indifference in his eyes. When I kissed the little medical fairy, why should I concern myself with the feelings of those around me? What more do you wish to say, Mu Zhan? Boom! In an instant, Xiao Huo's palm struck forth. In a heartbeat, Mu Zhan's body spun 3,060 degrees in the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. Mu Zhan's body was violently hurled beneath the house by a single strike from Xiao Huo, shattering the very structure into fragments. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, leaving all present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with profound astonishment. Was Xiao Huo truly this formidable? With one blow, he sent Mu Zhan flying. Despite knowing Mu Zhan was the pride of the Mu clan, Xiao Huo still managed to inflict severe injury upon him. Could it be that Xiao Huo harbored no fear of the Mu family? The onlookers felt as if they were losing their minds. The world before them seemed to have shifted dramatically. Mu Zhan, the exalted scion of the Mu family, had committed no grave error worthy of such punishment. Such matters were typically left to his kin. Yet who was Xiao Huo? This was nothing short of a challenge to the entire Mu clan. Or perhaps it was evident that Xiao Huo simply disregarded the Mu family entirely. Countless spectators stood in stunned silence, watching Xiao Huo depart, swallowing hard, while disciples gaped, fixated on the unfolding drama. What repercussions would ensue from provoking the Mu clan? Given their current strength, even a Dou Wang would pose no threat to them. All present sensed that Xiao Huo's fate was sealed. He was undoubtedly doomed. To provoke the Mu family at the level of Dou Wang was akin to courting death. Chapter 249. Pursuing Xiao Huo? A path to ruin? Brother Xiao Huo, is simply too handsome. It's been so long since we last met. Linger wants a hug. Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, gazing adoringly at Xiao Huo, reminiscent of an ardent fan. After half a year apart, Xiao Huo's prowess remained astonishing. With a single slap, he sent all the villains flying. Even against the Mu family's prodigy, he showed no mercy. How imposing. Linger felt elated. Her brother Xiao Huo was truly remarkable. Even in bed, he was equally impressive. Linger had grown taller, her figure more pronounced. Xiao Huo chuckled, entirely unconcerned about the earlier events. Why should he care for the feelings of mere ants? If the Mu family dared to intervene, he would simply strike them down. Humph. Linger, your figure was never small to begin with. You mustn't entertain any improper thoughts. She retorted, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly. Am I that kind of person? Indeed. It's always some scoundrel with wandering hands in the dead of night. The little medicine fairy shot him a look. Who could resist praising my beautiful fairy? Xiao Huo replied with a radiant smile. Linger is quite lovely as well. But will the Mu family come looking for you? The little medicine fairy blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of concern flickering within them. Not that she worried for Xiao Huo, but if the head of the Mu family came knocking, it could spell disaster. Not important. Fairy, I can cure your cursed poisoned body, Xiao Huo stated, a glimmer of light in his eyes. After all this time, he had finally discovered a method to resolve her affliction, by evolving the little medicine fairy's bloodline. Presently, her power was too feeble. They needed to ascend to the rank of Dou Di together to have any hope of stepping beyond the Dou Qi continent. Really? The little medicine fairy's eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. This, Xiao Huo, is simply omnipotent. The cursed poison body is a conundrum that has eluded many ancestors, who feared it greatly. The little medicine fairy focused on alchemy, which kept her affliction at bay, but she sensed it becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Teetering on the brink of eruption, at that time, it would be impossible for anyone to approach her, and she would shun others as well. Yet Xiao Huo assured her he could cure her. Of course it's true. My fairy will undoubtedly become the most powerful alchemist in the future, Xiao Huo beamed. The little medicine fairy's enchanting smile attracted countless envious gazes along their journey. Who was Xiao Huo? No one knew. They had never even heard his name. However, many recognized the little medicine fairy. Her beauty was renowned even within the Kamada Empire. Countless admirers yearned for her. So, Xiao Huo is the little medicine fairy's boyfriend? Some shook their heads, thinking that Xiao Huo was courting disaster, still oblivious to the present power of the Mu family. After Xiao Huo had reduced Mu Zhan to a cripple, how could he stroll leisurely through the streets? The Mu family, with Mu Zhan sprawled on the ground, was filled with rage and hatred. After Xiao Huo's strike, Mu Zhan was left incapacitated, his cultivation utterly destroyed. Moreover, he had suffered a grievous injury to his very manhood. Father, avenge me. I will kill him. I will kill Xiao Huo. Mu Zhan howled in agony, writhing in pain that was far worse than death. He was a wretch, a true wretch. He could no longer partake in the pleasures of manhood. Once a paragon of the Mu family, he could have lived a life of glory and wealth. But now, with his manhood destroyed, how could he ever experience such joys again? All that awaited him was suffering. He would become the laughingstock of the Kamada Empire. Boom! The Mu family was enraged. This event even drew the attention of the family head, Mu Chen. A general of the Kamada Empire and the clan leader of the Mu family, was of formidable strength, ranking among the top 10 experts of the empire. How could anyone dare to render Mu Zhan's manhood useless? He was his son. In no time at all, the elite of the Mu family mobilized. They even contacted the head of the Maitel family, Maitel Tangshan. The Maitel and Mu families had always maintained a cordial relationship, and now, the two powerful clans, accompanied by their respective elites, surged toward the city, seeking Xiao Huo. From their perspective, Xiao Huo was also a Do Wang powerhouse. However, that did not mean he could act with impunity. The Mu family was not to be trifled with. Boom! A wave of pressure enveloped the entire city of the Kamada Empire. Fear gripped the hearts of countless citizens. What was happening? Soon, news spread that Mu Zhan had been crippled, his manhood destroyed. The Mu family was furious. Uniting with the Maitel family's experts, they set out to eliminate Xiao Huo. This was a matter of defending the dignity of the Mu family and the Kamada Empire. Such a significant affair could not be taken lightly. Countless individuals felt a deep-seated fear. It was terrifying. The joint action of the Mu and Maitel families instilled dread in the hearts of many. All could think of but one thing. Xiao Huo was finished. Yafei was presiding over an auction with grace and poise, having ascended to a prominent position within the core of the Maitel family auction. Dressed in a resplendent red gown that accentuated her stunning figure, she attracted countless gazes. With a radiant smile, she commanded authority, ensuring that no one would take advantage of her. Her presence in the Maitel family's core was a testament to her capabilities. Suddenly, a guard burst into the auction, kneeling before Yafei. Miss Yafei, urgent news. The head of the Mu family and the Maitel family have joined forces to pursue Xiao Huo. The guard's deep voice resonated in the room. Yafei's body trembled slightly. She had finally received word about Xiao Huo. Pursuing Xiao Huo? Is the Mu family courting death? She mused, astonished. Indeed, Xiao Huo has crippled Mu Zhan, and the head of the Mu family is furious, offering a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for his capture. Ms. Yafei, shall we act during the Maitel auction? Xiao Huo and the little medicine fairy are making their way to the Maitel auction. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the guard proposed, kneeling with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Given the strength of their auction house, capturing a Do Wang was an arduous task. However, ensnaring one was still quite feasible. As long as the chieftain of the Wood Clan arrives, obtaining 500,000 gold coins will be a mere formality. Such a colossal sum is unparalleled for the Maitel auction house. Should this be secured, Yafei's status within the Maitel family will be irrevocably solidified. Moreover, the clan leader of the Maitel family has personally set out to hunt down Xiao Huo. What is there to fear? The guards are exceedingly tempted. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. How could the chieftain be so foolish? In the Maitel auction house, anyone daring to capture Xiao Huo will face dire consequences. Yafei immediately issued a command, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She never anticipated that even the leader of the Maitel family would seek to ensnare Xiao Huo. her beloved elder brother. Not even the entire Jiamida Empire can provoke him. How much less so the Meitel family? As you command. The guards, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement, promptly setting off to seek out the Ice Emperor, hoping to reach him in time, for the fate of the Meitel family hangs in the balance. Yifei spoke earnestly, abandoning her place at the auction to hasten away. Chapter 250. The 10 mightiest of the Jiamida Empire mobilize. Mu Zhan turned his gaze, a dark smile flickering in his eyes, sharp and piercing. Despite the agony coursing through him, he followed suit, consumed by boundless hatred. His lifeblood has been shattered, his cultivation obliterated, leaving him unable to hold his head high before anyone. He fears he will become the laughingstock of the entire Jiamida Empire, with all his meridians severed. Even with the Mu family's intervention, he can never hope to cultivate anew. In the continent of fighting Qi, strength reigns supreme, and without cultivation, Mu Zhan will be regarded as useless, a target for ridicule. Once, Xiao Yan, possessing merely the third tier of fighting power, was scorned by countless disciples of the Xiao family, and Mu Zhan seethed with rage. He was once the pride of the Mu family, with limitless prospects ahead. A future where he could still aspire to win Yifei's heart, for she is a woman of the Meitel family, and, as a scion of the Mu clan, he had a chance of being together with her. Yet now all of that is rendered impossible. Even the joys of manhood have been stripped from him. To live is to suffer. With his lifeblood destroyed, he will forever lack the face to venture out. He must kill Xiao Huo. It is imperative that he perishes. With my father taking action, and the leader of the Meitel family involved, how can Xiao Huo possibly escape unscathed? Mu Zhan furrowed his brow, his pallor alarming. He has been humiliated by Xiao Huo to this extent, and all he can think of is revenge. He must make Xiao Huo aware that the Mu family is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, I shall ensure Xiao Huo is subjected to 1,000 tortures. Ultimately, I will hand you the final, fatal blow. Mu Tai sneered, standing beside Mu Zhan, his gaze chillingly intense, exuding an oppressive aura. He too is of the Mu family, and is Mu Zhan's elder brother. The disgrace of his brother being crippled is nothing short of a slap to the Mu family's face. Thank you. Mu Zhan nodded, his eyes devoid of warmth. Yet he harbors confidence in his elder brother and the might of the Mu and Meitel families. The alliance of these two great clans has amassed the pinnacle of power in the Jiamida Empire. Such strength would even make the Yunlan Sect wary, let alone Xiao Huo. Brother, the little medical sage is now yours. May I claim the attendant Xun'er for myself? Mu Zhan inquired, a glimmer of avarice in his gaze. Following this incident, his standing within the Mu family has diminished, yet he can still secure the strikingly beautiful Xun'er. Do not kill her too swiftly. Let the disciples of the Mu family savor her first. Mu Tai nodded, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. At least, in the eyes of the world, they remain the illustrious scions of the Mu family, dignified and handsome, steadfast and upright. As for how to treat the little medical sage and Xun'er, that is beyond the purview of others. Although the little medical sage performed commendably within the Alchemist Guild, she has not been accepted as a closed-door disciple, allowing them to subject her and Xun'er to various humiliations. Quite pleasurable. Even the Alchemist Guild cannot intervene. Brother, have you notified the Ice Emperor? What about the Elder Yanshi and Elder Fengli? Mu Zhan's eyes brightened, a sinister smile gracing his lips. I have already dispatched someone to inform them. The Ice Emperor Heibadong is a Do Huang powerhouse. With him intervening, defeating Xiao Huo will be a trivial matter, Mu Tai stated. Yanshi and Fengli are also renowned figures among the 10 mightiest of the Jiamida Empire. Excellent. This time, I shall witness how Xiao Huo escapes the grasp of heaven and earth. Mu Zhan replied coolly, a terrifying aura emanating from him, tinged with a sense of pride. These individuals represent the core strength of the Jiamida Empire. To ambush Xiao Huo is surely an overkill. The entirety of the Jiamida Empire is in turmoil. Countless gazes are cast skyward, faces trembling with trepidation, as they have never witnessed such a grand display of might. Within the cities of the Jiamida Empire, the night has been thoroughly curtailed, as formidable figures soar through the skies. The Jiamida Empire has dispatched countless strong warriors, even alarming the royal family. How could this be? The 10 mightiest of the Jiamida Empire are all converging. Voices tremble with disbelief. Such gatherings of the 10 mightiest are a rarity in the Jiamida Empire. Yet today, they witness an overwhelming number. Is it possible? Xiao Huo has provoked such a response from so many powerful figures in the Jiamida Empire. He is surely doomed to be annihilated. Someone exclaimed, excitement glinting in their eyes. Let's hope Xiao Huo does not perish too quickly. This is a spectacle worth witnessing. Rarely does anything stir the royal might of the Jiamada Empire. This is a harbinger of upheaval. In an instant, the Jiamada Empire seems to be engulfed in a quake. Countless strong figures take flight, gathering towards the Jiamada Empire, their overwhelming presence akin to a torrential wave, instilling a sense of tension in all who witness it. The last time the 10 mightiest of the Jiamada Empire convened was during the birthday celebration of Yunlan Sect's master, Yan. When the entire Jiamada Empire gathered to pay homage, only individuals of Yan's stature can draw together so many formidable warriors. Such grandeur has not been witnessed in years. Yet today, Xiao Huo's crippling of Muzhan has incited such a monumental uproar. None could have foreseen this. The powerful figures all step forth, and the number of onlookers continues to swell. Many believe Xiao Huo is surely doomed. To be besieged by such formidable warriors is already a worthy end. Within the auction hall, numerous high-ranking guards move hastily, their expressions fraught with urgency. "Have you notified Elder Emperor?" Yafei inquired, her bright eyes betraying anxiety. At the moment of crisis, she had swiftly informed all the powerful figures, for otherwise the Jiamada Empire itself would be in peril. "Elder Emperor has been notified," a guard affirmed. "What about the leader of the Yunlan Sect, Yan?" Yafei pressed, her words flowing rapidly, scarcely allowing the guard to respond, relying solely on gestures to convey her intentions. The guard nodded, but could not restrain himself from speaking. Clasping his hands in a respectful bow as he knelt, the Ice Emperor is training 100 miles away, making it difficult to ascertain his whereabouts. By the time he receives word, it may well be tomorrow. Master Yan is also in seclusion, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The guard pondered for a moment before continuing. A Dohuang powerhouse is inherently enigmatic. It is not as if they can be summoned at will. "What of Nalan Yanran? Quickly notify Miss Nalan Yanran." Yafei thought rapidly, seeking a method to break the impasse. Otherwise, the consequences of a battle would be unimaginable. Nalan Yanran is currently training atop Moonview Mountain, where outsiders are forbidden to tread. Moreover, her grandfather, Nalan Jia, is gravely ill and cannot be informed. The guard reported, still kneeling, his voice hoarse. "It's over. The strong of the Jiamada Empire are likely to hunt down brother Xiao Huo. Should they provoke him, even the Maitel family and the Jiamada royal family may face annihilation." Yafei was drenched in cold sweat, her lovely eyes brimming with concern. Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, holds considerable influence. If he were to request aid, the powerful figures of the Jiamada Empire would surely rally to support, gaining favor with the Mu family, for assassinating a Dowang is trivial for them. Yet they remain oblivious to the terrifying extent of Xiao Huo's power. The repercussions of incurring Xiao Huo's wrath are grave. Yafei finds herself powerless to intervene. Her voice still lacks the weight it requires. How could Grandpa Tingshan heed the words of outsiders and directly pursue an attempt to eliminate Brother Xiao? Yafei murmured, her bright eyes reflecting a touch of helplessness. She felt her insignificance keenly. If she possessed true strength, how could such calamity befall her today? Yafei understood all too well that Xiao was a figure whom the entire Jiama Empire could not afford to provoke. Merely his background was sufficient to send tremors through the empire. Yet, others remained oblivious. Neither Mitre Tingshan nor the head of the Mu family grasped the dire consequences of offending Xiao. The Jiama Empire could not bear such a cost. Chapter 251, Yafei's Resolve, the Peril of the Jiama Empire. Quickly inform President Frank of the Alchemist Guild and Master Otto. Their presence may still prove beneficial. Yafei insisted, her keen intellect sensing a flicker of panic. Time was of the essence. The formidable warriors of the Jiama Empire were converging relentlessly. Xiao was within the city. It seemed that the elite of the Jiama Empire were biding their time, waiting to unite and eliminate Xiao. The head of the Mu family, Mu Chun, had mobilized countless strongmen. Similarly, the patriarch of the Mitre family was on the move, pursuing Xiao. Soon, even the protectors of the Jiama royal family and numerous experts would join forces. However, Yafei felt a profound sense of powerlessness. She could not reach Ice Emperor Habadong, nor could she contact Yun and Nalan Yanran. How astute she was! In this dire situation, should the royal family dare to wage war against Xiao, it would not be long before the Jiama Empire was reduced to ruins. Yafei knew Xiao's character and prowess all too well. Even if she sought out Xiao, she could not halt the unfolding disaster. How could the patriarchs of the Mitre and Mu families possibly trust a frail woman such as herself? In her family, she held no authority. Quickly notify Yin Shi and Feng Li. I shall personally visit Wangyuan Mountain to seek out Nalan Yanran, Yafei declared, turning resolutely towards the door. Only Nalan Yanran could contact Yun Yun, and with Yun Yun's appearance, there was a chance to avert the outbreak of this conflict. She was not concerned for Xiao Huo, nor did she worry about the fate of the Mu family. What astonished her most was that Miter Tingshan had actually brought strongmen to confront Xiao Huo, nearly causing Yafei to faint from anger. How could brother Xiao Huo be someone Miter Tingshan could afford to offend? Just half a year ago, he had been at the Emperor Do level. Xiao Huo's current strength was undoubtedly even greater. Yafei could scarcely fathom how the patriarch of the Miter family could make such a foolish decision. Seeking trouble with brother Xiao Huo? Was Tangshan attempting to forge an alliance with the Mu family for mutual benefit? To dare provoke brother Xiao Huo was akin to placing the Miter family upon a pyre. Swiftly dispatch someone to the Taggart Desert to inform Queen Medusa, Yafei added hastily, sensing that time was slipping away. It was likely that Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran would not arrive in time to the battlefield, and the Miter family might face annihilation. Furthermore, illuminate the light tower. Illuminate the entire Jama Empire. Yafei made a solemn resolution. Miss Yafei, lighting the light tower? That is an act typically reserved for the direst of circumstances. When the Jama Empire faces obliteration, as a signal for all mighty warriors to come to its aid, the guard interjected. Fully aware of the significance of the light tower to the Jama Empire, it would never be lit lightly. Once it blazed, it signified the empire was on the brink of annihilation. Every powerful figure within the Jama Empire would receive the signal and rush to its rescue. The light tower served a purpose akin to the ancient beacons of war, calling upon vassal states for support, much like the Jama Empire's own beacon. Light it, at any cost. Only thus can we alert the Ice Emperor and other powerful warriors beyond the empire. Yafei commanded coldly, foreseeing the imminent calamity and determined to employ every possible means. Even a Do Huang-level warrior from 100 miles away could return to the Jama Empire in the blink of an eye. Miss Yafei, the light tower is still deep within the royal palace. It is quite far, and powerful guardians stand watch. The guard reiterated. Given Yafei's status, she lacked the authority to light the light tower. Fear not. You shall go. If I am correct, the royal family will also move to trouble brother Xiao Huo. The royal interior must be vulnerable. I command you to light the light tower at any cost. Yafei ordered. Subsequently, the guard departed, and Yafei soared towards Wangyuan Mountain. With her status, it would not be overly difficult to meet Nalan Yanran. Yafei was a remarkably clever woman, and her suspicions proved correct. The Jama royal family was indeed on the move. The Mu family's upper echelons trembled. The Miter family had made its move, and many from the Nalan family were also stirring restlessly. Had it not been for Nalan Jilua's sudden affliction, the Nalan family would have sought to eliminate Xiao Huo. Nevertheless, many formidable warriors were still en route. Undoubtedly, the Jama royal family was also in motion. Xiao Huo had incapacitated Mu Zhan within the Jama Empire, directly offending the dignity of the royal family. The royal guardian, Jia Xingtian, had personally intervened. The tension in the air grew thicker as powerful figures gathered. Countless individuals were filled with trepidation. This situation had indeed attracted the attention of the Jama royal family. The entire city guard of 20,000 was mobilized, surrounding the city tightly, leaving no escape. Jia Xingtian himself had taken action. The royal princess of the Jama family had also emerged to witness the unfolding drama, and the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma, had also stepped onto the stage. Countless individuals were left in shock. What was happening? All the powerful figures were mobilized. Ha ha ha, brother. Even Elder Jia Xingtian has emerged. The royal family has surrounded the city. Xiao Huo is surely doomed. Mu Zhan exclaimed, elated, his spirits soaring. Xiao Huo was likely to meet his end, unable to rise again. Let us enjoy this grand spectacle. To offend my Mu family, this is the consequence. Let the world see that my Mu family is not to be trifled with. What is a Do Wang worth? Motius scoffed coldly. At this very moment, within a tea house, Xiao Huo sat with an air of tranquility, sipping tea and leisurely observing the scenery outside, utterly content. Of course, the streets were deserted, and he paid no mind to the events occurring around him. Does a strong individual need to concern himself with mere ants? Xiao Yixian and Lingner sat beside him, their faces radiant with joy, with Lingner erupting into laughter. Great sir, what else would you like to drink? The proprietor inquired, his face pale and trembling. He dared not leave or speak too freely, yet he sensed the overwhelming aura of impending doom surrounding them. Numerous archers stood ready in the shadows surrounding the tea house. with many powerful figures gathering as time passed. The proprietor was gripped by fear. Who had he encountered? A notorious bandit? Were they after wealth or beauty? The proprietor felt dread. His daughter could not possibly compete with Xiao Yan and Xun'er in beauty. He merely owned a small shop, earning meager gold coins each year. How had he attracted the attention of such a formidable figure as Xiao Huo? When Xiao Huo first entered the tea house, the proprietor nearly lost control of his bladder. Hiding beneath a table and daring not to move, shielding his daughter behind him, his mind racing with thoughts of how to retaliate if Xiao Huo desired his daughter's virtue. Then, to his astonishment, after entering the tea house, Xiao Huo simply sat down and enjoyed his tea with an air of a sage, completely devoid of any ill intent towards them. The proprietor grew increasingly restless and approached Xiao Huo, only for Xiao Huo to request 3 cups of tea and toss down dozens of gold coins, nearly sending the proprietor into a faint. He dare not accept the coins. My goodness, Xiao Huo is truly a bandit of the highest order. He casually tossed down dozens of gold coins. How else could he draw such a grand commotion from the Jiama Empire? As he sipped his tea, Xiao Huo smiled, receiving the teapot without malice, indifferent to all that transpired around him. He simply wished to enjoy a peaceful tea session with Xiao Yan, of course abstaining from alcohol, lest he inadvertently cause a scandal with Xun'er right there. The affliction of Xun'er's poisonous body remains untreated. Indeed, the shopkeeper's hands trembled, and his steps faltered as he hurried toward the room. Suddenly, he beheld his 12-year-old daughter rushing to Xiao Huo's side, cradling a cherished tea that had been preserved for over a decade. Elfia, the shopkeeper shouted, his gaze filled with terror. Xun'er was his daughter. Should Xiao Huo harbor ill intentions, he could easily harm her, even if Xiao Huo bore no malice. The powerful figures of the Jiama Empire witnessing the scene would not spare them. To harbor Xiao Huo was tantamount to courting death. Father, big brother, isn't he a bad person? Xun'er smiled, her clear eyes devoid of any ripples of doubt as she placed the finest tea leaves in a Xiao Huo's cup, carefully preparing the brew. Big brother, the tea I made is truly delicious. It's the tea father has cherished for many years. He said, when I marry, this will be my dowry, she declared with a smile, completely unperturbed. Dressed in simple garments, with a few tattered holes, she looked endearing. Elfia? What a lovely name. Are these tea leaves your dowry? Xiao Huo chuckled softly, gently ruffling Xun'er's hair. The little girl before him was indeed charming. Yes, our family is poor, but I'm very happy to make tea for big brother, Xun'er replied, her small eyes sparkling. She had never allowed herself to indulge in such precious tea, nor had her father, yet she willingly offered it to Xiao Huo. It's good tea, Xiao Huo remarked, taking a sip. Despite its bitterness, the presence of such a lovely and obedient little girl brightened his mood. The crowd surrounding the Jiama Empire continued to swell, yet he quietly savored his tea, seemingly waiting for something. Giggle, Xun'er nodded, her bright eyes shining even more. The shopkeeper outside was somewhat bewildered. Was not Xiao Huo a notorious bandit? He appeared anything but villainous. Big brother, there are many soldiers outside. Are they here to cause trouble for you? Xun'er whispered, a hint of fear in her voice. Her family possessed a secret passage, allowing Big Brother to leave unnoticed. I'm not afraid of them, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, genuinely touched by the little girl's kind heart. What, your mother? Mother? Xun'er's small hands trembled slightly, and tears glimmered in her bright eyes as she sank into painful memories. Her mother had been forcefully taken away when she was very young. Their tea house had been smashed, and her father had suffered a broken leg. Since then, she had never seen her mother again. Big brother, mother will come back. One tea she? Xun'er gazed at Xiao Huo with hopeful eyes, seemingly awaiting an answer. Indeed, she will return, Xiao Huo said, gently patting Xun'er's head. Yet a chilling light flickered in his eyes, filled with an uncontainable murderous intent. Who could have taken Xun'er's mother? What horrors could have transpired? Xiao Huo did not wish to dwell on it further, fearing that Xun'er's mother might never return. Yet how could he convey such a harsh truth to the innocent child? Giggle. Xun'er is still waiting for mother to come back. Mother will tell me stories. And making tea is something she taught me. Xun'er nodded obediently, her spirits lifting. Xun'er, come back. Your father needs to speak with this young master, the shopkeeper instructed. Xun'er nodded and joyfully skipped back into the room, obedient as ever. Thud. The shopkeeper suddenly knelt before Xiao Huo, trembling with fear. One of his legs had long been broken, and he had to rely on a cane to move. Esteemed sir, I am aware of your extraordinary prowess. You are no ordinary person. I humbly request that you take Xun'er far away from the Jiama Empire. The shopkeeper pleaded, his voice hoarse. Xun'er's mother was taken away by Mu Tai of the Mu family. Each year, The Mu family visits my tea house demanding money, threatening to destroy it if I refuse. Recently, Mu Tai and Mu Zhan have visited far too often, and they seem to have their eyes on Xun'er. Although she is still very young, Mu Tai is forcing her to marry him next year. I am powerless to stop it. I implore you to save my daughter. The shopkeeper, bowing repeatedly, wept profusely. He was but a small figure. How could he oppose the formidable Mu family? Xun'er was beautiful, only 12 years old, with an exceptional appearance and a gentle demeanor. The shopkeeper could sacrifice himself without hesitation. But he could not allow his daughter to fall into the hands of the Mu family. Thankfully, Xun'er was still young and had not yet fallen victim to their schemes. Please rise, Xiao Huo said, assisting the shopkeeper to his feet, his eyes filled with boundless murderous intent. The Jiama Empire shall no longer tolerate the Mu family, Xiao Huo declared coldly, as if issuing a royal decree. With a single word, he could determine the fate of the Mu family. Chapter 252, Xiao Huo takes action. Astonishing might. Outside the Jiama Empire, all eyes were fixed upon Xiao Huo within the tea house, as countless soldiers meticulously surrounded the area, leaving no escape. They had anticipated Xiao Huo's flight, yet to their astonishment, he remained seated within the tea house, sipping tea with an air of tranquility, as if he regarded none of them. Was he challenging the entire Jiama Empire? The crowd seethed with anger. Xiao Huo had the power to crush the Mu family's spirit daw. His strength was undoubtedly formidable, yet he dared to remain in the tea house so leisurely, as if unafraid of any consequences. Such blatant arrogance was intolerable. The 10 strongest figures of the Jiama Empire arrived sequentially. Their overwhelming presence capable of obliterating any faction within the empire, inciting turmoil across the realm. The 10 strongest belonged to the pinnacle of the Jiama Empire. Brother, Xiao Huo is doomed. Mu Zhan sneered, pushing through the crowd to gaze at Xiao Huo within the tea house, his fury palpable, tinged with a sense of satisfaction. He was a son of the Mu family. Xiao Huo had crippled him, striking a blow to the Mu family's pride. Even Mu Zhan was astonished that his defeat could provoke such a response from all the powerful figures in the Jiama Empire. It was utterly inconceivable. Huh. Xiao Huo is trapped. Mu Tai nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon witnessing the beauty of the little medical fairy and linger, he felt a surge of excitement mixed with greed. The gathering crowd swelled, as all the skilled fighters of the city converged upon the tea house, fully encircling it. Many spectators arrived merely to witness the unfolding drama. Surely, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Xiao Huo was destined for death. Moments later, an innumerable array of strong individuals descended. Father has arrived, Mu Zhan exclaimed suddenly, raising his head to behold the imposing General Mu Chun, the patriarch of the Mu family. Making his entrance, as Mu Chun appeared, an overwhelming aura enveloped the crowd, leaving them breathless. His cultivation had reached the 4-star Do Wang, and his spiritual prowess had attained the 4th rank. An incredibly terrifying presence emanated from him, compelling everyone to instinctively part ways. The head of the Mu family. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The patriarch of the Mu family had finally arrived. What consequences would Xiao Huo face for crippling Mu Chun's son? The leader of the middle family has also arrived. Someone remarked, swallowing hard, confirming that this incident had indeed stirred the middle family. 2 great families were now uniting against Xiao Huo. The aura surrounding Middle Tangshan was equally formidable, a powerful Do Wang. Boom! Another presence descended, radiating an infinite brilliance. When the crowd turned to the newcomer, they were struck dumb. The individual was also among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire. Moreover, this person was a 6th-rank alchemist. The alchemy king, Gu He, had arrived. Behind Gu, he gathered a substantial number of strong individuals, their power equally impressive. The patriarch of the Jiama royal family, Jia Xingtian, has also come. Another exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Xiao Huo had attracted such a multitude of powerful figures. This was indeed the triad of the Jiama Empire. Even the Jiama royal family had been stirred. The president of the Alchemist Guild had also arrived. El de Fama. Mu Zhan was taken aback, his expression increasingly vibrant, his heart racing with excitement. He could scarcely fathom that so many formidable beings had descended. Yin Shi, Reina, Fengli were all present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the combat kings stood majestically in the air, converging at the center, prompting countless onlookers to instinctively yield. With Mu Zhan incapacitated, he had drawn the ire of the entire Jiama Empire's elite. It was akin to an infernal arrival, a nightmarish presence. What strength! In 3 years, this was the first time I had witnessed the gathering of the 10 strongest. Someone gasped, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Xiao Huo had managed to offend such a multitude of powerful beings, a veritable assembly of the Empire's high-ranking forces. Mu Tai and Mu Zhan exchanged glances filled with elation. Good heavens! Not only were there combat kings advocating for him, but even the pinnacle Do Huang, Fa Ma, and the peak Do Huang, Jia Xing Tian, had mobilized. Such a lavish lineup would likely be insurmountable even for ancient sects like the Yunlan Sect. Many swallowed hard. Realizing this was the price of offending the 3 great families. To irritate even a single one would unleash such calamity. You harm my son? Mu Chan spoke with a grave demeanor, a faint glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. An aura of authority penetrating the void as he made his way straight to the tea house. His voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with murderous intent. Do you understand the price of crippling my Mu family's prodigy? Mu Chan continued, his gaze sharpening, stepping forward as dark golden dough qi coursed around him. His killing intent palpable. Countless hearts trembled violently. The patriarch of the Mu family was enraged, summoning the wrath of thunder. Who could possibly save Xiao Huo now? Mu Chan furrowed his brow slightly. Despite his words, Xiao Huo offered him no response. Was he ignoring him? As the Mu family's patriarch, his word was law, capable of rallying the Empire's elite forces to assist him in battle. Xiao Huo, you seem quite pleased with yourself, possessing the blue lotus earth fire. He chuckled softly, a hint of indifference in his gaze. His objective was to seize the extraordinary fire. What was there to fear from Xiao Huo? Even if Xiao Huo was powerful, he remained unperturbed. The blue lotus earth fire? The spectators froze momentarily, astonishment flashing in their eyes. This was an extraordinary fire. Xiao Huo could actually wield such a force. Did this mean Xiao Huo had already reached the realm of Do Huang? What of possessing an extraordinary fire? To cripple my son, there shall be a cost. Mu Chan sneered, turning to the numerous strong figures, slightly cupping his fists. Might I implore you to assist this old man? The Mu family shall certainly remember this favor. The crowd nodded. The Maitel clan leader, the Mu family patriarch, the alchemist guild president, and various formidable figures all stepped forward. Countless luminous particles swirled. The brilliance of Do Qi erupted, an overwhelming aura intensifying. Cascading down like a torrential wave, the space fractured, and many felt their breaths constricting. The combined presence of the 10 strongest in the Jia Ma Empire exuded such formidable might, and this was before Do Huang pinnacle Jia Xing Tian had made a move. Or he had intervened. They merely observed from the rear, seemingly considering Xiao Huo unworthy of their engagement. Elda brother, Elfea, rushed forth, her beautiful eyes laced with concern. Her small hands clenched tightly, uncertain of what to do. The shopkeeper cowered in a corner, trembling as he watched the scene unfold. Xiao Yi and Ling'er shielded each other, their breaths quickening under the oppressive aura that seemed to suffocate them. Indeed, the strength of the combat kings was overwhelming, one they struggled to withstand. Xiao Huo, I shall sever your limbs and have you surrender the extraordinary fire. Perhaps then your death may be less painful, Mu Chan stated coolly, as if victory were assured. Devoid of any suspense. To the onlookers, this was an overwhelmingly decisive battle. Xiao Huo's gaze lifted slightly, and in an instant, the temperature around him plummeted. His indifferent eyes bored directly into Mu Chen's. He had no desire to engage in battle within the Jiama Empire, as it seemed futile. Yet, the opposing party appeared to disregard him entirely. Since when is it your place to dictate my actions? Xiao Huo replied calmly, merely raising his head, an extraordinary aura emanating from him, his eyes glimmering with confidence, exuding a pride that seemed to elevate him above all. Is it merely because you are the patriarch of the Mu family? Xiao Huo queried. Many hearts raced, their expressions filled with shock. Xiao Huo stood towering above, as though he were the true sovereign of this arena. The Mu family patriarch appeared as nothing more than an insect in his eyes. You cripple my son, and you do not feel the need to offer an explanation? Mu Chan demanded, his fists crackling with energy, his imposing aura reaching its zenith, releasing boundless pressure. Xiao Huo smiled gently, rising to his feet. In that moment, Mu Chan staggered back 3 steps, overwhelmed by an immense killing intent. For reasons unknown, he sensed an unfathomable dread emanating from Xiao Huo, a fearsome presence that left him trembling. How could this be? Since when did the Jia Ma Empire possess such a powerhouse? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Huo conjured an invisible force, piercing through the crowd and grasping Mu Zhan. No, father, save me. Mu Zhan's face twisted in terror. His very bones chilled. He had concealed himself among the masses, merely to witness the spectacle, yet Xiao Huo had plucked him from obscurity, his body moving uncontrollably toward Xiao Huo. How could this be possible? Blood streamed from Mu Zhan's mouth. How had Xiao Huo achieved this? To pass through the ranks of so many powerful beings and seize him directly. A thunderous sound erupted, causing countless hearts to tremble. The 10 strongest of the Jia Ma Empire shook, a mighty force slicing through the void, breaching all defenses, crashing into Mu Zhan's body. Boom! Mu Zhan spat blood, arching his body in excruciating pain, as if his very organs had shifted. His complexion turned ashen, utterly devoid of color, his gaze vacant, unable to comprehend the unfolding calamity. He had hidden behind numerous strong figures, yet still fell victim to Xiao Huo's strike to the chest. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, his hand tightening around Mu Zhan's neck. His expression unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. He turned his gaze to Mu Chun, saying, "You wish to demand an explanation from me? Does the Mu family possess the right?" As boundless golden light erupted from Xiao Huo's grasp, countless golden rays surged forth like a tide, engulfing Mu Zhan. His anguished screams piercing the air. "Release him!" Mu Chun interjected, his eyes filled with a chilling bloodlust. Not only him but the 10 strongest surrounding him had all moved. Jiaxing Tian unfurled his wings behind him, hovering in the air, while Fa Ma brandished a sacred artifact, countless sword energies aimed at Xiao Huo. All the powerful figures surged forward, a terrifying concentration of Douqi encircling Xiao Huo, as if to signal that should Xiao Huo dare to act, they would retaliate. Xiao Huo's gaze remained indifferent. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Zhan's body was sent soaring through the air. Taking a step forward, he extended his palms skyward, an infinite radiance coalescing into a fist of light, which he then hurled upward. Countless droplets of blood splattered. With a single punch, he pierced through Mu Zhan's chest. Boom! Mu Zhan's form exploded, disintegrating into a myriad of blood mist, perishing in a wail of agony, despair, horror, before the myriad of witnesses. Xiao Huo had obliterated Mu Zhan with a single blow. Silence. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. Countless individuals stood, bewildered, gazing at the scene before them. How audacious was Xiao Huo! With just himself, with one punch, he had annihilated Mu Zhan, disregarding the Mu family and all the elites of the Jiama Empire. This was courting death. Mu Chen's eyes turned crimson, his gaze fixated on the exploding form of Mu Zhan. A fierce killing intent erupted within him, no longer containable. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, his pupils igniting with rage, unleashing his fist toward Xiao Huo. Moreover, the Mu family's experts had all mobilized. The elders, the stewards, all took action. A multitude surged toward Xiao Huo. In the next moment, Xiao Huo stood aloft, a pair of pale, azure wings unfurling behind him. Wielding a colossal golden staff, the heavenly 9 strikes crashing down, cleaving the air, his aura flowing with boundless might, ready to obliterate everything. The golden staff descended upon the Mu family's warriors. As a tempest erupted, the roar of the wind echoing through the air, the atmosphere fracturing with each strike. As if every blow bore the might of thunder, bringing forth the power of the skies. Millions of pounds of force descended. Boom! 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 Xiao Huo soared through the air, wielding his staff with a sweeping motion, the golden light becoming increasingly resplendent. Shadows of figures were sent flying, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, as if thunder struck on a clear day, sweeping away all in its path. With a single swing of his staff, Xiao Huo obliterated countless defenses. The aura of battle shattered into dust, and Mu Chun let out a pained scream as he plummeted from the sky, his weapon splintered. Blood seeping from his skin, his meridians severed. His form twisted as he continuously coughed up blood. Xiao Huo descended from above, retracting his massive staff, and placed a foot upon Mu Chen's chest. Bones cracked, and Mu Chun convulsed, his eyes filled with terror, the intense pain coursing through his body akin to a descent into the depths of hell. He was the patriarch of the Mu clan. What grandeur! Before countless onlookers, he had summoned powerful allies to assert the might of the Mu family. Yet, at this moment, he was being trampled by Xiao Huo. "Let me die swiftly, if you can," Xiao Huo remarked indifferently, disregarding Mu Chun entirely, his apathetic voice echoing in Mu Chen's ears as if the latter were utterly insignificant. Hearing this, Mu Chun spat out more blood, his face as pale as a ghost, his eyes devoid of their previous brilliance. Within less than a minute, the Mu family had plummeted from heaven to hell, their former glory irretrievably lost. Thud! Mu Chen's body crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. as numerous Mu clan warriors lay lifeless, having already lost their vitality. With a single strike, Xiao Huo seemed to cleave through space itself. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Mitre Tengshan fell silent, Jia Xingtian was bewildered, and Gu He stood frozen in place. Countless powerful figures felt as though they were caught in a dream. What had transpired? In an astonishingly brief moment, Xiao Huo had utterly crippled the Mu family, and the crowd had barely registered the events before Mu Chun was already vanquished. All the warriors of the Mu clan had been slain. Who was Xiao Huo? Inside the tea house, Xun'er and the innkeeper gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Utterly unprepared for Xiao Huo's overwhelming strength, surpassing even the 10 greatest experts of the Jimar Empire. His might was unmatched, an embodiment of unparalleled elegance. At the same time, the Jimar Empire's light tower illuminated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light towers flickered to life, and the citizens of the Jimar Empire marveled at the spectacle. The light towers. The void trembled. The powerful figures looked up, their eyes filled with awe. The Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong, had arrived. Yunlan Sect's leader, Yun, broke through confinement. Chapter 253. The Arrival of Hai Buodong. A shocking revelation. Countless gazes turned skyward, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The light towers shone brightly, illuminating the entire Jimar Empire as an invisible aura descended, causing many to tremble. Struggling to lift his head, Mu Chen's eyes glimmered with blood, his lips stained with crimson. Yet his gaze was filled with excitement. The Ice Emperor had emerged. Hai Buodong was coming. The current Ice Emperor stood at the pinnacle of Do Huang, poised to step into the realm of Do Zone. His appearance would undoubtedly command the attention of the Jimar Empire's 10 greatest experts. Hai Buodong's significance was undeniable. Mu Chen rejoiced. His savior had arrived. Among the trembling crowd, Mu Tai stood in shock, feeling the pressure from the heavens, his eyes alight with ecstasy. He had never anticipated that his father would be so easily defeated. With the Ice Emperor's arrival, where could Xiao Huo flee? Ice Emperor Elder. Mitre Tengshan rose, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his body quaking with excitement. The Ice Emperor's emergence signified that the day's events had reached a predetermined conclusion. Jia Xingtian of the Imperial family and Fama of the Alchemist Guild both turned their attention to Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, rising to greet him. Hai Buodong's strength now surpassed their own. Months prior, Hai Buodong had been on the verge of surpassing his limits, breaking through his previous pinnacle, and now he commanded respect from all. All eyes were drawn to the Ice Emperor, rising in unison. Within the Jimar Empire, no one dared to show disrespect. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. With the Ice Emperor's arrival, what else would unfold? Xiao Huo, your time is up. This time, you're truly finished. Mu Chun murmured, his eyes cold as ice. That is the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor is a myth of the Jimar Empire. Over a decade ago, the Ice Emperor was invincible. With the Ice Emperor present, Xiao Huo is surely doomed. Whispers of unease spread through the crowd. The Ice Emperor's arrival instilled immense confidence in everyone, especially the Mu clan warriors, whose eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. What is happening? Why has the light tower been illuminated? Hai Buodong inquired, his icy wings unfurling, the surrounding space seemingly encased in frost. The air grew dense with the terrifying aura he exuded, causing hearts to quiver. Ice Emperor Elder, someone has invaded the Jimar Empire and gravely injured the Mu family. We beseech you to take action. Mitre Tengshan clasped his hands in respect and spoke. Ice Emperor Elder, avenge the Mu family. We shall not neglect your honor. Mu Chan struggled to rise, teetering unsteadily. Angry glares turned toward Xiao Huo. With the Ice Emperor's arrival, he was in dire straits. None could withstand the Ice Emperor. No one could challenge the formidable being that had once caused the Jimar Empire to tremble over a decade ago. The Ice Emperor's presence served as a powerful reassurance to all. Then, Hai Buodong's gaze slowly shifted toward Xiao Huo, an icy chill enveloping him. Hai Buodong approached Xiao Huo and, before the multitude, knelt before him with a resounding thud. I pay my respects to Lord Xiao Huo. Hai Buodong knelt on the ground, trembling with reverence. He had long since joined the Sacred Fire Sect, but never imagined that Lord Xiao Huo would appear in the Jimar Empire. I failed to come forth to welcome you, my lord. I beg your forgiveness. Hai Buodong declared, his tone infused with utmost respect, humble to the extreme. Buzz. As Hai Buodong knelt, the atmosphere around them fell into a profound silence. The patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Chun, stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? No one would ever believe it. The Ice Emperor, a figure revered by countless in the Jimar Empire, kneeling before Xiao Huo. Mitre Tingshan was also left speechless. A figure he had once revered now bowed before Xiao Huo. He could hardly fathom it. What kind of individual could compel the Ice Emperor to kneel? Mitre Tingshan felt a chill run down his spine. He had offended Xiao Huo. Everything was at an end. He could even sense the Ice Emperor's fury and intent to kill. To provoke someone before whom even the Ice Emperor bowed was tantamount to courting death. Mitre Tingshan was drenched in cold sweat. He had placed the entire Mitre family in peril. What would have happened had the Mitre clan's warriors intervened just moments ago? They would have been obliterated. Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild, and Jia Xingtian of the Imperial family both trembled involuntarily. No waities, no waities. They too were at the pinnacle of Do Huang and did not fear Hai Buodong, who was merely a Do Huang. What could he possibly do to them? The Mitre family would bear the consequences. However, in the next moment, a figure clad in azure descended. The woman wore a flowing azure gown, exuding grace and elegance. Her noble aura captivating all. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down, and with a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Her ethereal gaze fixed upon the crowd. The serene beauty of her face concealed an undeniable nobility, her eyes reflecting a calmness that seemed detached from worldly affairs. Akin to a flower fairy unbothered by the chaos of the world. Her arrival drew the attention of countless onlookers. It was Yun, the leader of Yunlan Sect. We pay our respects to the esteemed leader, Yun. Jia Xingtian stepped forward, slightly bowing, his heart filled with deeper perplexity. Why had Yun come here? Could it possibly be for Xiao Huo? This was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Yun, the master of Yunlan Sect, was a woman of great pride. Rarely seen in the Imperial Empire, and no one had ever captured her heart. Not even Gu He, a sixth-tier alchemist. Who in this world could possibly win her affection? Certainly not Xiao Huo. Thus, Yun's arrival must not be for him. Jia Xingtian felt his reasoning was sound. Who could truly win Yun's heart was mere fantasy. Moreover, Yun seldom ventured out. So how could Xiao Huo possibly know her? Master Yun, Pharma also stepped forward, bowing in respect. The prominent figures of the empire approached one after another, bending their waists to acknowledge Yun, who stood with the formidable backing of the Yunlan Sect. The power of the Yunlan Sect was beyond imagination. In the next moment, the air became palpably tense. Yun's tranquil gaze seemed to pierce through the void, dismissing everyone in her presence. In the past, she would have greeted the elders, but today she did not. Instead, Yun walked through the crowd, heading towards Xiao Huo. Jia Xingtian, Pharma, Mu Chun, and Mitre Tingshan all witnessed this scene. Could it be that Yun truly knew Xiao Huo? Or was it a relationship of another nature? No, please let not be so. Just the presence of Hai Buodong was enough to send shivers down their spines. If Yun were added to the equation, the crowd might indeed collapse. Chapter 254. Yun, how beautiful you are. You've arrived, yet you didn't inform me? Yun smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Xiao Huo, the luster in her glass-like orbs shimmering like jewels, graceful and enchanting, as though she were the most captivating goddess of the realm. Were you bullied? She asked with a cheerful tone, delicately adjusting Xiao Huo's attire with her jade-like hands. This fellow had been in the world for so long, yet still dressed so casually. How could he ever hope to marry her? Who would dare to bully your husband? Xiao Huo replied with a dazzling smile, grasping Yun's delicate hand. Their eyes met, and after a time apart, he noticed how much more beautiful she had become, like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Husband? Yun blinked her lovely eyes, her smile radiant. I recall you haven't received my consent yet, have you? I heard my husband has already wed Her Majesty the Queen. She whispered, her laughter deepening as her hand gently rested on Xiao Huo's waist. This rascal was indeed shameless. Xiao Huo smiled wryly, realizing that Yun truly knew everything. Not only had he married Medusa, but she was also pregnant. How could he not marry her? A sense of inexplicable danger loomed over him. Oh, Yun playfully pinched Xiao Huo, who winced in pain, shooting her a glare. It seemed that 3 days without seeing her had led to some mischief. Tonight, he must make Yun pay. Should we invite Yanran to join us tonight? Yun asked with a gentle smile. Sure, Xiao Huo nodded. Can you handle it? Yun inquired, glancing at him. With the combined efforts of her and Yanran, he feared his stamina might not hold out. You really dare to think that way? I can't accompany you tonight. What about the pregnancy? Yun whispered. For this rascal always spoke of strange things. He said it could lead to having babies. She quickly shook her head, for she did not wish to have a child yet. She wanted to diligently cultivate and stand by Xiao Huo's side. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Mu Chen fainted outright. his face ashen. It was over. The Mu family was finished. This was the last thought in Mu Chen's mind. Hai Buodong kneeling before Xiao Huo had already dealt a severe blow to him. The woman before him was the master of Yunlan Sect. Most importantly, she was the most outstanding woman in the entire imperial empire. No one could compare. Indeed, no one could compare. Some might argue that Nalan Yanran was also beautiful, but she was merely in her teens, just beginning to bloom, and in certain aspects, she could not match Yunyan. Moreover, Nalan Yanran had a betrothal, so no one would think further. Yunyan was single. Who among them did not harbor thoughts of Yunyan? With her status, strength, figure, beauty, appearance, and character all at the pinnacle, she was a woman of unparalleled excellence. Each of her smiles and frowns could sway countless hearts. To win Yunyan's affection was to gain the entire Yunlan Sect. Who would not want to possess such a paragon of beauty? Yet to their dismay, Yunyan was Xiao Huo's woman, so intimately connected. Everyone felt as if they might bleed from envy. They were filled with admiration, jealousy, and dread. How terrifying it was. Xiao Huo had actually won Yunyan's heart. Maitel, Tangshan, Jia Xingtian, and Pharma trembled in disbelief. How formidable must Xiao Huo be? They could hardly fathom that even Yunyan was his woman. This was precisely why Yunyan had ignored them earlier. Perhaps in her eyes, they were already dead. Without hesitation, Jia Xingtian and Pharma exchanged a glance, feeling a profound shock. Perhaps Xiao Huo was in existence beyond the Dou Emperor. Otherwise, how could Hai Buodong submit? They felt utterly unable to see through Xiao Huo's cultivation. After all, they were at the peak of the Dou Emperor realm. Xiao Huo was simply too terrifying. In a brief moment, two more figures rushed over at breakneck speed. Pharma's gaze sharpened. It was Master Otto and President Frank, both of whom held significant status. Both were already fourth-tier alchemists, a rank that commanded respect in the Imperial Empire. No one would dare to underestimate a fourth-tier alchemist. What brought them here? Could they also be Xiao Huo's subordinates? Unthinkable. Pharma had never heard anyone mention Xiao Huo before. Halt! What brings you here? Pharma coldly questioned, stepping forward to intercept Otto and Frank, fearing that if these two knelt before Xiao Huo, it would utterly humiliate him. Elders, we must not offend Lord Xiao Huo. He is not someone we can provoke. He is a ninth-tier alchemist. No, he is even stronger than a ninth-tier alchemist. Frank exclaimed, his eyes filled with panic. We cannot offend him. A ninth-tier alchemist? Impossible. Pharma felt another wave of shock. A ninth-tier alchemist could not possibly exist. The highest rank in the Imperial Empire was only 6th tier. How could there be a 9th tier? Could it be? Pharma contemplated another terrifying possibility. Yes, the Pai experience pill was indeed refined by Lord Xiao Huo. He has many more pills yet to be released to the market. Frank nodded, fully aware of what Pharma was thinking. The emergence of the Pai experience pill had shocked the entire Imperial Empire. However, the Pai experience pill sold at the auction could only enhance the strength of fighters among one another. Naturally, it was of no use to those at the Douwang and Douhuang levels. The senior figures did not pay much attention, but it was certain that anyone capable of refining the Pai experience pill was undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse. So it turned out to be Xiao Huo. Could it be true? Pharma asked again, his heart racing with excitement. If it were true, then Xiao Huo would be a legend, a prodigy in the alchemy world. Indeed, this is true. Behind Lord Xiao Huo is the Sacred Fire Sect. No, it was Lord Xiao Huo who founded the Sacred Fire Sect. Frank added. At this, Pharma's gaze went blank. The Sacred Fire Sect? What sect was that? Was it well known? Pharma had no knowledge of the Sacred Fire Sect, as it had not even been established, merely existing as a vague name. However, Pharma was well aware of the forces within the Sacred Fire Sect, the Tagore Desert Serpent Tribe. Yet, it is the Serpent People led by Medusa, the Alchemist Guild, Master Otto, and President Frank. Not to mention the most formidable 1,000-year Snow Mountain clan, which is also a force of the Sacred Fire Sect. This cannot be underestimated. The 1,000-year Snow Mountain is a realm even though Zong experts dare not tread lightly upon. Could it be that Xiao Huo is a being beyond Dou Zong? Pharma's heart raced uncontrollably. They are, indeed, battling against a formidable power beyond Dou Zong. This is tantamount to courting death. The Sacred Fire Sect. Xiao Huo is the founder of the Sacred Fire Sect. Pharma's heart was resolute. He felt a sense of relief that the Alchemist Guild had not intervened. Otherwise, they would have been plunged into an abyss of despair. Chapter 255. The Mu family bows to Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo is truly invincible. Yun stood before Xiao Huo, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, her enchanting gaze seemingly oblivious to the presence of anyone else. It had been a long time since their last meeting, and she missed him dearly. She stood there quietly, disregarding the existence of all others. As the esteemed leader of the Yunlan Sect, her status was unparalleled, and her cultivation prowess undoubtedly ranked among the elite in the Jiama Empire. The strength of the Yunlan Sect was immeasurable, holding absolute dominance within the empire. When the Ice Emperor knelt before Xiao Huo, the various experts of the Jiama Empire felt an overwhelming dread, their hearts chilled. This was a master of Ice Emperor caliber, yet he willingly bowed to Xiao Huo. But Yunyan had arrived. She was still Xiao Huo's woman. Such an identity, such a status, spoke volumes. Should they dare to lay a hand on Xiao Huo, they would undoubtedly face a bloody retaliation from the entire Yunlan Sect. Who would dare to harm the man of the Yunlan Sect's leader? Within the Jiama Empire, Yunyan's strength was already unparalleled. She embodied the pinnacle of power. Half a month prior, Jiama's royal family member, Jia Tian, who possessed peak Do Huang cultivation, had engaged in battle with Yunyan and had been slain in a single move. The Ice Emperor Hai Bodong had also fought against Yunyan in an attempt to ascend to the Dozong realm. That battle was cataclysmic. Despite Hai Bodong's immense strength, he was vanquished by Yunyan's sword. No one understood how Yunyan's power had surged so dramatically. Countless hearts pondered that perhaps only Queen Medusa could stand a chance against Yunyan, yet they remained unaware that Medusa had successfully evolved. Nevertheless, Yunyan had ascended to the pinnacle of the Jiama Empire. But why? Why would such a formidable Yunyan, adored by countless, a paragon of beauty, choose to love Xiao Huo? This was inconceivable. The arena fell silent, all eyes transfixed on the scene. Even Jia Tian stood frozen in place. And Hai Bodong appeared momentarily dazed. The boss truly achieved this. Incredible. This is the goddess Yunyan, and she has indeed been won over by the boss. No. Given the circumstances, it seems the goddess Yunyan is pursuing the boss. The boss is truly remarkable. Yunyan uttered not a word, nor did she glance at the onlookers. She simply remained by Xiao Huo's side, relishing the tranquility. The tempest was yet to come, and those who had offended Xiao Huo could have chosen to flee at this moment, yet none dared to escape. Where could they run? They did not even dare to breathe audibly, for they had wronged Xiao Huo, surrounding him in a bid to extinguish him and seize his extraordinary fire. What a terrifying existence. A being powerful enough to subdue Hai Bodong. Does his strength require further explanation? Everyone's thoughts drifted to the recently defeated Mu Chun. Xiao Huo, wielding a golden staff, exhibited unparalleled grace, as if the strength he had just displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Could it be that Xiao Huo is truly that formidable? What level of cultivation does Xiao Huo possess? Could they possibly escape? The answer was no. Even Jia Tian and Fama, both peak Do Huang, were at a loss as to where they could flee. It could be said that having offended the Ice Emperor and Yunyan, they had already plummeted into an abyss of despair. The world was vast, yet there was nowhere to hide. Before them, Xiao Huo's strength was unfathomable, and the crowd, paralyzed by fear, remained silent. The top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire stood in solemn silence. One by one, they approached, standing before the tea house, awaiting the storm's arrival. No one paid any heed to Mu Chun, their eyes filled with ire. What a wretched Mu Chun! Why provoke Xiao Huo? This is Yunyan's man. Now, they too have been dragged into this quagmire. It is over. They had already steeled themselves for the consequences. No one cared for Mu Chun's fate. Fear, dread, and panic consumed their hearts. Had they known, they would never have waded into these murky waters. The onlookers outside were left dumbfounded. They were not among the top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire and lacked the standing to approach, relegated to watching from afar. Everyone understood that the tide had turned. They had initially believed that so many strong individuals could easily eliminate Xiao Huo, but in an instant, the winds of fortune had shifted. The arrival of Yunyan and the Ice Emperor had determined the course of the entire situation. Countless hearts trembled in shock. Observing Yunyan and Xiao Huo together, Yunyan is my goddess, my idol. How could Xiao Huo possibly win Yunyan's heart? Impossible. He cannot achieve this. This is a fabrication. This is too extraordinary. If Xiao Huo is indeed Yunyan's man, who would dare to confront him? My goodness. Xiao Huo, that name. I finally remember who Xiao Huo is. An expert from the Yunlan Sect exclaimed with delight, as if uncovering a secret, his eyes shining with excitement. He is the betrothed of Nalan Yanran, Xiao Huo. Someone gasped. Instantly, many disciples recalled that Nalan Yanran's fiancé is indeed Xiao Huo. though only a select few were privy to this information. The higher-ups of the Yunlan Sect had sought to keep this secret under wraps, even going so far as to promise Nalan Yanran to a scion of the Mo family. However, as fate would have it, the Mo family was annihilated by Xiao Huo, yet some individuals had still managed to glean the truth. I heard that in the northeastern region of the Jiama Empire, Salt City, the most powerful Mo family was annihilated by Xiao Huo alone. Another person chimed in, causing many disciples to awaken, feeling a tremor in their bodies. The Mo family was indeed destroyed by Xiao Huo. This is utterly inconceivable. How could this be? Mu Chen spoke, his eyes clouded with despair, spitting out blood. If Xiao Huo could obliterate the Mo family, then the Mo family strength was certainly not inferior to the Mu family. If even the Mo family fell, how could the Mu family possibly stand against Xiao Huo? Fiancé, you have brought ruin upon the Mu family. Mu Chen exclaimed, his eyes filled with hopelessness. He forcefully seized Mu Tai and hurled him before Xiao Huo. Then, with a thud, Mu Chen knelt before Xiao Huo. Great sir, my unfilial son has offended you. Please allow me to submit him for your judgment. My Mu family is willing to pay any price in exchange for your forgiveness. Mu Chen implored, his back drenched with sweat, his hands clasped in a trembling salute. The pressure was overwhelming. Kneeling before Xiao Huo, he could truly sense the palpable aura of dominance. This was far beyond what the Mu family could endure. It was likely that even the Jiama Empire could not withstand such might. This is not my fault. It is all my brother Mu Zhan's doing. He is already dead. Father, you must protect me. I do not wish to die. Mu Tai cried in terror, prostrating on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably, overwhelmed by fear. Who could have imagined that Xiao Huo and Yunyan shared such a close bond? This matter is bound to reverberate throughout the entire Jiama Empire. Chapter 256. Xiao Huo takes action. The Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Fiancé, were it not for you, would the Mu family have fallen into this predicament? What mischief have you all been up to? Do you truly believe this old man is unaware? I implore you, great Sir Xiao Huo, to dispense severe punishment. I beseech Sect Master Yunyan to imprison this unfilial son in the Blackwater prison. Mu Chen coldly stated, no longer glancing at the quivering Mu Tai beside him. He chose to kneel and admit his faults, hoping for a glimmer of reprieve. Most importantly, Yunyan remained by Xiao Huo's side, given her status and identity. It was unlikely she would completely annihilate Mu Tai. The formidable figures, including Jia Tian and Fa Ma, observed the scene in silence. They had previously supported Mu Chen wholeheartedly. Yet now they all stood mute, for who would dare offend Xiao Huo? No one. They were all unworthy of such a confrontation. The repercussions of antagonizing Xiao Huo were burdensome to bear, even for them. Father, I do not wish to enter the Blackwater prison, Mu Tai exclaimed, trembling all over. He could scarcely fathom that as a prodigy of the Mu family, he had fallen to such a fate. The Blackwater prison was a place reserved for the gravest of offenders. Once imprisoned, one would never again emerge, subjected to tortures akin to hell. Mu Chen closed his eyes, feeling utterly powerless. He could not alter this reality. If he had surrendered Mu Zhan from the outset, there might have been a chance to save Mu Tai. Now, it seemed that the Mu family faced imminent doom. With a pleading gaze, Mu Chen turned towards Yunyan. He had known her for some time. He merely hoped she could intercede on behalf of the Mu family. Despair enveloped him. Yunyan disregarded his presence entirely. The head of the Mu family? What significance did that hold? Leading the coalition of the Jiama Empire strongmen to assault Xiao Huo was already a grave transgression. She would not intervene, nor would she speak on their behalf. Great Lord, spare me. I am innocent, truly. Mu Tai cried, repeatedly bowing his head to Xiao Huo. Blood dripping from his forehead, desperately seeking to survive. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Huo, hearts trembling, pondering his decision. The fate of the Mu family lay in Xiao Huo's hands. Indeed, even the destiny of the Jiama Empire rested upon him alone. Xun'er, is it you? Xiao Huo held Xun'er's small hand, his gaze fixed on Mu Tai, a glint of cold light in his eyes. It was in this very manner that Xun'er's mother had perished. Furthermore, Xun'er's father had also suffered grievous injury at the hands of the Mu family. Did Mu Tai and Mu Zhan still wish to await Xun'er's growth and take her back? What were their intentions? She was so beautiful. Had she not been so young, she might have already fallen victim to the Mu family's sinister grasp. Years had passed since their last encounter, and while Xun'er may have forgotten many things, she still remembered the murderer, the one who harmed her family. It was he, her brother. He had come before to ravage Xun'er's family shop, and her mother had been taken away by them. Tears streamed down Xun'er's face as her small hands trembled, her eyes turning crimson. "You will return my mother," she shouted with all her might at Mu Tai. Her voice piercing. She was already 12, surely old enough to comprehend that her mother might already be. If her mother were alive, how could she not return? She could only hope that her mother was perhaps living well in another world, waiting for her to grow up, so they could be reunited. Where's mother? Brother Hua? Xun'er collapsed in a Xiao Huo's embrace, weeping and shaking. For so many years, she had not dared to cry before anyone. She had to be strong. At only 12, she had mastered numerous arts, managed household chores, served guests at the tea house, and kept accounts. When faced with injustice, she could not voice her grievances. How could her disabled father contend with the wicked outside? What would she do if those evildoers took her father away? After encountering Xiao Huo, Xun'er finally discovered she had someone to rely on, someone who could hold her, comfort her, and even call her his sister. She had gained a brother, another family member. How wonderful her brother was. Xiao Huo, seeking to revive Xun'er's mother, even if only to let Xun'er see her, was met with the system's refusal. Xiao Huo fell silent, stewing in rage. The damn Mu family. Perhaps Xun'er was but a minor reflection. But who could fathom the extent of the Mu family's transgressions against others? Xiao Huo's gaze turned icy, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. He was no benevolent figure. A time traveler with 3 primary pursuits, showing off, flirting, and wreaking havoc. Yet, when faced with such matters, he would pursue them to the bitter end. If not for poverty, who would not wish to assist an elderly lady? Brother will protect you. Do not cry. Crying will make you less beautiful. Xiao Huo gently ruffled Xun'er's small head and instructed the little medical fairy to escort her back to her room. The events about to unfold were not suitable for her to witness. Xun'er obediently nodded, unaware of what was to come, only knowing she had to be lovely. Her brother favored beautiful girls, and crying would mar her beauty. Yunlan's gaze also turned frigid. She comprehended everything. She understood it all. Xiao Huo's impression in her heart rose another notch. This fellow was not entirely without merit. He possessed admirable qualities. The Mu family deserved their fate. Yunlan's demeanor became cold and resolute. Here, who would dare to resist? Today, Xiao Huo could slay whomever he desired, and she would fully support him. Great Lord, it was not my doing. I swear it was not. Mu Tai suddenly stood, turning to flee, not daring to linger. He sensed the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Huo. Flee? Xiao Huo's eyes flashed with cold light as his indifferent gaze fell upon Mu Tai. A powerful aura erupting, charging towards Mu Tai with overwhelming murderous intent. Boom! An overwhelming aura exploded, ancient pressure suffusing the air, dense runes coalescing into a tidal wave directed at Mu Tai. In the sky, an aura of desolation congealed into a colossal finger of the heavens, spiraling high above, shattering all barriers. Today, I shall slay you. Who dares to obstruct me? Xiao Huo's gaze was frigid. Whoever he wished dead would indeed perish. Who would dare to defy his will? His intent was the will of heaven. Great desolation, prison sky, finger. Kill. Xiao Huo's palm descended, the celestial finger descending through the air, tearing through the atmosphere. A tremendous wave of pressure rendered everyone breathless. So formidable. Maitel Tengshan stood frozen, pale-faced. Was this the extent of Xiao Huo's power? A casual technique wielded with the might of the heavens. Jietian, Fama, and all others retreated several steps. Who was this? Dozong. Surely, only a Dozong possessed such terrifying strength. No, it was likely that even a Dozong could not achieve such might. Under this strike, even with their utmost efforts, they could not withstand it. Hai Buodong trembled in his form. Boss, still as fearsome as ever. A mere flick of the wrist, and it possesses the power to annihilate the world. Boom! The air shattered. Mu Tai slowly turned back, terror etched on his face, and then his body was directly pierced. His form exploded. The son of the Mu family. Mu Tai was obliterated by a single finger. Apologies, I cannot continue writing. If I truly acted, it would likely provoke a backlash that could even affect my existing cultivation. This process was protracted, lasting 3 years. The strength of the typhoon was sufficient to handle these matters, and finally, on a certain day, 3 years later, he overturned Feng Yu, Lei, and others, returning to teach a lesson to the prison head and his men, thereby regaining the respect he deserved within the prison. Very well. I shall now release the binding of a light curtain. If you dare to play any tricks, I will spare no effort to eradicate you. Qin Xian warned in a threatening tone before unbinding the 9-colored light curtain. Thus, after having breakfast together, The group made their way to the location of the martial arts tournament. Yu Chuxian and Jiang Yuxuan fell out of the running, while Wang Renxin and Tang Hao were unusually excited, for they knew that the other three roommates of Loli Jie were quite attractive. If they could successfully pursue even one, it would not be a wasted trip tonight. Hu Shui'er found herself at a loss, and upon hearing Yang Fan's words, a sudden pang of sorrow gripped her heart. In light of this, she resolved to allow everyone a moment of tranquility, planning to eventually offer her apologies to both Loli Jie and Chenxi. This was the course of action considered by Yu Chuxian. Meanwhile, Song Zheng unleashed his spiritual pressure without reservation, partly to demonstrate his prowess to Song Yuan, and partly to instill a sense of trepidation, dissuading him from harboring any rebellious thoughts. Yet, he was no match for Yang Fan. He intended to seek out Lang San, but the latter remained unresponsive, citing a prior agreement with Mu Qilong that was now due. Despite this, Huang Xiao understood that with the appearance of Yifeng, the likelihood of both being alive was nearly zero. Ajio gazed at the curled-up Qi Yao on the ground, feeling a lump in his throat. Their interactions had spanned less than a month, yet Qi Yao, with his usual playful demeanor and penchant for light-hearted banter, had proven to be sensitive and perceptive, often contemplating what escaped others' notice. Yunxi felt that when the heavenly fire and the drop of essence within the Dantian began to circulate together, they would naturally draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resulting in an inexhaustible flow of spiritual power within. Yunxi proposed, "If I were to promise you a more favorable destination, esteemed seniors?" He pulled down his sleeve, revealing a black ring that had always adorned his arm. His fair face appeared somewhat blurred under the white light, yet the sardonic smile etched upon it was strikingly vivid, exuding an air of terror. At that moment, Ji Xinliang emerged from her room, having changed her clothes, just in time to overhear Ji Anqi's comment. "Good heavens! Even though I have encountered numerous demons and monsters," her words still left me astounded. Qi Yao's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, rendering the impending storm before him trivial, due to the ferocious reputation of her soldiers. Now no one dared to recklessly confront her. Yi Binghan's arms swayed slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the intimate gesture, but ultimately did not resist. Li Zhuang and his accompanying steward cast stern glances at the crowd, warning everyone to refrain from provoking the master. The steward earnestly reminded young Master Zhu of the considerable effort and resources expended to procure these goods, emphasizing that such kindness should not be taken for granted. The abrupt remarks echoed in the ears of those present, startling them into instinctively taking a half step back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions became peculiarly distorted, particularly for Dan Feng, who appeared as though he had seen a ghost. The other party did not pursue them. Gui Jiao glanced back, sensing no trace of that formidable presence, allowing himself to relax slightly. The upper section contained specially crafted lethal poison. A mere drop could inflict unbearable agony upon an ordinary person. However, as the concealed weapon flew midway, it began to slow, resembling an arrow stripped of its momentum, ultimately falling powerless before Pan. From this alone, it was evident that this strange insect must be intricately linked to the sandworm, particularly as it appeared in the most pivotal location of the sandworm's lair, yet no sandworms guarded the site. All signs seemingly pointed to a singular conclusion. Yet one matter continued to perplex Lin Yu, hindering him from forming a definitive judgment. The unmistakable sound of bones snapping, indicative of an overwhelming force, resonated, revealing a strength far beyond their expectations. Wu Zhao surveyed the individuals before her, including those she had personally elevated, her body trembling with indignation. She had believed she treated them with fairness, yet they ultimately remained loyal to Li Tang. "You insolent girl, how can you, Nangong Ru, endure such indignity?" she exclaimed, stepping forward to raise her hand once more. Observing Lu Bing's mocking smile, he recognized the truth in her words, given his current predicament. He had no reason to fabricate lies. "Stay at home and practice your martial arts. I will send someone with your lunch. Do not wander about. Your current status is precarious," Fei Er had instructed him before departing. "Step aside. Do not force us into a bloodbath," the village elder of Jin Village spoke, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light as he fixed his gaze on the passageway behind me, intent on investigating. Nye Tian's words were carefully considered. Should he meet with misfortune, his previous kindness towards the immortals in the sealing realm would surely compel them to aid Songlong Palace in its resurgence. What of Duantian Juefeng? This journey may lead to a miraculous encounter or death. I would rather be a short-lived hero than retreat from the path of martial arts. We three also took a day to recuperate in Nanning, and I inquired whether we needed to reserve a nest for our trip to Sichuan's divine pests. Suddenly, a beer bottle shattered against the car's windshield, prompting Yi Jianmin to swerve the steering wheel and halt the vehicle. Gunfire erupted incessantly, bullets raining down, creating a cacophony akin to firecrackers. The surrounding pedestrians, already terrified, fled in panic. I apologize. I need to take a leave. I cannot write anymore. I feel unwell, and my writing is unsatisfactory. Allow me to rest. A sharp impact struck his cheek, and soon after, the heavenly emperor detected a horrific stench emanating from a grotesque mass. It was a pile of excrement. Moreover, those individuals seemed unyielding, continuously producing similar disgusting objects and hurling them at him. A few days prior, it was reported that Lin Xiao, the notorious scion, had taken pleasure in smashing his opponents into a large letter shape, embedding them into walls after acquiring immense power. The diviner had stated that this individual bore an icy aura and the might of a dragon. Upon encountering him, he would be the one I sought. Xulin gazed intently at Zhou Chun, enunciating each word as if to convey, "You are the one I have been searching for." With a formidable strike, Zhou Chun felt as if his very bones might fracture, swiftly evading while gazing in astonishment at Yu Hotun, who appeared unfazed despite receiving a thunderpalm. The crowd turned to witness a solitary, aloof figure atop the Zhongjian Peak, standing with hands clasped, welcoming the torrential downpour of lightning. Even someone as formidable as Zhu Etching was left bloodied by the relentless strikes. Each level of the soul-forging technique could double the quality of the soul, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. Jin Gang's complexion shifted dramatically, eventually revealing a glimmer of despair in his eyes. The golden giant ape seemed to have overheard the conversation among Yi Qing and the others, letting out a series of low growls, its gaze betraying a hint of fear. The group quickly formed a circle, realizing that the number of adversaries was not one but four. These peculiar beings emitted cries akin to four streaks of black lightning, charging forth wielding black scythes. Li Bai's expression fluctuated, as this sensation was familiar to him, having encountered it both in the mortal realm and the world of cultivation. Had it not been for Xintian Yi's aid at that time, his character would likely have led to his demise long ago. With a dull thud, Jimmy froze, as she truly heard a voice. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, yet still saw nothing. Pei Jia attempted to open the door, but Tang Ning had already anticipated this, raising her right hand to ignite a bright fireball that engulfed Pei Jia's body, eliciting agonized screams from the gang leader, who lacked any supernatural abilities. The vastness of the ocean. Almost simultaneously with the rupture of the battlefield, Yi Dan inhaled deeply as a fierce wind howled around him, drawing boundless energy into his being. Such a large fish, even if the catfish's flesh were tender, its strength remained. It could not possibly be so delicate as to dissolve instantly in the mouth. It surely required some effort to chew. To Yi Dan's astonishment, the three pill kings each retrieved a jade tablet, shattering it with force, causing a peculiar space to materialize before them once more. Especially after Bai Wujing ascended to the Dragon Emperor. He even tore apart the counterfeit covenant and ceased to dispatch a single soldier. I heard from my brother that Teacher Kelly and that Eric were once rivals. It appears they remain adversaries to this day, Li Hua replied quietly. It was he who incited us. The crowd, realizing the discrepancy, simultaneously directed their ire at the mastermind Lin Feng. The spiritual energy within them surged forth like billowing smoke, their bodies resembling leaky barrels, unable to retain a single drop. Chapter 257, Conquering the Mu Family. Unparalleled elegance. Buzz. A profound silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, everyone's gaze became fixed in disbelief, for Xiao Huo's cultivation was astonishingly formidable. With a single finger strike, the space shattered. The earth trembled. Mu Tai was instantly obliterated. All present stood frozen in horror, their eyes wide in astonishment, their hearts unable to find tranquility for an extended period. When did the Empire of Gemma bear such a powerhouse? His prowess far surpassed theirs. Even the Peak Do Emperor Jiexingxian and Fama were engulfed in a deep sense of shock and dread. It was utterly inconceivable. Had they all combined their strength to resist, they might not have been able to withstand that blow. Trembling, a continuous shiver, Jiexingxian and Fama were thrown into disarray. They had indeed offended Xiao Huo. If Xiao Huo sought to trouble them, what would become of them? They certainly would not fare well. A terrifying aura erupted, instilling fear in all around. While Mu Chen's complexion turned pale, his lips whitened, and he knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with panic. He had brought the Mu family's experts to seek vengeance against Xiao Huo, and now, This was Xiao Huo's cultivation, crushing all. As the head of the Mu family, why did he have to exact revenge on Xiao Huo? They were likely unworthy even to stand before him. Do you have any objections? Xiao Huo's indifferent gaze fell upon Mu Chun, as calm as a breeze. The Mu family had provoked him, and Mu Zhan had further designs on the little medicine fairy and Linger. He had eliminated Mu Zhan and Mu Tai. What objections could the head of the Mu family possibly raise? None at all. You acted rightly, my lord. The rebellious offspring are a result of my poor upbringing. From this day forth, in the empire of Jiama, the Mu family shall honor Lord Xiao Huo. With a thud, Mu Chun led many of the Mu family's experts to kneel on the ground, filled with reverence, not daring to harbor even the slightest dissatisfaction. What his son being slain? It was his own doing. All he knew was that Lord Xiao Huo was not to be offended, nor could they afford to offend him. Before Xiao Huo, they could only submit. Should they refuse to submit, they would meet the same fate as the recently slain Mu Tai. A Mu Tai of equal strength had been unable to withstand a single blow from Xiao Huo. The great wilderness prisoner's finger possessed a shocking might, instantly vanquishing Mu Chun. Such was the heavenly authority. Unparalleled. Is this sufficient? Xiao Huo inquired of Mu Chun. My lord, the Mu family is willing to surrender all annual profits, willing to unconditionally submit to you, and dare not harbor any ulterior motives. My lord's word. And the Mu family shall brave fire and water. Mu Chun hastily declared, his fear palpable, for Xiao Huo was a true deity. How could the Mu family dare to resist? If they submitted to Xiao Huo, they might still receive some favor in the future. Mu Chun no longer dared to think of the Mu family. Being able to follow Xiao Huo was the family's honor. Without Xiao Huo, the Mu family might amount to nothing. Xiao Huo remained silent, seemingly indifferent to these matters. He contemplated a more distant future. What significance did the mere Mu family hold? Eradicating the Mu family would bring no benefit to the empire of Jiama. Moreover, he had grown weary of killing. Standing at such a lofty position, gazing at even greater vistas, the Mu family was but an ant, their extermination a mere whim of his. The Mu family is willing to join the Holy Fire Sect and serve my lord. Mu Chun trembled as he spoke, unsure how to please Xiao Huo. He only knew that Xiao Huo possessed the power to annihilate them at any moment, and they were utterly incapable of resisting such might. Serve? Do I require it? Xiao Huo smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Yet, he was disinclined to make a decision. The strength of the Holy Fire Sect needed to be considerably enhanced. As for how to become stronger, that naturally involved conquering more formidable sects. The empire of Jiama was already trivial in his eyes. Perhaps it was time to truly establish a sect for his disciples to cultivate. My lord. Mu Chun raised his gaze to Xiao Huo, his face ashen. He had not anticipated that the Mu family, which he held in such high regard, would be rendered utterly worthless before Xiao Huo. Even their desire to join the Holy Fire Sect being rejected by him. This was an immense blow to him. The Mu family, before Xiao Huo, was no more than an insignificant insect. How powerful must Xiao Huo be? Mu Chun could not fathom. He even struggled to discern the true extent of Xiao Huo's strength. But if they wished to join, then let them join. The Holy Fire Sect, a year hence, would become the mightiest sect on the continent. At that time, all would gaze in awe. Xiao Huo spoke with a detached air, as if a sovereign, his gaze drifting to Haiba Dong before returning, taking Yunlan's hand and striding into the middle family. As for the surrounding families, the Mu family, the Nalan family, the middle family, and the masters and experts of the Alchemist Guild, as well as the encircling armies, Xiao Huo ignored them all. They were inconsequential to him. Managing a sect was too tedious. It was far better to sleep with Yun and have children. As you command. The Ice Emperor Haiba Dong immediately understood, nodding. Managing the trivialities of the sect was his responsibility. Thank you, Lord Xiao Huo. Mu Chun knelt, bowing several times, watching Xiao Huo depart. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Had Xiao Huo simply left? Hand in hand with Yun, accompanied by the little medicine fairy and Linger, he departed. Incredible. All expected Xiao Huo to unleash a massacre, annihilating the Mu family, eradicating those who sought to kill him, even causing rivers of blood to flow throughout the empire of Jiama. Yet, Xiao Huo did not act thus. Perhaps they were simply not worthy. Confronting the provocations of ants, must one crush them? No, the ants were not deserving. Xiao Huo walked hand in hand with Yun down the street, and along the way, everyone instinctively made way, none daring to obstruct him. They felt an overwhelming imperial aura, innate to him. They dared not approach, nor could they. Once Xiao Huo had passed, the streets of the empire of Jiama slowly returned to normal. Countless individuals standing agape, exhaling deeply, voices of astonishment filling the air, their eyes brimming with shock. Who could have anticipated that the Mu family, so feared and dreaded by all, will be easily subdued by Xiao Huo? Countless strong individuals surrounded him, yet to no avail. With a single battle, he demonstrated to the world the extent of his formidable strength. Even Yunlan Sect's leader, Yun, was his woman. Am I truly not dreaming? Even the Mu family has surrendered to Xiao Huo. Have you heard of the Holy Fire Sect? No. What sort of sect is the Holy Fire Sect? Can I join? I also wish to join the Holy Fire Sect. Xiao Huo is simply too handsome. Countless disciples gaze at the departing figure of Xiao Huo, and, unknowingly, his position in their hearts had become unshakable. Unparalleled poise, unparalleled elegance. Chapter 258. The Trembling of All Families. Xiao Huo is unbelievably strong. Xiao Huo departed, and with his exit, the suffocating dread dissipated, allowing those present to finally exhale in relief. Mu Chan stood frozen in place, his body limp and drenched with perspiration. Were it not for the assistance of others, he would likely have collapsed. The events of the day had dealt him an immeasurable blow. Xiao Huo's arrival, with a thunderous might, had imparted to the Mu family a profound understanding of reverence and strength. The true stronghold was an entity they could never dare to approach. A mere brush would spell death. Had Mu Chan made any erroneous decisions today, he would have perished, and the Mu family would have met a similar fate. Quickly, help me return home, Mu Chan murmured, his dejected silhouette betraying his desolation. Supported by the powerful of the Mu family, he trudged towards his clan, while many cast sympathetic glances at his retreating figure, shaking their heads in dismay. Once, the patriarch of the Mu family basked in glory. Standing among the triumvirate of the Jiamar Empire, the Mu family held an unparalleled status, dominating within the royal circles, commanding respect across economics, strength, cultivation, alchemy, and military prowess. Even the Mitre family Xia, Fei, dared not provoke Mu Zhan, a testament to the Mu family's might. They had the audacity to challenge the Mitre family. And if they were so bold against them, how could they possibly bully the common folk? Little did Mu Chan anticipate that Xiao Huo could locate Xun'er, avenging her family by annihilating Mu Zhan and Mu Tai, while the Mu family could only opt for subservience. Countless eyes followed Mu Chen's retreating form, offering bittersweet smiles. The repercussions of offending Xiao Huo were starkly evident. Regardless of past grandeur, one could be cast back to their original state, for Xiao Huo was an indomitable myth. You have greatly disappointed me, Hai Buodong remarked coldly, his gaze directed at Mitre Tangshan, simmering with anger. What calamities might have befallen him had he returned a moment later? Mitre Tangshan represented the Mitre family. Yet, he had allied with the Mu family against Xiao Huo. Had it not been for Xiao Huo's disinterest in bloodshed, the Mitre family might have been reduced to ashes, and all of this stemmed from their own actions. How would Xiao Huo perceive the Mitre family's assault? Hai Buodong dared not contemplate. All he knew was that it was over. Henceforth, the Mitre family would never penetrate the true core. All of this was due to Mitre Tangshan. Even with Yufei's presence, it was unlikely to alter Xiao Huo's resolve. Most crucially, even if Xiao Huo was indifferent, what the women around him? Were they not all formidable prodigies in their own right? Would Yun remain unconcerned? The actions of the Mitre family had effectively placed their lineage upon a pyre, plunging them into a chasm of sin from which they would be hard-pressed to emerge. The price of offending Xiao Huo was exorbitant. I'm sorry, Ice Emperor, I should not have blinded myself. Mitre Tangshan felt a chill coursing through him, rendered speechless. He could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Huo. Even Yun, who once treated him with courtesy, now offered him not a single glance, proving that in her eyes, the Mitre family had already plummeted into the abyss. At the very least, Yun would no longer place her trust in the Mitre family. Fool, do you know who the boss is? And the status of the women by his side? Hai Buodong retorted icily, barely restraining his urge to eliminate Mitre Tangshan. So infuriated was he. Yun, the leader of the Yunlan Sect. Xiao Yixian, a genius alchemist. Nalan Yanran, a prodigy of the Yunlan Sect. What heights might she not achieve? And Xun'er, a figure from a distant, formidable force far surpassing the Yunlan Sect. The Mitre family cannot afford to offend any one of them. Henceforth, not only will they lose trust before Xiao Huo, but they shall also find no footing before the women by his side, unless they seek to atone for their transgressions, with Yafei and the Ice Emperor present. Perhaps some redemption could be salvaged. However, entering the true core is utterly impossible. Forever impossible. Tonight, join me in making amends to the boss. There may yet be a glimmer of hope, Hai Buodong suggested, shaking his head. With the Mu family now subservient, the Mitre family should likewise declare their stance. Indeed, Ice Emperor Elder, how formidable must Xiao Huo truly be? Can he really unify the entire Jiamar Empire? Mitre Tingshan attempted to inquire, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. As the patriarch of the Mitre family, he was loath to submit easily. Should he bow down, he feared he would never again lift his head. Did he wish to surrender to another? To speak the truth, Mitre Tingshan had no desire to do so. Presumptuous. Is the boss's strength something you can question? I can only inform you that even Queen Medusa is not his match, Hai Buodong stated, turning to depart. Xiao Huo had not openly declared his intentions. Yet the various families within the Jiamar Empire found their resolve wavering. Should they ally with Xiao Huo and the Holy Fire Sect? However, they had yet to witness the full extent of Xiao Huo's abilities. Was the Holy Fire Sect truly stronger than the Yunlan Sect? No one knew. My heavens! Queen Medusa! Mitre Tingshan felt as though he might kneel. Even the queen in his mind was no match for Xiao Huo. How formidable must Xiao Huo be? Without hesitation, Mitre Tingshan resolved to join Xiao Huo. To join the Holy Fire Sect, without exception, he would bring the entire Mitre family along. My lord, shall we also follow Xiao Huo? Someone inquired of Jiamar Royal S. Jia Xingtian. Currently, Jia Xingtian possessed great strength. Having reached the pinnacle of the Do Huang stage long ago, his prowess rivaling that of Hai Buodong. Having remained in the Jiamar royal family for so long, he had never feared anyone. Joining the Holy Fire Sect? Just because of Xiao Huo? Xiao Huo may indeed be powerful and enjoy a favorable relationship with the Yunlan Sect, yet such factors alone would not compel my royal family to submit. My royal family bows to no one. Let us not forget, we still have dealings with the Yunlan Sect. The mere Holy Fire Sect and Yunlan Sect could hardly stand as adversaries to the Jiamar royal family. Within 6 months, my royal family shall be the ultimate sovereign, Jia Xingtian said with a faint smile, turning to leave. Join the Holy Fire Sect? He looked down upon it. He was the paramount ruler of the Jiamar royal family. Why should he submit to Xiao Huo merely because Xiao Huo had slain a Douling expert? As for the appearances of Hai Buodong and Yun Yun, they did not perturb Jia Xingtian's mindset. Though Xiao Huo possessed considerable strength, he remained unimpressed, believing that time would prove the Jiamar royal family to be the mightiest existence. In this Jiamar empire, they were the singularly unrivaled powerhouse. Chapter 259, Co-Cultivating with Yun Yun. Transcending into a phoenix physique. Xiao Huo and Yun Yun were in the chamber. Half an hour later, Yun Yun gazed at Xiao Huo with a blushing countenance. Realizing that this scoundrel had returned early, knowing full well what he intended to do, her bloodline had not yet awakened, and he was already unable to contain himself, truly shameless. My wife is so beautiful. I want more, Xiao Huo chuckled, noting how Yun Yun's figure had improved during their time apart, akin to enjoying imperial-level treatment. In order to accompany you, I have forsaken my cultivation. After 2 months, you are to marry me. By then, the leader of the Yun Mountain sect will not approve. Yun Yun replied, her lovely eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. She was acutely aware of the terrifying power of Yun Mountain and the formidable strength of the Yunlan Sect, recognizing that they were not so easily dealt with. Thus, she had diligently secluded herself within the Yunlan Sect. Were it not for Yafei's visit, she would not have ventured to the Jiamar Empire. Do I need his approval to marry you? Xiao Huo chuckled, dismissing Yinshan with a wave of his hand. With the formidable backing of the ancient snow mountains and his clan, he felt invincible. Xun'er was still training within the ancient clan, and in 2 months, the clan's army would descend, undoubtedly delivering a profound surprise to Yinshan. You know Yinshan's leader was incredibly powerful and could not be underestimated, especially considering the hidden strengths of the Yunlan Sect, which surpassed the combined might of the 3 great families of the Jiamai Empire. Yun Yun shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Huo, aware that his fearless nature often led him to dismiss threats casually. Is it really that formidable? Xiao Huo exclaimed, taken aback by her assessment. Yun Yun nodded, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of worry. The thought of failure in the impending battle 2 months hence filled her with dread. If Xiao Huo were to be captured by Yinshan, what fate awaited him? Even the strongest cannot surpass my prowess, Xiao Huo declared with a radiant smile, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on Yun Yun's lips. Shameless, she murmured softly, a hint of helplessness in her gaze. My dear, you must have faith in me, Xiao Huo reassured, patting his chest confidently. I have faith, but I fear for your safety, Yun Yun replied, nestling in his embrace, her eyes fluttering shut. The tranquil days were drawing to a close. An impending battle loomed ominously. What chaos would bring? Let us not dwell on it too much. Care for another round? Xiao Huo grinned, playfully lunging at Yunyan. You're bullying me again. This is the 6th time. She shot him an indignant look. Her cheeks flushed as she regarded the rogue atop her. A wish for a daughter, Xiao Huo stated, pondering how Xun'er and Medusa were both expecting. He couldn't allow Yunyan to lag behind. He envisioned not just a daughter, but one who would become the world's foremost expert. I refuse to bear your child. Yunyan turned her head defiantly, realizing that his intentions were solely for a daughter. Has Medusa really conceived? She asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Would I deceive you? Xiao Huo chuckled lightly. What are you up to, my dear? His smile faltered as he sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. I too yearn for a daughter. Yunyan replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. After 3 hours, she suddenly exclaimed, Stop, let me catch my breath. Xiao Huo sighed, feeling overwhelmed. The previous iteration of Yunyan was far less fervent. How had she transformed so dramatically upon hearing about Medusa's pregnancy? You're not capable, are you? Yunyan teased, looking at him with a playful smile. How could my beloved be so handsome? Xiao Huo sighed, wife. I feel as though my body is undergoing a transformation. Yunyan closed her eyes, quietly sensing the change within her. Her aura grew increasingly potent, erupting like a volcanic force. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Huo was taken aback. What was happening? Could it be that their union was catalyzing such a significant power surge? In mere moments, Yunyan's cultivation soared, breaking through to the Do Zone 1 star. Her essence became ancient and potent, her meridians unfurling as a golden aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a phoenix's rebirth. Flames blazing with an ancient majesty. Yunyan's power continued to ascend. Do Zone 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, Do Zone 9 stars, Do Zone Pinnacle. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Yunyan, Do Zone Pinnacle, Constitution, Phoenix Bloodline. Xiao Huo also successfully advanced, reaching Do Zone 4 stars. Both he and Yunyan had leveled up together. Husband, how have I reached the Do Zone Pinnacle? Yunyan marveled at her newfound strength, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, a 100-fold increase from before. Yet, no one sensed the transformation in her strength. Xiao Huo had set protective wards, ensuring their nocturnal activities remained undisturbed by prying eyes. I'm at the Do Zone Pinnacle. Husband, I will protect you in the battle 2 months hence. Yunyan beamed with joy, her strength having surged to its zenith, no longer the frail Do Huang of old. Wonderful, Xiao Huo smiled, astonished at her leap to Do Zone Pinnacle with the Phoenix bloodline. Together, they could venture beyond this continent of Do Qi. Husband, I crave you, Yunyan said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Once again, Xiao Huo was taken down by her fervor. What was he to do? With Yunyan at the Do Zone Pinnacle, even though her realm was not yet fully stabilized, defeating Xiao Huo, now at Do Zone 4 stars, was a certainty. Xiao Huo sighed, regretting his earlier remarks about wanting a daughter. He feared the repercussions of not delivering one, for his beloved Yunyan would not let it rest easily. Chapter 260. With Yunyan by his side, Xiao Huo reveled in a kingly treatment. Shall we indulge in this again next time? I can scarcely endure. Xiao Huo chuckled, having spent the entire night with Yunyan, who proved to be exceptionally vigorous. Even he, at Do Zone 4 stars, found it difficult to keep pace. Do you no longer care for me? Have you grown weary of novelty? Yunyan questioned, her eyes narrowing at him, her teeth lightly nibbling on her lips. This rascal surely had thoughts of other women. How could that be? My beloved is simply too enchanting enough. Xiao Huo sighed, once more being taken down by her insistence. Yunyan's strength was formidable, and he could hardly resist. Thankfully, the system had provided him with several vitality boosters. Yet, he feared that if every beloved were as powerful as Yunyan, his future married life would be fraught with challenges. I too desire a daughter. I cannot be outdone by Medusa, Yunyan declared with resolve, as if she would not relent until she bore a daughter. Such matters cannot be rushed, Xiao Huo sighed, recognizing the complexity of wanting a daughter. I care not, Yunyan declared, her cheeks flushed with determination. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed into a woman of ardor. Once noble and aloof, now unabashedly pursuing her desires. Should the people of the Jiama Empire discover this, they would surely be astounded. The esteemed sect leader of the Yunlan Sect, yearning for a daughter, had spent an entire night with Xiao Huo, and paradoxically, it was she who had initiated the encounter. However, they would never know what transpired that night. Only Xiao Huo and Yunyan held the secret, while others could only envy from afar. After all, Yunyan was Xiao Huo's woman, one with whom he could share such intimate moments. As dawn broke, Xiao Huo had bathed and dressed, relishing the regal treatment bestowed upon him by his beloved Yunyan. He merely soaked in the water, allowing her to attend to his every need. Time swiftly passed, and Xiao Huo felt invigorated and fragrant, having changed the water several times. Yunlan was attentive, ensuring every inch of him was scrubbed clean, for cleanliness was paramount to health. How delightful it is to be pampered by you, Xiao Huo mused, closing his eyes to inhale the scent of his beloved. Her natural fragrance was unparalleled. He had once doubted the existence of perfumes in this world, but with Yunyan's beauty and natural allure, who needed such things? The aroma intensified during their shared bath. How can you say such things when I feel nothing? Yunyan laughed, having finally cleansed him thoroughly. Now it was her turn for a bath, but certain areas remained elusive to her reach. My beloved is simply exquisite and fragrant, Xiao Huo remarked, his gaze brightening. What are you up to, husband? She asked, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice as she attempted to retreat to a corner. But there was no escaping Xiao Huo's mischievous grasp. Let us prioritize the important matters at hand. Medusa is already expecting, and Xun'er has been for quite some time. He sighed. Is that so? Yunyan's eyes lit up with determination. No, I must have a daughter as well. Then, Xiao Huo toppled the treasure. Half an hour later, he approached, saying, Come on, my dear, let me help you bathe. However, the experience of Xiao Huo aiding Yunyan in her bath was entirely different from when she assisted him. When Yunyan helped Xiao Huo, every nook and cranny was scrubbed clean, devoid of any impurities. Yet, Xiao Huo, that scoundrel, seemed to focus only on certain areas. How shameless. I'll wash myself. Yunyan shot him a disdainful glance. If this continued, she would surely not emerge thoroughly clean. As a girl, she was the epitome of beauty and cleanliness. Having witnessed Medusa, with her unparalleled figure and flawless skin, Yunyan felt the need to keep pace. After bathing, Yunyan meticulously dried Xiao Huo, and afterward, he donned a soft, simple robe. With utmost seriousness, she dressed him in the cleanest garments, all of which she had personally laundered. My husband. No one has worn the clothes I washed with my own hands, but you, Yunyan remarked with a gentle smile. This attire was not only washed by her, but also tailored specifically for Xiao Huo. Indeed, my darling, being the leader of the Yunlan Sect, you hardly have time to make clothes for others, Xiao Huo laughed. That's not quite the case. I found the time because of you, Yunyan replied, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. As for the affairs of the sect, they often troubled her. Greater ability brought greater responsibility, yet she could always find time, especially to sleep and bathe alongside Xiao Huo. You are committing a crime, my dear, Xiao Huo said, stepping closer to the enchanting figure before him. Her unique grace radiating even in her simple skirt, stunningly beautiful, a goddess of perfection. Isn't it all for our daughter? Yunyan whispered, suddenly feeling as if the clothes she had just put on had vanished. How could this robe be so swift? Time passed, and she said, Husband, we should head out. The Xiamada Empire and various factions are beginning to stir. Some may not submit to you. Yunyan smiled, unconcerned, yet still aware of the need to manage the Xiamada Empire. It matters not. Those who refuse to submit to me will not survive in this world. Xiao Huo declared confidently, donning his finest attire and taking Yunyan's hand as they strode towards the door. Husband, today Medusa is coming. I hear she is pregnant. Yunyan remarked. What is she doing here instead of at home? I should teach her a lesson. Xiao Huo's amusement deepened. Though he felt a tinge of irritation, she ought to be at home, nurturing their daughter, instead of gallivanting about. For you, Yunyan replied. Many in the Xiamada Empire may not acknowledge you, but with Medusa and me by your side, that is enough. Her smile was captivating. And what of Yanran? Xiao Huo inquired. Oh, you shameless husband. Yanran is still so young. Must you not let her be? Do you wish for Yanran to bear you a daughter as well? Yunyan questioned, incredulous at his audacity. Really? The daughter born from Yanran would surely be as beautiful as she. Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alas, Yanran's abilities were still too limited. He ought to find an opportunity for her to awaken her bloodline. Once she awakened her lineage, her cultivation would soar. She wouldn't need to exert herself excessively, as possessing a mystical bloodline was rare. Most importantly, they would have a daughter. Let's go. I suspect Medusa is nearly here. Yanran is still in seclusion at Moonwatch Mountain. You must not disturb her. She is close to reaching the Battle King realm, Yunyan said, her eyes glimmering with expectation. Battle King. Yanran is so young, yet progressing so rapidly. Though she may still pale in comparison to Xiao Huo, her talent is undoubtedly exceptional in the Xiamada Empire. Xiao Huo nodded, warmth blossoming in his heart. Medusa's arrival would undoubtedly send ripples through the Xiamada Empire. She was determined to prove that with her presence, none would dare harbor ill thoughts toward Xiao Huo.